spared him from the discomfort associated with his weight, which was indeed advantageous for him. Moreover, he felt a degree of satisfaction with his appearance. It was certainly more appealing than that of a bird resembling a gray albatross. After donning his new skin, Chen Mu continued with his cultivation endeavors. Days passed, and about a week slipped by. Inside the tent, a conversation ensued. A man clad in a white coat proclaimed that someone would soon arrive. Upon hearing this, a woman directed her gaze toward him and inquired, "Who?" The man, settling into a chair, replied, "The commotion here has attracted too much attention. Over 10 military elites have perished, and the situation has escalated. Others have begun to take notice and have dispatched numerous individuals ostensibly to assist us. But they are likely here to ascertain the circumstances. However, the power struggles of the higher-ups have little bearing on us. We simply need to focus on our tasks." The woman nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the sound of a vehicle echoed from outside. The man remarked, "They've arrived." Shortly thereafter, a woman dressed in military attire, sporting sunglasses and a single ponytail, entered. Noticing the two individuals inside, she introduced herself. "I am Qi. You may address me as such." The man in the white coat responded, "I am Si Jian, and this is my assistant and student, Tang." Qi nodded slightly, crossing her arms. "I am aware of both of you. I have conducted professional research on Eastern mythology, and I believe I can offer some assistance. What is the current status of the entity you refer to as a god?" Si Jian slightly turned, showcasing the image displayed on the large screen behind him. Qi gazed at the visual before her. The screen revealed a massive bird standing atop a high plain, observing the lion antelopes wandering in the distance. Behind this colossal bird, 5 elongated tails hung languidly, each adorned with what resembled peacock eyes, albeit with subtle differences. Upon witnessing this avian creature, Qi furrowed her brows, instinctively removing her sunglasses for a closer inspection. Her frown deepened as she turned back to the two men, asking, "Is this real?" Si Jian replied, "It is situated approximately 100 kilometers away. If you doubt, you may drive over to see for yourself." With her brows tightly knitted, Qi glanced back at the giant bird on the screen, then returned her gaze and stated, "Follow me. I require your guidance. I have a helicopter." With that, she exited the tent, leaving Si Jian and Tang to exchange a glance. The helicopter was piloted by a driver who navigated the aircraft to a distance of around 600 meters from the colossal bird. Qi ordered the helicopter to halt. Her gaze fixed on Chen Mu in the distance, momentarily lost in astonishment. It was indeed real, unbelievable. But how could this be possible? Qi uttered in disbelief. Si Jian, arms crossed, looked at Qi beside her and asked, "Do you know it?" Qi beheld the majestic creature before her. The wind gently rustled its feathers, while 5 elongated tails swayed gracefully behind it. It was an incredibly striking sight. Qi furrowed her brow. There exists a mythical creature known as the phoenix. Its tail resembles that of a peacock, but unlike the peacocks, we refer to the phoenix's tail as the fengwei. The fengwei can have 2, 3, or even 5 to 9 plumes. This creature boasts 5 tails, clearly a variant of the phoenix. According to the ancient text, the Yongle de Dian, 5 types of phoenixes are recorded in the world: the Duo Qi phoenix, the Duo Qing Yuan, the Duo Huan Yuan, the Duo Zi Xianshu, and the Duo Bai Honghu. Qi remarked, "This one, predominantly azure, is unmistakably a Qing Yuan." Yet, her pupils quivered slightly, reflecting a disbelief. How could the divine beast, the Qing Yuan, depicted in mythology, be here? Si Jian exchanged a glance with Tang beside him, then turned to Qi. Qi composed herself, retracting her gaze to meet Si Jian's eyes, stating, "From today onward, I shall take charge here." Si Jian was taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. "What do you mean?" Qi, disinterested in elaborating, produced a document and handed it to Si Jian. Upon glancing at it, his expression shifted. Qi reclaimed the document, lifted her binoculars, and gazed towards Chen Mu in the distance, calmly asserting, "From now on, all military operations here will be orchestrated by me, and every move and discovery on your part must be reported to me." Si Jian could only nod in acquiescence. Tang looked at Si Jian, inquiring, "Who is she, teacher?" Si Jian lowered his voice, "The king's envoy." Tang was taken aback, instantly comprehending, and thus fell silent. Meanwhile, Chen Mu sensed the commotion and instinctively turned his head towards Qi's direction. Their eyes met. Qi lowered the binoculars, her expression peculiar. Chen Mu, observing the distant helicopter, furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, what are they up to this time? Ultimately, he decided to disregard it. He redirected his focus to the lion ant beast ahead. At present, Chen Mu had no intention of engaging in conflict with humanity. Should they unleash a few nuclear bombs, he doubted he could withstand the onslaught. However, if they dared to provoke him, he would ensure they understood he was not to be trifled with. Chen Mu's current principle was simple: if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they offend me, he would not mind letting his lion bull ant indulge in a change of diet, rather than feasting solely on grass every day. The following day, Chen Mu languidly reclined on the grass, resting. At that moment, the sound of a helicopter reached his ears. He slowly opened his eyes to see a helicopter landing in the distance. A woman clad in military attire and sunglasses was striding towards him. Chen Mu recognized her. It was the same woman he had seen yesterday from the helicopter. What was she doing here? Seeking trouble? Chapter 127. It is a Qing Yuan. But does it know it is a Qing Yuan? In the ancient Eastern text Yongle de Dian, there is a mention of the 5 phoenixes, among which the azure one is known as the Luan. The azure Luan is said to be the divine bird that constantly accompanies the Queen Mother of the West, serving as her messenger, and it is the only one of its kind in the world. The azure Luan is associated with a well-known legend, the origins of which remain unclear, yet this tale has persisted through the ages. Initially, the azure Luan was oblivious to the purpose of its existence until it beheld the Feng and Huang, which led to the realization that its life's meaning was to find a companion. Subsequently, the Azure Luan embarked on a quest for its partner. However, the conundrum lies in the fact that there exists but a single Azure Luan in the world, rendering its search futile. One day, it stumbled upon a mirror and saw another Azure Luan reflected within. Mistaking this for a true companion, it expressed its excitement with a jubilant cry. Thus, the story concludes. From that moment onward, the Azure Luan has been regarded as a symbol of love. Yet, those familiar with this tale understand that the narrative does not truly end. The Azure Luan will eventually come to comprehend that the reflection it beheld is, in fact, itself. Thus, it shall once again set forth on the path of seeking a companion, the outcome of which is all too predictable. In this world, there can only be one Azure Luan. The possibility of finding another is utterly unattainable, regardless of the passage of time. She gazed upon the magnificent Azure Luan before her, unable to suppress a nervous swallow. It was colossal, while it had not seemed as awe-inspiring from the helicopter. Witnessing it up close imparted an unprecedented sense of threat. For this Azure Luan, it would likely be a trivial matter to end her life. She had initially intended to wear sunglasses for a boost of confidence, but the overwhelming aura emanating from the creature made her wary that her assertiveness might provoke it. Slowly, she removed her sunglasses. She flashed a bright smile and introduced herself. I am Qi, from the kingdom of Jiaolan. I have heard tales of you. Know that you can speak human language, and am aware of your human-like consciousness. Let us make a deal. She directly articulated her purpose for meeting Chen Mu, to negotiate a transaction. Through Si Jian, she had gleaned information about this divine beast, understanding that it could indeed converse in human speech, while deliberately avoiding human habitation. As long as humans did not provoke it, it would not pay them any mind. Thus, she confidently deduced that this was not a ferocious creature inclined to attack humans. Reflecting on her knowledge of the Azure Luan, she recognized that this being was not a malevolent beast, but rather a divine entity. Armed with this information and her comprehension of mythology, she resolved to take the risk and attempt to broker a deal with the divine creature. However, her primary objective was to use this transaction to exert control over the Azure Luan. Upon hearing Qi's proposition, Chen Mu was somewhat bewildered. A deal? What could she possibly offer him? What he sought was boundless evolutionary energy, something she clearly could not provide. Moreover, he doubted she truly understood his desires. Chen Mu replied coolly, what kind of deal? Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Qi's breath caught in her throat, and her pupils constricted slightly. Although she had heard from Si Jian that this divine beast could articulate human speech, the reality of it left her somewhat astounded. Noticing Qi's frozen demeanor, Chen Mu expressed his impatience. Hey. Regaining her composure, Qi offered an awkward smile. While I was aware you could speak, I am still somewhat taken aback to hear it firsthand. My apologies. Let us discuss the matter of the transaction. Chen Mu frowned slightly, sensing her discomfort. Qi realized that although this divine beast would not harm humans unprovoked, it seemed to harbor a certain hostility towards them. Swallowing hard, she forced herself to appear calm and said, you are not searching for a companion, are you? I believe we can assist you. Chen Mu was momentarily bewildered by her words. What? A partner? Since when did I express a desire for that? Having spent an extended period in animal form, he had nearly forgotten the sensations of being human, and he found it difficult to comprehend why certain mythical beasts would choose to take on human guise. Humans, in their frailty, could easily fall prey to even a single cheetah. Their only strength lay in technological advancements, which were wielded by a select few, seldom shared with the masses. The majority of humanity remained woefully inept. Reflecting on his own time as a human, he recognized that he too had been rather useless, an office worker confined to the monotony of daily life, akin to dwelling in a prison. What was the appeal of being human? As for seeking a partner, for animals, it was merely a means of procreation. Chen Mu had no interest in such endeavors. Thus, the transaction Qi proposed seemed utterly nonsensical to him. With a smile, Qi remarked, the Qing Luan is a divine beast representing love, destined to find a singular mate in its lifetime. This is something we, the kingdom of Jiaolan, can assist you with. The name Jiaolan was unfamiliar to him. Was it a small nation? With countless countries on Earth, it was not surprising that he had not heard of it. Gazing at Qi, Chen Mu muttered, Qing Luan. As a former Easterner, he certainly understood what a Qing Luan was, yet he felt perplexed. Why had she suddenly mentioned it? Suddenly, he had an epiphany and fixed his gaze on Qi. Are you suggesting that I am a Qing Luan? Qi appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly at a loss for words. Aren't you? Chen Mu fell silent for 3 seconds, and the atmosphere grew awkward. He gradually laid down on the grass, closed his eyes, and languidly remarked, while I'm in a good mood, you should leave. Qi stood stunned, staring at the resting Chen Mu, momentarily bewildered. After a brief hesitation, she turned and departed. She boarded a helicopter and took off, the sound of its departure echoing in the air. Chen Mu felt inexplicably puzzled. Were these bipedal creatures out of their minds to think he resembled a Qing Luan? I am merely a new entity born from the fusion of the genes of a blue whale, an albatross, and a peacock. Is it truly the case that the mere combination of ordinary animal genes results in divine beasts? If so, wouldn't creatures like ligers and tigans also be considered divine? Chen Mu chose to disregard their musings, opting instead to bide his time, engaging in cultivation and nurturing these lion-ant hybrids to amass evolutionary energy, which was his primary concern. Qi boarded a plane back to the command center. What, exactly, is unfolding here? Qi stood before the table, gazing at Si Jian and Tang, who were seated across from her. After a moment of contemplation, Si Jian remarked, it indeed resembles the Qing Luan depicted in ancient Eastern texts. Yet our recognition of it as a Qing Luan does not guarantee that it understands itself as one. Qi paused, her brow furrowing as she fixed her gaze on Si Jian. Si Jian continued. Qinghuan is a name attributed to it by humanity, but it may not possess a name of its own. What does that imply? Qi struggled to grasp the meaning. Si Jian elaborated. Consider the simplest of examples. Do you believe an ant is aware that it is called an ant? Qi was momentarily speechless. Si Jian explained. Ant is merely a label we have assigned to those creatures for identification purposes. They are oblivious to the existence of this name, just as the Qinghuan may not recognize itself by that appellation. Gradually, Qi's furrowed brow began to relax. Chapter 128. Is the griffin a beast of prey or an auspicious creature? For Chen Mu, the woman's actions were but a minor interlude, akin to a fly buzzing past his ear, slightly irritating yet inconsequential. Once the fly departed, he resumed his life of cultivation. He flapped his wings, soaring high above, observing the movements of the lion-ant hybrids below while reveling in the delightful sensations brought by the wind. Chen Mu's colossal form, while cumbersome to lift off the ground, was advantageous in harnessing thermal updrafts. The larger the bird, the more adept it became at riding these currents. The albatross, renowned as the champion of gliding among birds, can keenly detect rising air currents and navigate them to remain airborne for extended periods without flapping its wings, sometimes for days on end. This remarkable gliding ability, without a doubt, stems from the albatross's substantial size. With a large body comes expansive wings, allowing it to command larger updrafts. While the albatross can glide effortlessly for days, Chen Mu, being a giant bird, now floated effortlessly, akin to drifting upon the sea, enjoying the experience with ease and joy. Suddenly, while observing the movements of the lion-ant hybrids, Chen Mu perceived through his consciousness a familiar woman standing at his resting spot, gazing up in his direction. Upon witnessing this, a frown creased Chen Mu's brow. Here she comes again? What does this human intend to do this time? Chen Mu felt a growing impatience. He flapped his wings and descended from the sky. She lifted her face, watching as the magnificent bird with resplendent plumage approached her. The bird's feathers were extraordinarily beautiful. Its tail a stunning spectacle. Visually, it exuded an irresistible charm. Yet, in the presence of this fairy tale-like creature, she was enveloped by a profound sense of apprehension and fear. She was acutely aware that the creature before her could easily snuff out her life with the slightest movement. Yet, she also understood the gravity of her mission and the urgency of time. The Jiaolan kingdom was concealing the existence of this being from the world, but that did not imply that such a secret could be kept indefinitely. In essence, she needed to subdue this divine beast from the east within a limited time frame. Possessing it would equate to wielding unparalleled power. Her standing within the Jiaolan kingdom would rise exponentially. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept in, catching Qi off guard and sending her sprawling to the ground. Chen Mu descended gracefully, his feet touching the earth as he slowly retracted his wings. Gazing intently at the woman before him, she lay on the ground, her expression one of disarray. Chen Mu narrowed his eyes at her, declaring, "My patience is finite." The woman rose, brushing away the debris from her attire, and replied, "I apologize. Had I not sought you out, I would have lost much." She lifted her gaze to meet Chen Mu's. "I recognize your impatience, yet I am left with no choice. Even if you were to take my life, I would remain powerless." Though anxiety coursed through her, she was wagering on the temperament of the phoenix. The phoenix, a divine beast, was not inherently vicious. She gambled on the hope that he would spare her. Nonetheless, the sheer size of the creature before her instilled a profound sense of dread. Chen Mu regarded the woman, finding little to pity in her. She had not threatened him, after all. Yet, it would not align with his nature to simply eliminate her. A golden glow emanated from his form, momentarily stunning the woman as she gazed in awe at the spectacle. Chen Mu began to diminish in size, and soon, a griffin materialized before her. As Chen Mu slowly opened his eyes, he fixated on the woman, who stood transfixed. The griffin stirred something within Qi, and she murmured to herself. The griffin, also known as a griffin, had origins shrouded in mystery. Many believed it to be a magical entity, a product of some arcane experimentation, yet that was far from the truth. Long before the advent of magical elements, or even before the griffin was documented in written history, this creature had been woven into the fabric of folklore passed down through generations. In terms of documented history, the griffin is first mentioned in the ancient Akkadian myths, specifically in the tale of the deity Marduk, who vanquished a monstrous beast. The griffin was the third beast he defeated. Thus, it is rooted in Western mythology, belonging to the realm of mythical creatures. She could hardly fathom that the divine beast she had just witnessed in Eastern mythology, the Qinghuan, was now juxtaposed with the griffin from Western lore. While she had heard about it from Si Jian and had seen its likeness in recordings, the direct encounter left her profoundly awestruck. Chen Mu pondered to himself. Being excessively large is not ideal. Towering over others can be uncomfortable, as one must look down, straining the neck. It would be far more agreeable to possess a physique akin to that of those with whom he converses. As he gazed at the woman before him, he noticed her mouth slightly ajar, astonished at his presence. Such an expression. Was it true that humans could exhibit such exaggerated emotions in reality, akin to those portrayed in films? Chen Mu spoke, "Hello." She regained her composure, momentarily dazed, and then looked at Chen Mu, exclaiming, "Ah, I am utterly astonished." Chen Mu replied, "If there is something to discuss, please speak plainly." She, though not overly fearful, understood the gravity of the situation. Although griffins were depicted as monstrous beasts in the tales of Marduk, subsequent mythologies often portrayed them as benevolent guardians, frequently assisting humanity in safeguarding their homes. Much like the revered dragons of the East, griffins were esteemed divine creatures in ancient Persia, regarded as auspicious beings. She regarded Chen Mu earnestly, stating, "On behalf of my nation, the Jiaolan kingdom, I beseech you to become our guardian deity." Should you agree to this role, anything you desire, as long as it is within our means, will be granted to you. Shenmu replied nonchalantly, is that all? It sounds appealing. Yet I am acutely aware of the ulterior motives that lie behind your request. It is evident that you seek to exploit me. I am uncertain of the specifics. Yet I am disinclined to be used in such a manner. This matter requires no further contemplation, for my answer is unequivocal. She was taken aback, nodding slightly. That is indeed all. Shenmu continued, then relay my disinterest to your compatriots. I have no desire to engage. With that, he unfurled his wings and ascended into the sky. She shielded her face from the fierce wind, struggling to keep her eyes open as she watched him soar. Hovering in midair, Shenmu regarded Qi with a cold gaze, warning, I hope this is the last time I see you. My patience is finite, and should there be a next encounter, you will find yourself lifeless. As he spoke, he flapped his wings and, under Qi's watchful eyes, ascended higher into the heavens. Suddenly, he transformed into a Qing Yuan, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the clouds. Chapter 129, a clean sweep of the environment that evening. He does not wish to see you? Indeed. Qi held her phone to her ear, standing upon the grassland, gazing up at the starry sky as she listened to the voice on the other end. If he refuses to meet, then simply find another to convey your message. She was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing. My lord, such a course of action may be perceived as a provocation. That individual could meet a grim fate. Whether they will perish remains uncertain. Did you not assert that the Qing Yuan is a divine creature, not a malevolent beast? Yet even divine beings possess their own temperaments. If we provoke it, Qi's frown deepened, her anxiety palpable. I care not for that. You must understand, if we can control it, the Jiaolan kingdom will possess a formidable weapon, compelling others to regard us with respect. He spoke with an air of indifference. Since you currently lack the means to approach, allow another to do so. As for the potential consequences, we shall address that later. Should we fail to gain control, it must not fall into the hands of others. Do you comprehend? With that, he ended the call. Qi listened to the dial tone on the other end, slowly responding. Understood, father. The following day, Shenmu lay on the ground, lifting his head to observe the direction of the lion ant. As usual, he scrutinized the movements of these creatures. It seemed that the lion ant queen had inherited traits from the army ant queen. Each time the army ant queen laid eggs, she produced 6 special eggs that would develop into winged queens or kings, alongside over 1,000 winged males. Once these eggs matured, they would transform into lion ant kings, queens, or males, ready to take flight. If left unimpeded, they would likely disperse far and wide, potentially disrupting the ecological balance in Africa when they began to reproduce. Should the grasslands be depleted, complications would surely arise. Thus, Shenmu took on the role of a shepherd. Yet upon the emergence of these new entities, one after another, they were devoured. Suddenly, a strange yet somewhat familiar sound interrupted the silence. Shenmu turned to see a helicopter approaching. As it drew nearer, his gaze turned cold, and his form transformed into a white-bellied sea eagle, soaring into the sky. Accompanied by a flash of brilliance, a colossal azure phoenix manifested high above. It flapped its massive wings and darted toward the helicopter. The occupants of the helicopter, upon sighting Shenmu's approach, chose to halt their ascent. The helicopter hovered in the air as Shenmu glided past, his keen eyes piercing through the cabin to observe its inhabitants. To his surprise, he beheld an unfamiliar face. The helicopter door swung open, revealing a man clad in a white lab coat, standing nonchalantly at the entrance with his hands in his pockets, gazing at Shenmu. Why are you here? Shenmu instinctively inquired. At this, the eyes behind the man's glasses gleamed slightly as he adjusted them and smiled. Indeed. You are aware of my existence. What do you mean? Shenmu queried, perplexed. The man chuckled. I have been observing you from a distance in a tent, using a drone. I suspected you would know of my presence. I merely speculated, never anticipating a day when I would be acknowledged by the divine. Divine? He refers to himself as a god. Shenmu was well aware of the man named Si Jian. He did not perceive people with his eyes, but rather through a realm of consciousness. Having spent considerable time in the vicinity, he had undoubtedly discerned the human command center. However, Shenmu had chosen to disregard them. Yet, this individual named Si Jian seemed rather peculiar. What was his purpose here? Never mind. Shenmu was disinclined to ponder further. Si Jian lifted his face to the African sky and remarked, the African dry season presents such a beautiful sky, entirely different from that of the city. Boom. With a thunderous roar, armored wings struck the helicopter, causing it to erupt in a violent explosion. Flames engulfed the aircraft as it plummeted. The pilot and Si Jian perished together amidst the inferno. The raging flames illuminated the surroundings, transforming the helicopter into flaming shards that crashed to the ground, igniting bursts of fire. Within the command center, witnessing this scene, Qi clenched his teeth in frustration. Beside her, Tang gazed at the scene, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Teacher, she murmured. She took a deep breath, steadied her emotions, and replied, let us go. Tang stared vacantly at the screen, momentarily at a loss for what to do. She paused slightly, turned her face toward Tang, and said, do not forget that your life was exchanged for yours by your teacher. If you do not cherish this life, you may choose to remain here. Tang was taken aback, regaining her senses as she looked at Qi. Staying here will lead to death? Suddenly, the large screen ahead flickered, losing signal, and turned a deep blue. Noticing the screen's disturbance, both Qi and Tang instinctively glanced at it. Qi remarked, do you think that by killing your teacher, the wrath of the divine beast will cease? You are exceedingly naive. Come on. With that, she grabbed Tang's hand and exited the tent. Before long, Tang found herself aboard a helicopter, flying alongside Qi. At that moment, Qi produced a laptop and opened its screen, illuminating it with a series of images. It was then that Tang realized these images were surveillance feeds, all evidently installed within the command center, directed towards the sky. Through the monitors, they beheld a massive azure phoenix soaring towards the command center from a distance. Witnessing this, Tang's eyes quivered slightly. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, drawing Tang's attention. She lifted her face to see 6 bombers gliding neatly overhead the helicopter. Meanwhile, Chunmu had arrived at the human command center. Hovering in midair, he surveyed the myriad tents below and the people moving about outside. Some were clad in white lab coats, evidently researchers, while others donned military uniforms, clearly soldiers. At that moment, the oblivious individuals gazed in their direction, expressions filled with confusion and uncertainty. Chunmu had previously communicated to that woman among the humans that his patience was finite. Although he did not wish to engage in conflict with humanity, he could not forgive their dismissal of his words as mere whispers in the wind. When she had sent another to seek him out for the 3rd time, it was a complete affront to his intelligence. With that in mind, he decided to demonstrate something significant to make them aware of true weight. Chunmu spoke calmly. At his side, a colossal doppelganger materialized, equally immense as Chunmu himself. In an instant, the doppelganger was enveloped in shimmering silver armor. With a piercing cry that resonated through the heavens, the armored azure phoenix descended. Its massive form skimmed the ground, wings unfurling as it glided low. Any human body that collided with the armored phoenix was reduced to mere fragments, while tents, military equipment, and vehicles were obliterated into ruins. A series of thunderous booms echoed through the air as the armored azure phoenix wreaked havoc like a colossal machine of destruction. When it passed, only severed limbs and debris remained of the command center. Within the helicopter, Qi and Tang watched this unfold, with sweat beading on Qi's forehead and her brows furrowed deeply. While Tang's face turned pale, the sound of screams had faded away. With the disappearance of the armored Qingwan, a profound scar marred the earth. Chunmu gradually descended to the location of the former command center, slowly standing upright, retracting his wings, and surveying his surroundings. It seemed that everything was nearly in place. Suddenly, Chunmu heard an unusual noise. He lifted his gaze and beheld 6 bombers trailing long plumes of white smoke, swooping towards him. What is that? Tang instinctively glanced at the woman beside her. Bombers, she bit her lip in response. Tang was momentarily taken aback. Bombers, what do you mean? She spoke solemnly. The king has declared that if we cannot make use of it, no other faction is permitted to possess it. He is observing the events unfolding here. And these bombers are sent by him. This is likely his ultimate resolution. Understanding dawned on Tang. The king intended to eliminate the divine beast. Only with its demise could other factions be deprived of its power. Tang's complexion paled. This action will only incite greater wrath from the divine beast, won't it? No, we cannot allow this. She anxiously looked at Qi and implored, we must stop the king and rescind the bombing order. Qi hesitated, momentarily taken aback, and instinctively turned to Tang. Your teacher was killed by it, yet you still wish to assist it? Tang replied urgently. My teacher once told me that existence itself is truth. The divine beast's appearance here must serve a purpose. He visited me last night and foretold his death today, but he also instructed me that under no circumstances should we allow the divine beast to clash with humanity. The conflict between humans and animals has always been intense, and that divine beast can transform into many creatures. It embodies the essence of nature itself. To oppose it is to rebel against nature. Tang gazed at Qi. Such an act would yield no benefit for either nature or humanity. Qi looked at Tang, whose eyes shimmered with tears, before averting her gaze, brow furrowed. Commander. Tang hurriedly called out. She responded, this is the king's decision. Even I cannot intervene. She fixed her gaze on the laptop screen, where most of the imagery had vanished, leaving only 3 independent cameras mounted on the trees outside the command center, observing the impending battlefield between humanity and nature. One missile after another rained down from the sky, falling in clusters. What should I do? Chunmu pondered anxiously. The bombing radius was too vast, and there was no way to evade it. He could only withstand it. His body illuminated with silver armor. Boom. The thunderous sound of explosions reverberated as the missile struck, sending flames erupting and dust swirling. Chunmu felt a scorching heat approaching him, and the armor on his body glowed red. To his shock, he discovered that the biological armor he took pride in was melting away. Some fragments pierced through the armor, penetrating his body. Intense pain surged from within him. As the agony intensified, his rapid self-healing ability activated automatically, striving to mend itself. However, the force of the missile bombardment was overwhelming, and the strikes were incessantly dense. The self-healing ability could not possibly keep pace with the speed of destruction. Soon, Chunmu's body began to disintegrate amidst the relentless bombardment. The location occupied by Chunmu was nearly engulfed by the searing temperatures capable of melting steel, flames, and thick black smoke. A pungent scent of charred material permeated the air. The missiles were abundant, as if launched without regard for life. This bombardment persisted for an extended period, accompanied by the slow rise of a mushroom cloud. The earth-shattering explosions finally ceased. Was it over? She whispered instinctively through her laptop. Gradually, the dust began to settle. The area that had been bombarded revealed numerous craters, densely packed, and merging into a more colossal depression. Within the pit lay a charred expanse, where the ground had been melted by the extreme heat. A vast stretch of blackened earth, crimson hues, and gleaming, liquefied sand fused together, distorting the very air with the residual heat. In this crater, only the grotesque remnants of destruction remained, while the previously standing Qingwan had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this scene, she let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed nature was not insurmountable. As she spoke, she turned to Tang, who was fixated on the screen, her eyes trembling slightly. What is happening? She murmured, uncertain whom she was addressing. She instinctively glanced at the laptop, monitoring through the surveillance positioned on a large tree outside the command center. To her astonishment, she discovered an anomaly. The Qingyuan had indeed disappeared, but in the center of the massive crater, a golden orb of light had emerged. The orb expanded rapidly under the gaze of Qi and Tang. "What is that?" Tang muttered, seemingly unaware of whom she was querying. Qi, as if awakening to a realization, turned pale. No, she instinctively repeated. "No, this cannot be." She stood up, her expression a complex tapestry of disbelief and shock. She set the laptop aside, rising to approach the helicopter's door, gazing outside at the distant sky, tinged red by the flames. "It's impossible." Qi appeared deeply shaken. Tang picked up the laptop, observing Qi's silhouette, and asked, "What's wrong?" With trembling eyes, Qi replied, "Ancient Eastern texts record that the Qingyuan is one of the 5 phoenixes belonging to the immortal birds. After death, the Qingyuan will be reborn from the flames as a phoenix." Tang was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. She hurriedly grabbed the laptop to examine the screen. Inside, the golden orb had grown to the size of the Qingyuan. Under Tang's watchful gaze, the orb shattered. A colossal bird, identical in form to the Qingyuan, emerged from the broken shell before Tang's eyes. The giant bird slowly opened its previously closed eyes, revealing a pair of crimson pupils. Tang instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. The giant bird spread its immense wings, which flared open like flames, radiantly bright. Tang remained frozen in awe. As Chunmu, the giant bird, regained his senses, he felt his body returning to normal. He couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable ability of rapid self-healing. Even when reduced to mere fragments, he could rejuvenate back to his original form, akin to resurrection. Such a power seemed almost too extraordinary to be true. Instinctively, he glanced at his body and noticed that his feathers had turned a vibrant shade of red. How peculiar. Had there been a genetic mutation? Not wishing to dwell on the matter, he lifted his gaze towards the direction in which the bombers were retreating. They thought they could bomb and flee. How naive. A gust of wind suddenly enveloped him, and he flapped his wings vigorously. With the wind at his back, he soared upward, riding the updraft as he ascended into the clouds, heading straight for the departing bombers. Chapter 131. The limits of 2 powers as Chunmu swept past. His massive form was once more cloaked in armor. Boom. One bomber after another erupted in a series of explosions. The pilot of the foremost bomber, upon seeing the colossal bird approaching through the rearview mirror, watched in horror as the bombers detonated one by one. In a panic, he yanked a lever, causing the cockpit door to fling open. The pilot was ejected from his seat, plummeting downward. His parachute deployed. Bang. At the very moment the parachute opened, the bomber above him exploded. The biologically armored giant bird soared past the pilot. He looked up at the distant creature, swallowing hard, his thoughts a desperate prayer. Hurry, don't come back. Suddenly, the giant bird flapped its wings and made a sharp turn, its gaze locking onto the pilot as it flew toward him. The pilot's pupils constricted in terror, his expression shifting drastically. Suspended in midair by his parachute, he had no chance to struggle. He contemplated unfastening the parachute. But as he glanced down at the vast expanse of grassland thousands of meters below, his face drained of color. At such a height, releasing the parachute would leave him with but one fate, death. He turned his gaze back to the giant bird, and the sight before him made his heart race. The colossal creature was now alarmingly close. "No!" The pilot screamed, thrashing in desperation. In a state of sheer panic, he unfastened the parachute. As he did, his body plummeted from the sky. Chunmu hovered in the air, observing the pilot's descent. The pilot screamed from thousands of meters above. "No!" Boom. His body struck the ground with such force that it shattered into pieces, blood splattering, silencing him forever. Chunmu averted his gaze and flapped his wings, returning. His purpose for coming here was to dismantle the human command center. Initially, he had no desire to engage with these humans, but their relentless provocations had irked him greatly. Thus, he resolved to rid himself of their surveillance while delivering a small measure of retribution. Thus, he eliminated those who troubled him, obliterated their command center, and slaughtered all the bipedal creatures within. However, Chunmu did not anticipate that this group would dispatch bombers to bombard him. They were indeed a bothersome lot. Albeit somewhat expected, his very existence would inevitably draw human attention and provoke their prying curiosity. Such occurrences were unavoidable, inescapable. Meanwhile, beside the lion ant queen, 6 eggs hatched, giving rise to 6 winged lion ant queens and kings that took to the air, flapping their enormous wings and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Soon, over 1,000 additional eggs also cracked open, releasing more than 1,000 winged male ants that fluttered away. Chunmu returned to the location of the lion ant queen, gently descending onto the grass nearby. He glanced at the eggs laid by the lion ant. Where had the ant king, the queen, and those male ant eggs gone? Chunmu murmured to himself. He surveyed the surroundings, but to no avail. Never mind. He found little inclination to dwell on it, and slowly lay down, preparing to rest. As for the ant king and queen, he would address any issues that arose in due course. It mattered not. Lying on the grass, Chunmu observed his crimson feathers. It seemed the time had come to commence the utilization of his biological armor and rapid self-healing abilities. Although he had previously possessed these powers, the weakness of his adversaries had prevented him from fully experiencing the limits of these abilities. His biological armor was formidable, capable of withstanding several missile strikes from bombers. It is worth noting that each missile carried by a bomber possessed the destructive power to easily obliterate a skyscraper, with the terrifying temperatures generated upon detonation capable of melting steel. Evidently, the hardness and high temperature resistance of the biological armor were exceptional. Otherwise, it would have been annihilated in an instant. The rapid self-healing ability activated the moment Chen Mu sensed harm to his body, initiating repairs that required time. After all, the ability was termed rapid self-healing rather than instantaneous self-healing. In the face of the catastrophic devastation unleashed by thousands of missiles, without his biological armor, Chen Mu would be instantaneously obliterated and melted by the heat and shockwave. Such a rate of melting would surely outpace even rapid self-healing. Nonetheless, the formidable nature of rapid self-healing left Chen Mu profoundly astonished. Just as the system had indicated, even if his head or heart were lost, rapid self-healing could restore him. And at an astonishing speed. With rapid self-healing at his disposal, as long as he did not completely disintegrate into molecules, or perhaps even if he did, he could likely still heal. Chen Mu mused. Truly, this is a capability of extraordinary caliber. However, he pondered why he had turned red. Examining his body, he discovered that his feathers had transformed into a fiery crimson hue, resembling a mantle of flames. The peacock indeed bore red feathers. And although he had become that colossal bird, the giant bird also bore peacock genes. It appeared as though his genes had undergone yet another mutation. In other words, an excessively rapid self-healing process could lead to genetic instability and mutations, mused Chen Mu. However, if that were the case, could such swift recovery result in genetic degradation, ultimately leading to my demise? If that were to happen, it would indeed be troublesome. Rest assured, there is no possibility of genetic degradation due to rapid self-healing. Came the mechanical voice of the system in Chen Mu's mind. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu felt a slight sense of relief. With the system's assurance, he felt at ease. Although the system sometimes remained silent, when it did speak, it was impossible for issues to arise. Chen Mu closed his eyes, after a long day. It was time to take a brief respite. Have I become lazy of late? Never mind, I can't be bothered to think about it. Meanwhile, aboard the helicopter, Tang glanced at the image displayed on her laptop screen, which depicted a charred pit. She diverted her gaze to Qi and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Qi slowly settled into her seat, closed her eyes, and crossed her arms. The phoenix is an immortal bird. It can be reborn from the flames. To attempt to kill it is futile. Qi gradually opened her eyes and replied, "I will advise the king to abandon any thoughts of attacking it." Tang was momentarily taken aback. "But will the king agree?" She responded, "Do we not have the footage? If he watches it, I believe he will understand the consequences." She turned her face to gaze out at the scenery beyond the helicopter and remarked, "Your teacher was correct. Humanity cannot contend with nature." Chapter 132. The uncontrolled lion ants and the flying snakes. Whenever a queen ant lays eggs, she produces new queens and kings. These new queens and kings venture far from their nests to mate with other virgin queens and kings in the air, a phenomenon humans refer to as flying marriage. Subsequently, the queen lands, bites off her wings, while the king dies after mating. Some say that the new queens and kings leave their original nests to prevent the consequences of inbreeding. The lion ants, having inherited the genes of army ants, naturally exhibit this behavior. Those departing lion queen ants and kings continue to fly in search of other colonies' queens and kings. However, the issue lies in the fact that the lion ants are managed by Chen Mu, meaning only one nest will produce these queens and kings. Nevertheless, life finds a way. After flying for an entire day, one lion queen ant finally encountered a lion king ant. Following their aerial union, the lion king ant perished. Meanwhile, a lion queen ant, distinctly different in appearance from those nurtured by Chen Mu, landed on the ground and used her formidable pincers to sever her wings. She then began to burrow into the earth. Soon, she excavated a hole and entered it. Certain species of queen ants, after flying marriage, dig a hole and delve deep underground to establish a subterranean chamber for reproduction. As time passed, the once small burrow gradually transformed into a nest with the increasing number of ants. The army ants, incapable of building their own nests, would not engage in such behavior after the queen's nuptial flight. However, the extent to which the genetically mutated lion bull ants retained the traits of army ants remains uncertain. Surrounding the nest were tall, withered grasses, and beside them lay a narrow path. A woman, clad in tattered garments and worn shoes, held the hand of a child, laughing and chatting as they strolled along the path. Ahead of them was an old, quaint village. Days turned into weeks, and after 4 days, a lion bull ant with horns emerged from the nest, peering around before its gaze settled on the distant village. It ambled forth in that direction, followed by a throng of lion bull ants that poured out of the nest, spreading out in an imposing manner. A swarm of lion bull ants infiltrated the village, unleashing terrified cries and frantic calls that echoed through the settlement. Without Chen Mu's management, these lion bull ants rampaged, voraciously expanding their territory. To them, everything except what was inedible constituted food: animals, humans, and even plants. With the abundance of sustenance, the queen lion bull ant produced new queens and kings, dispersing to other regions. These lion bull ants appeared to find the bipedal creatures particularly delectable, and recognizing their numbers, they strategically expanded their territory toward areas abundant with humans. This region was none other than the domain of the kingdom of Jiaolan. While the higher-ups of Jiaolan had previously focused their attention on Chen Mu, who was transforming into a phoenix, the incursion of the lion bull ants swiftly redirected their gaze towards these monstrous beings, engaged in the ruthless slaughter of the populace. Various bombers commenced bombardments against the lion bull ants, and thus, the war began, a conflict between humanity and the lion bull ants. Meanwhile, Chen Mu remained oblivious to these events, continuing his breeding endeavors as usual. When the food in one area was depleted, he would simply move to another. Every 15 days, Chen Mu would utilize his devouring ability to consume these lion bull ants. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. During this period, The individuals from the kingdom of Jiaolan ceased their pursuit of Chun Mu, which puzzled him. Logically, after his actions, they should not have overlooked him. Even if they did not attack, they ought to have maintained surveillance to study him. Oh well. Chun Mu flapped his enormous wings, soaring through the sky and relishing the sensation of the wind against his face. With time on his hands, a flight seemed the best course of action. Through his mental vision, he noticed a small creature. In a patch of woods, coiled upon a tree with a trunk as wide as a bowl, lay an olive green snake. Motionless and fixated on something ahead. In front of the snake, a bird stood, seemingly resting. The small snake stealthily approached the bird, moving at a languid pace, barely making a sound. Suddenly, it lunged forward with astonishing speed, sinking its fangs into the unsuspecting creature. The bird struggled fiercely, flapping its wings, but within moments, it fell still. The snake gradually opened its mouth, slowly swallowing the bird whole. The entire hunting sequence, from the snake's attack to its conclusion, lasted less than a second. Although the bird was larger than the slender snake, it succumbed swiftly to the attack. It was evident that it did not die from the bite, but rather from the effects of venom. In the trees of Africa, Chun Mu murmured to himself. Is it an African tree snake? The African tree snake is a highly venomous serpent. If a human were to be bitten, their blood would not coagulate, leading to excruciating internal bleeding and a prolonged yet agonizing death. An adult could perish within hours. This serpent is slender and adept at camouflage, making it difficult to discern as a snake unless one is attentive. Its diet consists primarily of insects and birds, and it is an expert ambusher. However, to a lion or an antelope, it is merely a source of sustenance, and due to its location beyond the range Chun Mu allowed, it was spared. Upon seeing this creature, Chun Mu was reminded of another being, the golden flying snake, known for gliding through the air. This species, akin to the tree snake, inhabits the tropical rainforests of Southeast Asia and is absent in Africa. This memory left a lasting impression on Chun Mu, yet he was reluctant to dwell on it further. His focus lay on another matter. After much time accumulating evolutionary energy, Chun Mu was nearing 10 million, but it still fell short of what was required for his next evolution. What to do? He pondered. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted his thoughts. Turning towards the sound, he saw a helicopter gradually approaching. A frown creased his brow upon spotting the aircraft. Were they seeking their doom once more? The helicopter descended slowly, landing approximately 2,000 meters away from Chun Mu's resting place. From it emerged a young woman, seemingly in her early 20s. This was Tang, the researcher. She lifted her gaze to the airborne Chun Mu, observing the magnificent creature resembling a beast adorned with fiery feathers. Summoning her courage, she began to approach him. Chun Mu recognized her. He had seen this woman at the Human Command Center through his consciousness. Is she still alive? He had thought she perished under his earlier assault. A small question arose in his mind. After 6 months, these humans had returned to seek him out. They must have witnessed his fury and understood his formidable power. Having previously warned them not to disturb him, Chun Mu now found it perplexing that they had come seeking him once more. With this question lingering in his mind, he flapped his wings and approached Tang. Before he even reached her, Tang could feel the fierce winds rushing towards her, gazing upon the colossal phoenix, towering like a mountain. Her complexion turned pale. Suppressing her fear, she slowly knelt before Chun Mu. The ground was strewn with pebbles, yet she chose to kneel regardless. She bowed her head and, summoning all her strength, cried out with fervor, "Please spare the citizens of Jiaolan and retract your wrath. The people of Jiaolan are innocent." Upon hearing this, Chun Mu flapped his wings and extended his claws, planting them firmly on the ground as he adjusted his posture, looking down upon the diminutive human. Confusion washed over him. What was this creature saying? Wrath? Citizens of Jiaolan. As she spoke, Tang closed her eyes, having mentally prepared herself for death upon her arrival. The divine beast before her could very well strike her down, just as it had her teacher. Thus, she felt compelled to express her thoughts before her demise. After a moment of anticipation, the tempest subsided, yet she felt no pain. Cautiously, she opened her eyes, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her face still pale. Despite the scorching heat of the dry season, she felt an icy chill, an overwhelming fear emanating from within, a dread of death. Terror had consumed her upon first sighting the divine beast, but for the sake of Jiaolan and its people, she steeled her resolve to confront her fears. She swallowed hard to alleviate her parched throat and lifted her gaze to the majestic phoenix, now less than 10 meters away. Its immense form loomed before her, its eyes sharp and piercing. At that moment, Tang struggled to discern the mood of the phoenix, yet she knew she had no choice but to speak. Suppressing her anxiety, she addressed Chun Mu, saying, "Great beast, for the past half year, the people of Jiaolan have endured your wrath, perpetually regretting their provocations. The giant ants you unleashed within Jiaolan have consumed half of our territory, leaving millions as their prey. I believe Jiaolan has faced the consequences of its transgressions from half a year ago and has paid its due price." She continued, "If you, great beast, desire anything further from Jiaolan, I implore you to state it directly and cease the slaughter of our citizens. I beg of you." With that, she bowed her head once more before Chun Mu. At that moment, if there existed such a thing as question marks, Chun Mu would have had 5 or 6 hovering above his head. What does this mean? He was utterly bewildered. What had he done? His wrath? The giant ants he had released? Occupying half of Jiaolan's territory and claiming the lives of millions? What was this individual talking about? In the past 6 months, what events have transpired in the nation of Jiaolan? Chun Mu felt as though he was merely tending to his livestock at home, only to find himself unexpectedly struck by a metaphorical blow. Though bewildered, he maintained an unruffled demeanor. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. After bowing several times, Tang, noticing Chun Mu's silence, lowered her head, her complexion paling. Our king has declared that as long as you are willing to temper your wrath, we, the Jialan nation, shall provide you with anything you desire, as long as it exists within our realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's mind began to race. Not one to be easily fooled, he quickly pieced together the situation. The giant ants Tang referred to were likely the lion ox ants. It seemed that, unbeknownst to him, some of the lion ox ants he had been nurturing had ventured outside, wreaking havoc upon humanity. This realization brought to mind the new ant queens and kings he had encountered half a year ago, along with the remnants of 1,000 shattered male ant eggs. A twitch crossed Chen Mu's lips. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it too deeply. The pressing question was how to address the predicament resulting from his oversight. The individuals of Jialan were hardly virtuous. For the past 6 months, he had believed they had ceased their hostilities. But now it appeared they had been compelled to confront the lion ox ants due to their invasion. However, Chen Mu never anticipated that the few lion ox ants would evolve to such a degree. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. He realized something crucial. In his quest for boundless evolutionary energy, he had been forced to limit the population of the lion ox ants to prevent the grasslands from transforming into a desert, a necessity born from insufficient sustenance. But what of the escaped lion ox ants? In the span of these 6 months, they had slaughtered millions. To what extent had their numbers grown? For Chen Mu, their quantity represented an opportunity. A larger population equated to more evolutionary energy, with no restrictions. These ravenous creatures had been voraciously consuming food, proliferating wildly. How significant had their growth been over the past half year? If he were to absorb them, how much evolutionary energy could he possibly gain? In that instant, Chen Mu felt his blood surge with fervor. To devour energy, he envisioned an immense treasure trove awaiting his discovery. Elated, he suppressed his excitement and glanced at Tang, who was trembling in fear, her head bowed. He thought to himself, I must articulate something. What should he say? These individuals seemed to have cast him as the demon responsible for unleashing the lion ox ants. To deny it? From the perspective of the Jialan folk, he could hardly cleanse his name, even by diving into the galaxy. If he could not clear his name, it would be wiser to embrace the label. In doing so, he would transition from a so-called divine beast to a fearsome entity, instilling dread in those around him. Chapter 134. Time to reap the rewards. Chen Mu regarded Tang and spoke slowly. It seems that death has awakened you to some truths. Tang raised her face, revealing tear stains on her pale complexion. Chen Mu spoke calmly. Lead the way to your country. I shall reclaim the natural disasters. Upon hearing this, Tang's eyes brightened instantly. Yes. She stood up and turned her gaze towards the distant helicopter, preparing to walk over. Hey! Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Tang paused slightly and turned to look at Chen Mu. He continued, using that is too slow. At that moment, Tang noticed a giant ant approaching. As she observed the creature, it began to glow with a golden aura, gradually transforming into a griffin. Stunned by the sight, Tang instinctively glanced at Chen Mu. Can you ride? He inquired. The giant ant, akin to the vegetables Chen Mu cultivated, had now become a mount under his control. Tang mounted the griffin's back, assisting Chen Mu in navigating their path. Chen Mu, too, transformed into a griffin, and together they soared in unison towards their destination. The reason for Chen Mu's transformation was to engage in conversation with this human. As a giant bird, his size was colossal, and without her sitting atop his head, communication would be nearly impossible due to the vast distance. Riding on Chen Mu's back would be akin to courting disaster. Furthermore, the noise of the helicopter's rotors would hinder communication. The system relayed information by converting it into auditory language. For animals, it directly entered their minds. In contrast, the system merely acted as a translator for human interactions, making them susceptible to interference. Thus, their current arrangement proved to be ideal. I ask you, Chen Mu began. Why do you constantly refer to me as a divine beast? Tang, perched on the griffin's back, was still disoriented from her first experience riding such a mythical creature. Fearing a fall, she clung tightly to the griffin's neck. Only upon hearing Chen Mu's voice did she regain her focus and turn to him. Meeting his gaze, she stammered. You are a phoenix. A phoenix is a divine beast. Chen Mu was taken aback. How had he become a phoenix? Hadn't he previously claimed to be a Qingluan? He pondered for a moment, recalling the image he had perceived through his consciousness. Indeed, in terms of appearance, he bore a striking resemblance to the phoenix of Eastern mythology, with 5 peacock-like tail feathers and fiery crimson plumage. However, Chen Mu was acutely aware that he was not one. It was merely a fortuitous amalgamation of genes from a blue whale, an albatross, and a peacock that had fashioned him to resemble a phoenix. The phoenix is a creature born of ancient imagination. While Chen Mu's current physical form is comprised of 3 distinct and existing genes, rendering them entirely dissimilar. After approximately 3 hours of flight, Chen Mu gradually observed the bustling lion ant colonies below, foraging for sustenance. Upon gazing at these lion ants, he expanded his consciousness and was instantly struck by the sight before him. Ahead lay a city, now in a state of utter decay, riddled with craters. Swarms of lion ants scurried about, seemingly in search of food. In addition to the lion ants, numerous bomb craters marred the landscape, the earth charred, and trees reduced to charcoal. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, there was no sign of any other life, neither humans, animals, nor plants. The lion ants had invaded the scorched land of Jiaolan, marking this as the initial point of their incursion. Tang remarked. We bombarded them with various weapons and deployed troops to assault their nests, incurring great costs and successfully dismantling several. Yet their reproductive capacity is alarmingly rapid. Indeed, Chen Mu interjected instinctively. The lion ants possess the genes of army ants, who can rival their reproductive prowess. Transforming into a colossal phoenix, Chen Mu swiftly descended. The sheer number of lion ants was overwhelming, a dense mass before him. Yet for Chun Mu, these countless lion ants represented a source of evolutionary energy, an opportunity to consume. As he activated his devouring ability, his vast form became armored, and he shattered the structures in his path, devouring every lion ant he touched. Upon sensing a living entity, the lion ants surged towards him like a black tide, each one morphing into golden energy as they were consumed by Chun Mu. They displayed no semblance of intelligence, relentlessly attacking him. Observing this, Chun Mu quipped, "Do you not recognize me? That is well." The lion ants he had nurtured regarded him as a sovereign, obediently adhering to his commands, whereas this new swarm viewed him as a foe. After splitting their colonies, the ants formed two distinct nests. When ants from these two nests encountered one another, even though they belonged to the same species, they would engage in combat. Ants within a single nest emit a unique chemical scent, enabling them to identify their kin. However, once divided into two nests, the scent would differ, inciting conflict upon their meeting. This scenario mirrored Chun Mu's current predicament with the lion ants. Ants, particularly army ants, are creatures wholly unafraid of death. Regardless of the size of their adversary, they will rally their comrades to rend the foe apart, devouring it alive. The lion cow ants evidently inherit the traits of their ant counterparts, converging upon Chun Mu like a black tide, launching an assault upon him. However, at the moment they make contact with Chun Mu, before they can even unfurl their formidable pincers to attack, a mere touch transforms them into golden light, consumed by him. Countless lion cow ants dive into his embrace, akin to moths drawn to a flame, and are entirely devoured by Chun Mu. He successfully acquires evolutionary energy. With his progress now at 2%, the system's voice, long absent, resonates in Chun Mu's ears, eliciting a wave of satisfaction. This sensation is exquisite. Over the past 6 months, Chun Mu had barely amassed close to 1% of evolutionary energy. Yet, in less than an hour, his progress has surged to 2%. Such pleasure. Scanning his surroundings and finding no other lion cow ants, he turns to Tang, who is staring in astonishment, and says, "Lead the way to the next location." Chapter 135, finally evolving again. I am a serpent. Tang takes the lead, and Chun Mu follows, seeking out more lion cow ants to consume. As he devours, he cannot help but ponder a matter. Does this count as feeding the lion cow ants with the bipedal apes of Jiaolong country? By using the bipedal apes as sustenance. And after 6 months, consuming these lion cow ants to convert them into his own evolutionary energy. This method indeed resembles the actions of a ferocious beast. Yet for Chun Mu, this is merely an unforeseen circumstance, one that bestows upon him an inexhaustible source of evolutionary energy. Over the past 6 months, these lion cow ants have proliferated into countless nests, each home to numerous queens. It is noteworthy that a queen can lay 6 eggs capable of becoming the next queens or kings, as well as over 1,000 winged males, all of which can give rise to new colonies. Once a queen stabilizes and has a consistent food supply, it heralds the potential for the creation of innumerable lion cow ants, queens, and kings over time. The process is not simply a matter of doubling. It may begin with 3 or 4, and as the queens and kings of various nests begin to mate, the resulting new colonies can yield a staggering number. Without Chun Mu's oversight, the territory of Jiaolong country has been largely consumed over the past 6 months. Within that vast expanse, all creatures, humans, and plants have become fodder for these endless lion cow ants. Along his journey, Chun Mu observes only charred earth, ruined structures, and desolate landscapes, interspersed with the dense swarm of countless lion cow ants. Successfully acquiring evolutionary energy, the current progress stands at 3%. Successfully acquiring evolutionary energy. The current progress stands at 4%, 5%, 6%, 10%, 20%, 50%, 99%, though he is reaping the rewards. It is imperative that Chun Mu actively participates in the process. Eating is a task one must undertake alone. The range of the lion ants is exceedingly vast, and their numbers are overwhelming. Chun Mu devoted a full fortnight to managing these creatures, and at long last, he had nearly subdued them. On this particular day, he was greeted by a familiar and delightful sound. He had successfully acquired evolutionary energy, now at 100%. Congratulations on achieving a full evolutionary energy progress. Evolution is about to commence. After nearly a year, it was finally complete. His excitement stemmed not from curiosity about what he would evolve into, but rather from the capabilities he would soon acquire. Chun Mu was enveloped in a radiant golden light. Beside him, Tang gazed at his transformation, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Divine beast? Chun Mu's entire being transformed into a luminous sphere, which began to contract and shrink in size. Before long, this orb diminished to the size of a fist. Tang, momentarily bewildered, suddenly witnessed the sphere ascend into the sky, where it metamorphosed into a shooting star. Vanishing into the night, standing on the barren, desertified land, Tang found herself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. The lion ants in the Jiaolong kingdom had significantly dwindled, rendering them almost invisible in the open. However, just half a month after Chun Mu's departure, one by one, the lion ants emerged from their nests, heralding a resurgence of their population. Once again, the Jiaolong kingdom had transformed into a hellish realm for humanity. Indeed, Chun Mu had consumed countless lion ants, yet he had never sought out the hidden ant queens. What he had ingested were merely worker and soldier ants. With Chun Mu's absence, the ant queens resumed their reproductive activities, plunging the entire Jiaolong kingdom back into chaos. Elsewhere, as Chun Mu was engulfed by the golden light, his consciousness faded. Time passed, how long, he could not say. When he regained his senses, an icy chill enveloped him. This coldness radiated from every part of his body. What was happening? Chen Mu felt disoriented. Just moments prior, he had been in the warm climate of the African continent, yet now he was engulfed in cold. Regaining his composure, he surveyed his surroundings. The scene before him elicited a moment of astonishment. It was not the ordinary sight perceived by the naked eye, but rather resembled an image from a thermal night vision device. What was this? Instinctively, Chen Mu expanded his sensory perception to examine himself. To his astonishment, he discovered he was nestled among dense foliage, perched upon the branches of a large tree. His form was elongated and slender. He had become a snake. Realization dawned upon him. Each evolution heralded a transformation of some sort, whether it was a direct evolution in place or a relocation by the system to another realm, adopting a new biological form. It was evident that this time, he had transformed into an animal. Was this the reason he felt so cold? As evening descends, the surrounding temperature drops significantly. Snakes, being cold-blooded creatures, are acutely sensitive to temperature changes, far more so than humans. Ordinary snakes are vulnerable to cold. Exposure to temperatures below 5 degrees Celsius for any length of time can lead to their demise, while larger species, such as pythons, can perish in temperatures as mild as 10 degrees. Although snakes are capable of hibernation, this does not guarantee their survival. Prolonged exposure to low temperatures can result in some snakes succumbing in their slumber. Thus, most snakes prefer warmer environments. Humans, as warm-blooded beings, have mechanisms to combat excessive cold, such as accelerating metabolism to generate heat from stored energy. Conversely, when overheated, we perspire to release surplus warmth. Unlike warm-blooded animals, snakes cannot regulate their body temperature. Their only means of warmth is to seek external heat sources, the most common being basking in the sun. Only when temperatures reach adequate levels can their bodies function normally. Should temperatures fall below their needs, snakes become lethargic and may cease all activity, as movement results in further heat loss. When capturing snakes at night, some individuals may initially refrain from direct capture, opting instead to prod the snake with a long stick. This forces the snake to move, expending energy and losing heat. After a period of this disturbance, the snake, having lost significant warmth, may even forfeit its ability to resist, making it easier to capture. However, for Chen Mu, this was inconsequential. With a swift turn of his body, he transformed into a griffin, perched atop a treetop. Upon becoming a griffin, his body temperature naturally stabilized. He flapped his wings and took flight. Congratulations on completing your evolution. You have received an evolution reward, genetic editing. Chapter 136, Acquiring Biological Genes Through Genetic Editing. Genetic editing? What is that? Chen Mu inquired. System, what exactly is genetic editing? The system, in its unique, emotionless mechanical tone, slowly elaborated. Genetic editing allows you to modify the genes of living organisms, and after editing, you can utilize voracious evolution to acquire these genes. Although Chen Mu was not foolish, he found the system's abstract explanation perplexing. Could you provide a more detailed explanation? He requested. The system fell silent for a moment before continuing. In essence, you can directly edit portions of a creature's genes, akin to transforming an organism into a sheet of paper, enabling you to cut out sections of its structure. A spark of understanding ignited within Chen Mu. Essentially, this meant that he could acquire the genes for the immense size of a blue whale and the flight capabilities of birds. Previously, he could only rely on voracious evolution, gambling on luck to achieve a result akin to that of a giant bird like the roc. At present, this gene editing implies that Chen Mu can decompose the genes of living organisms, subsequently selecting specific genes through editing, and then integrating these edited genes with his own essence to facilitate a new evolution. A mechanical voice from the system resonated, indicating that successful integration of edited genes necessitates the compatibility with the original genes. Otherwise, one can merely edit without the ability to merge. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's lips twitched. This was far from a gentle reminder. Thus, it became apparent that he could only merge those edited genes with a serpent's form. Transforming into a snake in this cold environment was unappealing to Chen Mu, who wished to avoid the chill. Regardless, he resolved to first acquire genes related to body shape. Although it was nighttime, it posed no hindrance to Chen Mu. With determination, he opened his consciousness, surveying the dense forest. Soon, he spotted a cricket chirping merrily. As he beheld the cricket, a golden radiance enveloped Chen Mu, and in an instant, his form expanded into that of a magnificent phoenix. He exerted his control over the cricket, employing his abilities of sharing and transformation. In the blink of an eye, the diminutive cricket shimmered with golden light, its body enlarging to become a gigantic phoenix. Upon its emergence, the surrounding trees were forcibly pushed aside, crashing down amidst thunderous sounds, while the birds resting aloft were startled into chaotic flight. Chen Mu flapped his wings, soaring in midair. Observing the phoenix, he commanded below. Gradually, he descended, flapping his wings gently. Engaging in gene editing, Chen Mu directed his abilities towards the phoenix before him. Commencing gene editing, target selected. What genes shall be inscribed? The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears. Taken aback, Chen Mu pondered. Did this ability require the system's assistance? He never anticipated the system would manifest. If you do not require my assistance, you may operate it yourself, the voice replied, devoid of emotion and sounding quite mechanical, akin to an automated vehicle's voice. Chen Mu responded, let me attempt it myself first. He sought to ascertain whether he could master this ability independently. If he could operate without the system's intervention, it would be ideal. As Chen Mu's words faded, a colossal screen materialized before him, displaying a multitude of intricate terms densely packed together. This screen was enormous, approximately 5 meters wide and 6 meters tall, with the text rendered in a typical size, akin to human handwriting. Yet, despite the relatively small font, the sheer volume of text crowded the vast screen. Shenmue was momentarily taken aback, as some of the terms were utterly incomprehensible to him. The complexity of gene editing was evidently far from simple mastery. Shenmue remarked, "System, I believe I require your assistance with this capability. Commence gene editing. The target has been selected. What gene should be composed?" An emotionless voice emanated from the system, and the screen before Shenmue vanished. Upon hearing this, Shenmue fixed his gaze upon the phoenix before him, stating, "I need the genes associated with its size." Editing in progress. The genes pertaining to size include growth genes and pre-programmed growth genes. The colossal size of the blue whale is attributed to its lack of pre-programmed growth genes, allowing it to grow uncontrollably. However, to adapt to its environment, the growth of the blue whale eventually slows down after a certain period. Similarly, the liger, which also lacks pre-programmed genes, has developed into a magnificent creature. A golden, translucent orb materialized before Shenmue. Editing successful. He gazed at the orb, approximately the size of an adult's thumb. Is this the size gene? His attention shifted back to the phoenix. As a snake, could he possibly bestow wings upon it? Setting that thought aside, he resolved to acquire the gene fragments first. I require the gene for wings. Editing in progress. Another orb appeared before Shenmue. Claws would also be beneficial. They serve as weapons, augmenting the snake's arsenal. Let us obtain the gene for claws. Editing in progress. A third orb emerged. Shenmue pondered. What about the beak? Certainly, a bird's beak is less effective than snake fangs and venom. I shall forego that. And feathers? A snake adorned with feathers is excessive, and its scales offer far superior defense. I shall dismiss that as well. Very well, let this be sufficient. With the completion of the editing process, the phoenix before him transformed into specks of golden light, gradually dissipating. Taken aback, Shenmue contemplated, does this mean that the edited target shall perish? In other words, my abilities cannot be applied to myself. Doing so would equate to self-destruction. He raised his gaze to the obsidian sky. Once dawn arrives and the chill subsides, I shall transform into a snake and utilize my voracious evolution to consume these orbs for further advancement. A moment later, Shenmue furrowed his brow. Why not simply transform the snake from a cold-blooded creature into a warm-blooded one? Wouldn't acquiring a warm-blooded gene suffice? In his excitement over his gene editing abilities, he had momentarily overlooked this. Nevertheless, it is not too late to edit now. Once more, Shenmue selected a creature, employing his transformation ability to convert it into a griffin, then crafted the warm-blooded gene. Afterward, he reverted to his serpentine form. For orbs, radiating a golden halo, floated before him. He opened his mouth and consumed each orb one by one. With voracious evolution, in an instant, Shenmue's body became enveloped in golden light. Chapter 137. Oh, new prey, crocodile. The first rays of sunlight streamed from the eastern mountains, casting light upon the forest. The golden glow emitted by the orb resting upon the branches gradually faded. A novel creature emerged from within. It was a diminutive serpent, yet unlike any ordinary snake. This one boasted a pair of wings adorning its back, along with a pronounced chest that appeared somewhat more robust than its serpentine form, revealing the presence of well-defined muscles. Flanking its chest were two sharp claws, and at the rear, there resided an additional pair of claws. This was undeniably a snake endowed with 4 claws and a pair of wings. Perhaps it was no longer appropriate to simply label it as a snake. Nevertheless, its form retained the characteristics of a serpent, complete with scales, a serpentine body, and a serpent's head. Through the lens of his consciousness, Shenmue surveyed his current self. Instinctively, he lifted a claw to touch his solid chest. A snake with a chest? What an anomaly. The system's mechanical voice chimed in. To ensure the genes function optimally, modifications to the body structure are necessary during the process of voracious evolution. For the wings to operate effectively, corresponding muscles and robust lungs are essential, and to develop muscles, a sternum is required. Was this the unique effect brought about by genetic editing in conjunction with voracious evolution? It certainly reminded Shenmue of the experiments he had conducted previously, which had resulted in the demise of those creatures. To possess wings and the ability to soar, formidable pectoral muscles and powerful lungs are indispensable. Among mammals, there exist species capable of flight, such as bats, which possess well-developed pectoral muscles. However, unlike birds, bat lungs facilitate a single breath cycle, allowing them to fly but not to great heights or distances, nor can they take off from a stationary position. Thus, the system had automatically provided Shenmue with this knowledge. How remarkably intelligent. Shenmue nodded in satisfaction, but as he examined his body again, he was taken aback by a realization. Wait a moment, something is amiss. He instinctively voiced his thoughts. Why is my body so small? Upon inspecting his form, he found that he resembled a typical small snake, which seemed utterly absurd. Had he not just assimilated the genes for a larger physique? The system responded. What you have acquired through genetic editing are the genes themselves. You now possess powerful physique genes, but to achieve a larger form, you must accumulate sufficient energy and grow gradually. Silence enveloped Shenmue. It appeared that genetic editing had its advantages and disadvantages. It could alter his bodily genes, but could not instantaneously increase his size. Indeed, genetic editing is merely that, editing genes. However, it is reasonable. It is merely a genetic modification, not an instantaneous absorption of another's energy. Can I utilize my absorption ability to accelerate my growth? Shenmue inquired instinctively. The system replied. The absorption ability can facilitate an increase in evolutionary energy while also promoting physical growth. Yet this growth is a result of the ability itself and bears no relation to your inherent genes. The system remarked. Given the current progress of the evolutionary energy you require, The growth in size achieved through the accumulation of evolutionary energy is far inferior to the rapid increase in size that can be attained through direct consumption. In other words, if you wish to expedite your growth, the most effective method remains feeding, for it is undoubtedly swift. Suddenly, Shenmue heard a gurgling sound. His stomach had begun to grumble. Flapping his wings, he positioned his limbs on the ground and leaped into the air. Floating mid-flight, he murmured to himself, "First, I must find something to eat." Shenmue expanded his consciousness and surveyed the vast expanse of the forest below. This forest was extensive and devoid of any human presence, evidently a secluded wilderness. A large river meandered through the heart of this untamed realm, likely a freshwater river. It was quite substantial, but its ultimate destination remained a mystery to him. Shenmue pondered. Suddenly, his attention was captured. What is that? He noticed a creature basking in the sun by the riverbank, a crocodile. What might the flesh of a crocodile taste like? Shenmue's interest was piqued, transforming his body into that of a griffin. He launched himself toward the crocodile with a sudden surge of speed, tripling his velocity in an instant. His form shimmered with silver armor as he raised his sharp foreclaws. The crocodile's pupils contracted slightly. It instinctively attempted to plunge into the river. With a swift thrust, Shenmue's claws pierced through the crocodile's skull. As a griffin, he held the crocodile firmly beneath him. The creature's head was impaled, and after a brief struggle, it lay still. Using his formidable griffin beak, Shenmue tore into the crocodile's flesh, exposing the succulent meat within. However, since the griffin was not his true form, consuming the crocodile in this shape would not contribute to his growth. Thus, the griffin could only prepare for breakfast, while his true self would savor the meal. Once he had secured his prize, Shenmue emanated a golden light, transforming into a serpentine figure adorned with wings and limbs, retracting his wings as he stood poised. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, but upon doing so, he froze. Slowly, he closed his mouth, standing in silence for a moment. "Damn it!" Shenmue exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. He had always been mild-mannered, yet at this moment, expletives escaped him. Eat. What nonsense. Although Shenmue had slain the crocodile as a griffin and exposed its flesh, the moment he assumed his true form, he realized a crucial truth. Snakes consume their prey whole, unlike birds, which, despite swallowing, can use their beaks to tear flesh into smaller pieces. Snakes possess fangs that do not serve the same purpose. This meant they must ingest their prey in its entirety for digestion. Indeed, if Shenmue wished to devour the crocodile before him, he would need to swallow it whole. Was this not absurd? At present, Shenmue's physique pales in comparison to the tail of the adult crocodile before him, both in thickness and length. The notion of consuming an entire adult crocodile seems utterly implausible. However, an alternative method presented itself. He could utilize the griffin to gradually tear the crocodile into morsels, which he could then consume in his original form. The thought of such a convoluted process made Shenmue feel nauseous. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance and instinctively turned to look behind him. Not far away, a crocodile emerged from the river, its head above the water, observing him intently. Upon sighting the creature, Shenmue's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a slight smirk graced his lips as he flicked his tongue. If a snake's mouth proved insufficient for consumption, then perhaps a change in head would suffice. As he adjusted his stance, he focused on the crocodile lurking beneath the surface, which was now swimming towards him with evident intent. Gene editing, Shenmue declared. As soon as he uttered these words, the targeted crocodile abruptly froze in place. Shenmue, intrigued, observed more closely and noticed a faint golden square cage materializing around the crocodile, binding it and rendering it immobile. This phenomenon had not occurred when he edited the phoenix's body the previous night. It seemed that the crocodile's lack of control over him necessitated this confinement to facilitate his genetic alterations. Target selected, commencing gene editing. What genes do you wish to inscribe? The system's mechanical voice inquired. Upon hearing this, Shenmue replied, I require the crocodile's head and its teeth for consumption. Editing in progress. At that moment, a golden sphere appeared before him. Editing complete. Do you require additional genes? None needed, Shenmue replied succinctly. As his words resonated, the crocodile's form dissolved into specks of golden light. Shenmue gazed at the golden sphere before him, opened his mouth, and swallowed it whole. Gluttonous evolution. With a burst of golden light enveloping him, Shenmue felt his entire being transformed. Moments later, as the luminescence subsided, a brand new entity stood at the riverbank. Regaining consciousness, Shenmue examined his new form. His first impression was one of utter unattractiveness. He had assumed the body of a snake, complete with wings and limbs. While these features were manageable, the head, an amalgamation with that of a crocodile, remained undeniably grotesque, even though its color matched the rest of his body. His stomach growled, drawing his attention to the pressing issue of sustenance. The aesthetic concerns could wait. He needed to satiate his hunger first. Shenmue opened his mouth and bit into the crocodile meat before him. Upon the first bite, something felt amiss. He bit again, clenching down hard. But the diminutive size of his new form rendered his efforts ineffective. Shenmue clenched his teeth tightly, then suddenly yanked with force. Instantly, he felt a sharp pain in his gums. He hastily opened his mouth, and a tooth fell out, clattering to the ground. Witnessing this, Shenmue was overwhelmed with despair. Humans and most mammals possess rooted teeth, well suited for efficiently chewing and tearing through flesh. In contrast, a crocodile's teeth, though numerous, are acridont. They lack roots, making them susceptible to damage and ineffective for chewing. However, crocodiles possess tremendous biting strength in their jaws. When confronting smaller prey, they swallow it whole. With larger prey, they drag it into the water, clamping down tightly, and then roll in the river, using their body as twisting motion to tear flesh from their catch before consuming it. Nevertheless, even during their feeding, crocodiles often lose or damage their teeth. The fragility of their teeth has its advantages, as new ones can swiftly grow to replace those that are lost. However, for the currently diminutive Chun Mu, this was far from ideal. He had no desire to emulate a crocodile by rolling in the river to tear at flesh. He would have to acquire a new set of teeth. Chun Mu surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on a fish swimming in the river. He exerted his control to command the fish, which then leaped from the water onto the shore. The fish shimmered with a golden light, gradually expanding in size until it transformed into a white tiger. This was a result of Chun Mu's ability to manipulate, share abilities, and transform. Having previously transformed into a white tiger, he was naturally capable of metamorphosing other creatures into tigers as well. Gene editing. I require the teeth of my target, Chun Mu declared. Of course, he could opt for a tiger's head, but that would be rather peculiar, given that his entire body was covered in scales. A tiger's head would evidently be ill-suited for a serpent's body, likely resulting in an even more grotesque appearance. More importantly, Chun Mu wished to retain the crocodile's formidable biting power. While the crocodile's teeth were inadequate, its bite force was exceptional, far surpassing that of a tiger. Therefore, acquiring new teeth was the most prudent choice. As he contemplated, the emotionless, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Editing in progress. A golden sphere of light appeared before Chun Mu. He opened his mouth and bit down on it. Evolution through gluttony. The white tiger dissipated into golden light. After absorbing the sphere, Chun Mu's body became enveloped in golden luminescence. When the brilliance faded, he slightly parted his lips and, through his conscious vision, beheld a set of perfectly aligned teeth, among which were the impressive canines of a tiger, enhancing his appearance significantly. Excellent, Chun Mu thought with satisfaction. He approached the adult crocodile and began to savor its flesh comfortably. Just then, a voice rang in his ear. Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have received an evolution reward, race creation. Upon hearing this, Chun Mu's heart stirred. He suddenly remembered. Indeed, he could not recall when it had all begun. Each evolution had yielded 2 rewards. However, the last time he transformed into a serpent, he received only 1. Was this the second? Were the 2 rewards to be obtained immediately, one swiftly and the other slowly? Yet, reflecting on past experiences where he had received both rapid and delayed rewards, Chun Mu dismissed further contemplation. Nonetheless, what did the concept of race creation entail? Chun Mu inquired, what is race creation? The response elucidated that race creation permits one to forge their own race, allowing for the boundless generation of life forms imbued with one's own genetic essence. These beings would possess independent thoughts and be intrinsically linked to him. Any injury inflicted upon him would also befall them, and his demise would herald theirs. Yet their existence would not affect him in any manner. This ability could be harnessed to construct a race of his own, which could be utilized for various purposes. The system's voice resonated softly, as it routinely introduced this newfound capability to Chun Mu. After absorbing the information, he pondered. It sounded akin to reproduction, yet distinct from it. Reminiscent of the mythological Nuwa crafting figures from clay. Despite having discerned some flaws in the system during his time with it, he had not anticipated such a profound anomaly. However, upon reflection, considering that the system had enabled him to survive even in shattered form, what was the creation of a few life forms in comparison? To create a race, the stipulation was that the beings must share his genetic makeup. His essence, one could surmise, referred to the serpent, correct? Chun Mu felt a surge of enthusiasm. Should he embark on this venture? Certainly, he must. To forego the opportunity to explore this newly acquired ability would be foolish. Yet, before proceeding, he decided it prudent to satiate his hunger. Once his hunger was assuaged, Chun Mu approached the riverbank and took a sip of water. As he drank, he caught a glimpse of his current form reflected in the water. The sight of his rather grotesque visage prompted him to frown. This would not suffice. To create a race of his own, its constituents must bear a resemblance to him. However, he found his appearance rather unsightly. The subsequent task was to address his aesthetic concerns. Chapter 139. In the forest, there exists a flying serpent. The reason Chun Mu appeared so unappealing was due to the peculiar combination of a serpent's body and an alligator's head, rendering him oddly disjointed. How could he transform this amalgamation into something more visually pleasing? As he contemplated, an idea struck him. He would adorn himself with embellishments to enhance his appearance. His gaze fell upon a swarm of jet-black creatures gliding past him, tiny shrimp. Almost forgetting, Chun Mu declared, gene editing. He focused on one of the shrimp and initiated the gene editing process. The shrimp's body became immobile. Having locked onto his target, the question arose, what genes required editing? The system's voice gently inquired. Chun Mu replied, I require a respiratory system akin to that of a shrimp, while simultaneously retaining my original respiratory system. At present, the respiratory system possessed by Chun Mu was replaced when he acquired the wing gene, adapting a flight-capable avian respiratory system. This advanced system, classified as a secondary respiratory system, was not designed for underwater use. Thus, Chun Mu required an additional respiratory system suitable for submersion, and the shrimp was the ideal candidate. As he edited his genetic makeup, a golden orb materialized before him, accompanied by a resonant sound. Without hesitation, Chun Mu consumed it, triggering a process of voracious evolution. The golden radiance enveloped him, and once it dissipated, he regained his senses. Upon reorienting himself, he noticed a peculiar addition to his form. What was this? Antennae? Through his consciousness's visual perception, he discerned his new appearance. He discovered he had grown 2 elongated antennae resembling those of a shrimp. During the genetic editing process, the system made adjustments to prevent any conflicts with his bodily structure. For instance, upon acquiring wings, the system also integrated avian lungs and developed pectoral muscles to ensure optimal wing functionality. The shrimp-like antennae served a similar purpose. System, what is the function of these antennae? Chen Mu inquired. The system responded, the antennae possess tactile and olfactory capabilities, enabling you to perceive the aquatic environment and aiding the respiratory system's proper function. In simpler terms, they are akin to the shrimp's nose, facilitating respiration. With this enhancement, he could now plunge into the water. Given that his physique was inherently serpentine, his scales were well suited for aquatic life, and his crocodilian head further complemented this adaptation. Then, Chen Mu pondered, my appearance. This matter was of considerable importance and required attention. Snakes are not conventionally deemed aesthetically pleasing. Often, their bare skin lends them an unappealing appearance, much like a hairless dog or cat. Thus, he contemplated whether augmenting his form with fur might improve his appearance. Resolute in his decision, he sought out a creature to transform into a griffin and subsequently edited its majestic mane into his own being. Observing his reflection through his consciousness, Chen Mu noted the still bare expanse of his back. Frowning slightly, he sought another creature, transforming it into a sailfish and integrating its fins into his genetic framework. Soon, fins blossomed from his back. Standing atop the crocodile, he took a bite of its flesh. It possessed a flavor profile of 30% chicken and 70% fish, proving far superior to the taste of lamb or venison. As he examined his new form once more, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, something still felt amiss. What could it be? After devouring the entirety of the crocodile, the day had already waned. Remarkably, in just under a day, Chen Mu observed that his physique had doubled in size. Previously, Chen Mu's physique was no thicker than 2 adult fingers, but now his body has grown to the width of an adult wrist. With his limbs poised on the ground, he leapt upward, harnessing the height gained from his jump to flap his wings. His entire form ascended into the air, soaring into the sky. The howling winds rushed past him. However, Chen Mu encountered a disheartening dilemma. Despite possessing wings of considerable size, the force they generated could only lift half of his body, leaving the other half suspended as if tethered by an invisible force. In that moment, Chen Mu resembled a long rope, with the front end held aloft by his wings while the rear dangled helplessly due to gravity. The sight was as unseemly as it was unfortunate. Initially, Chen Mu felt only mild discomfort, but as his body continued to grow, the weight of the section trailing behind him became exceedingly burdensome. Unfortunately, there was little he could do to remedy this predicament. He could only remain suspended as he was. Suddenly, his awareness caught sight of a shadow darting past a tree. His gaze sharpened. The sight before him left him astonished. A long, slender snake was gliding through the air, a flying snake. This creature soared effortlessly above him, moving in an S-shaped trajectory with remarkable speed. In an instant, it landed on another great tree and seized a small bird that had been idly perched there. The bird struggled briefly before falling still. It was a golden tree snake. Chen Mu recognized the identity of this remarkable serpent, known as the flying snake. The golden tree snake spends its life among the branches, its most extraordinary ability being flight. In truth, these snakes do not truly fly, rather they glide. Their bodies are uniquely adapted for this purpose. When they wish to traverse from one tree to another, particularly over great distances, they engage their muscles to leap powerfully. Upon taking flight, they flatten their bodies, utilizing their ribs as wings. Although these ribs cannot flap, when extended, they allow the snake to glide like a bird. Records show that some golden tree snakes can glide distances of several dozen meters. Chen Mu's eyes lit up with inspiration. This creature could indeed resolve his dilemma of being suspended mid-air. He flapped his wings and descended towards the golden tree snake. Gene editing. He desired the gliding ability of the golden tree snake. The system comprehended Chen Mu's intent and commenced the editing process. As golden orbs materialized, Chen Mu opened his mouth and swallowed one whole. With the acquisition of the golden tree snake's gliding capability, Chen Mu felt a profound sense of relief. He spread his wings wide and slightly flattened his body, harnessing the rising currents of air to glide gracefully through the skies. The sensation was simply exhilarating. With each moment spent in this newfound form, Chen Mu grew increasingly confident, gradually retracting his wings and gliding through the air as if swimming in an expansive ocean. Initially, he found the art of gliding somewhat unfamiliar, necessitating the occasional flap of his wings to gain altitude. This experience was extraordinary, distinct from soaring with wings. Gliding with his body allowed him to fully embrace the caress of the wind beneath him, feeling the exhilarating lift of the updrafts as he sailed through the air, a truly delightful sensation. However, before he could emit more than a few sounds of delight, a familiar rumble echoed from his stomach. How could hunger strike so swiftly? It had barely been an hour since he had feasted on crocodile meat. Yet hunger was hunger, and it was time to hunt. Scanning his surroundings, his gaze suddenly fixed on a nearby sight, a herd of deer. Chen Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering deer in this locale. It appeared that their range was quite extensive, and these deer were robust and numerous. Transforming into a griffin, Chen Mu lunged at one of the deer with ferocious intent. Although his physique had grown substantially in just a day, it was still relatively modest in size, akin to the thickness of his wrist. To hunt a creature as sizable as a deer, he relied on the prowess of the griffin. With a resounding thud, aided by a tripling of speed and biological armor, he crushed the skull of one deer. The creature did not even have time to react before it succumbed, its body trembling on the ground. The remaining deer, witnessing this brutal display, promptly turned and fled in panic, scattering in all directions. Gradually reverting to his original form, Chen Mu stood atop the lifeless deer, utilizing the powerful jaws of a crocodile and the sharp teeth of a tiger to tear into the flesh, devouring his prey eagerly. As he feasted, his eyes wandered to the distant deer, where he noticed the impressive antlers of the males, distinctly different from those of other deer. Unbeknownst to him, These deer were known as water deer, aptly named for their affinity for aquatic environments. Their antlers were unique. Unlike the interconnected antlers of moose, which resembled an overturned mushroom cap, the antlers of the water deer were simpler and more aesthetically pleasing. In that moment, Chunmu realized what he lacked. Was it not merely a pair of antlers for embellishment? With the mane of a lion and the antlers of a water deer, he would undoubtedly possess an impressive appearance. He lifted his body, fixating on one of the water deer. Genetic editing initiated. Target locked. Without waiting for the system to elaborate, Chunmu commanded, "I want the antlers of the target." Editing in progress. A golden sphere materialized before him. Chunmu opened his mouth and consumed it whole. Feast evolution. As the process commenced, his body became enveloped in radiant golden light. Gradually, this luminous sphere reconstructed his form. A brand new creature emerged above the carcass of the deer. It was Chunmu, transformed anew. This creature boasts a head reminiscent of a crocodile, adorned with two elongated antennae resembling shrimp beside its snout. Above, a pair of antlers akin to those of a water deer emerges, while behind it flows a lion's majestic mane. Its body is serpentine, supported by limbs and talons formed from the fusion of a lion and a vulture, and along its back lies the dorsal fin of a sailfish. Additionally, it possesses a pair of colossal wings. As a result of this amalgamation, the system undertakes subtle adjustments to ensure the creature's overall coherence. At present, Chunmu is covered in black scales. Despite the disparate anatomical structures of various species, their fusion appears harmonious. However, Chunmu's size remains somewhat diminutive. Yet, he remains unconcerned, for at this moment, all he needs to do is consume copiously to facilitate his natural growth, as he harbors the growth genes of a blue whale within him. As he surveyed his surroundings, a fleeting moment of astonishment overcame him. Is this a dragon? Chunmu never anticipated that his haphazard assembly of desired genetic traits would culminate in his transformation into a being reminiscent of a creature from myth. The more he scrutinized his form, the more he resembled a dragon, yet a dragon is a dragon, and he is he. Moreover, as an ardent atheist, Chunmu has never placed faith in the realm of myth. He is unwilling to accept that this haphazardly constructed being could be classified as a dragon. Such a notion seems absurd. However, dragons in mythology are depicted without wings and are known to control the rain, which diverges significantly from his own abilities. Speaking of controlling the rain, he could not help but recall the image of himself as a blue whale, spouting water into the air. No, it seems I possess the ability to conjure clouds and rain. In myth, dragons possess dragon balls, yet I lack such artifacts. Mythology remains just that, mythology. I merely bear a resemblance. Chunmu is no delusional youth. As a steadfast atheist, he does not believe that a tiger with wings could be deemed a mythical creature. Such a thought is preposterous. With regard to the system, he simply views it as a form of advanced technology, beyond comprehension. Having established that he resembles a dragon without being one, Chunmu resumed his relentless consumption of the deer before him. His appetite is evidently substantial. Though his form may be small, his stomach is anything but. Without hesitation, he devoured the entire deer, leaving him with a noticeably enlarged abdomen. With a decisive motion, he reclined upon the ground, prioritizing rest. To mitigate any potential issues, he summoned a doppelganger, which transformed into a griffin to keep watch nearby. Comfortably nestled, Chunmu drifted into slumber. He is in no rush to utilize the racial creation feature to forge his own kind. He understands the necessity of patience. First, he intends to facilitate his own growth. Otherwise, should he create his own kin only to find them bewildered by a creator incapable of capturing prey in his true form, it would be quite absurd. Thus, Chunmu resides in this tropical rainforest, devoid of human presence. By day he feasts, by night he sleeps. His intake has doubled, and with it, his size has expanded exponentially. In just half a month, his length has reached an impressive 200 meters, and his physique has become remarkably robust. In midair, Chunmu Fei gazed downward, fixating on a deer. With a sudden lunge, he propelled himself towards it. Before the deer could react, he swiftly pinned it down with a claw, and with a fierce snap of his jaws, he tore the creature asunder. In one gulp, the entirety of the water deer was consumed, disappearing into his belly. Chin then turned his attention to the fleeing herd, and with a powerful surge, he darted towards them, capturing another deer and devouring it with the same ferocity. After consuming two more, he felt a sense of fullness wash over him. His appetite had been increasing lately. It seemed he would need to consider some form of cultivation. After this thought passed, he lifted his formidable claw, gazing at its immense size, and mused, "It is time to create my own lineage." Chapter 141. Was Panga born of the Yinglong? At this moment, Chen Mufei found himself within the tropical rainforests of Southeast Asia. On this land, there existed a nation, home to a city bustling with life. Within that city, two young women sat in a milk tea shop, sipping their drinks while engaging in lively conversation. Yuan. You looked incredibly dashing teaching those students on stage today, remarked the petite girl, a smile illuminating her face as she gazed at the woman before her. Zhuang Yuan, cradling her milk tea, replied, I merely shared some mythological tales to help the students grasp biological concepts. What is so dashing about that? But you, how is it that you ended up here teaching as well? Upon hearing this, the girl chuckled. It's because you are here, with you by my side. I can play with you whenever I feel bored. It makes things far more enjoyable. Zhuang Yuan looked at her companion, then turned her gaze towards the glass window. Lapsing into silence, the girl, still smiling, continued, Indeed, I'd like to learn about those mythological stories from you. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yuan turned her attention back to the girl. Why is that? Before the girl could respond, Zhuang Yuan seemed to recall something. Oh right, you also teach biology. What is it that you wish to know? The girl replied, I am particularly interested in Eastern dragons. My impression is that they differ from Western dragons. Eastern dragons are wingless, while Western dragons. You are mistaken there, Zhuang Yuanyuan interjected, crossing her arms and crossing her legs. Not all Eastern dragons lack wings. There exists a type known as Yinglong, which possesses wings. However, unlike Western dragons, the wings of the Yinglong are feathered, not leathery. Creation of a race, Chen Mufei harnessed his abilities. As his voice resonated, a golden, translucent orb materialized before him. Within this orb, another luminous sphere emerged. Under Chun's watchful gaze, the inner sphere began to morph, and as its form stabilized, a creature that bore an uncanny resemblance to Chun himself manifested within the transparent orb. It lay curled up, eyes shut, resembling an infant in repose. The template has been imported. We shall now commence the re-editing of our objective. Please bear in mind that your essence is that of a gray rat snake. Thus, regardless of how the editing unfolds, it must embody the genetic traits of the gray rat snake. The system's voice echoed in Chun Mu's ears. Editing target? Chun Mu gazed at the luminous sphere before him and instinctively inquired, how can it be edited? You may alter its gender, erase, or replace it with other genetic material. Came the emotionless, mechanical voice of the system. In other words, it is akin to molding clay to create life. Observing the diminutive entity before him, Chun Mu pondered. Can I change its color? If he were to create his own race, as the creator, he desired it to be distinct. Presently, his own color was black, and he did not wish for his creations to share this hue. Any genetic traits from the animals you possess can be utilized for editing. Currently, all necessary genes for various colors are available within your collection of animals. Upon hearing this, Chun Mu asked, if I replace it with the genes of the animals I own, will it affect them? Other than the target being edited, no impact will occur on the other animals. Chun Mu breathed a sigh of relief and decided, then change its gender to female. Creating a race is akin to nurturing a child, and naturally, a daughter is delightful and easier to raise. He also wished to alter its color to a splendid gold. His favored colors were black and white, which he intended to keep for himself. Therefore, the color of his race's beings must differ. Excluding black and white, he found gold to be the most aesthetically pleasing. The genes were being replaced. In a bubble tea shop, a girl observed Zhuang Yuan. Zhuang Yuan replied, according to legend, the Yinglong is a dragon of creation. You must have heard of the myth where Pangas separated heaven and earth? The girl nodded. Zhuang Yuan, with arms crossed, continued, before the myth, prior to Pangu's emergence. He existed as an egg, and it was the Yinglong that birthed that egg. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. So is the Yinglong female? And how does it differ from our Eastern dragons? Legend has it that it possesses wings and is entirely yellow, hence also referred to as the yellow dragon. It is the ancestor of all dragonkind. Under Chen Mu's watchful gaze, the small creature enveloped in a golden sphere transformed from a color identical to his own into a resplendent golden hue. A creature, entirely adorned in gold and resembling a dragon with wings, materialized before Chen Mu. He nodded in satisfaction, saying, this shall suffice. As his voice echoed, the golden sphere became entirely enveloped in gold, rendering its contents invisible. Under Chun Mu's scrutiny, the suspended golden egg, akin to a real egg, began to crack. A head emerged from the fissure of the golden egg. Upon its emergence, it beheld Chun Mu and, its eyes brightening, called out, Daddy, in a sweet, babyish voice. Chun Mu's lips involuntarily twitched. It struggled to break free from the golden egg and flew towards Chun Mu, its diminutive form resting against his face, rubbing its tiny visage against him. Daddy, Daddy, it chirped. It was exceedingly small, reminiscent of Chun Mu when he had just transformed into a little snake. Dwarfed by his current stature, yet, it was evident that its personality was entirely random, and from the moment it was born, it possessed wisdom and the ability to communicate. Noticing Chun Mu's stillness, it flapped its wings and hovered in front of him, gazing into his eyes with an endearing demeanor. Daddy, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. I want to eat. Chun Mu could only manage a wry smile, and replied, all right, you little rascal. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret for having created such a chatty little creature. Daddy, it flapped its wings and nestled into Chun Mu's mane, nuzzling it. Daddy's mane is so thick and warm, but I'm hungry. Just bear with it. I'll prepare something for you right away. Chun Mu summoned a clone, which departed to hunt. He mused that perhaps if he could silence this little one's chatter, it might be less talkative. Meanwhile, a girl and Zhuang Yuan were on their way home. In the car, the girl suddenly looked at Zhuang Yuan and said, so, Yuan, you said Pangu was born from Yinglong. But who was Yinglong born from? Zhuang Yuan paused, glanced at the girl, then returned her gaze to the road ahead, replying nonchalantly, I don't know. Those are merely myths concocted by ancient people. Just like the web novels you read, they are all born from imagination. Don't take them too seriously. Chapter 142. I truly did not raise a dragon. Chun Mu's clone hunted a crocodile, and after securing the creature, it vanished. Chun Mu watched as the tiny being flapped its wings and flew to the crocodile's carcass to begin its meal. Observing its feeding, Chun Mu fell into contemplation. What benefits lay in creating his own race? He recalled the abilities associated with races. One of them was called shared sustenance. This ability meant that the food consumed by the race nearby would also be converted into his own evolutionary energy. This capacity would certainly apply to the race he was creating, meaning that whatever they consumed would transform into his evolutionary energy. Moreover, this energy could augment Chun Mu's size and accelerate his evolutionary progress. However, given the consumption rate of the race he was creating, it was likely that they would not need many individuals, as food supply could become insufficient. Thus, if he created too many, he would have to send some members farther away. But what if the race was too distant? Chun Mu instinctively inquired of the system, Regarding the race I have created, can I obtain energy from the food they consume? Based on the nature of shared sustenance, yes. And what if the race I created is too far apart? The races you have created share the same lineage as yourself, no matter how far they venture. They remain your kin. According to the intrinsic nature of shared sustenance among these races, any food consumed by them will bestow upon you evolutionary energy. This explanation from the system illuminated Chunmu's eyes. Thus, it follows that by creating a multitude of such beings and casting them forth to seek sustenance on their own, he could recline in a chosen spot and still accrue immense evolutionary energy daily. He mused that another creation was necessary. With the thought of race creation, a golden sphere of light materialized before Chunmu. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to alter its hue. The first would be a female. Thus the next would be male. In no time, a creature with azure plumage and wings burst forth from the luminous orb. Upon spotting Chunmu, it instinctively approached him with affection. Observing this, Chunmu remarked, "All right, go find something to eat." The creature nodded in understanding and flew off on its own. The first little creature, noticing the arrival of its companion, immediately proclaimed, "Call me sister." Questioned the azure creature. The yellow one puffed up its cheeks and asserted, "You are younger than I, therefore you must refer to me as sister. You are my little brother." "Oh, sister." The azure creature complied obediently. "Good," the yellow one smiled. "Do not say I have neglected you. This meat here is tender and easy to chew, so this spot is yours." "Oh, thank you, sister." The azure creature expressed its gratitude hurriedly. Listening to the endearing exchanges between the two little beings, Chunmu felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. It was fascinating. Though both were molded by his own hands, their personalities diverged entirely. The yellow one exhibited a cheerful disposition, while the azure one appeared more reserved. Yet, Chunmu sensed a strong reliance from both towards him. The yellow creature directly referred to him as father, while the azure one instinctively sought his closeness from birth. Chunmu leaned down to observe them more closely. "Aren't you going to eat, father?" The yellow creature inquired, having noticed Chunmu's lack of consumption, which prompted her confusion. "I just ate," he replied. He continued, "Furthermore, you both need to change how you address me. Calling me father feels rather odd." The two little beings exchanged glances filled with confusion and inquiry. Chunmu preferred not to be called father, as he created them but did not give them life in the traditional sense, and he was not fond of such a title. Yet, he realized they needed a term to refer to him. After some contemplation, he suggested, "How about calling me ancestor? Since I am the creator of this unique race, it is fitting that I be regarded as its ancestor." "All right, ancestor," the yellow creature cheerfully responded. "Ancestor," the azure creature timidly echoed, casting a shy glance at Chunmu as it softly uttered the title. Upon witnessing this, Chunmu felt an inexplicable amusement. "In a while, accompany me on a hunt. You are still quite young, but you must learn the essentials of hunting." The two little ones promptly replied in unison. Chunmu's current task was to nurture these two youngsters, estimating that in a month's time, they would be ready to fend for themselves. Before that, it was imperative to instruct them on the art of hunting. Otherwise, if they lacked the skill to catch anything, it would ultimately lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, a young girl was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television news. After finishing her bath, Zhuang Yuanyuan emerged from the bathroom and glanced at the girl watching TV. "Xiaoyan, until you find your rental, you might as well stay here," she suggested. "How could I impose?" Xiaoyan replied with a smile. Zhuang Yuanyuan retrieved a beer from the refrigerator, towel drying her hair as she made her way to the table. Cracking open the beverage while watching the screen, "I live alone here. Having you around is no burden, so there's no need to worry." The television displayed news footage from a helicopter, showing a group of soldiers fiercely attacking ahead, while in the distance, a swarm of black lion ant hybrids rushed toward them. Observing this, Zhuang Yuanyuan furrowed her brow. "Are you watching news from Jialan country?" "Yes, it's truly chaotic over there," Xiaoyan remarked. "The ants have been mutating for so long, and despite numerous countries sending troops for support, the battles seem never-ending. It has now escalated into a natural disaster. I wonder what will happen next." Zhuang Yuanyuan replied, "What else can we do? As ordinary citizens, we can only continue our daily lives." She crossed her legs and took a sip of her drink. Xiaoyan turned to Zhuang Yuanyuan. "By the way, there is something else. I came across some information online suggesting that the first dragon was Zulong, not Yinglong." Zhuang Yuanyuan returned her gaze and said, "There are countless versions of mythological tales, each with its interpretations, some of which I find rather perplexing. However, there is one interpretation I tend to believe. Zulong, the most ancient dragon in Eastern mythology, is indeed the Yinglong with a mane." After speaking, Zhuang Yuanyuan looked at Xiaoyan and added, "But ultimately, it is still Yinglong." Xiaoyan responded, "Ah, I see." Chapter 143. Unwilling to depart? Yuan. There is also a saying that Pangu was born from the pure lotus of the world. You've read too much online fiction. Zhuang Yuanyuan shot Xiaoyan a glance. The notion that the pure lotus gave birth to Pangu is a modern fabrication, a backdrop specific to a genre known as Huanglong novels. In contrast, the myths I refer to stem from ancient legends chronicled by our ancestors. The two are entirely distinct. No worries, you should wash up and get some rest. Stop asking such peculiar questions. Oh, how swiftly time passed. A month slipped by, and a colossal creature, measuring a staggering 500 meters in length, lay within the tropical rainforest. However, this colossal creature was indeed too immense, even when merely lying down and lifting its head. It towered completely above any tree in the tropical rainforest. In the presence of this behemoth, the trees of the rainforest appeared as inconspicuous as blades of grass. At this moment, Chunmu began to confront some troublesome and unavoidable matters. He found himself unable to rise. Possessing the unique claws and feet akin to those of lions and griffins, He had 4 limbs, 2 in front and 2 in the back. As his size increased, so too did the dimensions of his feet. Yet, the issue lay not only in his feet growing larger, his body length was also extending. Initially, when Chunmu was not as elongated, the distance between his forelimbs and hind limbs was minimal, allowing him to stand effortlessly with the support of his feet and muscle. However, as his size and length increased, the gap between his forelimbs and hind limbs widened, diminishing the effectiveness of the support and muscle strength provided by his limbs. Ultimately, the excessive distance between his fore and hind limbs caused the middle section of his body to succumb to gravity. This predicament left Chunmu feeling quite embarrassed. Fortunately, during this time, Xiao Huang and Xiao Qing, the 2 little ones, had also grown. They were now capable of hunting independently. Chunmu, feeling somewhat humiliated by his current state, refrained from mentioning it and instead spent his time lounging at home. He communicated to the 2 little ones that it was time to test their hunting skills, encouraging them to assist in bringing food back for him to eat. Now seemed the appropriate time for their development. At that moment, the 2 enormous beings, each measuring a staggering 200 meters in length, glided gracefully towards Chunmu. From a normal perspective, they were already sufficiently gigantic, though slightly smaller than Chunmu himself. Ancestor, Xiao Huang joyfully called out to Chunmu from a distance, carrying a water deer in its forelimbs. Xiao Qing mirrored this action. Upon arrival, Xiao Huang placed the food before Chunmu, then ambled over to nestle its small head into Chunmu's mane, eyes closed in blissful contentment. Meanwhile, after placing down the prey, Xiao Qing merely observed Chunmu, remaining silent as was its nature, patiently awaiting his command. Chunmu declared, "I believe the time has come." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang and Xiao Qing understood that Chunmu had something significant to convey. They refrained from mischief and settled in front of him, ready for his guidance. "From today onward, you 2 have matured. It is time for you to depart." "Depart?" Xiao Huang hesitated, expressing, "Ancestor, I do not wish to leave." Xiao Qing, too, gazed at Chunmu in silence, its reluctance evident in its eyes, betraying its inner feelings. Leaving was certainly not an option. At the outset, Chunmu's intention in creating them was to enable their existence in the outside world, thereby augmenting his own evolutionary energy through their shared sustenance. To remain here now would be absurd. Observing the expressions of the 2 little creatures, Chunmu sensed their reluctance. He remarked, "There will always come a time for parting. It is merely a matter of when." Before their departure, he decided to bestow upon them 3 abilities. These 2 little beings belonged to a race of his own creation. Thus, their injuries or demise would not affect him. However, should he himself sustain harm, they would undoubtedly feel it. If Chunmu were to perish, they would follow suit. Fortunately for him, there were few entities in this world capable of causing his demise. Presently, Chunmu's foremost desire was to acquire evolutionary energy, which would facilitate his next evolution and grant him 2 additional abilities. The 2 little creatures before him could serve as a source of this energy. Chunmu employed the ability of sharing to impart the transformation ability to them. The first ability was the predatory evolution capability. He lifted his claw and touched the water deer before him. A cascade of golden light enveloped him, and his massive form began to shrink. Under the watchful gaze of the 2 little beings, Chunmu transformed into a water deer. The 2 stood alongside him, gazing in astonishment at the sight. The progenitor? Chunmu raised his head to regard them. Over the course of the past month, their lengths had grown to 200 meters. Even when merely standing and slightly raising their heads, their height reached several dozen meters. For Chunmu, now in the form of a water deer, this was indeed a breathtaking spectacle. It appeared that the little creatures had long since outgrown their juvenile status. "This is the predatory evolution," Chunmu explained. "With this ability, you can transform into any creature you touch. This will aid you in disguising yourselves when confronted with formidable foes, serving as a means of escape." After this, he continued, "Next is the transformation ability. You can utilize this power to become any creature you have previously preyed upon." As he spoke, Chunmu's body gradually expanded, reverting to his colossal form. He lay on the ground, observing the 2 little beings before him, and added, "There is one more ability, known as rapid regeneration. With this power, even if you are shattered into pieces, you can revive anew. With these 3 abilities, the likelihood of encountering something that can harm you should be quite rare." Little Huang glanced at Chunmu and said, "Let me try." Approaching the water deer, Little Huang touched it, and her body suddenly shimmered with golden light. Astonished, she looked at herself before transforming into a water deer. "Wow, it's real. This is fun," she exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, Little Qing looked at Chunmu, seemingly awaiting his permission. Chunmu nodded slightly, and Little Qing then emulated him, touching the water deer and transforming into another water deer. The 2 water deer frolicked beneath Chunmu, and witnessing this scene caused a slight relaxation of his brow. "Now, you may leave," Chunmu stated. Upon hearing this, both water deer exchanged glances with him. One of the deer transformed back into its original form, approaching Chunmu, and said, "Ancestor, Xiao Huang does not wish to depart. I cannot bear to leave you." Xiao Qing also reverted to her original form, gazing at Chunmu with reluctance. Chunmu felt a twinge of frustration. It appeared these 2 little creatures had become quite attached to him. This was far from his initial plan. It seemed he would need to adopt a firmer stance. Chapter 144. Cultivating in the ocean. If he intended for them to be independent, he could not indulge them. "If you can catch up to me, I will allow you to follow," Chunmu declared. With that, his form shrank, transforming into a griffin, and he soared into the sky. Once he reached great heights, his body shimmered and returned to its massive form, flapping his enormous wings as he glided swiftly southward. Seeing this, Xiao Huang and Xiao Qing exchanged a glance, then leapt into the air, flapping their wings to pursue Chunmu. In that moment, Chunmu's speed tripled. Before long, his figure vanished from their sight. Ancestor, wait for us. Xiao Huang cried out, alarmed by the sight, desperately calling for Chun Mu to pause. But how could Chun Mu possibly wait for them? Gritting her teeth, Xiao Huang pushed herself to fly towards the direction where Chun Mu had disappeared, with Xiao Qing following closely behind. Yet, no matter how fervently they chased, they could not catch a glimpse of Chun Mu. Unbeknownst to them, an entire day had passed. They had left the tropical rainforest and the land behind. When they regained their senses, they were taken aback. Where are we? Xiao Huang exclaimed as she glanced below. Before them lay a vast and azure ocean. Meanwhile, having distanced himself from Xiao Huang and Xiao Qing, Chun Mu discovered he was now above the ocean. Below him, the sea stirred his thoughts. Food. Over time, Chun Mu had come to recognize the significance of sustenance. Clearly, he could employ a method similar to that used for creating lion ant queens to establish a breeding ground, but the process would be rather slow. It was akin to how he would need to provide food for the lion ant queen in the tropical rainforest, effectively using his own food supply over several days to nourish them. What he desired was to accelerate the creation of his own species, thereby acquiring more evolutionary energy. As he gazed upon the expansive ocean, his heart stirred with excitement. The ocean teemed with life, offering far more sustenance than the tropical rainforest. Life originated in the sea, and nearly all terrestrial creatures evolved from marine life. However, only a select few marine species evolved to thrive on land. The majority chose to remain in the ocean. The total area of the oceans is approximately 36 million square kilometers, accounting for about 71% of the Earth's surface, while land comprises merely around 29%. The abundance of marine life far surpasses that of terrestrial creatures, infinitely more so. Utilizing the fish from the ocean to nurture the race one has created, what could be more perfect? Yet, a sailing vessel lies 1,000 meters away, upon which two individuals stand, engaged in fishing. Their gaze is transfixed upon the sky, captivated by the majestic creature soaring above. Both are rendered speechless. What could that be? One of the men, adorned with a hat, instinctively exclaims, "Am I seeing things? That must be a dragon." He rubs his eyes and peers again, confirming that the enormous being continues to glide through the clouds. The other robust man, too, is momentarily stunned by the spectacle above. In the clouds, Chun Mu has realized that the ocean is indeed the ideal habitat for the race he intends to create. With this revelation, he resolves to act without hesitation. The creation of a race commences as a golden sphere materializes before him. Witnessing this scene, the hat-wearing fisherman can no longer remain seated. He stands in awe. Through his vantage point, he observes a colossal winged dragon amidst the clouds, with a golden orb appearing before it, the Dragon Ball. The fisherman instinctively exclaims, "The legends are true. Dragons and Dragon Balls." Unbeknownst to Chun Mu, he is oblivious to their discourse. He gazes at the sphere containing a small creature that mirrors his own appearance. Rather than rush to edit, he opens his mouth and, taking the golden orb, descends toward the ocean. It is impractical to halt midair. He must reach the water first. The fishermen aboard the vessel witness this extraordinary event, and the hat-wearing man removes his hat in disbelief. With a resounding crash, the waves ripple as Chun Mu plunges into the sea. He floats buoyantly on the surface, reveling in the comfort of the ocean. It is no wonder that the dragons of mythology prefer the sea. With such a massive form, moving on land is cumbersome, while the ocean offers solace. Chun Mu relaxes, opening his mouth as the golden sphere hovers before him. He observes the template within the golden orb, identical to himself. Glancing at the ocean, he instinctively raises his wings to assess their necessity. His intention is for the race he creates to thrive in the ocean, consuming marine creatures to facilitate the acquisition of the evolutionary energy he desires. In this case, flying becomes redundant, and wings may prove to be a hindrance while pursuing prey. With this thought, Chun Mu commands, "System, remove the wings and change the color to, let us make it blue." The blue hue aligns beautifully with the color of the ocean. The small entity within the golden sphere loses its wings, its color transforming from black to blue. Mirroring Chun Mu's command, he inquires, "System, can I create them in bulk?" The race creation capability has no numerical limitations. Chun Mu continues, "Then, grant me 10,000 females and 10,000 males. Since there is no upper limit on quantity, naturally, having more is preferable, yet it should not be excessive." Chun Mu certainly did not wish for a scenario where food was scarce, leading these creatures to resort to cannibalism. Such a predicament would be troublesome. As Chun Mu's words echoed, golden orbs began to materialize around him. These spheres multiplied rapidly, coalescing into a dense cluster. A resplendent golden halo enveloped the surroundings, creating a dazzling spectacle. Once the editing was complete, the golden spheres gradually descended into the ocean. With their descent, one by one, the spheres shattered, releasing countless wingless beings from within. They swam instinctively, seeking their creator. Yet, upon reaching the ocean's surface, they discovered that their creator had vanished from sight. In the sky above, a colossal entity glided away, drawing their gaze as it departed. Some of the little beings attempted to leap into the air to pursue, but lacking wings, they quickly plummeted back into the water. Helpless, they stared blankly at the departing Chun Mu, momentarily at a loss. In the distance, aboard a sailboat, two humans watched this scene unfold, their mouths agape in astonishment. Chapter 145, Food Shortage Again. What on earth? Father has left. What shall we do next? Inquired one little creature to its companion. The other replied, "Perhaps father has urgent matters to attend to. Let us not disturb him. He will surely return once he is finished." Indeed, among the other little beings, one piped up, "Hey, I'm hungry. Who wants to team up for a hunt for food? Count me in." "Me too. I wish to join." Seeing Chun Mu's departure, the little creatures initially felt bewildered. However, regaining their composure, they began to take action. Some, feeling hungry, sought out companions to hunt together, while others, more introverted by nature, opted to venture out alone. Thus, over 20,000 little beings dispersed, embarking on a quest for sustenance while exploring this enigmatic world. On the sailboat, the two men observed this spectacle. The robust man, momentarily taken aback, instinctively turned to his companion in the hat and remarked, "Boss, these little dragons seem just born. Should we not catch one?" Upon hearing this, the hat-wearing man turned to glance at the sturdy fellow. The robust man was startled by the icy gaze of the hat-wearing man and hurriedly took a few steps back. Maintaining a serious demeanor, the hat-wearing man replied, "Are you trying to get me killed? Those are Eastern dragons, a form of deity. Witnessing their birth is already an extraordinary fortune for us. And you wish to capture one? Provoking a deity can lead to the demise of a nation. You may be fortunate enough to catch one, but I fear you once he lived to care for it, you fool." The hat-wearing man, in a state of disarray, set his hat aside and knelt before the realm of the dragons, his hands clasped in prayer, murmuring, "My subordinates have been exceedingly foolish to offend you. I beseech you, great dragon god, do not cast blame upon us." With the experience gained from raising Xiao Huang and Xiao Qing, Chunmu realized that to create his own race, it was prudent to limit his interactions with them. He wished to avoid the emotional attachments that had ensnared him with Xiao Huang and Xiao Qing, leading to a reluctance to part ways, a source of great vexation for him. Thus, the simplest approach he chose was to create them and cast them directly into the sea, where food was abundant, ensuring they would not perish from hunger. As long as they survived, his objectives would be fulfilled. Chunmu soared above the ocean, for no place offered a greater bounty of sustenance. At regular intervals, he conjured 20,000 wingless beings, varying their colors with each creation. As time progressed, Xiao Nian approached the reclining Zhuang Yuanyuan, who was engrossed in a video game, holding a tablet. "Look at this," Xiao Nian said. Zhuang Yuanyuan, intrigued, propped herself up and glanced at the screen. "What is it?" On the tablet, a video showcased two colossal winged creatures soaring through the clouds. "This is digitally manipulated, right?" Zhuang Yuanyuan mused, returning her focus to her game. Xiao Nian clarified, "No, this footage was captured by individuals in Tianhai City. There are many such videos circulating online, and numerous witnesses in nearby coastal cities have confirmed their existence. It has become a topic of fervent discussion on the internet." Zhuang Yuanyuan's gaze faltered, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Is this truly real? She hastily set her phone aside, rising from her bed to the computer desk, where she began typing on the keyboard. As the search engine displayed its findings, her eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be possible? Xiao Nian continued, "First, there were the giant ants in Jiaolong country, and now the emergence of the Yinglong. What is happening in this world? It is all so peculiar." Zhuang Yuanyuan's eyes trembled slightly. Dragons are meant to be mythical beings, mere legends. She raised her hand to touch the screen, where a magnificent golden-winged dragon appeared. "This indeed resembles the Yinglong from mythology. It's unbelievable." Xiao Nian added, "I also heard that a phoenix was sighted in Jiaolong country." Zhuang Yuanyuan paused, her attention shifting to Xiao Nian. At that time, there was a post about it. Many dismissed it as a mere attention-grabbing stunt. However, I found it curious because the images provided did not appear to be digitally altered. At the time, the author of that post was deemed a purveyor of falsehoods and subsequently silenced. In hindsight, perhaps what the author claimed was indeed true. Zhuang Yuanyuan's eyes quivered with disbelief as she glanced at the computer screen, struggling to reconcile her skepticism with the mounting evidence before her. Yet, in that moment, she found herself compelled to accept the reality. Existence itself is justification enough. The Manor's garden whispered gently, "It seems this world is on the brink of monumental change." Indeed. First there were the giant ants, and now the phoenix and the dragon. These transformations are already quite significant, Xianyan shrugged. Of course, as mere mortals, they could not alter the course of events. 6 months later, Chunmu found himself submerged in the sea, once again confronted with a daunting challenge, a scarcity of food. At this moment, his physique had grown to an astonishing height of over 100 meters, making him an immense behemoth. Chunmu possessed the growth genes of a blue whale, which intriguingly lacked preset genetic limitations. This implies that, as long as sustenance is abundant, a blue whale can grow indefinitely. However, due to environmental constraints, even with this advantageous trait, blue whales cannot exploit it fully because their food sources are limited. Moreover, their throat, no larger than a soccer ball, restricts them to consuming only small fish and shrimp. The larger their size, the greater the energy required for movement. Hunting necessitates exertion, which depletes energy, and to ensure that the energy obtained from hunting exceeds that expended, blue whales typically opt for energy-dense krill. Yet, in this balancing act, blue whales often find themselves unable to provide sufficient energy for continued growth, leading many to cease growing or to experience stunted development after reaching a certain size. Unlike them, Chunmu welcomed all forms of sustenance. For him, even the largest sharks and orcas could be consumed in but a few bites, and encounters with larger whale species merely meant additional morsels. However, the more he consumed, the greater his energy intake. And coupled with the evolutionary energy provided by the various species he had fostered over the past 6 months, his size had surpassed that of any known colossal creature. Yet, with this increase in size came an insatiable appetite. Chunmu soon realized that his food supply was dwindling. This could spell trouble. I won't end up starving again. Will I? Chapter 146. Initiating plant cultivation. Chunmu's immense size required an exorbitant amount of energy daily. Faced with this predicament, he resorted to his shape-shifting ability, transforming into an orca and submerging himself in the ocean. Once he had reduced his size, he felt a significant relief. This transformation allowed him to exist as another species. The dietary requirements for an orca, clearly, were far less than those of a creature exceeding 1,000 meters in length. He set off in search of sustenance. Soon, he encountered a school of sailfish and, utilizing his thrice accelerated speed, he devoured 3 of them. With his hunger momentarily satiated, Shenmue began to ponder. If I maintain this orca form, will my progress in acquiring evolutionary energy continue? He instinctively questioned. According to the rules governing his shape-shifting ability, transforming into other animals for the purpose of feeding does not yield any evolutionary energy. It is impossible, Shenmue remarked. Isn't there still a race belonging to me present? While they feed in the distance, if I maintain this form, can I not accrue evolutionary energy? Alas, I cannot. Upon hearing this, Shenmue could only twitch his lips in exasperation. This meant that if he wished to continue obtaining evolutionary energy, he must sustain that colossal physique. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that if he persisted in maintaining such a vast body, he would inevitably starve. Sustaining such a large form was no trivial matter. Food must be procured. Shenmue fell into contemplation. How was he to secure sustenance? Should he employ the genes of the queen ant to induce rapid growth in the fish? Yet, even if he were to implant the queen ant's genes into the fish, enabling them to produce numerous fry, sufficient nourishment would still be requisite. Even if those fish were equipped with bovine stomachs, they would still require grass to consume. But here, in the ocean, where could such abundant grass be found? This was not the savannah. As he pondered, Shenmue's gaze fell upon a particular sight. Upon observing it, his brows slightly relaxed. Above the ocean's surface, vast stretches of water had been tinged green, the verdant expanse extending for kilometers. Using his mental vision, he scrutinized the situation and quickly discerned the nature of the phenomenon. It was blue-green algae. This ancient plant, akin to bacteria, reproduces through division. In primordial times, Earth was nearly devoid of oxygen, and many blue-green algae were anaerobic, absorbing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and, through photosynthesis, transforming it into oxygen. Blue-green algae played a pivotal role in converting the planet from an anoxic environment to the oxygen-rich world we inhabit today. However, due to human-induced environmental pollution, ponds and ocean surfaces have seen rampant proliferation of blue-green algae, a phenomenon that experts have designated with various names based on distinct manifestations. Eutrophication, greenish-brown seawater. Red tide, reddening of seawater. Blue tide, bluish seawater, and freshwater blooms. This phenomenon can produce toxins, causing certain fish that navigate these areas and consume the contaminated food to accumulate toxins within their bodies. If humans consume fish laden with excessive toxins, it may lead to fatal consequences. Yet, for Shenmue, the sight of this algae evoked a different sentiment. To him, blue-green algae represented a plant, a source of edible sustenance. Notably, a variety of blue-green algae known as nostoc serves as the raw material for a delicacy called fa kai. Was this not the perfect pasture? Shenmue felt a surge of excitement. He approached the algae, intent on predatory evolution. However, no response ensued. Taken aback, he inquired, "System, what is this?" The system's emotionless voice responded, "Predatory evolution only applies to animals and cannot affect plants." Upon hearing this, Shenmue felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, nearly forgetting this crucial detail. In that moment, he subconsciously inquired about the system's capabilities regarding the creation of a race capable of generating blue-green algae. The system responded slowly, stating that the creation of a race could yield any biological species, provided it possessed the genes of one's own essence. Upon hearing this, Shenmue felt a spark of inspiration and smiled. His gaze fell upon the blue-green algae before him, and he declared, "Gene editing." Having identified his target, he continued, "You need to eliminate the toxic genes contained within the target. I require all other genes." Shenmue was unsure of the specific type of blue-green algae he was editing, but he was aware that some varieties were indeed toxic. As long as the toxins were eradicated, the blue-green algae could merely serve as sustenance. The editing process commenced, and a small, golden orb materialized before Shenmue. He commanded, "Race creation." A golden sphere appeared, revealing a familiar template. Shenmue instructed, "Remove all genes except for those of the gray rat snake." In an instant, the template within the golden orb was left solely with the essence of the gray rat snake. "System, I wish to integrate the entire genetic structure of this blue-green algae into the gray rat snake. Is that feasible?" The system did not respond, but the orb filled with blue-green algae genes gradually drifted into the golden sphere. Shenmue paused, pondering, and asked, "Can the genetic ratio between the gray rat snake and the blue-green algae be adjusted?" The system confirmed this possibility. "Then I wish to adjust the gray rat snake's proportion to 1 part in a billion, allowing the remaining genes to be dominated by the blue-green algae genes." The editing continued, accompanied by a gentle glimmer of golden light. As the radiance slowly faded, Shenmue peered into the transparent golden sphere, but discerned nothing within. Taken aback, he wondered if it had failed. The system's voice echoed softly, indicating that the newly constructed organism was too minuscule to be seen by the naked eye. Relieved, Shenmue transformed into a griffin and soared into the sky, gazing down at the expansive azure ocean. "Let the process commence," he declared. "System, I wish to create 100 billion of these mutated blue-green algae to blanket this ocean." In an instant, a series of golden spheres appeared above him. As he flew through the air, he scattered the seeds of the mutated blue-green algae. After showering countless seeds, Shenmue began to observe whether these mutated algae would flourish as he envisioned. Merely 5 days later, a vast expanse of green algae, stretching over 100 kilometers, emerged upon the ocean's surface. Witnessing this, Shenmue felt a surge of excitement. It appeared to be feasible. His next endeavor was to cultivate fish. Initially, he had considered using the reproductive genes of an ant queen, but upon reflection, he realized that would be too slow. The reproductive capacity of an ant queen paled in comparison to the fastest breeding organisms in the sea. Chapter 147. The commencement of cultivating mutated gray whales on this day. Yuan received more news. Xiaoyan approached her, tablet in hand, brimming with delight. Noticing Xiaoyan's joyful expression while washing her face, Yuan displayed a look of curiosity. Setting aside the towel, I took the tablet and was met with a scene that intrigued me greatly. Before my eyes, a colossal dragon was rolling and gliding upon the azure expanse of the ocean. Just then, another dragon burst forth from the water, soaring into the sky. It gracefully maneuvered and glided through the air. The dragon swimming in the sea, upon witnessing this, promptly dove beneath the waves. After a brief minute, it surged upward from the ocean's surface, joining its companion in the skies. This remarkable sight was captured in the South China Sea. Xiaoyan turned to Zhuanyuan and remarked, "These two dragons appear to be devoid of wings, resembling the mythical dragons often depicted in folklore. Is this video genuine?" Zhuanyuan gazed back at Xiaoyan, her disbelief evident. "It must be authentic," Xiaoyan asserted. "Look at the video, it bears no signs of being digitally manipulated." Zhuanyuan nodded slightly, pondering. First, the appearance of the Yinglong, and now these creatures. They seem to be ordinary dragons without wings, yet how do they achieve flight? Could the legends from mythology truly be real? Her curiosity was palpable. Xiaoyan continued, "There are discussions about this on the forum. Observe how these dragons appear to flatten their bodies while ascending into the sky." Zhuanyuan paused, flattening? Isn't that reminiscent of the golden tree snake? Are they gliding? A realization dawned upon her. It made sense why the dragon had dived back into the sea before taking flight. They must be accelerating underwater, then leaping out of the water to soar. Utilizing the updrafts to glide, transforming their ribcages into wings akin to those of an albatross. Incredible, truly incredible, Zhuanyuan exclaimed. Xiaoyan nodded. The emergence of dragons in the ocean has caused quite a stir. These dragons, being eastern in nature, have captured the attention of people worldwide. First came the giant ants, then the phoenix, the Yinglong, and now these colossal dragons. It seems the world is on the brink of chaos. Xiaoyan mused softly, however. I suspect that the public's focus on dragons may wane, as the global community is currently preoccupied with the giant ants. Settling into the sofa, Xiaoyan continued, just yesterday. The giant ants that were originally in Africa suddenly appeared in West Asia. Zhuanyuan shuddered at the mention. West Asia? Xiaoyan confirmed, yes. Africa and West Asia are not far apart. I suspect they must have flown over. Fortunately, they were discovered early, and have since been eradicated. Zhuanyuan slowly withdrew her gaze, wishing fervently that these dragons were indeed auspicious beings, rather than harbingers of doom. While humanity grappled with the menace of giant ants, Chen Mu was engrossed in his aquaculture venture. After dedicating an entire day to his research, he finally identified his objective the following day. Before Chen Mu lay a peculiar sight. What appeared to be a meat pie was, in fact, a fish, specifically a pufferfish known as the Mbu puffer. In terms of reproductive prowess, no vertebrate could rival the prolific nature of the pufferfish, which holds the title of reproductive champion. The pufferfish can produce over 300 million eggs in a single spawning. However, these eggs are highly susceptible to predation, and once they hatch, the absence of maternal care renders them vulnerable to various predatory fish. While adult pufferfish possess extremely thick skin, rendering them unpalatable and devoid of nutritional value, the young pufferfish are quite flavorful. If elder pufferfish could articulate their thoughts, they might convey to their offspring, "We have sacrificed our lives for you. Your survival is contingent upon fortune." Thus, despite the staggering number of 300 million eggs produced at once, fewer than 1 in a million survive to adulthood. The remarkable reproductive capacity of the pufferfish has played a pivotal role in its continued existence. What Chen Mu sought was precisely this creature, genetic editing. The pufferfish, gracefully suspended in the water, was captured within a golden square. "I require the reproductive genes of the pufferfish," Chen Mu declared. As the editing process commenced, a golden orb materialized before him. Transforming into a griffin, Chen Mu grasped the tiny orb in his beak and soared from the depths of the sea, flapping his wings in midair. Next, he needed to select the organisms for cultivation. Which organism should he choose? It must be one of considerable size. A blue whale? Too large, it would require excessive sustenance. Something smaller would suffice. Perhaps a sperm whale or an orca? Ultimately, he decided to capture whatever whale crossed his path. As he continued to fly, he surveyed the surroundings with his mental vision. Suddenly, he spotted a gray whale gliding gracefully on the ocean's surface. Adult gray whales typically measure between 10 to 15 meters in length, and their diet comprises a plethora of small fish, shrimp, sea urchins, starfish, and algae. Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This creature was not as colossal as the blue whale, making it an ideal candidate. More importantly, the gray whale's diet consists primarily of algae, which includes blue-green algae, perfectly aligned with his needs. Genetic editing. The golden square enveloped the entire gray whale. I require the complete genetic makeup of this gray whale. As the editing process continued, another golden orb appeared before Chen Mu. He approached the gray whale with the same intent as when he edited the blue-green algae. He incorporated a minuscule fraction of the gray rat snake's genes into the gray whale, followed by the reproductive genes he had recently acquired from the pufferfish. To enhance the whale's capacity to consume more blue-green algae, he also infused them with bovine genes. Through the process of species creation, Chen Mu instantaneously generated thousands of mutated gray whales. Previously, Chen Mu had conducted experiments revealing that if he transformed one animal into another using transformation energy, the resultant creature would only possess the energy inherent to its original form. Even if he were to transform an ant into a blue whale, Consuming that newly manifested blue whale would yield only the caloric value of an ant, entirely devoid of any additional energy. However, if the beings are artificially created and subsequently reproduce, they will possess genuine energy. The mutated blue algae currently devised by Chunmu lack this energy. Even if consumed, they provide no sustenance. Yet, once these mutated blue algae begin to divide and proliferate, what emerges will be authentic, energy-rich blue algae. Similarly, when these artificially created mutated gray whales commence their reproduction, the offspring they produce will constitute true nourishment. Having managed all of this, Chunmu now merely needs to persist in creating mutated blue algae and gray whales, allowing them to thrive and grow. Chapter 148. The dangers posed by blue algae. Initially, the mutated gray whales are merely juvenile gray whales, albeit in vast numbers. A portion of these mutated gray whales retains the primordial genes of the gray whale and seeks out small fish and shrimp for sustenance. Gradually, a few of the young mutated gray whales venture beyond Chunmu's breeding zone, which, in reality, is simply the area where he cultivates non-toxic blue algae suitable for consumption. Observing this, Chunmu finds himself powerless. Establishing barriers in the ocean would be utterly impractical. Thus, he can only watch them depart, compensating for their absence by creating additional juvenile mutated gray whales. Not all the young mutated gray whales choose to leave. The majority discover the presence of the non-toxic blue algae and begin to consume it. Gradually, an increasing number of these young mutated gray whales start to ingest the algae. In order to ensure there is sufficient blue algae for their sustenance, Chunmu commences the large-scale creation of mutated blue algae. He fervently cultivates these algae, ensuring that their numbers and reproductive rates keep pace with the growth and dietary demands of the young mutated gray whales. Under Chunmu's fervent provisioning, these mutated gray whales soon cease their exodus and opt to remain and feast upon the mutated blue algae. As these mutated gray whales gradually grow larger, they enter their reproductive phase. Currently, Chunmu's breeding zone is home to over 10,000 mutated gray whales, covering an extensive area of the sea. These mutated gray whales have also begun to spawn. It is noteworthy that these mutated gray whales possess the reproductive mechanism of the pufferfish, with a single pufferfish capable of laying 300 million eggs. Given that there are now thousands of mutated gray whales in this marine expanse, the eggs they produce nearly saturate the entire region. In truth, normal gray whales are mammals and give birth to live young, akin to humans, rather than laying eggs as fish do. However, due to Chunmu's intervention, genetic mutations have resulted in these mutated gray whales adopting a fish-like reproductive strategy. Upon discovering these eggs, Chunmu felt a mixture of excitement and concern. The sheer number was overwhelming. If all the gray whales from the eggs were to survive, how vast would the area of mutated blue algae need to be to sustain them? Chunmu harbored worries about this prospect. He resolved to experiment by further expanding the breeding area. Chunmu continued to extend his breeding zone, persistently cultivating mutated blue algae. However, unbeknownst to him, his current approach has led to a rampant proliferation of blue-green algae. In certain areas, mutated gray whales can be found. These creatures consume the aberrant algae, thereby curbing its reproductive spread. However, in more regions, such as shallow coastal zones, places seldom frequented by gray whales and not included in Chunmu's aquaculture zones, the blue-green algae proliferate unchecked. In these areas devoid of gray whales, the mutated algae have already begun to spread. As the blue-green algae flourish in regions lacking these whales, phenomena of algal blooms emerge. During the day, the algae absorb carbon dioxide through photosynthesis and release oxygen, yet at night, in the absence of sunlight, they consume the oxygen dissolved in seawater. In locales where mutated gray whales reside, there are no significant issues. However, the blue-green algae that venture beyond their boundaries reproduce wildly outside, resulting in algal blooms. Once such blooms occur, fish species reliant on dissolved oxygen begin to perish en masse due to oxygen depletion. This, of course, poses no concern for the mutated gray whales, which breathe air. Moreover, as the blue-green algae proliferate, although they absorb oxygen at night, their daytime oxygen output is significantly greater. Prior to Chunmu's intervention in the marine ecosystem, the quantity of blue-green algae in the ocean was relatively low and insufficient to impact the globe. Yet, with the emergence of a new generation of mutated gray whales, Chunmu was compelled to expand his aquaculture zones, resulting in the algae covering nearly 1/20th of the ocean's expanse. Consequently, global oxygen levels began to rise, albeit slightly. Simultaneously, within a laboratory, a woman clad in a white lab coat inquired, "Have there been any results?" She rushed to her desk with a bowl of instant noodles, casting a sidelong glance at her colleague, who was also in a white lab coat. During this time, they had been investigating the rampant blue-green algae. The sudden emergence of the algae has significantly impacted human fisheries, causing mass mortality among coastal fish due to the algal blooms. Fishermen dependent on the sea for their livelihoods found it increasingly difficult to continue their practices due to the algae's effects. The global community began to take notice of the rampant blue-green algae, prompting investigations and research. A male scientist, peering through a microscope, withdrew his gaze and remarked, "Strange. This is merely a species of chlorella, indistinguishable from other chlorella species. We have had it in our lab for half a month, and its reproduction rate is comparable to that of other chlorella. Logically, such a terrifying explosive growth should not occur." The male scientist appeared perplexed. Upon hearing this, the female scientist furrowed her brow and replied, "So, it seems we have yet to uncover anything significant? First, there were the giant ants, then the phoenixes, followed by the dragons, and now the rampant blue-green algae. It appears that what is being said online may not be entirely unfounded." The woman in the white coat remarked. Humanity is recklessly destroying the environment. This is a punishment from nature. Upon hearing this, the man in the white coat adjusted his glasses and replied, "It is certainly a possibility." The woman paused momentarily, instinctively glancing at the man beside her. "What do you mean?" she inquired. The man slowly elaborated, "Recently, due to human influence, the greenhouse effect has intensified significantly. The concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is increasing. If this continues, the Earth may very well become the next Venus. If the planet seeks to save itself, the emergence of blue algae could be considered fortuitous. Given the current explosive proliferation of this blue algae, the atmospheric carbon dioxide will decrease directly, while the oxygen levels will gradually rise." He continued, "In this way, the issue of carbon dioxide could be resolved." The woman responded, "The problem lies in the fact that these organisms are causing immense distress to fishermen. And the marine ecosystem has suffered greatly. Many fish are beginning to die. Consequently, the animals that depend on those fish for sustenance will likely perish as well." The man glanced at the screen before them and said, "Let us not dwell on this. Let us continue our research on these matters." Chapter 149. The Sad Life of Fasting. Meanwhile, Yuan, have you heard? A voice called out. Zhui Yuan had just finished her teaching and was exiting the classroom when Xiaoyan approached. "What is it?" Zhui Yuan pushed her glasses up and redirected her gaze forward. Xiaoyan began. "There is a small country called Igua, situated near the coast, whose entire economy relies on fishing. The fishermen depend on this. However, 7 dragons appeared along the coast and devoured all the fish that these fishermen had raised. In their fury, the fishermen, armed with guns and accompanied by a group of people, launched an attack on the dragons." Upon hearing this, Zhui Yuan's expression shifted slightly as she turned to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan continued, "The bullets could not harm them. Those vile dragons consumed all the fishermen." Zhui Yuan gradually withdrew her gaze, saying, "The very concern I have long harbored has come to fruition. Yet it is hardly surprising. To the dragons, humans are merely another species. And what actions is Igua taking now?" Zhui Yuan asked, looking at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan replied, "As of now, there is no information. Nothing has been reported." Zhui Yuan nodded slightly. At the same time, "Polaris, do you see? How do I look in this outfit?" A voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, the boy with azure hair, known as Polaris, glanced at the blonde girl beside him and nodded slightly. "It looks quite nice." The blonde girl observed Polaris's demeanor, smiled, set aside the garment she held, and approached him, saying with a grin, "My dear brother, are you thinking about the ancestors again?" Upon hearing this, the blue-haired young man responded with a thoughtful hum. "I am uncertain about the whereabouts of our progenitor. Without their guidance, I find myself lost, uncertain whether our current endeavors are right or wrong." With his hands tucked into his pockets, he observed the ebb and flow of people at the entrance, listening intently to their murmurs. He continued softly, "Before I utilized the evolution capture on these humans, I regarded them merely as sustenance, akin to the animals we consume. However, after 2 months of observation, it appears they differ significantly from the creatures we typically hunt." Turning to the golden-haired girl beside him, he inquired, "Are they truly mere food?" The girl pondered for a moment before replying, "Indeed, I have recently conducted some research. In their narratives, they appear to reference my existence, addressing me as Inglong and even kneeling before me. It is indeed quite peculiar." The blue-haired young man reflected for a moment and remarked, "I find myself at a loss. If only there were others of our kind in this world, I could seek their insights on humanity." The golden-haired girl nodded, her lips pursed in thought. At that moment, they were drawn to a voice announcing the latest news, a widely circulated report about the rampage of a dragon in Italy. They both lifted their gazes to the television screen mounted on the wall of the clothing store, which displayed footage of a colossal dragon soaring through the skies. Exchanging glances, Polaris and Inglong contemplated, "Shall we investigate?" "Indeed," they replied in unison, departing the store. As they stepped outside, the girl trembled slightly, under the watchful eyes of passers-by. She transformed into a magnificent yellow dragon with wings. Her immense size forced the surrounding buildings apart, shattering them in an instant. With a powerful flap of her wings, a tempest ensued, causing the structures to collapse, while parked cars were hurled into the air and bystanders were swept away. As the debris settled, a car landed with a resounding crash upon a hapless pedestrian, reducing them to a gruesome fate. Inglong ascended into the sky, while Polaris, surveying the devastation around him, the shattered buildings and the panicked, terrified individuals, felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. "Foolish brother, hurry," the girl's voice called from above. He responded with an affirming hum, transforming into a swallow, flapping his wings to soar into the air, and swiftly morphing into a massive blue dragon. The 2 dragons took flight, leaving behind the horrified onlookers. Time passed swiftly, and in the span of 6 months, Chunmu's aquaculture enterprise flourished, allowing him to revert to his original form at last. Although the mutated gray whales had multiplied significantly and were thriving under his care, he chose a life of moderation to prevent his size from growing uncontrollably. "Consuming a gray whale each month would nearly satisfy my needs," Chunmu murmured. "In doing so, my size would not escalate uncontrollably. Otherwise, before I could evolve into a new form of life, I might perish from starvation. Should there be an overabundance of gray whales, I could resort to devouring them to diminish their numbers. Conversely, if blue-green algae proliferate excessively, I would increase the gray whale population. This method would continuously provide me with the evolutionary energy necessary for my progression. Simply exquisite." Chunmu felt a surge of joy. "However, the expanse of my breeding ground is currently too vast. Even with my colossal form, propelled by a terrifying speed, it takes me a full half-day to traverse from the southern to the northern farming zones. Within the breeding area, a multitude of creatures has gathered, various fish and whales abound. The numbers have become somewhat overwhelming. Unbeknownst to Chen Mu, his management has led to a congregation of mutated gray whales in his breeding zone. In this area, the blue-green algae have gained sustenance from the mutated gray whales, establishing a unique equilibrium that naturally prevents a massive outbreak of mutated blue-green algae and the resultant depletion of dissolved oxygen in the water. As a result, various animals have begun to flock to this location. Fish congregate here, and naturally, the predators that feed on them follow suit. Nonetheless, this is fortuitous. Any creature that enters my breeding area becomes my sustenance, Chen Mu mused. Thus, Chen Mu leisurely passed 2 days. In just those 2 days, he heard a familiar, yet unfamiliar sound. A helicopter was slowly approaching him. Upon sighting the helicopter, Chen Mu's brow slightly unfurled. It seemed he had been discovered. Though this was not surprising. For a full 6 months, he had evaded detection by living in various animal forms, whether as an orca or a sailfish while traveling. Humans could not perceive him, but now that he had transformed into such a colossal entity, it was only natural to attract attention. He wondered which nation had taken notice of him. Chapter 150. What? Am I the ancestor dragon? As the helicopter drew nearer, Chen Mu lifted his head. The seawater cascaded down his enormous body, creating a splash upon the ocean's surface. He gazed up at the helicopter, which had opened its cabin door. Standing at the doorway was a woman clad in military attire, her hand grasping the doorframe as she looked down at Chen Mu. His colossal form was so immense that even merely lifting his head and neck reached a staggering height of 100 meters, an awe-inspiring sight. The helicopter hovered in the air, parallel to Chen Mu's line of sight, appearing diminutive before him. It struck Chen Mu as akin to an adult observing a child's toy. A toy scarcely larger than the palm of a hand. Was it truly that small? Chen Mu felt a sense of novelty. Over the past 6 months, he had grown accustomed to his activities upon the sea. Although he was aware of his considerable size, he had not truly grasped its magnitude until he beheld the minuscule helicopter before him. The woman clad in military attire gazed at Chen Mu and spoke, "Greetings. Before we engage in conversation, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Deng Yu, and I am a soldier from the Global Alliance." Communication? Chen Mu lay in the water, observing the human before him. Did she realize that he could comprehend her words? How could that be? Noticing the expression in Chen Mu's eyes, Deng Yu felt her heart race and her complexion pale. It was impossible not to feel anxious in the presence of such a colossal being. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and addressed Chen Mu. "I would like to request your assistance. Would you kindly return your offspring to us?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mu found himself perplexed. Yet, he remained silent, merely observing this human, eager to discern what further words she might utter. Seeing that Chen Mu did not respond, Deng Yu apologized, stating, "I am sorry for the interruption." As she retreated to the helicopter and instructed, "Return." At this, Chen Mu called out, "Wait." He had several inquiries he wished to pose. This unexpected visitor had uttered phrases that eluded his comprehension, and he sought clarity regarding the situation. His offspring? Was she referring to the species he had previously released? Thus, he could not allow her to depart. Deng Yu's eyes brightened at his words, and she rose once more, approaching the helicopter. She gazed up at the imposing figure of Chen Mu. He regarded her and slowly inquired, "How did you ascertain that I could converse with you? Moreover, what do you mean by requesting the return of my children?" Upon hearing his question, Deng Yu's eyes sparkled with hope, and she replied, "If I am not mistaken, you must be the progenitor of the Wanshou Long, the ancestor dragon, correct?" Ancestor dragon. Chen Mu had never considered himself a figure of grandeur, merely a patchwork of various biological genes. This was the first time he had been referred to as a dragon, let alone the ancestor dragon. In ancient myths, the ancestor dragon was regarded as the forebear of all dragons, often depicted as a creature with a mane. Did this group truly perceive themselves as descendants of such legends? Could a soldier genuinely believe in myth? Chen Mu scrutinized the military woman before him, contemplating whether to affirm or deny her assertion. To acknowledge it would be tantamount to accepting a title that carried weight. Clearly, such acceptance could be advantageous, as it would invoke reverence from them, bolstered by the myths. Alternatively, he could refuse or respond with ambiguity. Chen Mu replied, "What if I am? What if I am not?" Deng Yu gazed intently at Chen Mu and remarked, "Currently, countless colossal dragons have emerged across the globe, among which 3 possess wings akin to the legendary Yinglong. However, none rival your magnificent size and serene demeanor. Apart from the mythical ancestor dragon, I believe there exists no other dragon that can compare to you." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu comprehended the implication. It must be Xiao Huang and Xiao Qing. Had those little rascals been discovered by humans? Though, such a development was not entirely unexpected. Chen Mu had never mentioned humanity to them. Thus, if they ventured into human territory, it was only natural. With their ability to capture and evolve, Xiao Huang and Xiao Qing could comprehend human language, and naturally, they would be able to articulate it as well. It was hardly surprising that these humans realized that Xiao Huang and Xiao Qing could converse. Furthermore, the mention of countless dragons suggested that other dragons had also infiltrated human domains. Suddenly, everything clicked into place for Chen Mu. It seemed that these dragons had encroached upon human territories, wreaking havoc, and upon realizing their own vulnerability, the humans sought him out, perhaps hoping for assistance. Turning to Deng Yu, Chen Mu stated, "I believe I understand your intentions. However, what those dragons choose to do is of no concern to me, and I have no inclination to intervene." Deng Yu appeared momentarily taken aback, pursed her lips, and, without uttering another word, retreated into the helicopter. As the helicopter ascended, Chen Mu watched its silhouette fade into the distance, withdrawing his gaze. Humans, he mused. A peculiar sensation washed over him. He raised his claw and examined it closely. He recalled when he first transformed into an animal, a larval sea squirt, and his singular desire was to revert to human form. Yet now, he found no longing to regain that humanity. Instead, he perceived humans as mere ants, easily crushed underfoot. The notion of becoming human seemed utterly beneath him. How curious! Had his prolonged existence as an animal dulled his humanity? His mind swirled with confusion. But what, precisely, constituted humanity? Humans monopolized the Earth's resources, viewing other creatures merely as sustenance. Could such beings truly possess any semblance of humanity? Mice consume grain, cats prey upon mice. Humans, leveraging technology, ascend to the pinnacle of the food chain, relegating all other animals to mere food sources. This was the brutal reality of survival of the fittest. Shenmue lifted his gaze to the azure sky. If a being more powerful than humanity's technology were to emerge in this world, how would humans position themselves? That indeed posed a profound question. Gradually, he closed his eyes, languidly resting upon the ocean's surface. Naturally, such inquiries were not his to ponder. Meanwhile, Deng Yu, seated within the helicopter, spoke into the microphone. The attempt has failed. No matter, she continued, the Yinglong and Polaris have already agreed to our proposition. Really? Deng Yu's eyes brightened slightly. Once we showed them the video of the ancestor dragon, they immediately acquiesced. Deng Yu slightly nodded. It seems we were not mistaken. It is indeed the ancestor dragon. Chapter 151, A Circle Completed. During this period, the rate at which Shenmue acquired evolutionary energy had accelerated significantly, surpassing even the pace he experienced while cultivating the lion ant in Africa. Even without consuming the gray whale, he was still gaining evolutionary energy at a consistent rate each day. Shenmue was well aware that this evolutionary energy was bestowed upon him by his kin. In other words, it was shared by the new species he had created during their feeding. However, to be candid, the swiftness of this process left Shenmue somewhat astonished. Previously, while cultivating the lion ant, it took him 6 months to achieve merely 1% of evolutionary energy. Yet, in this past 6 months, he had managed to acquire a full 10%. It is worth noting that each evolution demands an increasing amount of energy. Now, having evolved into a serpent, although his physical form seemed diminished, the energy required for the next evolution was significantly greater. The newly created species, combined with the substantial evolutionary energy gifted by his kin, was truly astonishing for Shenmue. After the initial surprise, he found himself immersed in enjoyment. In the meantime, Yuan, have you heard? Xiaoyan suddenly inquired. Zhuang Yuan, seated on the sofa watching television, looked up, slightly puzzled by Xiaoyan's abrupt remark. Heard what? She asked. Xiaoyan, drying her hair with a towel, responded. It's about that recent event circulating online. She settled onto the sofa and continued. It concerns a small village in Italy that has a giant dragon they worship. They have established a good rapport with it, offering pigs, cattle, and sheep each month in exchange for its protection from other dragons. Zhuang Yuan paused for a moment. Taken aback. Is that so? Indeed, Xiaoyan confirmed. However, some other villages attempted to emulate this practice without prior communication and were subsequently devoured by a malevolent dragon. It appears that these dragons possess intelligence. Some are willing to cooperate with humans, while others seem to regard them purely as sustenance, Zhuang Yuan remarked softly. According to mythological accounts, dragons exhibit diverse temperaments. Some are benevolent, willing to assist humans without expecting any reward, while others require human sacrifices for their aid. Yet, there are also those dragons deemed malevolent by humanity, treating them solely as food. Meanwhile, Shenmue, idly swimming in the sea and surveying his cultivation area, noticed the corpse of a mutated gray whale, which captured his attention. I recall that half a month ago, another gray whale met a similar fate. Now, another has as well. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this mutated gray whale had been killed, its body seemingly intact, save for its tongue, which had been entirely consumed. Realizing this, Shenmue deduced the identity of the perpetrator. Only one creature is known to consume just the tongue, he thought. The orca, or killer whale, boasts of vast distribution, with its presence felt across nearly all the world's oceans. In contrast, the formidable gray whale, a leviathan of the seas, typically eludes the gaze of predatory creatures, save for the orca, its sole adversary. Currently, in the ocean, the gray whale faces but one true foe, the orca. The demise of a gray whale holds little consequence for Shenmue, as the orca's voracious appetite allows a mere handful to satiate their hunger from a single gray whale. Presently, the number of gray whales under Shenmue's care is countless, and one can hardly glance at the ocean without spotting these magnificent creatures surfacing for air. Their mutations prevalent throughout this expansive marine territory. Coupled with an abundance of nourishment, these altered gray whales grow at an impressive rate. However, the population of these mutant gray whales has begun to exceed manageable limits, prompting Shenmue to utilize his consumption ability to cull some every month. Thus, the loss of 1 or 2 mutant gray whales poses no significant issue for him. Nonetheless, it does bring him discomfort to see his cultivated beings devoured by other animals. Expanding his consciousness, Shenmue surveyed a radius of 10,000 meters, encompassing his entire field of vision. Through this vast expanse, he observed myriad creatures. Yet the 6 frolicking orcas captured his attention most profoundly. It was evident that these 6 orcas were the culprits responsible for the demise of his gray whales. With a powerful stroke of his massive form, Shenmue set his course towards the orcas, his colossal head emerging above the water as he focused intently on their direction. Approaching with a menacing roar. Upon detecting Shenmue's presence, the 6 orcas were instantly struck with fear, hastily turning to flee, anxious to escape his pursuit. You think you can escape? Shenmue remarked coolly. As his voice echoed, his speed suddenly doubled, his gaze locking onto the nearest fleeing orca. opening his jaws wide to lunge at it. The orca, sensing the impending danger, could do nothing but run frantically forward. Suddenly, Shenmu's pupils narrowed. Observing the orca's features, he felt a flicker of familiarity. Could it be? He halted his chase, watching the orca dash ahead, and instinctively called out, "Hey, wait a moment." Upon hearing Shenmu's voice, the orca's frantic pace began to wane. Gradually, it came to a halt and turned its face towards him. Its small eyes, set against the backdrop of large white patches, regarded Shenmu with a hint of disbelief. It ceased its movement, fixated on him. Indeed, it was her. Each pod of orcas possesses its own unique dialect, and within each pod, every individual orca has its distinctive vocalization. Orcas can recognize one another through sound, much like humans do. While to humans, all orcas may appear alike, to an orca, each one is unique. Having spent time with orcas previously, Shenmu naturally learned to discern their individual differences. Shenmu's form transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, morphing into a majestic orca. Upon seeing Shenmu, the orca erupted with joy, leaping through the water and swiftly swimming towards him. As it approached, it affectionately nudged its head against Shenmu's, exclaiming, "Wonderful! You have finally returned." Hearing that familiar voice stirred a sense of confusion within Shenmu. How could he possibly encounter it here? He lifted his gaze and surveyed the surroundings, and in doing so, he noticed the floating icebergs on the ocean's surface. A moment of realization washed over him. It dawned on him that during his endeavors in aquaculture, he had unconsciously expanded his farming region all the way to Antarctica. From Antarctica to Australia. From Australia to Northeast Asia, then back to Antarctica, and onward to Africa, Southeast Asia, and now, he found himself back in Antarctica once more. The orca beside him was none other than the elder sister orca that had cared for him for an extended period. Chapter 152, a creature with a peculiar name. The dugong. The elder sister orca was as exuberant as a small dog reuniting with its beloved owner, circling around Shenmu and frequently nudging him with her massive body. "Where did you suddenly disappear to? It has been so many years," she said joyfully, her eyes sparkling. "I have been searching for you, hoping to encounter you again. And now, at long last, we are reunited." Her delight was palpable. As they spoke, the other orcas fleeing nearby took notice of the commotion and gathered around. Shenmu observed them, recognizing that of the 5 orcas, only one, a relatively unfamiliar young orca, was a stranger. The others were all familiar faces. The young orca was likely born after Shenmu's departure, hence its unfamiliarity. The elder sister orca leaned closer to Shenmu and inquired, "Was that enormous creature you transformed into just now?" To which Shenmu replied, "Yes." Upon hearing this, the elder sister orca chuckled, "How impressive. It looks so grand. It's the first time I've seen something so large, even bigger than a blue whale. When you charged towards us, we were terrified, thinking we might become your next meal." Suddenly, Shenmu sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Though he had just reunited with an old friend, a wave of peculiar emotions washed over him, and as the elder sister orca began to speak, he was reminded of her incessant chatter. "You have no idea how much I missed you. Every day I waited for you to return. It was incredibly dull without you," he said. Before he could elaborate further, the elder sister orca interrupted, her words flowing forth without pause. "You want to leave again, will you?" she asked, her gaze filled with hope. Orcas are remarkably unique creatures, exhibiting strong familial bonds that last from birth until death. Only during mating season do male orcas venture to other pods, and once the breeding is complete, they return to their family groups. For female orcas, their offspring are of utmost importance. To the elder sister orca, Shenmu was akin to her own child, someone she had nurtured from a young orca into a magnificent adult. Naturally, it was quite reluctant for Shenmu to leave. Shenmu felt a sudden heaviness in his head. He chose to remain silent and turned to leave on his own. Observing this, the sister orca hurriedly followed him. Noticing her pursuit, Shenmu inquired, "Aren't you returning?" The sister orca replied with a smile, "No need, our family hunts nearby. We just finished hunting and are well fed. You see, the places we used to hunt are now overrun with those bothersome blue algae, and many fish have perished. This area, however, is abundant with food and countless gray whales. If mother calls us, we shall return immediately," she added with a playful tone. "Besides, if you are here, I must follow you. I cannot allow you to escape again." Shenmu felt a wave of confusion. The places we previously hunted are now filled with blue algae? Indeed. The sister orca responded, "I don't know how it happened, but 6 months ago, an overwhelming amount of blue algae appeared. Interestingly, I noticed that the gray whales have recently taken to eating blue algae. Previously, they preferred small fish and shrimp, but now they are consuming these algae." Unbeknownst to her, it was Shenmu himself who was the cause of all these phenomena. Shenmu did not feel compelled to explain anything. The sister orca continued to follow Shenmu, while the other members of her family returned home. She remained by his side, persistently chattering about how much she missed him. At that moment, Shenmu spotted an unusual creature floating on the surface of the sea, accompanied by a small one, nibbling on the blue algae. It was deemed unusual due to its peculiar appearance, as Shenmu had never encountered such a being before. This creature resembled a seal, but was significantly larger. Comparable to a manatee, it appeared somewhat clumsy. This was a dugong, a unique species. While similar to a manatee, it was distinctly different. The manatee's tail is fan-like, whereas the dugong's tail is forked, akin to that of a whale. The primary diet of dugongs consists of seagrass and algae, and blue algae naturally falls within the category of algae, serving as their sustenance. The abundance of blue algae here had attracted these dugongs. The voice of the sister orca broke through his thoughts, indicating the peculiar variety of creatures inhabiting this farming area. Suddenly, Shenmu heard the sound of a helicopter once more. He swam to the surface and gazed at the helicopter in the sky. It swooped down from above, Through his mental vision, he could discern the individuals aboard the helicopter, aside from the pilot and the person he had encountered previously named Deng Yu. There were two unfamiliar faces, a young boy and a girl. The boy, with long azure hair, sat quietly inside the helicopter, while the golden-haired girl leaned against the helicopter door, her face filled with excitement as she surveyed the surroundings. Was it yet another group of humans, accompanied by two strangers? What could this mean? Observing the scene, it seemed they were searching for their true selves, yet their transformation into Orcus rendered them oblivious to their own identities. Chunmu glanced at his sister Orca beside him and declared, "I wish to revert to my previous form. You should keep your distance to avoid any unintended consequences." The sister Orca, understanding Chunmu's intent, promptly acknowledged his request and swam away obediently. As an Orca, she possessed considerable intelligence. Once she had distanced herself adequately, a golden radiance enveloped Chunmu's form, and he instantly returned to his original appearance. As his substantial physique emerged, the sea swelled with ripples. In the distance, the Orcus gazed at this spectacle, their eyes glinting with astonishment. Chunmu raised his head, extending his neck to observe the helicopter suspended in the air, narrowing his eyes in scrutiny. Frankly, he felt a tinge of discontent. Having already rebuffed them, their return felt akin to harassment, a situation he found intolerable. This marked the second instance. Perhaps it was time to issue a warning. The helicopter evidently detected Chunmu's presence and pivoted, heading in his direction. Under his watchful gaze, the youth with azure hair and the golden-haired girl recognized him. Upon spotting Chunmu, both exhibited signs of excitement, particularly the golden-haired girl. Without hesitation, she flung open the helicopter door and leapt from the aircraft. Chunmu was momentarily taken aback. As she descended, she shimmered in midair, transforming into a magnificent golden dragon, its wings unfurling as it soared toward Chunmu. With exuberance, it called out, "Ancestor!" Chunmu's pupils constricted slightly. It was that little yellow creature. Had these humans brought it here? The little one approached with an expression of sheer joy, landing gracefully before Chunmu and sending ripples across the water's surface, exclaiming, "Ancestor! We finally found you." At that moment, the azure-haired youth also morphed into a dragon with azure wings, gliding to Chunmu's side and landing respectfully. His demeanor a mixture of excitement and reverence. Chunmu regarded these two young beings and inquired, "How did you come to accompany the humans?" The yellow creature replied, "We were searching for you, Ancestor, when these humans approached us, claiming they had discovered your existence. They showed us a video of you, and so we came, hee. It joyfully nuzzled Chunmu's mane, displaying affection. Chapter 153, Naming Oneself? Chunmu remarked, "You possess the ability to transform into humans, indicating that you have utilized predatory evolution on them. Yet, why do you appear to have such a close rapport with humanity?" The yellow creature looked at Chunmu and explained, "We had been unable to locate you until we transformed into humans. We found that humans differ significantly from the animals we once knew. It seems that in this world, humans are the most formidable beings, possessing various forms of civilization. Yes, they refer to it as civilization." Then the Polaris exclaimed, "Wait a moment." Chunmu displayed a look of confusion. "Polaris?" The little yellow creature, upon hearing this, regained its composure and, with a smile, remarked that it had given itself a name. Just as humans possess their own names, it too had chosen one. Those humans referred to it as Yinglong, and thus it adopted the name. Then, in a moment of inspiration, it declared that it would call itself Polaris. Upon hearing this, Chunmu instinctively glanced at the little green one beside him. Little Green, slightly anxious, responded, "I have always admired the brightest star in the morning sky. And later I learned from humans that it is known as Polaris. So, I thought, why not adopt that name for myself? I am unsure if that is correct." It seemed somewhat bewildered, akin to a child. Observing this, Chunmu understood. These two little beings, having evolved into humans through predation, had begun to embrace human culture, gradually adopting human-like thoughts. As they transitioned into a different species, they began to perceive the world from the perspective of that species, eventually aligning their views with those of humanity. They resembled children, currently in a phase of learning, and naturally, their capacity to absorb new information was quite rapid. "It's all right. Having a name is good," Chunmu reassured them. He turned to Yinglong, who replied, "We could not locate our progenitor, and in our interactions with humans. After evolving through predation, Polaris felt that humans were distinct from the prey we once hunted. It seemed inappropriate to regard humans as food, yet we were uncertain if this notion was correct, especially since we could not find our ancestor. At that time, we discovered the presence of other dragon clans in Italy. Clearly, it had come into contact with human culture, mistaking the wingless new creatures created by Chunmu for the so-called dragon kin." Chunmu listened quietly. "We thought surely these must be the dragon kin created by our progenitor, our companions. We set out to find them, but upon encountering them, we realized they regarded humans entirely as food." Yinglong continued. "Polaris attempted to intervene, but those companions deemed us unlike them, concluded that neither Polaris nor I were the progeny of our progenitor, and they attacked us." Yinglong pouted. "They were exceedingly unreasonable. Fortunately, our progenitor bestowed upon us the gift of rapid regeneration. Otherwise, you might never have heard from Polaris and me again. Subsequently, humans perceived us as protectors, showering us with warmth. We were momentarily at a loss, transforming into human forms to coexist with them, uncertain whether it was right or wrong to view humans as food. That decision must rest with our progenitor." Yinglong gazed at Chunmu, smiling. "We shall abide by your guidance. You are the father of both Polaris and me." A flicker of discomfort crossed Chunmu's lips. It appeared that while these two little creatures referred to him as their progenitor, they genuinely regarded him as a father. Humans must not be treated as food. At that moment, a voice echoed from the helicopter. Upon hearing it, Chen Mu glanced at Deng Yu, who stood at the helicopter's door with a furrowed brow and an expression of distress. Deng Yu spoke in a grave tone. You two had promised us that if we brought you to meet the ancestor dragon, you would endeavor to persuade it to aid humanity. Upon hearing this, Yinglong chuckled. My apologies, I deceived you. Our sole intention is to use you to locate the primordial ancestor. As for persuading it on your behalf, that is utterly impossible. Deng Yu opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, and slowly closed it, her complexion paling. Polaris observed this scene and turned to Chen Mu. Yinglong then addressed Chen Mu, saying, however, Ancestor, Polaris and I find ourselves somewhat uncertain. Can humans serve as our sustenance? Chen Mu began to comprehend the situation. In truth, Yinglong likely held no particular regard for humanity. To it, whether humans were consumed by dragonkind was of little consequence. Polaris, however, was different. Introverted yet emotionally vibrant. It cared deeply about this matter. Yinglong, acting as an elder sister, was merely voicing Polaris's concern. Chen Mu replied nonchalantly. How you choose to interact with humanity is your own affair. Whether you choose to assist them or treat them as mere food, akin to other dragons, is entirely up to you. Pursue your own desires and act according to your own volition. Chen Mu had little interest in such matters. His sole objective was to forge a race of his own. With such races present, he could leisurely accrue evolutionary energy. That was all that mattered to him. As for how these races chose to operate, he had no intention of intervening. As long as it did not affect what he cherished, he preferred to remain uninvolved. The dilemmas of Yinglong and Polaris were theirs alone to resolve. Yinglong and Polaris exchanged glances. Chen Mu added, however, among humans, there exist both virtuous and malevolent individuals. Regardless of your stance, it is intertwined with my own. You may choose how to deal with your encounters, but it is best to act according to your own judgment rather than be exploited by the wicked. Yinglong shook its head, expressing confusion. Polaris gazed at Chen Mu, its eyes reflecting uncertainty. Clearly, they were still young. Naturally, if they did not venture forth to experience the world, they would remain perpetually juvenile. Thus, Chen Mu instructed. Return now, go wherever you wish and do not linger here. Pursue your innermost desires, as long as you are not manipulated. Upon hearing this, Yinglong's demeanor shifted, and it approached Chen Mu, saying, Ancestor. Chen Mu interjected, go. Yinglong and Polaris exchanged one last look. The two colossal dragons unfurled their wings and ascended into the sky, casting a reluctant glance back at Chen Mu before soaring away. Chen Mu watched them depart. Inside the helicopter, Deng Yu glanced at Chen Mu, offered a respectful gesture, and said, I apologize for the disturbance. I shall take my leave. The helicopter pivoted and flew in the direction Yinglong and Polaris had taken. Chapter 154. Will blue algae cause global cooling? What transpired? Inquired Sister Orca, leaning closer to Chen Mu. Lacking comprehension of the dialogue between Chen Mu and the dragons, she was simply curious about what had unfolded now that the matter seemed to have reached resolution. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu glanced at the Sister Orca below. It was diminutive, comparable in size to the helicopter from earlier. Chen Mu understood that he must maintain his form to harness the evolutionary energy derived from his species' communal sustenance. Thus, he had no intention of reverting to the orca's visage. It's nothing, just a minor incident that has been resolved, he remarked. Oh, the Sister Orca responded. Observing Chen Mu, you have grown quite large. As she spoke, she gracefully swam around him, marveling at his size and length, exclaiming, so grand, so formidable. Chen Mu felt somewhat speechless at her exuberance, anticipating a lengthy discourse from her. Just as he had predicted, the Sister Orca followed him, seemingly unwilling to part ways. And so, time passed swiftly. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Winter had arrived, cloaking the waters near Antarctica in thick layers of ice. Zhuang Yuanyuan and Xiaoyan had nestled in their home, wrapped in heavy winter garments. This winter has come swiftly and is notably colder than usual, Xiaoyan remarked. Unable to contain her thoughts. That's a positive development, Zhuang Yuanyuan replied. Xiaoyan turned to her, intrigued. Zhuang Yuanyuan, seated on the sofa with a warm thermos in hand, watched the news on the television screen. In recent years, winters have been progressively warming. Do you know the cause? Yes, Xiaoyan replied. I believe anyone on Earth is aware, it's the greenhouse effect. Indeed, Zhuang Yuanyuan continued. But do you know why the greenhouse effect leads to rising temperatures each year? Xiaoyan paused, shaking her head. I think we covered it in school, but I can't recall, haha. Zhuang Yuanyuan redirected her gaze forward, explaining. The excess carbon dioxide we emit enters the atmosphere, which acts like a thick quilt enveloping the Earth, providing insulation. Under normal circumstances, a balanced level of carbon dioxide allows for comfortable temperatures. However, when it exceeds this balance, we experience heat. If carbon dioxide becomes excessively abundant, the Earth transforms into a pressure cooker. Looking at Xiaoyan, Zhuang Yuanyuan added, everything within would face extinction, and Earth would become a purgatory. Xiaoyan appeared contemplative. But it seems the temperature has dropped this year. Zhuang Yuanyuan replied. This relates to the recent news about the rampant proliferation of blue algae. Although this is a catastrophic blow to marine ecosystems, it has a different implication for the planet. Blue algae absorb carbon dioxide for photosynthesis, and this year's significant bloom likely contributed to a decrease in carbon dioxide levels. With reduced carbon dioxide, the temperature naturally declines. Ah, how intricate. Xiaoyan pouted. Zhuang Yuanyuan nodded slightly. Indeed, it is quite complex. Xiaoyan continued. While the improvement in the environment is welcome, the rapid proliferation of giant ants is alarming. Nearly all of Africa has been overrun, and their numbers in West Asia are increasing. I wonder how the Global Alliance will address this issue. Zhuang Yuanyuan fell silent. It was clear that the giant ants had spiraled out of control. The sheer number of these colossal ants is overwhelming. Even with nuclear weapons at our disposal, we find ourselves powerless against them. While nuclear bombs can annihilate vast swathes of life and infrastructure, a grave issue persists. The queen ant resides deep underground, rendering the bomb's impact on her negligible. As long as the queen survives, an endless swarm of giant ants will emerge. Humanity appears to be at a loss regarding the colossal ants. Currently, the only viable solution is to establish containment zones to isolate these creatures. However, it is well understood that this is merely a stopgap measure. Without a definitive resolution, humanity's extinction looms on the horizon. What are the dragons? Zhuang Yuanyuan glanced at Xiaoyan, inquiring, any news? Xiaoyan hesitated momentarily, then smiled. Indeed, 6 months ago, Ying Long and a dragon named Polaris, who possesses wings, came to assist humanity. They are immensely powerful, having subdued the malevolent dragons plaguing our territory and banished them back to the sea, thus resolving the dragon crisis. Polaris? Zhuang Yuanyuan expressed surprise. Xiaoyan affirmed with a nod. Could it be Tai? Zhuang Yuanyuan mused aloud. Xiaoyan looked at her quizzically. Tai? Zhuang Yuanyuan nodded slightly. Did I not share the tale of Pangu with you? Ying Long is born of Pangu, and her consort is Tai, also known as the North Star, which indeed refers to Polaris. Xiaoyan paused, absorbing this information. Zhuang Yuanyuan continued. In ancient mythological texts, Tai is attributed with numerous titles. The Chronicles of the Emperors records that the heavenly emperor is Yao Pabao, the earthly emperor is Tianyi, and the human emperor is Tai. Tai represents the center of the heavens. The ancients believe that all stars revolve around Polaris, thus bestowing upon it the title of heavenly emperor. This heavenly emperor is distinct from the Jade Emperor of Taoist belief, as the North Star is rooted in the mythological narratives of ancient peoples. Xiaoyan, taken aback, pondered. So, the dragon named Polaris is quite formidable? Zhuang Yuanyuan shrugged, perhaps. Or it might just be a coincidence. By the way, Zhuang Yuanyuan turned her attention back to Xiaoyan. Does this mean those two dragons are on our side? What about the giant ants? Xiaoyan replied. They merely assisted in removing the rogue dragons and have since departed, seemingly without intentions to aid humanity against the colossal ants. Otherwise, it would have been a spectacle of dragons battling ants. Zhuang Yuanyuan furrowed her brow, withdrawing her gaze. If the giant ants continue their rampage, humanity will surely falter. If a solution is not found, our end is near. As Zhuang Yuanyuan anticipated, many others were already contemplating this dire situation. Meanwhile, within the military department of the Global Alliance, the commander, a middle-aged man, glanced at his aide Deng Yu and stated, we must ensure that the ancestral dragon intervenes, by whatever means necessary. Deng Yu bit her lip and replied, yes. Chapter 155. Did the young dragons run to my aquaculture area to hunt? At this moment, Chen Mu encountered a dilemma. Ying Long and Polaris had chosen to return the colossal dragons that posed a threat to human existence back to the ocean. However, this decision brought forth another conundrum. These giants, due to their increased size, required more sustenance, thus expanding their hunting grounds. They even regarded Chen Mu's aquaculture zone as part of their hunting territory. Indeed, through his consciousness vision, Chen Mu observed 3 oblivious dragons intruding upon his aquaculture area, preying upon his gray whales. Anger surged within him upon noticing this. He flapped his wings and soared directly towards the 3 dragons that were feasting on the gray whale. One of the dragons was tearing into the whale on the ocean's surface. Midway through its meal, it sensed the rush of wind and looked up. Upon seeing Chen Mu approaching, it halted its feeding. With a thunderous crash, when Chen Mu descended, the ocean churned violently. Utilizing the buoyancy of the sea, he floated atop the water, slightly bowing his head to gaze at the blue dragon beneath him. He intended to issue a warning to this creature, demanding it vacate his aquaculture territory. Yet, before he could utter a word, the dragon acted first. Dad! It exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards him. During Chen Mu's moment of astonishment, the dragon nuzzled against his body affectionately. After a few gentle nudges, it seemed to recall something, instinctively turning its gaze towards the other 2 dragons that were hunting gray whales in the distance. Brothers, Dad is back. Come meet him. This was the sound that reached Chen Mu's ears. To any human present, it would have sounded like a mighty dragoness roar. Upon hearing this call, the 2 dragons, still engaged in their hunt, quickly abandoned their prey, lifting their heads to look towards Chen Mu. They hurriedly rushed over. Dad! Dad! The sight of Chen Mu filled the 2 dragons with excitement and joy. At this juncture, Chen Mu found himself perplexed. Initially, he had perceived these 3 creatures as intruders, planning to teach them a lesson. However, upon reflection, he realized that they were creations of his own making. Although not born of him, they were akin to his offspring. To them, his existence was as a father-s. It seemed entirely reasonable for his children to feast within his aquaculture zone. Thus, any anger he felt appeared unwarranted. This realization left Chen Mu somewhat overwhelmed. Do not call me Dad. Refer to me as Ancestor, he instructed. Ancestor. 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 They chorused, brimming with excitement. Observing their demeanor, Chen Mu remarked, if you are hungry, continue to eat. I merely came to check on you. As long as I see you growing up healthily, I shall feel at ease. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, 2 of the dragons gradually dispersed, yet as they did, they instinctively glanced back at him, seemingly fearful that he might suddenly depart. The enormous dragon beside him did not depart. It gazed at Chen Mu and inquired, Father Ancestor, is there any way I may assist you? Upon hearing this, Chen Mu scrutinized the dragon before him, its entire form of vivid azure. Why do you wish to help? He asked. With delight, it replied, because, Father, after you created us, you left. The companions in our clan have said that you must have been preoccupied with other matters, which is why you abandoned us. We have been waiting for your return, though at times hunger compelled us to seek sustenance elsewhere. Now that you have finally returned, it is truly wonderful. Chunmu was taken aback. It had been some time since he had left them, and he realized that they had merely been awaiting his return. Their every action solely aimed at satisfying their hunger and surviving. Such purity in their intentions stirred a sense of shame within him. Having succumbed to the ways of animals for far too long, frequently transforming into other creatures, his perspective had grown increasingly rational, devoid of any emotional attachment. Feeling the genuine paternal affection emanating from these dragons, Chunmu recognized that he had underestimated the emotional depth of animals. He looked into the bright eyes of the azure dragon, filled with admiration. Should he reveal the truth? After adjusting his emotions, he said, "During this time, I have indeed been occupied with certain tasks. The area you now see, filled with blue algae and gray whales, is the result of my recent endeavors. You have many brothers and sisters, and while there was ample food when you were small, as you grow, sustenance will become scarce. Thus, I have dedicated time to cultivate countless blue algae and nurture numerous gray whales, preparing for your growth so that you might have food to eat." Upon hearing this, the azure dragon's eyes sparkled with reverence as it gazed at Chunmu, causing a flush of embarrassment to rise on his cheeks. There is one thing you must heed. When you eat, control the quantity. Indiscriminate consumption will lead to increased size and subsequently greater hunger. If your growth continues unchecked, your hunger will become insatiable, and you may perish from starvation. The azure dragon nodded, saying, "We are aware of this. One of our brothers consumed too much food, resulting in a dramatic increase in size, and ultimately he starved." With a hint of remorse, the azure dragon lowered its head and said, "I apologize, father. I failed to care for them properly." It appeared that these little creatures had gleaned some wisdom from their experiences during their time apart. Chunmu nodded slightly and called out to the two small ones in the distance, "Hey, come here." The two little ones exchanged glances before swimming over eagerly. "Father ancestor," they chimed. Chunmu continued, "Next, I will teach you how to cultivate gray whales. This responsibility will be entrusted to the three of you. Once you have mastered it, summon your other brothers and sisters to come and reside here. It is quite excessive to neglect these little creatures. However, the number of gray whales cultivated so far is limited. In order to ensure that the dragons are well fed, assistance is required. Since raising just one gray whale is insufficient, it is not a difficult task to find several dragons to collaborate." Chunmu spent some time utilizing his ability to share knowledge, teaching these three dragons the techniques of breeding mutated gray whales. By the time they had fully mastered the skills, half a month had passed. A multitude of dragons began to enter the breeding grounds, gracefully soaring through the air. Chunmu observed their joyous display, his brow slightly relaxing. The voice of his sister Orca reached him. Upon hearing her, Chunmu turned to look at her and inquired, "Are there any dragons bullying the Orcas?" The sister Orca replied, "Not at all. Ever since you issued that command, they have been exceedingly friendly towards us." Chunmu nodded slightly in response, feeling relieved. At that moment, the azure dragon approached. Chunmu turned his attention to the creature as it spoke. "A helicopter is flying in from the north, carrying 2 humans. Should we consume them?" Chunmu replied nonchalantly, "They are likely here to seek me. Just bring them to me." The azure dragon nodded and swiftly leaped above the ocean, ascending into the sky before disappearing from view. Humans had returned. Previously, they had brought Xiao Huang and Xiao Qing. Now, what could they possibly want? Before long, the azure dragon returned, accompanied by a helicopter. Standing at the door of the aircraft was Deng Yu, who had visited previously. She respectfully bowed to Chunmu, stating, "I am Deng Yu, a soldier of the Global Alliance, and I apologize for the intrusion upon the ancestor dragon." Chunmu, assessing her, asked directly, "What brings you here?" Deng Yu responded, "We seek your assistance in dealing with the giant ants." Giant ants? Chunmu was instantly filled with questions. He recalled the giant ants he had been breeding in Africa. Could it be that the giant ants she referred to were the lion-headed ants? Had the people of the Jiaolan nation failed to eradicate them? Chunmu remembered that he had nearly dealt with the lion-headed ants. Noticing Chunmu's silence, Deng Yu continued, "The giant ants have been wreaking havoc, destroying all nations in Africa. Some have even flown to Western Asia, where they are beginning to reproduce and gradually encroach upon territory, extending their reach towards the heart of Asia." She added, "If the giant ants continue their rampage, humanity may face total extinction." Hearing this confirmed Chunmu's suspicions. Indeed, the Jiaolan nation had not eradicated the giant ants, and they had proliferated during his absence. Were all the nations in Africa gone? The pressing question remained. What concern was it of his if humanity were to face total annihilation? This individual's stance has been profoundly misguided, particularly regarding her own position as the ancestral dragon. Is she truly foolish? Or does she believe that the ancestral dragon ought to assist humanity? Perhaps in myth and legend, dragons are indeed perceived as auspicious beings, destined to aid humankind. However, Chunmu certainly does not belong to that category. Just as he was about to dismiss the matter, a sudden thought struck him. If that is the case, then the population of the lion ant must be exceedingly vast, correct? Instantly, for characters flashed in Chunmu's mind, evolutionary energy. To Chunmu, the lion ant represented an abundance of evolutionary energy. Considering the extensive time they had proliferated, how numerous could they have become? Chunmu felt a surge of excitement. He couldn't help but lick his lips, his enormous crocodilian pupils glinting with a spark of exhilaration. Noticing the shift in Chunmu's gaze, Deng Yu involuntarily swallowed hard. Beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her heartbeat quickening, overwhelmed by a profound sense of unease. Presently, humanity faces 3 pressing dilemmas. The first concern is the giant ants, which exhibit a disturbing inclination to exterminate humankind entirely. This is a matter of utmost importance that cannot be ignored. The second issue is the emergence of the dragons, which has resulted in numerous human fatalities. Although these dragons have since retreated to the ocean, their presence there poses a dire threat to humanity. The third dilemma involves the rampant proliferation of blue algae, the cause of which has been traced back to the ancestral dragon before them. The explosive growth of blue algae has devastated marine ecosystems, rendering coastal fisheries desolate and severely impacting the economies of nations. At this juncture, these three issues collectively threaten humanity. However, for now, humanity must confront the giant ants, as they lack the capacity to address the other two concerns. After all, while dragons are perilous, they do not currently engage in indiscriminate slaughter like the giant ants do. To humans, these mythological creatures that have suddenly appeared are uncontrollable forces. Yet, facing these man-eating behemoths, it is impossible for Deng Yu to claim she feels no fear. Chunmu lifted his head, gazing at Deng Yu, and said, "All right." To him, the lion ant was merely prey. He could hardly have anticipated that the seeds he had sown would flourish and now pose such a headache for others. It was indeed time to reap the harvest. Deng Yu was taken aback by Chunmu's response, which was unexpectedly succinct. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Chunmu continued, "From here on, you shall lead the way. My little companions will assist you in eliminating those giant lion ants." Almost revealing too much, he hesitated briefly before rephrasing. Little companions? Deng Yu was momentarily stunned, and as if struck by a realization, she instinctively glanced towards the distance where massive creatures, over 200 meters in length, curiously observed them. Deng Yu thought to herself, so these are what he refers to as his little companions. Chunmu added, "Before we proceed, I need to give some instructions. Please return tomorrow." He required these individuals to serve as guides, aiding him in locating the wild vegetables. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu felt a surge of excitement, gratitude for the assistance from the ancestral dragon. Assistance? If I were to claim that those colossal ants were my creation, would these humans not promptly present themselves with a nuclear bomb? Never mind. Chunmu was disinclined to elaborate further. Once the helicopter had departed, he withdrew his gaze and regarded the dragons beside him. He proclaimed, "All you little ones, listen closely." His voice resonated powerfully, soaring into the heavens. To those outside, it sounded like a dragon's roar, piercing the skies. The dragons, upon hearing this, ceased their movements and turned their attention towards Chunmu. He continued, "Currently, on that continent, there exists a swarm of giant ants. For our dragon kin, the available food is insufficient. These ants shall serve as our sustenance. Tomorrow, I require you to venture to that continent and hunt the giant ants, treating them as nourishment. Of course, do not overindulge. Remember to maintain your size." At this point, Chunmu paused. What if there were leftovers? He pondered and instinctively inquired of the system. "System, if my kin utilize their devouring abilities to obtain evolutionary energy, does it belong to them or to me?" The system replied in its emotionless mechanical tone, "The evolutionary energy is solely yours. Any energy acquired from your kin's consumption will convert into your evolutionary energy." Chunmu's eyes brightened. He gazed at the little beings fixated on him and declared, "If there are any leftovers, I shall grant you the ability to devour, consuming them entirely. Do you understand?" "Yes," was the enthusiastic response he heard from the little ones. To the humans, however, it merely sounded like a chorus of dragon roars. These roars echoed through the heavens and the earth. Even Deng Yu, far removed in the helicopter, felt her heartbeat quicken upon hearing such dragon sounds. She muttered, "These are truly fearsome creatures. Not only do they possess the form of dragons, but they also exhibit human-like intelligence. How could humanity possibly triumph over such beings?" She found the notion incomprehensible. Defeating a deity seemed an unlikely prospect. The following day, as she awaited, the familiar helicopter appeared in Chunmu's line of sight at the opportune moment. Fully armed, Deng Yu stood at the helicopter's door. Chunmu glanced at her and said, "I will have Long and Polaris accompany the dragons. Remember, I do not wish for any dragon to be left behind by you. Should I discover that you have retained a dragon for research purposes, I shall consider it a provocation of war between humans and dragons." Deng Yu's breath caught slightly, and she assured him, "I stake my life on the guarantee that such an event will not occur." Chunmu nodded slightly. He turned to Long and Polaris, who looked back at him and nodded in unison, then flapped their wings and took to the skies. Subsequently, one after another, the colossal dragons broke through the ocean's surface, soaring into the sky, spiraling and gliding gracefully above. Deng Yu gazed at the sky, where one colossal dragon after another soared. She could not help but swallow hard before casting a glance at Chunmu, offering a polite nod before departing. A throng of dragons followed the helicopter into the distance. Chapter 157, a one-sided onslaught and massacre. Through the rearview mirror of the helicopter, Deng Yu watched the dragons approaching from afar. Gradually, she withdrew her gaze, her mind drifting back to the events of that morning. To be candid, ever since Deng Yu received the directive from her superiors to seek out the ancestor dragon for assistance, she had been enveloped in hesitation. The higher-ups had not provided her with a specific timeline, instead urging her to devise a solution. At that moment, Deng Yu felt as though she were crawling through a pot of hot oil, acutely aware that allowing the giant ants to advance would pose a grave threat to her nation. Time was exceedingly scarce, yet Deng Yu found herself at a loss as to what to do. It was not until yesterday, by mere chance, that she overheard a conversation between two female teachers in a milk tea shop, just a day before she sought out Chunmu. In her quest to contemplate strategies for locating the ancestor dragon, Deng Yu had opted to step away from her duties for a moment of solace. While seated at a table in the milk tea shop, admiring the scenery, she caught snippets of their discussion. Yuan, what do you think we should do now that the giant ants are wreaking havoc? How can humanity hope to prevail? I believe that if the giant ants are beasts of terror, They must be vanquished by divine creatures. Isn't that how dramas portray it? Are you an idiot? Hee. That's precisely why I asked you. The dialogue piqued Deng Yu's interest, prompting her to turn instinctively toward the speakers. Two women occupied the adjacent table, one radiating with a cheerful smile, while the other maintained an icy demeanor. The latter remarked, however, what you said aligns closely with my thoughts. Given the current state of humanity, overcoming the giant ants seems nearly impossible. The only allies we have are those dragons. However, persuading the dragons, who have previously committed misdeeds against humanity, to assist us may prove challenging. Yet, it is not without possibility. What possibility? Deng Yu found herself speaking almost reflexively. At the sound of her voice, both Zhuang Yuan and Xiao Nian turned to look at her. Observing their attention, Deng Yu continued, I too have been pondering this dilemma, and it appears you both may possess insights into the solution. Would you kindly share? Zhuang Yuan's brows relaxed as she dismissed Deng Yu's inquiry, continuing her monologue. Seek the Ancestor Dragon. The Ancestor Dragon? Xiao Nian inquired, glancing at Zhuang Yuan. Deng Yu sighed internally. Her mission was to locate the Ancestor Dragon. But was it truly feasible? Zhuang Yuan elaborated. The Ancestor Dragon I refer to is the first of the Yinglong. According to myth, the first Yinglong is indeed the Ancestor Dragon. It aided Fuxi by delivering the river map, assisted Nuwa in her meeting with the Heavenly Emperor, taught the Flame Emperor Shenong, vanquished Qiyu and Quafu in the south, aided Diyu in controlling floods, delineated rivers, and opened the Dragon Gate, among other feats. The Ancestor Dragon has always been a friend to humanity. If we could ascertain its whereabouts and inform it of the impending extinction of mankind, it would surely intervene. Having sacrificed so much for humanity, it cannot stand idly by as humanity faces annihilation. Really, this statement was uttered by Deng Yu, her voice imbued with astonishment. Upon hearing her exclamation, Zhuang Yuanyuan and Xiaonian turned their gaze towards Deng Yu. Regaining her composure, Deng Yu reflected that during her last encounter with the Ancestor Dragon, she had sought assistance regarding matters concerning the Dragon Clan, without mentioning the harm inflicted upon humanity by the colossal ants. If indeed, the Ancestor Dragon was as the woman claimed, a creature of auspicious nature, then, Deng Yu turned to Zhuang Yuanyuan and inquired, May I ask what your profession is? How do you possess such extensive knowledge? Zhuang Yuanyuan exchanged a glance with Xiaonian before responding, We are educators. Deng Yu smiled gently, nodded slightly, and offered a courteous bow to Zhuang Yuanyuan, saying, Thank you. She then turned and walked away, leaving Zhuang Yuanyuan and Xiaonian in a state of perplexity. Time now returns to the present. Shenmu observed the scene of the dragons departing and had no intention of following them. If there was an opportunity for leisure, he would certainly seize it. After all, lying at home while absorbing evolutionary energy was rather pleasant, was it not? Indeed, it was quite comfortable. As for whether humanity might seize the opportunity to attack the dragons, Shenmu was unperturbed. Should such an event occur, he would not hesitate to retaliate against humanity. Presently, humanity had been nearly drained by the lion, ox, and ant, and if they sought to confront him and the infinite dragons he had created, he would not mind allowing this planet to change its sovereign. Nevertheless, Shenmu did not perceive humanity as foolish enough to act in such a manner. 3 days swiftly elapsed. During this period, humanity was rife with anxiety, fearing that the colossal ants might breach containment and continue to spread. Xiaonian sat upon the sofa, stating, Africa has essentially fallen, and the Middle East has been nearly overrun by the colossal ants, resulting in countless casualties. She continued, moreover, those devoured by the ants were left with naught but bones, for those creatures are indeed terrifying monstrosities. Turning to Zhuang Yuanyuan beside her, Xiaonian added, However, there is good news now. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yuanyuan, who was seated at the table grading assignments, paused slightly and instinctively glanced at Xiaonian. What news? She inquired. Xiaonian replied, The Dragon Clan has entered the battlefield. Those colossal ants are no match for them. The dragons are driving the ants back, and it is expected that in due time, the colossal ants in the Middle East will be eradicated. She smiled, exclaiming, Indeed, the Eastern dragons are true to their nature. Unlike the greedy and malevolent Western dragons, when it is time to protect us, they will indeed safeguard us. Zhuang Yuanyuan nodded slightly in agreement, noting, Indeed. In myth and legend, the first dragon was an auspicious beast. Subsequently, its offspring, losing their restraint, gradually became akin to monstrous beasts, wreaking havoc and giving rise to many malevolent dragons. However, at their core, Eastern dragons are inherently auspicious creatures. Enough of this, let us rest. Meanwhile, at that very moment in the Middle East, Deng Yu stood aboard a helicopter, gazing in awe at the dust-laden scene before her. Thousands of dragons surged forward, attacking the swarms of colossal ants. As the dragons opened their jaws, countless ants were reduced to mere pulp and consumed. Some ants that touched the dragons' bodies disintegrated into golden light, merging with the dragons. Others were crushed beneath the weight of the dragons, obliterated into fragments. Amidst the swirling dust, what lay before me was an unequivocal slaughter. Those colossal ants, akin to nightmares for humanity, were reduced to mere fragments, effortlessly crushed and devoured by the dragons. The warriors observing the spectacle stood with wide eyes, their faces etched with disbelief. In just 3 short days, Shenmu's physique had undergone a remarkable transformation, expanding significantly. Every half a day, the delightful notifications of his progress in acquiring evolutionary energy echoed in his ears. This sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. With the passage of time, the notifications regarding his evolutionary energy became increasingly frequent. Successfully acquired evolutionary energy, current progress stands at 89%. Successfully acquired evolutionary energy, current progress stands at 90%. Successfully acquired evolutionary energy. Current progress stands at 91%. Successfully acquired evolutionary energy. Current progress stands at 92%. Successfully acquired evolutionary energy. Current progress stands at 100%. Congratulations on achieving full evolutionary energy progress. Evolution commences. Chapter 158, Evolution Revisited. The reawakening of all things, Chunmu found himself enveloped in a golden radiance, his entire being transformed into a luminous golden sphere. As the sphere began to contract, it reached a certain threshold before swiftly ascending under the watchful gaze of his sister, the orca. "Hey!" she exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, and hastily pursued the direction of the departing sphere. Yet, the sphere's velocity was too swift for her to keep pace. In a matter of moments, it vanished from her sight, leaving her rooted in place, gazing vacantly at the spot. Chunmu was carried by the golden sphere to an island, where the sphere abruptly sank into the earth. Shortly thereafter, the soil cracked open, and golden light sprouted forth like seedlings emerging from the fissures. Gradually, the golden radiance unfurled. Before long, Chunmu regained his senses. Instinctively, he attempted to open his eyes only to discover he possessed none. He tried to move, only to find he had no hands. In that instant, realization dawned upon him. Something was amiss. He expanded his consciousness, surveying his current form. A small tree, as thick as a bowl, appeared within his conscious vision. Upon seeing this diminutive tree, Chunmu was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, have I transformed into a tree?" he exclaimed involuntarily. At that moment, a voice resonated, announcing, "Activating the plant evolution system. All abilities may now target plants. Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have received the reward, reawakening of all things." Chunmu comprehended that he had indeed become a tree, yet he experienced no panic. He knew he could revert to his animal form at any moment, though the novelty of his first transformation into a plant left him slightly astonished. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chunmu felt a twinge of surprise. All abilities can now target plants? This indicated that predatory evolution and voracious evolution could now be applied to plants as well. Previously, Chunmu had created mutated blue-green algae, utilizing plant genes. However, this was a direct manipulation of the species creation, essentially exploiting a loophole. At that time, Chunmu was unable to transform into blue-green algae or any plant for that matter. Yet now, this development signifies that he can metamorphose into any plant of his desire. Transforming into another animal first? That would serve no purpose. To become an animal, he must possess the genes of the original form, or else he cannot procure the energy for evolution. This implies that he must undergo evolution concerning his original form, which is quite feasible. Employing his consciousness to survey the surroundings, his gaze fell upon a bird soaring gracefully in the air, a wandering albatross. Precisely what he needed for gene editing. The albatross was enveloped in a golden square light, rendered immobile. "I desire all the genes of that albatross," he proclaimed. The system responded, devoid of emotion, editing in progress. Suddenly, a golden orb materialized before Chunmu. He employed his control ability to draw the orb closer to his original form. Upon contact, a surge of gluttonous evolution commenced. A gentle reminder arrived. Your original form must have soil and water nutrients to survive. If combined with animal genes, the original form will be unable to absorb nutrients from the soil and water, leading to demise. The system's mechanical voice, lacking in warmth, prompted. "Shall we proceed with gluttonous evolution?" Chunmu fell into contemplation. This system was indeed designed to cause trouble, wasn't it? Each of its reminders was anything but comforting. He recalled blue-green algae and pondered why it had not perished. Blue-green algae thrived in seawater. Despite merging with animal genes, it had always existed in the ocean. Conversely, he required soil. What a predicament. Chunmu exhaled deeply, abandoned gluttonous evolution. He was not overly concerned. He could transform into an animal at will, merely restricted from moving when assuming his original form. Wait a moment, system. If I use my transformation ability to become an animal, that poses no problem, right? No further reminders, I trust? Chunmu instinctively inquired. No issues, the system replied casually. It appeared there truly were no complications. Chunmu breathed a sigh of relief. Had he been required to touch soil and water upon transforming into an animal, it would have been quite distressing. Thus, he could revert to his ancestral dragon form at any time. That sufficed. Chunmu began to examine his own appearance. He had transformed into a banyan tree, a diminutive banyan tree, with a trunk as thick as a bowl. The banyan tree boasts the largest canopy of any tree in the world and is among the largest woody plants in the tropics. Due to its uniquely shaped trunk, it is favored by many gardening enthusiasts. Chunmu had previously kept this plant as a potted specimen at home, but he never anticipated that he would become such a plant today. System, what exactly is the revival of all things mentioned in the evolution reward? Chunmu queried while scrutinizing his form. The name of this ability is, to put it simply, akin to being utterly oblivious. It grants one the power to control the growth of plants, allowing one to manipulate them as if they were extensions of oneself. The system's voice remained devoid of emotion, mechanical in its delivery. Yet, the revelation of this ability, known as the rebirth of all things, sent a jolt through Chunmu's heart. Instinctively, Chunmu glanced at his own body. He activated the rebirth of all things. A verdant aura enveloped him, and his physique began to grow at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, tree roots spread across the ground, delving deep into the earth. Simultaneously, Chunmu's body expanded, rising and strengthening before one's very eyes. In an instant, he transformed from a small tree with a trunk the size of a bowl into a towering tree that 5 adults could barely encircle together. This was indeed gratifying. Why had it stopped growing? Chunmu subconsciously wondered. The The system's voice gradually responded. The rebirth of all things has its limits. Ah, indeed. If there were no limits, Chunmu might grow to the moon. He conducted another experiment, directing his awareness towards his branches. The system indicated he could control plants like his own limbs. Thus, could he not shape his branches into arms and legs? Chunmu activated the rebirth of all things once more, attempting to bend a branch. Crack. Under Chunmu's gaze, the branch snapped in two, as if it had been forcibly broken by human hands. He stood there, momentarily stunned. Was the system toying with him? No, that was illogical. This system could not be so foolish. Unless there was an error somewhere. Perhaps? Pondering, Chunmu's gaze fell upon a nearby banyan tree. Its robust branches adorned with aerial roots that resembled whiskers. These roots, known as aerial prop roots, grow larger and assist the banyan in respiration. Once again, Chunmu activated the rebirth of all things. The aerial roots began to move, and under his control, two of them intertwined. At this moment, understanding dawned upon Chunmu. It was clear now, the system was not deceiving him. Rather, the plants that could be controlled by the rebirth of all things must be inherently manipulable. Branches, being too thick and inflexible, would simply snap when bent. Thus, it broke. Congratulations. You have completed an evolution and received an upgrade to your control abilities. Chapter 159, Watering Trees with Seawater? How about that? Your control ability has expanded to encompass the manipulation of materials, enabling you to disregard quantity and control all substances smaller than yourself. The system's voice resonated slowly. Materials? Disregard quantity? A thrill coursed through Chunmu. Previously, his control abilities were limited to living beings, but now he could manipulate materials? Moreover, without regard for quantity. Wasn't that rather extraordinary? In that case, Chunmu turned his gaze toward a boulder standing as tall as an adult. He activated his control ability. The boulder soared into the air, swiftly propelling itself toward a tree trunk as thick as an adult's waist not far away. With a resounding thud, the tree succumbed to the force and splintered. It crashed to the ground, creating a thunderous sound as dust billowed around it. Chunmu's thoughts shifted. The pebbles on the ground began to roll in response to his will. Under his command, clusters of stones began to rise. Soon, these stones coalesced into a colossal hand formed entirely of pebbles, which, hovering in midair, clenched and then slapped down upon the boulder. With a deafening boom, the boulder shattered into fragments. Remarkably, the stone hand, under Chunmu's control, remained intact. As he flexed this hand of stones, suspended in the air, it defied the laws of physics, showcasing the system's inherent anomalies. Chunmu accepted this peculiarity with ease. The hardness of the stone hand, undoubtedly inferior to that of the unbroken boulder, raised questions. Typically, a barrage of pebbles could not withstand the impact of a solid boulder without scattering. Evidently, the power bestowed upon him by the system to unify the stones surpassed the density of the boulder, granting it formidable resilience. The source of this extraordinary force eluded Chunmu, and he understood that the system would not elucidate such mysteries. It merely addressed inquiries regarding the application of his abilities, remaining silent on all else. Indeed, wielding this control meant he no longer needed to rely on his hands to manipulate objects. With the revival of all things, gathering firewood became a trivial task, and cooking would undoubtedly be simplified. Chunmu mused to himself. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. His current form was that of a tree. Previously, as an animal, he could acquire evolutionary energy through two means, normal consumption or devouring. Animals typically gained energy through eating plants or meat, while the energy acquired through consumption was contingent upon their dietary sources. Now, however, as a banyan tree, his sustenance would no longer consist of animals. What, then, would a tree consume? Water from the soil, carbon dioxide, sunlight, he murmured reflexively. The methods through which plants derive energy are similar. They utilize chloroplasts within their cells, which, under sunlight, convert carbon dioxide entering through leaf pores and water absorbed through roots into energy in the form of glucose. Additionally, with the aid of chloroplasts, glucose can be synthesized into starch. Throughout these processes, oxygen is released. The energy synthesis in plants parallels the inhalation process in human respiration. Where there is inhalation, there must also be exhalation. When inhaling, one absorbs carbon dioxide, while exhaling consumes oxygen and releases carbon dioxide. During daylight, trees also emit carbon dioxide. But because they produce more oxygen, the net effect is the release of oxygen. As night falls and photosynthesis ceases, trees are left solely to consume oxygen and release carbon dioxide. Naturally, trees do release oxygen, which is sufficient for their own needs. Thus, even without considering oxygen, it remains inconsequential. This, of course, presupposes a normal environment. In a vacuum, a tree would undoubtedly perish. Carbon dioxide is present in the air, and sunlight, understood instinctively by Chunmu, illuminates the azure sky. As long as it is a sunny day, sunlight prevails. An idea sparked within Chunmu. Does this mean that he merely needs to wield his devouring ability to obtain boundless energy? If he activates this ability now, could he ascend to the heavens? Yet, there lies another concern: water. If his roots penetrate the soil and encounter moisture, he could survive. But if he were to use his devouring ability directly, would there be enough moisture to sustain him? Should he grow to a certain extent and deplete the nearby water, would he not face inevitable doom? Thus, it appears he must resort to directly collecting fresh water. With this thought, Chunmu opened his consciousness to survey his surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was on an island, surrounded entirely by the sea. This realization caused him to frown instinctively. Although seawater is indeed water, plants like the banyan tree cannot absorb it. Seawater contains salt and is classified as brackish, should Chunmu's roots encounter it, rather than absorbing moisture. The principle of osmotic pressure would cause him to lose water. Without moisture, the tree would be perilously close to death. He must convert this seawater into fresh water for his own use. Suddenly, the method of distillation came to mind. Heating seawater to transform it into fresh water? The moment this idea surfaced, Chen Mu dismissed it as impractical, setting aside the challenge of sourcing enough combustible wood, even if he had an abundance. Devising a method to collect the evaporated steam would confound him, given his lack of proficiency in high school chemistry. Suddenly, another thought struck Chen Mu. Racial creation? Could he enlist his kind to assist in gathering fresh water, much like the dragon clans? The mere mention of dragons reminded him of his mighty dragons. They must still be devouring and slaughtering the enormous ants. However, since Chen Mu's essence had evolved beyond that of the ancestral dragon, he could no longer acquire the evolutionary energy from them. Setting that aside, Chen Mu needed to focus on his own matters. He yearned for another evolution, curious to discover what he would become next and what abilities he might gain from this transformation. Ultimately, the crucial question remained: how could he obtain the energy required for evolution? Utilizing racial creation, I endeavor to forge my own race to assist in the procurement of fresh water. However, to manifest my race, I must possess the genes of my own essence, which cannot exist apart from soil and water. Wait, who asserts that I cannot depart from soil and water? It is not that I cannot leave. Rather, I cannot be absent for an extended period. Just as a person cannot endure a prolonged absence of sustenance, soil and water are the nourishment for the banyan tree. Yet, sustenance does not necessitate constant intake. As long as it does not exceed a certain duration, say a day, survival is assured. With this realization, inspiration struck me, and I conceived a splendid idea. Let us commence the creation of my race. Chapter 160. Creation of the tool race. My objective is to establish a race capable of transporting freshwater. To achieve this, they must possess the ability to locate freshwater swiftly, otherwise, it would be an utter waste of time. However, if they are too large, they will expend excessive energy, risking depletion mid-journey. After all, my race must have access to soil and freshwater to derive energy. My vision entails enabling them to recharge before undertaking their tasks, returning afterwards to replenish their energy. This implies that the race I create can only operate for half a day, resting the other half, thus ensuring a continuous supply of freshwater for my needs. Ideally, the beings I create should be smaller in size, compensating for the freshwater deficit through sheer numbers, guaranteeing that no issues arise. Consequently, I can forego the genetic material of the blue whale, as such a large size would hasten energy depletion. Thus, hands are essential for holding containers filled with freshwater. I have a burgeoning idea. Racial creation. A golden sphere of light materialized before me. Within the transparent orb, I could perceive the template of my being. Gene editing commenced, accompanied by the swirling of my thoughts. The banyan tree's template within the luminous sphere began to transform. Previously, I had shared the evolution of captured entities with Yinglong and Polaris. All biological templates acquired through this evolution would synchronize with my own, becoming part of my genetic repertoire. Although I held a particular aversion to the template of a certain bipedal omnivore, given its diminutive stature, I could not deny the utility of its limbs. And now, it was precisely what I required. The banyan tree transformed into a miniature orb, beside which lay a female form, curled like an infant. While the male was excluded due to its larger size, which would consume too much energy, an aspect I particularly disliked. She lay with her eyes closed, and behind her unfurled a pair of pure white albatross wings. Some might question why I did not opt for butterfly wings, as they would ostensibly save more energy. In my past, I would have scoffed, for who is more energy efficient than the albatross, the champion of gliding? Moreover, the speed of these wings is clearly superior to that of butterfly wings. At that moment, the golden orb, born of the banyan tree's genes, melded into her form. Her hair transformed into a deep shade of emerald green, intertwining with delicate tendrils, one of which was particularly long, resembling an elongated braid that cascaded down to her waist. Her wings, pure and white, added to her ethereal appearance. After an extensive period of time, Chen Mu had developed an understanding of the art of creation, allowing him to conjure beings tailored to his desires. The remaining factor was their size. The form of a female bipedal omnivore was relatively small, which was approximately what he envisioned. Thus, it was settled. As golden light illuminated the surroundings, a transparent orb transitioned into opacity. The orb gradually descended to the ground, fissures emerging across its surface, slowly tearing apart. Before Chen Mu, a winged half-human materialized, standing before him. It slowly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of verdant irises. Lifting its face to gaze at Chen Mu, slightly parting its lips. "Do not call me father," Chen Mu interjected, having grown weary of such titles from those beings. The mere thought of hearing it again sent shivers down his spine, a sensation akin to leaves standing on end. The creature stared blankly at him. "Just call me ancestor," Chen Mu instructed. "Ancestor," it repeated. "Good," Chen Mu nodded. "Your task now is to gather fresh water. Do you know how to distinguish it?" It nodded in response. The beings created through his crafting possessed a degree of intelligence and knowledge. Hearing this reassured Chen Mu. He feared it might bring back salt water. Chen Mu invoked the power of revival, and branches began to sprout, gradually forming small wooden barrels under his watchful gaze. Over 100 small barrels materialized beside him. He then exercised his control abilities to create a hand made of stones, using it as a shovel to carve out a depression in the earth beside him. Plants flourished within the hollow, with tendrils spreading across it to form a colossal container. Chen Mu turned to the tree-like humanoid beside him and said, "You will use these barrels to collect fresh water and bring it here." "Understood," it replied, approaching the small barrels and lifting one. "Not so fast," Chen Mu cautioned. It paused, looking back at him. "Wait until nightfall to go. I will create more sisters for you." and you can venture out together then. Oh, for convenience. I shall bestow upon you a name. This will facilitate communication. Any messages I wish to convey will be relayed through you. Shenmu mused, glancing at the verdant creature. Let us call you Greenery. Upon hearing this, its eyes sparkled, and it exclaimed, Thank you, ancestor. A radiant expression lit up its face. Shenmu nodded slightly. As previously mentioned, during the night, plants would only consume energy, not synthesize it. Therefore, his plan was for them to recharge during the day and be active at night. Which was indeed perfect. Naturally, if they were to be active during the day and recharge at night, it would be sheer folly, as plants are incapable of synthesizing energy after dusk. Understood, it affirmed. Shenmu, once again employing the power of racial creation, conjured forth 100 tree bird beings in a single instance. After assigning them their respective tasks, a slender and supple branch extended from his form, descending gracefully before him. Under the watchful gaze of the tree bird beings, the branch bifurcated, transforming into 101 slender appendages. Shenmu instructed, connect them with the vines behind you. Upon hearing this, Green extended her hand, grasping the lengthy vine that trailed behind her. Though she remained uncertain of Chunmu's intentions, her trust in him compelled her to act without hesitation. She knelt slowly, intertwining the vine with Chunmu's branch. The branch continued to grow, merging with the vine. The tendrils that resembled vines were, in fact, a part of the banyan tree's genetic makeup, its aerial roots, which could absorb nutrients and moisture, giving them the appearance of delicate vines when mingled with hair. The other tree bird beings also connected with Chunmu's branch. Through the union of the roots and their aerial roots, he supplied them with water. These tree bird beings lacked the ability to draw moisture from the soil, for they did not possess true roots. They recognized Chunmu's actions, their green eyes reflecting profound emotion and gratitude. However, Chunmu's intention was merely to recharge them. Moreover, as these tree bird beings were of Chunmu's own lineage, the energy they synthesized from moisture essentially translated to sustenance for him as well. Thus, providing for them was akin to providing for himself. Chunmu's true purpose was to enable them to thrive during the night. For him, there was no loss, as the moisture was entirely derived from the soil below, and what he sought was an unceasing supply of fresh water, which relied heavily on the activities of these small beings. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly trivial act further endeared him to the tree bird beings, who already regarded him as a father figure. As night fell, Chunmu observed the little ones flapping their wings, venturing to the island in search of fresh water. As the night progressed, the vessel crafted from branches brimmed with clear water. When daylight arrived, Chunmu announced, All right, you may rest now. The little beings, upon hearing this, obediently returned to his side. Chunmu extended a branch, and the little ones understood his intent, drawing near to connect their aerial roots with his branch. Chunmu then plunged a root into the fresh water and invoked his absorption ability. Carbon dioxide from the air, sunlight, and fresh water surged rapidly into his being. Golden light enveloped him from all directions, as the fresh water visibly transformed into golden energy and flowed into his body. Chunmu's physique expanded before the eyes of onlookers, and a portion of the energy was consciously directed into the 101 tree bird beings, allowing them to share in the bounty. Chunmu's form grew considerably in size. Previously, Chunmu stood at a modest height of approximately 8 meters. However, following the diligent efforts of these little creatures in gathering fresh water yesterday, combined with Chunmu's extraordinary ability to absorb, his stature experienced a remarkable increase. He now towers at an impressive 11 meters, a sight that is indeed astonishing. It is worth noting that during the growth of a banyan tree, it does not merely elevate in height, its trunk also thickens and strengthens, while its crown flourishes with even greater vigor. The fresh water collected overnight has not only fortified Chunmu's trunk and enhanced the lushness of his crown, but has also contributed significantly to his height. One could say that the harvest of this night was exceedingly plentiful. Yet, for Chunmu, an increase of merely a few meters seemed somewhat insufficient. He pondered, realizing that it was imperative to create more helpers. Resolute in his decision, he took advantage of the daylight to conjure over 1,000 little beings, assigning the already industrious ones to assist him in this endeavor. As night fell, the newly energized creatures grasped small wooden buckets in their hands and took to the skies to collect fresh water. Approximately half an hour later, Greenie hurriedly approached, visibly flustered and casting anxious glances at Chunmu. Ancestor, some companions are under attack, it reported, its demeanor fraught with tension and unease. Taken aback, Chunmu inquired. Under attack? He had previously observed that this island was entirely devoid of human presence or wildlife. How could they be under siege? However, considering the implications for his freshwater procurement, there was no time for speculation. He needed to investigate. Truth be told, as a banyan tree, the experience of having roots delve into the soil, perpetually absorbing moisture, was quite pleasant, to the extent that he found himself reluctant to move. Yet, the urgency of the situation compelled him to act. With that thought, golden light enveloped his form, and before Greenie's astonished gaze, Chunmu transformed into a griffin. Momentarily taken aback, Greenie gazed at him in surprise. Chunmu flapped his wings and declared, "Let us proceed." Regaining its composure, Greenie nodded and swiftly took to the air, guiding Chunmu to the location of the incident. Upon arrival, they encountered a group of tree birds soaring in the sky. Noticing Chunmu's presence, they turned their attention towards him. Chunmu then observed the assailants, a band of kangaroos attacking a tree bird. The beleaguered tree bird was attempting to shield itself from the onslaught of the kangaroos. Frowning at the sight, Chunmu's resolve crystallized. With a sudden surge, his body doubled in size as he swooped down with ferocity. Accompanied by a fearsome roar, the kangaroos were startled. With a single swipe of his claw, He crushed one kangaroo beneath his weight. Armored wings glinting, he unleashed a swift, razor-sharp sweep that cleaved through the remaining 5 kangaroos, reducing them to lifeless forms. Surveying the surroundings, Chunmu discerned that 2 tree birds had fallen victim to the kangaroo's assault. One had suffered a severed wing, lying motionless, bloodied, and seemingly unconscious. The other bore the marks of a recent beating, its visage bruised and battered. Upon witnessing this, Chunmu realized he had erred in his assessment. This group of little ones possessed nearly no combat capability unless they could fly. The ancient being, with verdant eyes glistening with tears, lamented, "I am sorry. I failed to look after my sisters." Upon hearing this, Chunmu cast a fleeting glance at the green-eyed creature, then redirected his gaze to the unconscious little one and the other, bruised and battered. He employed his ability to share, bestowing upon them the gift of rapid healing. A golden light enveloped the 2 small beings, and the injured tree bird man's fragmented body began to mend at an astonishing pace. His eyes fluttering open as he rose to face Chunmu. The battered little one also experienced swift recovery. Observing this miraculous scene, the nearby tree bird folk expressed their astonishment. With a powerful flap of his wings, Chunmu ascended and declared, "Come back with me." Upon hearing this, the tree bird beings grasped their wooden buckets and dutifully followed Chunmu. It dawned on him that these little beings were utterly devoid of fighting prowess. He was already aware of the existence of these kangaroos, but to him, they were nothing more than weaklings, not worthy of concern. However, he never anticipated that these little ones would be so easily overpowered by such weak foes. After all, these creatures were a blend of albatross, banyan tree, and human genetics. An albatross could hardly contend with a kangaroo, and the banyan tree itself lacked any combat capability, while the human genes in the mix belonged to fragile maidens. It is worth noting that a single kangaroo could easily take on a robust adult man, let alone a group of them. Kangaroos typically live in social groups in the wild, and are known for their fiery tempers, attacking anyone they encounter. Nonetheless, this was merely a minor issue amid the multitude of challenges Chunmu had faced thus far. He guided the little beings back and shared with them the ability of revival. He observed them intently. When Chunmu shared abilities with other creatures, they would invariably sense it. Thus, he noted the expressions of novelty and curiosity on their faces. His gaze settled on the green-eyed one, who also appeared intrigued. Chunmu inquired, "Can you perceive it?" "This ability." The creature paused, looking at him in surprise. Chunmu continued, "This ability will serve as your weapon. Allow me to demonstrate." As he spoke, a vine sprouted beside him, swiftly darting towards a tree with a trunk as thick as a bowl. The vine ensnared the tree, and with a sudden contraction, it tore the trunk asunder. The other tree bird beings stood in awe at the sight. Chunmu turned to them and said, "Now you may continue gathering fresh water. Should you encounter foes, utilize this ability." With that, he averted his gaze and retreated to his previous resting place, transforming into a banyan tree, firmly rooting himself there. The tree bird beings flapped their wings, grasping their buckets, and resumed their tasks. Chunmu gazed at the little creatures that had taken flight, contemplating the implications. With this turn of events, the kangaroos on the island would inevitably become utterly powerless, allowing them to peacefully gather fresh water. As he had anticipated, no more instances of the occasional kangaroo appeared thereafter. Thus, this tranquil existence persisted for 2 months. Chunmu's physique had grown to surpass all the trees on the island, creating an impression akin to a crane amidst a flock of chickens, his crown overshadowing all the trees to the west. The once neighboring forests now appeared as mere blades of grass beside him. A sailing vessel came to a halt near the island where Chunmu resided. Upon the deck sat a young man adorned with a hat, engaged in fishing, accompanied by another man in a vest who was also casting his line. The man in the vest stood up and said, "Keep an eye on this for me," before stepping aside. Upon hearing this, the man in the hat glanced at him, observing as the vest-clad individual positioned himself at the edge of the boat for a moment of relief. The man in the hat smirked, muttering, "Lazy folks are often full of it." He then diverted his gaze, only to discover that his fishing rod was trembling. His eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Quick! Your rod is moving." He hastily grasped the rod and instinctively looked towards the man in the vest, who appeared to be staring blankly at a certain point. Noticing the bewildered expression of his companion, the man in the hat hesitated momentarily before following his gaze. In the distance, an island emerged, featuring something strikingly conspicuous. What was that tree about? Chapter 162. Have humans spotted us? An inquiry awaits beneath the luminous glow of the full moon. A towering giant banyan tree loomed before the 2 young men. This colossal tree stood like a monstrous sentinel. The 2 exchanged glances, and the man in the vest asked, "Shall we investigate?" The man in the hat nodded in agreement. He navigated the sailboat swiftly towards the island adorned with the magnificent tree. However, at that moment, as they both beheld it, the giant tree transformed into a golden light and vanished abruptly. Witnessing this disappearance, they exchanged another look, their expressions laced with confusion. They questioned whether they had experienced an illusion, yet the shared uncertainty in their eyes confirmed that it was no mere mirage. For illusions could not manifest simultaneously for 2 individuals. "Let us go take a look," the man in the hat suggested. The man in the vest nodded in assent. On the island, Chunmu endeavored once more. He was a griffin, flapping his wings and soaring to another location. He wished to transform into a banyan tree, yet despite his desires, he found himself unable to do so. The system timely interjected with a gentle reminder, warm reminder, "Your original form cannot depart from its rooted position." Chunmu had heard this voice before. Over the past 2 months, the fresh water accumulated in the island's rivers and lakes had been entirely delivered by the tree bird people and absorbed by him. Now, should the tree bird people wish to gather fresh water, they would need to venture to other islands for collection. Otherwise, one must await the rain. The time required for this is excessively lengthy. Thus Chenmu initially intended to shift his position and take root elsewhere. However, upon his first attempt to relocate, he found himself utterly bewildered. The system had previously assured Chenmu that transforming from a banyan tree back to human form would bear no repercussions. This was a promise the system upheld. After his metamorphosis into an animal, he indeed possessed the ability to fly for as long as he wished, without any hindrance. Yet, the system failed to inform him that his original form could only remain stationary. This truly exemplified the concept of returning to one's roots. Hearing the system's voice once more, Chenmu felt a sense of resignation. He could only respond by remaining in place and re-establishing his roots. However, one could hardly blame the system for this. If Chenmu were permitted to relocate at will, he could easily dash to the Yellow River and the Yangtze River, exchanging locations and consuming their energies. He would likely accumulate enough energy for his next progression within half a month. Chenmu had long anticipated that the system would not allow such effortless evolution. Nonetheless, a tinge of disappointment lingered within him. Ancestor. A voice resonated. Upon hearing it, Chenmu glanced at the tree spirit that spoke. It was Greenery. What was the matter? Greenery replied, a human vessel has anchored beside the island. Upon hearing this, Chenmu responded, humans? Bring them over. I have some inquiries to make. 2 months had passed, and as the ancestral dragon, Chenmu felt compelled to check on matters concerning the dragon clan. Although he was preoccupied with acquiring evolutionary energy, certain concerns warranted attention. Greenery acknowledged with a simple, yes. Meanwhile, on the other side, the hat-wearing man and the vest-wearing man had already ventured into the island. They proceeded cautiously. Suddenly, the vest-wearing man appeared to have spotted something. His eyes lighting up. Lin Quan, look, he exclaimed, tugging at the hat-wearing man beside him. Upon hearing his name, Lin Quan followed the direction of the vest-wearing man's gaze. Through the trees, he beheld a young maiden with white wings, standing beside a deep well, holding a small wooden bucket filled with water. This maiden possessed long, dark green hair and a flawlessly delicate face, while her white wings were adorned with green leaves, rendering her appearance both sacred and untainted. Lin Quan's eyes sparkled with wonder as he remarked, she is breathtaking. Could this be the legendary elf? The vest-wearing man, equally entranced, nodded fervently, it must be. First, we encountered the giant ants, then the dragons of Eastern mythology, and now, a tree spirit from Western lore. He added, legends say that elves are a gathering of beauties, and indeed, that seems to hold true. Lin Quan's gaze was almost fixed upon the enchanting maiden before him. Sensing his gaze, the maiden instinctively turned her face towards them, her sparkling green eyes glimmering with curiosity. Their eyes met, and Lin Quan, seizing the moment, displayed a self-assured smile, raising his hand to wave at her, saying hello. The maiden momentarily froze, a hint of confusion gracing her exquisite visage. At that moment, another tree spirit emerged from the well. The tree spirit, grasping a wooden bucket brimming with water, hovered in midair, gazing down at the young girl, and spoke. I have filled mine as well, let us return. Upon hearing this, the tree spirit named Vivi snapped back to reality, retracting her gaze, flapping her wings as she followed the other spirit into the sky. Lin Quan, momentarily taken aback, hastily pursued them, calling out, hey. However, the two tree spirits paid him no heed, continuing their flight unperturbed. Lin Quan watched the departing figures of the spirits, momentarily lost in thought. Just then, a man clad in a vest approached, a smile adorning his face. Truly magnificent. Myth does not deceive. The Eastern dragon is fierce, while the spirits are undeniably adorable. As he observed the vanishing forms of the tree spirits, he turned to Lin Quan, who appeared dazed. The man raised an eyebrow. Hey. Startled, Lin Quan regained his composure and looked at the vest-clad man. The latter chuckled. It seems that spirit has ensnared your soul. Lin Quan steadied himself, declaring, that tree spirit locked eyes with me. I am certain she is the one I seek. Enz, taken aback, responded, you cannot be serious? At that moment, a rustle caught their attention. Lin Quan and Enz lifted their heads to see another tree spirit soaring above them, her emerald eyes fixated on the two. The ancestor wishes to meet you both. Will you accompany me? Lin Quan and Enz exchanged glances. Lin Quan stepped forward, inquiring, the ancestor, is that your clan leader? The green-hued spirit, intrigued, regarded him with curiosity. The ancestor is the one who created us. If we speak of leadership, the ancestor surpasses any clan leader. Lin Quan and Enz shared another glance. And Lin Quan nodded at the green spirit. Perfect. I have matters to discuss. Please guide us. Greenie found their easy compliance rather peculiar. But since Chenmu had instructed her to escort them, she obliged. Slowly, Greenie descended to the ground, her large wings somewhat cumbersome for low-altitude flight, leading the two toward Chenmu. Lin Quan observed Greenie's silhouette and asked, what is your name? Greenie, she replied. Lin Quan nodded. Are you acquainted with a tree spirit named Vivi? Greenie, puzzled, instinctively glanced back at him. What is a tree spirit? Lin Quan was momentarily taken aback, exchanging a bewildered look with Ensign. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head and addressed Greenie. Apologies. How should we refer to you? Greenie averted her gaze, dismissively stating, we are simply us. I am Greenie. Lin Quan stood there, stunned, exchanging a perplexed glance with his companion. Chapter 163. Not tree bird people, but the spirit tribe? The time was now evening. On this full moon night, the little creatures flitted about beneath the moonlight. The depression once used for storing fresh water had been expanded by Chenmu. It could no longer be deemed a mere depression, but rather a lake. Presently, the number of Chenmu's little companions had reached an astounding 100,000, and each night, they ventured forth in search of fresh water. Regarding their quest for fresh water, some directly seek out lakes and rivers. When the waters of these lakes and rivers diminish, they resort to reviving nature to dig wells and uncover subterranean water sources. Currently, the freshwater on this island is rather scarce, and even the water obtained from wells is insufficient for Chunmu's needs. Most of the little creatures have flown to nearby islands in search of freshwater. As night falls, one can witness these creatures soaring through the air, carrying wooden buckets. Chunmu observes them gliding mid-air with their buckets in tow. Suddenly, an unusual sound captures his attention. Instinctively, he glances in the direction of the noise. There, a figure adorned in green, with wings folded, approaches alongside two humans. One wears a hat, while the other dons a white vest. They survey their surroundings, their gazes instinctively landing upon Chunmu. After a brief examination, they shift their attention back to the environment, seemingly in search of something. The figure in green approaches Chunmu, looking up at the towering figure of Chunmu, and states, "Ancestor, the humans have arrived. It is indeed them." Lin Kuan and Enz, upon witnessing the demeanor of the green figure, turn their gazes toward Chunmu, their faces etched with confusion. For within their sight stands a colossal banyan tree, devoid of eyes, ears, or mouth, lacking any discernible animal features. Could this be their ancestor? Enz whispers, "Could it be the tree of life?" Lin Kuan is momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Ensign, Enz continues, "The tree spirits originated from the tree of life, which serves as their mother, a being of such existence. Might the ancestor referred to by these tree spirits be it? Legends speak of the origin of spirits. After the great deity Odin vanquished the giant Ymir, spirits were birthed from the giant's essence, absorbing his vitality and becoming sentient beings. The giant's form bore duality. One side basked in sunlight, representing light, while the other rested against the earth, embodying darkness. Those spirits born of light are known as fairies or light spirits, revered for their purity and kindness, seen as allies by the gods. In contrast, those emerging from darkness are termed dark elves, characterized by their dusky skin and silver hair, symbolizing malevolence. Of course, mythology encompasses other tales. In various cultures, it is believed that spirits are fallen angels. Some assert that upon the death of pagans, lacking virtuous deeds to ascend to heaven and insufficiently wicked to descend into hell, their souls transform into spirits. In contemporary belief, a widely accepted version of the myth suggests that in European lore, fairies are born from the tree of life and may evolve into angels through certain rituals. Compared to humans, fairies are typically taller, with delicate, fair skin, excelling in archery and holding women in high regard, while the male population among fairies is relatively scarce. Enz perceives Chunmu as the tree of life. Lin Kuan, taken aback, instinctively glances at Chunmu. Chunmu speaks, "I wish to inquire about a matter." Upon hearing Chunmu's voice, Lin Kuan and Enz are momentarily stunned. Enz regains his composure first, glancing at Lin Kuan, and exclaims, "It truly is the tree of life." Lin Kuan nods in agreement. Chunmu directly articulated the purpose of summoning them. Previously, had not the Dragon Clan accompanied humanity in their crusade against the giant ants? What is the current state of affairs? Lin Kuan and Enzi exchanged glances. Lin Kuan composed himself, inhaling deeply before stepping forward to address Chunmu. "Esteemed Lord of the Tree of Life, might I request a favor before I respond to your inquiry? The Tree of Life? Oh, have I now assumed the role of the Tree of Life?" This group seems to delight in hastily assigning titles to themselves. Chunmu felt no inclination to elaborate, though curiosity piqued within him regarding Lin Kuan's desires. "What is it?" he inquired. Lin Kuan stated, "I wish to meet the elf named Wei Wei." "An elf? So, they have arrived as well. Am I to understand that I have inadvertently created an elven race?" Chunmu found himself at a loss for words. Yet he paused, pondering why this individual sought an audience with Wei Wei. With a touch of bewilderment, he turned to the verdant presence beside him. "Summon Wei Wei," he commanded. Although Chunmu could easily refuse, his curiosity regarding this bipedal creature's intentions compelled him to acquiesce. Upon hearing this, the verdant figure nodded slightly, unfurling her wings to ascend into the sky, vanishing from sight. Chunmu regarded the two humans below in silence, fixating his gaze upon them. Whether they were aware of his scrutiny remained uncertain. He felt no urgency. Time was a luxury he possessed in abundance. In this near-mortal state, observing intriguing occurrences was one of his delights. Moments ticked by, and soon, the verdant figure returned with Wei Wei, both gliding gracefully to the ground. Chunmu noted the two humans, particularly the one who had requested Wei Wei's presence, gazing intently at her. This individual's eyes were fixated on Wei Wei, a look Chunmu, once human himself, recognized all too well. A twinge of displeasure stirred within Chunmu. While he had no intention of intervening in the matters of these young beings, the thought of his creation being subjected to such scrutiny unsettled him. As Wei Wei descended, she instinctively cast her verdant gaze toward the two humans beside her, her expression laced with confusion. Retracting her gaze, she looked up at Chunmu and greeted him softly. "Ancestor." Chunmu acknowledged her with a simple hum, shifting his attention to Lin Kuan. He asked, "Now that you have met Wei Wei, what comes next?" Lin Kuan bowed respectfully, his head lowered. "Esteemed Lord of the Tree of Life, I beseech you to grant me the hand of Wei Wei in marriage." Chunmu felt a surge of impatience, though he managed to mask it beneath an unyielding exterior. Lin Kuan continued, "From the moment I laid eyes on Wei Wei, I was utterly captivated. I believe she is an angel sent by the heavens for me. I implore you, grant me her hand, and I would willingly embrace death itself." Chunmu was taken aback by the audacity of such a request. It evoked a phrase in his mind, "The audacity of lust knows no bounds." Chunmu felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, akin to the taste of a dead fly. He took a moment to recalibrate his feelings of annoyance and disgust. Shenmu remarked, since you are willing to pay the ultimate price, I shall grant you an opportunity. Lin Kuan lifted his face, gazing at Shenmu, his eyes glimmering with a faint light. Shenmu continued, matters of the heart are a shared affair, not one born of unreciprocated affection. If you are prepared to wager your life, are you bold enough to stake it? Let Wei Wei make the choice. If she consents, I shall acquiesce. If she declines, then you must meet your demise. Lin Kuan was momentarily taken aback, clenching his teeth as he replied, very well. Shenmu turned to Wei Wei and spoke gently. Wei Wei, do you hear me? You now face two choices, to marry him or to slay him. The decision lies with you. Lin Kuan's heart stirred, and he instinctively glanced at Wei Wei. She regarded him thoughtfully. Utilizing her power of revival, a lengthy vine surged forth from behind her, ensnaring Lin Kuan's body and constricting violently. With a sickening squelch, Lin Kuan was gruesomely torn asunder, his blood and flesh scattering. Beside them, Enz was momentarily stunned, collapsing to the ground, his mouth agape in shock, staring blankly at the scene, his face pallid, eyes brimming with fear. Chapter 164. Can this thing absorb water directly from the sea? For Wei Wei, the two options amounted to but one. She had no inclination towards marriage. She recognized that Lin Kuan and Enz were entirely different beings. To her, disparate creatures were either neutral entities, unrelated to her existence, or malevolent beings capable of inflicting harm. Her prior curiosity towards Lin Kuan and Enz stemmed from the fact that she had never encountered such beings before, leading to both confusion and intrigue. Along the way, Wei Wei gleaned the situation through her verdant awareness. When the ancestor posed questions to them, they, in turn, made demands of the ancestor. To Wei Wei, this signified their blatant disrespect. It was evident that such beings were far from benevolent. Therefore, when Shenmu presented Wei Wei with the choice to wed such a peculiar creature or to eliminate it, the notion of marriage was entirely dismissed. Thus, the only alternative remained, to kill. Shenmu glanced at Lin Kuan, now a lifeless corpse. This outcome was entirely within his expectations. He turned to Enz, saying so, can you now answer my questions? Enz's complexion drained of color as he surveyed the bloodstains, his gaze fixated on the monstrous banyan tree that loomed like a demon. He gulped nervously, I can. About half a month ago, the majority of the giant ants were eradicated, and the dragons departed the continent, returning to the depths of the sea. Enz's voice trembled with anxiety as he continued. This is all I know, gleaned from the news. Beyond that, I am unaware. Please, do not kill me, do not kill me. His pleas were frantic. Is that all you know? Well, it is understandable. Ordinary individuals possess limited knowledge. Nonetheless, there is no need for excessive concern. If a true crisis were to arise, those little ones would not allow their companions to be bullied by humans. They would have caused a commotion long ago. This information is sufficient. Hearing Enz's panicked cries, a pressing question now lay before Shenmu. Should we keep this fellow here or send him back? If we let him go, my position will surely be exposed, and given humanity's insatiable greed, trouble is inevitable. Shenmu was not afraid of trouble. Considering the current situation, even with human technology, attempting to eliminate him, possessing rapid self-healing, would prove quite challenging, whereas he could effortlessly eradicate humanity. However, Shenmu had little inclination for complications. Much like a lion, which can easily slay a honey badger, the lion still finds it bothersome when the badger instigates trouble. Never mind. Countless small stones, under Shenmu's control, transformed into a colossal hand formed of rock. With a swift motion, it grasped Enzi. No, Enzi struggled. Yet, the stone hand tightened its grip. With a crunch, blood spilled from Enzi's mouth, and silence ensued. Another cluster of small stones shaped into a hand, excavating a deep pit in the ground. Enzi's lifeless body was cast into the abyss, along with Lin Kuan, who was ensnared by emerging vines. The two stone hands disbanded, filling the pit, which was then covered with soil. Sprouts of grass and flowers emerged from the earth, and soon, the area resembled its surroundings perfectly, indistinguishable from before. Shenmu turned to the verdant green E and Wei Wei, saying, you may continue to fetch water. All right, Greenie replied. The two little creatures flapped their wings and resumed their tasks. Observing this scene, Shenmu gradually expanded his field of awareness. His gaze settled upon the seaside, where a sailboat lay anchored. Indeed, the very vessel belonging to those two humans. With a flick of his control, the sailboat vanished into thin air. It had not truly disappeared. Rather, Shenmu had utilized his powers to disassemble the two boats down to their atomic components. Just as he intended to retract his sight, he suddenly noticed several trees standing nearby. Instantly captivated, Shenmu's attention was drawn to these verdant trees lining the coast. Curious, he pondered, what kind of trees are these? Thriving directly in the seawater? Would they not perish? Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that indeed, these trees were submerged to the height of 1/3 of their trunks. Their roots fully immersed in the brine, yet they appeared to thrive without any signs of wilting. This was entirely contrary to Shenmu's understanding. Typically, most plants, if inadvertently doused with seawater, would meet certain demise. Yet these trees not only resisted the saline intrusion, but flourished beside the shore, their roots bathed in seawater. How peculiar. It is well known that most trees cannot withstand prolonged waterlogging, as it leads to decay. Yet, these trees not only defied the saline nature of the sea, but also seemed impervious to rot. Truly remarkable. Shenmu observed them with the curiosity of a discoverer unearthing a new realm. These trees were known as mangroves, a species flourishing in tropical marine environments. This particular plant thrives by the seaside, possessing a unique respiratory mechanism in its bark and leaves. Its canopy typically resides above the sea, and even when the tides rise to envelop them, they remain unharmed for a considerable time. The cells within the red mangrove can filter seawater, transforming it into potable freshwater, subsequently excreting excess salt through metabolism. This extraordinary ability enables the red mangrove to flourish directly in saline environments, effectively serving as a natural desalination device. However, Shenmue was oblivious to such marvels. Yet, the genetic composition of this plant stirred a sense of excitement within him. If it could endure in seawater without perishing, it implied that it absorbed seawater for sustenance, which filled Shenmue with elation. Gene editing. Target locked. He interrupted the system before it could finish speaking. I want the gene that allows it to absorb seawater for hydration, he declared. The system, without requiring further instruction, began the editing process. Shortly thereafter, a golden orb appeared before Shenmue, who stood as a towering tree. The red mangrove dissolved into a flurry of golden specks. With the aid of his controlling ability, the golden orb gravitated towards him. Devour evolution. Shenmue consumed the golden orb. In that fleeting moment of ingestion, his form was enveloped in golden radiance, and a transformation began to unfold. From a distance, the fairies lifted their gazes towards Shenmue's direction. His immense stature rendered him visible to virtually all the fairies on the island. Observing Shenmue cloaked in golden light, they expressed a hint of bewilderment, unaware of the changes taking place within him. As the golden glow gradually dissipated, Shenmue's physique exhibited subtle alterations, growing even more imposing than before. It was evident that he had acquired the genetic traits of the red mangrove. The fusion of the red mangrove and banyan tree was bound to yield unique results. Feeling invigorated, he declared, "Now, let us begin. I shall grow towards the heavens." Chapter 165. A tree becomes a forest. Frantic growth. Shenmue was poised to utilize his devouring ability when he suddenly realized an impediment. He was unable to do so. Instinctively, he glanced at the moon high in the night sky. Without sunlight, as a plant, he could not engage in photosynthesis, which was essential for his sustenance. Gradually, he quelled his simmering emotions and awaited the dawn. As time passed, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds from the east, casting its warmth upon Shenmue. Rejuvenated by the sunlight, he reopened his consciousness. He observed the little creatures returning, flitting through the air with their pure white wings, each carrying a tiny wooden bucket. They toiled diligently, reminiscent of bees assisting their queen in nectar gathering. Fairies? Shenmue recalled the words spoken by the two humans. Indeed, they resembled a myriad of tiny sprites. These little beings fluttered over and, as was customary, gathered around Shenmue, ready to rest. Observing them, Shenmue initially intended to ignore their presence and commence his consumption. However, he realized that neglecting them while he expanded his form could inadvertently affect them. With this thought in mind, branches sprouted from either side of his trunk, and a robust stem emerged, swiftly enveloped by resilient twigs. The branches multiplied, gradually intertwining. Shenmue fashioned his sturdy branches into muscles, the thick trunk serving as bones, and the bark as skin, thus forming a pair of colossal arms. He raised these arms and flexed his hands. Though somewhat clumsy, they were functional. The sprites below noticed the commotion and cast their eyes in that direction. Becoming aware of his actions, Shenmue slowly extended his hands, placing them among the group of sprites. The sprites appeared puzzled. Shenmue instructed, "All of you, stand upon my palms." The sprites exchanged glances, uncertainty evident in their eyes. Yet, they did not ponder further and, one by one, flapped their wings, alighting upon Shenmue's outstretched hands. However, the sheer number of sprites was astonishing. Over the past 2 months, Shenmue had created no less than 100,000 sprites. Despite the enormity of his hands, accommodating all of them proved impossible. "There are simply too many, they cannot all fit," Greenery remarked. Shenmue observed his palms already brimming with sprites, while many more hovered outside. He contemplated, realizing he had underestimated the quantity of sprites he had generated during this time. He had initially intended to support them while he consumed, but that was evidently unfeasible now. He declared, "You all should fly to my canopy. And remember to connect the roots from your hair to my body." As Shenmue's voice resonated, the sprites, without hesitation, flapped their wings and ascended to his canopy, seeking places to settle. The tendrils resembling vines from their hair intertwined with Shenmue's body. These sprites, created by Shenmue, were intrinsically linked to his essence. In a sense, they were extensions of him, though he would never admit such a notion. The banyan tree boasted the largest canopy among all trees, and although the number of sprites was substantial, Shenmue's immense form was adequately capable of accommodating them. The sprites remained somewhat perplexed, uncertain of Shenmue's intentions. At that moment, Shenmue commenced his consumption. One of his roots connected to the adjacent lake, where fresh water transformed into glimmers of gold, swiftly flowing into Shenmue's roots and entering his being. As his body expanded, one of his roots, under Shenmue's deliberate guidance, began to stretch rapidly, darting towards the nearest shore. In a swift motion, the roots of the tree plunged into the sea. The moment they made contact with the water, the ocean transformed into a golden light that coursed through the roots and into Shenmue's body. His figure continued to expand, albeit at a gradual pace. However, as more and more seawater was converted into freshwater and absorbed by Shenmue, the roots grew longer and deeper into the ocean. As the roots penetrated the sea in increasing numbers, Shenmue's size began to swell at an astonishing rate. He could hear the system's voice announcing, "Congratulations. You have acquired evolutionary energy. Your current progress is at 1%. Congratulations, you have acquired evolutionary energy. Your current progress is at 2%. With each proclamation, Shenmue's figure surged uncontrollably. From an initial height of 300 meters, he grew to 400, 500, 600, 700, reaching a staggering 1,000 meters. Then 1,001, 1,002. During this remarkable growth, his canopy expanded significantly. Countless aerial roots dangled from the branches, touching the ground and taking root, forming new trunks to support the canopy. The aerial roots of the banyan tree, upon reaching the earth, would root themselves, absorb nutrients, and transport water, thus forming new branches. They do not branch out or develop leaves, but become new trunks. The banyan tree is a remarkable plant capable of forming a forest from a single tree, with its aerial roots acting as new saplings. In truth, if not for these aerial roots establishing new trunks, the banyan tree, which boasts the largest canopy among all trees, would inevitably collapse under the weight of Chun Mu's boundless growth. Yet these aerial roots supported him, bolstering his expansive canopy. Chun Mu voraciously absorbed the fresh water from the sea, the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and the sunlight bestowed by the sun. These elements transformed into a golden radiance. Rapidly engulfed by Chun Mu's body under the influence of his insatiable consumption, he was growing uncontrollably, at an alarming speed. 1,003 meters, 1,004 meters, 2,000 meters. The largest recorded tree in the world is the Australian eucalyptus, standing at a height of 156 meters. Yet Chun Mu's current height had entirely surpassed conventional understanding, and he continued to grow at a frenzied pace. As time passed, and Chun Mu's body gradually expanded, the once massive island beneath him was completely trampled underfoot. His trunk had become thicker than that island. Countless dense roots plunged downward, penetrating the ocean floor, firmly anchoring themselves in the seabed. At this moment, Chun Mu's roots were not only abundant, but also exceptionally robust. Soon, the island was consumed entirely by Chun Mu's relentless growth. The island vanished, and his roots firmly entrenched themselves in the sea. He continued to absorb seawater, continuing his ascent. Chapter 166, A Wave of Consumption, Full Energy? The spirits perched upon Chun Mu's canopy observed his transformation, their eyes filled with wonder, yet they remained unperturbed. Due to their limited experiences, they were aware that Chun Mu could grow rapidly, but this time his growth was particularly swift, which piqued their curiosity without surprising them. However, not far away, a fishing boat was engaged in its daily catch, and the crew aboard was gazing at the ever-expanding giant tree. Among them, a middle-aged man, who was preparing to haul in the net, stood transfixed by the towering tree, momentarily forgetting his task as the net slipped from his grasp. Everyone halted their work, captivated by the colossal tree. What could it be? They were all in a state of astonishment. Before long, Chun Mu's height reached over 2,000 meters, his form becoming unimaginably vast. From a distance, it resembled an enormous tree plunging into the sea, its crown extending into the clouds. Yet, as in the past, this frenetic growth was not without limits, constrained by the progress of evolution energy. As Chun Mu fervently absorbed energy to expand, the evolution energy progress was swiftly increasing as well. Just as when he transformed into other large creatures, once the evolution energy reached its maximum capacity, his growth would cease. Indeed, as Chun Mu continued to expand, reaching around 3,000 meters, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. You are currently acquiring evolution energy, with a progress rate of 100%. Evolution energy progress has reached 100%. Evolution is commencing. As this voice resonated, Chun Mu's form was enveloped in a golden light in the blink of an eye. He was momentarily taken aback. Was it over so soon? He had intended to grow all the way into space. Alas, that ambition was indeed daunting. 100 kilometers above is considered outer space, while the tallest recorded tree barely exceeds 100 meters. At over 3,000 meters, Chun Mu's height was already staggering. Moreover, as Chun Mu grew, it was not just his height that increased, but also his girth, particularly his crown. The banyan tree possesses the largest crown among all trees, and now, the area covered by Chun Mu's crown was several times larger than the previous island. His aerial roots had penetrated the sea, anchoring deep into the ocean floor. Presently, Chun Mu appeared as a vast forest standing majestically over the sea, crowned by a magnificent treetop adorned with a colossal mask. The expanse of this crown was beyond imagination, and the golden light intensified. Suddenly, Chun Mu pondered a pressing concern. If his body evolved away, what would become of the little creatures residing atop his crown? He glanced in their direction and was astonished to find that they, too, were radiating golden light, gazing at their own bodies in confusion. With this realization, Chun Mu understood that the aerial roots atop these little creatures were connected to his own being. The system had integrated them as part of itself, and if this evolution continued, those little creatures would perish. Wait a moment, Chun Mu suddenly interjected, interrupting the process of evolution. Upon hearing his voice, the golden light enveloping him gradually faded. Previously, Chun Mu had experimented and discovered that he could pause the evolution process at will. Sensing that the evolution had halted, he observed that the little creatures remained intact, which brought him a sense of relief. Despite their apparent foolishness, they were creations of his own making. The thought of watching them perish outright was something he found difficult to accept. However, Chun Mu soon realized another troubling fact. Even if the system did not assimilate the little creatures as part of itself, and merely transformed into another species, those little beings lacked the ability to take root, which would ultimately lead to their demise. Fortunately, Chun Mu devised another plan. He could transform one of the little creatures into a being akin to himself, enabling it to provide sustenance for the others. After contemplating this, he decided to take a chance and said, "System, can I remain as the body of a tree?" "Yes," came the response. "It is indeed possible, but there is another crucial question." Chun Mu inquired, "Will this affect the next evolution?" "You will lose the ability to transform into this species," the system replied. This did not seem to pose much of a problem. After all, this tree would only grow larger. Moreover, It appeared that this entity could not leave its original spot, meaning that even if he reverted to this form, he would likely have to return to this place, which seemed rather futile. Shenmue asked, aside from that, will there be any impact on the evolution process? There will be no other effects, the system assured him, pausing briefly before continuing. If you wish to reclaim this template, you can return here to retrieve it. The notion of being able to reclaim it delighted Shenmue. Very well, he declared, I have decided to retain this body. Let the next evolution commence. Beginning evolution. The system announced. Upon hearing this, Shenmue's body radiated a burst of golden light, and his consciousness faded away. The golden light separated from the massive tree, transforming into a sphere of golden energy that swiftly ascended into the air. This spectacle captured the attention of the spirits residing on the tree, who gazed at the sphere until it vanished from sight. They exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unaware of what had transpired. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan complained. Have you noticed that the weather has been getting colder lately? Hearing this, Zhuang Yuan, who was seated at a desk grading assignments, nodded in agreement. Indeed. Xiaoyan tugged at her coat and remarked, it feels colder than usual during this time. Even if the blue algae bloom absorbs carbon dioxide, it should take some time to have an effect. It hasn't been long since the bloom began, yet the cold has become unbearable. She was situated in the southern region, which was classified as temperate. As autumn descends, the chill in the air has already surpassed that of winter, leaving her feeling somewhat uneasy. Zhuang Yuan raised her hand, exhaled a breath, and rubbed her hands together. She stood up and moved about slightly, her gaze instinctively drifting towards a particular direction. The glass door to the balcony was closed, yet through it, she could glimpse a potted plant situated outside. Almost forgot about you, she murmured, before opening the door to bring the plant inside, placing it in the corner, and shutting the door behind her. Meanwhile, Shenmue began to regain consciousness. Upon awakening, he instinctively opened his eyes, yet found himself unable to do so. It was likely some sort of plan again. But he paid it no mind, having grown accustomed to such occurrences. He was curious about the abilities he had acquired after this latest evolution. However, with no prompts available, he decided to survey his surroundings instead. Chapter 167. The plummeting temperature within the Global Alliance's military department. Deng Yu sat at her desk, observing the equipment displaying footage of a battle between colossal dragons and giant ants. The video lacked any real appeal, predominantly showcasing a one-sided massacre. The immense size of the dragons dwarfed the giant ants, and their astonishing defensive capabilities made it largely a slaughter in favor of the dragons. Nonetheless, Deng Yu's thoughts were elsewhere. 2 months prior, she had been tasked with collecting blood samples from both dragons and ants. The collection was not particularly challenging. Despite the one-sided nature of the conflict, some dragons inevitably sustained minor injuries during the battles. Just as a human could be scratched by a leaf while wandering through the woods, dragons, though mightier than humans, could still bleed when clashing with giant ants. For her, obtaining the blood was not a problem. The real issue lay in her uncertainty regarding the superior's intentions. Why the need for dragon and ant blood? A sense of unease began to creep in. Still working? A voice interrupted her thoughts. At the sound, Deng Yu turned to see her colleague, Lan, entering the office. Upon seeing Lan, Deng Yu inquired, have you finished your tasks? Both were colleagues within the Global Alliance, often collaborating on various projects. However, Lan had been assigned to a different mission for the past 2 months. Seeing her return sparked curiosity in Deng Yu. What has she been busy with all this time? Lan glanced towards the doorway before looking back at Deng Yu, leaning casually against the desk with a smile. I've been conducting research. We're developing a new weapon capable of countering both dragons and giant ants. After all, the fate of Earth should be in human hands. Relinquishing control to other creatures is rather far-fetched. Deng Yu paused, momentarily taken aback. The term new weapon immediately linked her thoughts to the dragon and ant blood samples she had provided. She felt a surge of realization. Bioweapons. Lan appeared slightly startled, her surprise evident. How did you know? Deng Yu never anticipated that her conjecture was indeed accurate. She furrowed her brow and remarked, isn't the research on biological weapons prohibited? Lan shrugged and replied, times change, and so do circumstances. Whether something is forbidden or not depends on the era. Moreover, if humanity desires to lift such prohibitions, it can be accomplished with mere words. Deng Yu comprehended this notion and adjusted her emotional state slightly, gazing at Lan. What is the current status? She inquired. Lan smiled. Not bad at all. In a while, you will be able to see the final product. Now, I must attend to other matters. With that, Lan gathered her belongings and waved farewell to Deng Yu as she departed. Observing Lan's retreating figure, Deng Yu's thoughts began to stir. With the giant ants vanished, what could be the purpose of initiating research on biological weapons that should have been forbidden? If there were any threat to humanity at present, it could only be the dragons. Taking a deep breath, Deng Yu closed her eyes and refrained from overthinking. Meanwhile, Shenmue had already activated his consciousness vision. To his astonishment, he found himself within a flower pot. Was he a cactus the size of a ping-pong ball? Indeed, it seemed to be a plant. Yet something felt amiss. A pot. Shenmue examined the flower pot he occupied. Normally, cacti do not possess pots. The presence of a pot indicated that this was a plant cultivated by humans. Consciousness evolution? This suggested that Shenmue had directly transferred his awareness to this plant, a phenomenon he had experienced several times before. It was possible that at times, he had unknowingly entered the consciousness of other living beings. Following the usual course, Shenmue decided to open his consciousness vision and surveyed his surroundings. To his surprise, he discovered he was situated in a bedroom. The room was simple, furnished with a desk and chairs, a bed, and a wardrobe, all impeccably tidy. At the desk sat a woman, pen in hand, jotting notes in a notebook. Beside the bed lay a young girl, covered with a thick blanket, engrossed in her phone, presumably watching some sort of short video. The girl furrowed her brow and subconsciously glanced at the woman grading assignments, saying, Yuan Yuan. Upon uttering these words, she momentarily lost her focus, causing her phone to slip from her grasp and land squarely on her face. Ah, she exclaimed in surprise. Yuan Yuan, without turning her head, coolly replied, don't shout. It's quite noisy. The girl rubbed her face in response. Chunmu held little interest in them, as he emanated a golden glow. He contemplated transforming into another creature to escape. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Do you think that if the blue-green algae continue to proliferate, the Earth will face a crisis? The girl inquired. I read online that if this continues, with temperatures continuing to drop, it might lead to an ice age. Blue-green algae? An ice age? Chunmu paused his transformation. The two were discussing the mutated blue-green algae he had created, were they not? What connection could there possibly be between those mutated cyanobacteria and the so-called ice age? Chunmu found himself intrigued by this matter that pertained to him. Zhui Yuanyuan replied. Who knows? When carbon dioxide levels decrease, temperatures indeed drop, but to what extent remains unknown. If we were to truly enter an ice age, it wouldn't be surprising. She resumed her work. Upon hearing this, Chunmu grasped the situation. The mutated cyanobacteria absorbed carbon dioxide, and as its levels diminished, the temperature would plummet. Unbeknownst to Chunmu, in ancient times, the Earth had already experienced a terrifying cooling due to the explosive proliferation of cyanobacteria, which had significantly increased oxygen levels. It was time to depart. Chunmu's form transformed into a radiant golden light, coalescing into a griffin. This luminous spectacle captured the attention of the two girls in the bedroom, Zhui Yuanyuan and Xiaoyan, who stared in astonishment at Chunmu. After morphing into a griffin, Chunmu glanced at the flower pot beside him, noticing the absence of the cactus. Given the system's peculiar nature, it seemed that his cactus self would not be able to leave the confines of the pot's soil. The pot had to come along. Chunmu clutched the flower pot in his beak and turned toward the window. The window vanished into thin air, transforming into flecks of silver light. With a leap, and under the watchful eyes of Zhui Yuanyuan and Xiaoyan, he soared beside the window, flapped his wings, and took flight. Zhui Yuanyuan and Xiaoyan stood there, momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. What on earth was happening? Xiaoyan felt bewildered. Just then, a gust of wind swept in from outside, carrying a flurry of snowflakes into the bedroom. Snow. A flicker of disbelief crossed Xiaoyan's face as she hurried to the window, gazing up at the dark, ominous clouds and the swirling snowflakes, her mouth slightly agape. She was momentarily stunned. Chapter 168, Snowfall in the South? Control of physical phenomena, how could this be? Xiaoyan was utterly astonished. Snow in the south? In her location, it was the kind of area where snow might not fall for decades. Winter merely meant wearing a few extra layers for her. Yet here it was, before winter had even arrived, snow was falling. The scene before her was completely incomprehensible. Of course, what equally baffled Xiaoyan was the earlier spectacle of the creature that had departed with the flower pot. As Chunmu soared through the air, he felt the biting wind and the icy snowflakes against his form. He surveyed his surroundings, which had transformed into a blanket of white, the ground cloaked in snow. Snowfall was a phenomenon Chunmu had encountered before. He had experienced blizzards while transformed into an emperor penguin. However, in his current guise as a griffin, he lacked the substantial blubber of the penguin to withstand the cold. Chunmu felt the chill, albeit just a mild discomfort, still within his tolerable limits. He needed to reach the seaside. Once there, he could infuse the cactus with the genes of the mangrove, paving the way for his next evolution. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chunmu's ear. Congratulations on your successful evolution, which has granted you the ability of instant adaptation. Congratulations on your successful evolution, which has bestowed upon you the ability of phenomenon control. These two abilities were entirely unfamiliar to Chunmu. What do they signify? System, what are these abilities? Chunmu felt perplexed. The system, with its emotionless tone, explained. The ability of instant adaptation allows your body to instantaneously adjust to extreme environments surrounding you. Huh. Chunmu was momentarily taken aback. He took a moment to reflect, and suddenly, he realized that it was indeed as the system had described. Though he was suspended in midair, relishing the fierce winds and swirling snowflakes, he no longer felt the chill he had initially experienced. Despite the howling winds and the falling snow, Chunmu felt no cold at all. This must be the ability of instant adaptation, he thought. And what about phenomenon control? Chunmu inquired. Phenomenon control enables you to manipulate certain physical phenomena currently within your sight. The system's voice resonated slowly. Chunmu was slightly startled. Physical phenomena? This response left him somewhat bewildered. He lifted his gaze to the flurry of snowflakes around him. Is snowfall considered a physical phenomenon? Chunmu pondered. Let us give it a try. As the thought crossed his mind, all the snowflakes within a kilometer radius detached from the grip of gravity, wildly converging towards him. The snowflakes rapidly coalesced before him. In the blink of an eye, they formed a massive snowball. The snowball hovered in midair. Gazing at the enormous snowball before him, Chunmu realized that indeed, snowfall is a physical phenomenon. Thus, does it imply that I can manipulate any physical phenomenon? Chunmu released his control, and the colossal snowball, resembling a small mountain, plummeted to the ground, engulfing the houses below. Flapping his wings, Chunmu took flight. Clutching a flower pot. There exists a concept known as natural phenomena, which encompasses three categories: physical phenomena, chemical phenomena, and biological phenomena. Snowfall, being a physical transformation of water, falls under the category of physical phenomena. Chunmu flapped his wings and soared in a particular direction. This place was unfamiliar to him. His consciousness expanded to its limits, revealing both land and lakes, yet the sea remained elusive. Chunmu was not in a hurry. As long as he flew in one direction, he would eventually encounter the ocean. Thus, he continued onward until nightfall. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Chunmu gently landed atop a building. Lying down with the flower pot cradled in his arms, closing his eyes to rest. The following morning, Chunmu was awakened by the sounds of commotion. Look, doesn't this pile resemble you? Not at all, I'm not that round. How about this one? Does it look like you? Nonsense, I'm not oval. You are indeed. Oval, haha. As he listened to the raucous chatter below, Chunmu slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by darkness. It seemed something was covering him. He lifted his head, and the snow that had accumulated atop him cascaded down. Chunmu glanced around and realized he was enveloped in snowflakes. As he lifted his face, he noticed that snow was still falling from the sky, albeit lighter than the previous day. Who had disturbed his slumber? Peering down, he observed several children clad in thick clothing, merrily constructing a snowman on the ground below. However, the snowman appeared rather peculiar, seemingly composed of several diminutive snowballs haphazardly piled together. Chunmu raised his gaze to the heavens. Was it still snowing? It seemed evident that this location was not in a tropical region. In tropical or subtropical areas, there are typically only wet and dry seasons, much like in Africa. The occurrence of snowfall is virtually unheard of. The snowfall in the southern east is indeed astonishing. A voice pierced through his thoughts. Looking down again, Chunmu spotted a middle-aged man with a crew cut, standing at the doorway, gazing at the thick blanket of snow covering the ground. In my lifetime, I've only seen snow once, decades ago. This year has been truly peculiar. Upon hearing this, Chunmu felt a stirring within. The southern east. He was familiar with this province, situated in southern Asia, near the subtropics. He had heard that it had experienced a light snowfall decades ago, but it had been an eternity since then. Chunmu found it hard to believe. He recalled the earlier conversation between two little girls. Could the rampant proliferation of blue-green algae have caused a significant drop in temperature, even affecting this subtropical region? Gazing at the snowflakes that continued to fall from afar, he pondered, the Ice Age? Is it truly upon us? Shaking his head, he concluded that even if it were, it would have no bearing on him. Regardless, he observed the snow upon his attire and, with a thought, used his control to displace the snowflakes, revealing a flower pot beneath. He resumed holding the flower pot, intending to depart. Suddenly, he felt a damp sensation. Moisture. Inspecting himself, he noticed the faint water left behind by the melting snow. Fresh water? A thought struck him. Indeed, he was currently seeking fresh water for the plant, and this snow was nothing but fresh water. Could it be so? As he concentrated, the snow atop the roof, under his command, coalesced before him, transforming into a snowball. This snowball swiftly morphed into a sphere of water, suspended gracefully in midair. Chunmu's eyes trembled with excitement. It truly worked. Chapter 169. Can cacti release oxygen at night? Snow is merely water that has evaporated, ascending into the clouds, where it condenses into tiny ice crystals under low temperatures. As these ice crystals descend, blanketing the earth in white, they acquire the name snow. In reality, snow and water are simply manifestations of physical phenomena. Snow is a physical manifestation of water, existing well within Chunmu's control. He could effortlessly convert this snow into fresh water, precisely what he required at this moment. Chunmu grasped the flower pot and took to the skies, his wings beating with fervor. The commotion on the rooftop captured the attention of the onlookers below. One by one, they lifted their gaze towards Chunmu. Daddy, look! Exclaimed a little girl, pointing excitedly at him as the children who had been building a snowman rushed to the side of a middle-aged man. The man, upon raising his eyes, beheld Chunmu soaring gracefully through the air, gradually drifting away. His mouth parted slightly, a look of astonishment and disbelief etched upon his face. As Chunmu ventured beyond the city limits, he chanced upon a river. Noticing the flowing waters, he glided down and settled at the riverbank, placing the flower pot gently beside him. His grand griffin form shimmered with a golden hue before dissolving into the pot, transforming back into the diminutive shape of a cactus. Observing the river, Chunmu murmured, "Phenomenon control." Unable to control, came the system's voice. Chunmu paused, taken aback, and before he could inquire further, the voice continued. Phenomenon control can manipulate entities of lesser mass than yourself. Those of greater mass are beyond your reach. Indeed, like many abilities, this one too bore constraints of mass and size. Chunmu wished to exert control over the river, yet the water, being interconnected, equated to the river's total mass, an insurmountable challenge for his tiny cactus form. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Glancing around, he noted that beneath the pot lay a blanket of pristine snow, while delicate snowflakes continued to drift from the heavens. Gradually, the snowflakes transformed into droplets of fresh water, seeping into the flower pot. Devour, Chunmu commanded, activating his absorption ability. The water morphed into glimmering specks, which he eagerly consumed. Carbon dioxide from the air and sunlight followed suit, merging into his being. Unlike the common plants, such as the banyan tree he had previously transformed into, the cactus exhibited a distinct form of photosynthesis. While typical plants harness chloroplasts within their leaves for nourishment, cacti have evolved. Their leaves have regressed into spines, rendering them devoid of traditional leaves and chloroplasts. The body of the cactus, which we perceive, is essentially its stem. In terms of the banyan tree, the rounded form of the cactus could be likened to its trunk. Both stem and trunk represent a singular concept. However, the cactus stem possesses chloroplasts within. Indeed, the chloroplasts reside inside its stem, enabling the cactus to conduct photosynthesis and derive energy. Chunmu, through this process, absorbed the carbon dioxide in the air and the fresh water transformed from the melting snow. Abundant snow blanketed the ground, and flakes continued to fall from the sky. Gradually, Chunmu's form began to expand. Perhaps due to his initially diminutive size, his growth was markedly slower than that of the banyan tree. Before long, the confines of the flower pot were entirely filled by Chen Mu. As he continued to absorb energy for evolution, he maintained a vigilant awareness of his surroundings. Observing as time unfolded, the light gradually dimmed, and soon darkness enveloped the surroundings completely. Night had fallen. However, what intrigued Chen Mu was that even in the depths of night, his body continued to absorb carbon dioxide. Why was this so? Many merchants, when selling cacti or succulents, often inform potential buyers that these plants release oxygen at night, earning the reputation of being natural oxygen bars. Both cacti and succulents originate from tropical regions where daytime temperatures soar, leading to excessive water consumption. As a result, they have developed a unique survival strategy. During the day, they close the stomata responsible for carbon dioxide absorption, thereby conserving water. It is only at night that they open their stomata to absorb carbon dioxide, which they then store in their vacuoles. By day, they perform photosynthesis to synthesize the energy they require while simultaneously producing oxygen. Since the stomata are closed during the day to minimize water evaporation, the oxygen generated cannot be released. Consequently, the accumulated oxygen is expelled during the night when carbon dioxide is absorbed, although this amount is negligible and insufficient to significantly alter the atmosphere. Thus, one should take the merchant's claims with a grain of salt. Under normal circumstances, as a cactus, Chen Mu would be unable to absorb carbon dioxide during the day. However, he forcefully absorbed it using his energy-absorbing ability. Upon nightfall, his sensation of carbon dioxide absorption was merely a manifestation of the cactus's inherent habits. Chen Mu was perplexed. Previously, as a banyan tree, his activities ceased at night, leaving only rest. Nevertheless, since absorption was possible, he decided to continue. Absorbing carbon dioxide early would facilitate his growth by morning. The next day, Chen Mu's roots had already reached the confines of the flower pot. This was not a favorable situation. If his roots were constrained by the pot, they would be unable to penetrate the ground. Thus, with a mere thought, the flower pot cracked open, allowing Chen Mu's roots to delve into the soil by the riverbank. This soil absorbed fresh water from the river, which then coursed through Chen Mu's cactus roots and into his being. Employing his energy-absorbing powers alongside the revival of all things, the roots of the cactus expanded rapidly, penetrating the soil and reaching the river. Once the roots made contact with the river, Chen Mu no longer needed to deliberately slow his growth. He began to grow exponentially. The cactus expanded at a visibly astonishing rate. From the size of a ping-pong ball, it grew to that of a fist, then to that of a soccer ball, and continued to enlarge beyond that. The entire massive cactus glimmered with golden light, as countless rays of gold streamed into Chen Mu from all directions. He rapidly matured and expanded. While this growth rate was considerably slower than that of his previous banyan tree form, it was nonetheless remarkable. In just a single day, Chen Mu had transformed into a towering figure, standing at an astonishing height of half a meter. An elderly fisherman by the lakeside gazed in astonishment at Chen Mu's metamorphosis, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 170. He is merely a scoundrel. The riverbank was not solely occupied by the old man. Chen Mu's peculiar presence had captivated the attention of those nearby. Is that a cactus? What a colossal cactus! The fishermen, who had initially been focused on their catches, were now encircling Chen Mu, scrutinizing him with curiosity. The wrinkled old man remarked, "How strange. I passed by here a week ago, and there was nothing of the sort." He pondered aloud. Could it be that someone transported this here last night? Indeed, that is plausible. It is far too large to have grown in just a few days. I have never encountered such a massive cactus before. It is truly astonishing. I have heard that cacti can be edible. I wonder what the taste of one this size would be like. One robust man, drawing a military knife, declared, "Let us find out." He boldly approached the cactus, intent on taking action. The old man quickly interjected, "Hey, young man, what do you think you are doing?" The man turned to the elder, who cautioned, "This is likely something someone has painstakingly transported and planted. It contributes to the beautification of the area. If you strike it, it will no longer be presentable." The man scoffed. What harm could come from slicing off a piece of such a large cactus? If aesthetics are a concern, we can always hire a sculptor to refine it later. He dismissed further dialogue and lunged at the cactus with his knife. Clang! The blade struck as if it had collided with an impenetrable steel plate, failing to penetrate. The man stood momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the cactus's spines began to grow aggressively. With a series of sickening sounds, the sharp spines pierced through the man's body. His form gradually slackened, held aloft only by the cactus's barbs. The onlookers gasped in horror. A scream erupted, and the crowd dispersed in panic. The man's figure slowly disintegrated into specks of golden light. The spines of the cactus reverted to their original state. Chen Mu mused to himself. There certainly seemed to be many seeking their demise of late. He continued to absorb and grow, as fresh water permeated his being. Through photosynthesis, he transformed carbon dioxide into energy, reveling in the sensation of growth. Perhaps due to the cactus's sheer size, Chen Mu was unable to absorb energy as wildly as a banyan tree could. However, he remained unhurried, for he possessed an eternity of time and had grown accustomed to solitude and loneliness. Humanity can be divided into two types, the extroverted and the introverted. Extroverts are bright and sunny, adept at socializing, thriving in lively environments, and relishing the presence of crowds. Introverted individuals often find solace in solitude. The presence of another can feel overwhelming. This inclination towards introspection is merely a facet of their personality, devoid of any fault. In fact, introverts may find it easier to concentrate on a single task. Extroverts, akin to the formidable warrior Lu Bu, exude strength, while introverts resemble the sagacious Zhuge Liang, whose wisdom is unparalleled. The key lies in harnessing the strengths of one's character. One cannot expect Lu Bu to serve as a strategist or Zhuge Liang to engage in battle. Some thrive in tranquility, while others flourish in motion. Each disposition possesses its own merits, and the challenge lies in maximizing these advantages. Chen Mu, inherently introverted and rational in nature, resides in a bustling city. Nearby, Xiao Ning is momentarily distracted by a sound. As she hears it, she regains her focus and glances at her colleague. There sits her co-worker, Xiao Nian, organizing documents at her desk. Noticing Chen Xiaoning's gaze, she beams with curiosity, asking, "What occupies your thoughts so deeply?" Chen Xiaoning replies, "I was reminded of an unpleasant individual." Xiao Nian, taken aback, chuckles, "Who could that be? Does our Xiaoning have a crush?" Chen Xiaoning rolls her eyes. "Not at all." "Oh really? Do enlighten me about this person," Xiao Nian urges, leaning closer, her cheek brushing against Chen Xiaoning's. "Come on, Xiaoning, do share." With a hint of exasperation, Chen Xiaoning confides, "I was thinking of my brother." "Your brother?" Xiao Nian inquires, surprised. "You have a brother?" "Yes," Chen Xiaoning affirms. "But he has passed away." "Oh, I'm so sorry," Xiao Nian murmurs, lowering her gaze. Chen Xiaoning continues, "It has been many years, and frankly, he was a scoundrel. His demise was for the best." Xiao Nian is momentarily taken aback, observing Chen Xiaoning with an expression of bewilderment. Chen Xiaoning, unwilling to elaborate further, cannot help but recall some past events involving her brother, Chen Mu. He was often lost in thought, while others around him expressed their emotions through tears during moments of sorrow or laughter in times of joy. During a period of boredom, Chen Mu had taken to caring for 2 hamsters alongside his sister. After 2 years, the hamsters aged and passed away. Chen Mu callously disposed of their bodies in the trash, deeming it a fitting resolution. Upon returning home to learn of their demise, Chen Xiaoning burst into tears, while Chen Mu looked on, unable to fathom her grief. To him, they were merely pets, and their death warranted no mourning. The moment Chen Xiaoning discovered that her brother had thrown the hamsters away, her sobs intensified. Chen Mu found her reaction perplexing. This incident was emblematic of Chen Xiaoning's perception of her brother, who often exhibited peculiar behaviors in the face of various situations. To her, Chen Mu was simply a cold-hearted scoundrel, but such judgments held no weight for him. He remained indifferent to her opinions, truly embodying the role of a rogue. Chen Xiaoning could not help but furrow her brow. Meanwhile, night had already fallen. As darkness enveloped the world, Chen Mu's body emanated a golden glow, radiating from the immense cactus. In an instant, his entire being transformed into a majestic griffin. Looking back, Chen Mu gazed upon the gigantic cactus, now towering 6 meters high. Indeed, he murmured, just as he had anticipated. Ever since the system informed him that he could retain the form of the banyan tree for his next evolution, he comprehended the implications. In truth, each template represented a distinct physical embodiment of Chen Mu. He could separate each template and utilize one for action. As a plant, existence was rather tedious, especially at night. It was the perfect time to seek some engagement. For instance, he could delve into the study of the 2 abilities he had recently acquired. Chapter 171, Soaring into Outer Space. Transforming into a meteor, the ability of instantaneous adaptation and phenomenon control was upon him. Instantaneous adaptation allowed him to adjust according to his physical form. In other words, regardless of the surrounding environment, he could acclimate effortlessly. Thus, as the griffin, Chen Mu instinctively lifted his gaze towards the heavens. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended directly into the sky. As he soared to a height, his form morphed into that of a colossal dragon. Utilizing the strength of his wings and the upward currents, he continued to ascend rapidly. His altitude increased swiftly. According to rough estimates, for every 1,000 meters gained, the temperature would drop by 6 degrees. Chen Mu ascended wildly, reaching heights of 500 meters, then 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and 4,000 meters. As time passed, this altitude surged uncontrollably, while the temperature plummeted drastically. At a normal ground temperature of 30 degrees Celsius, ice formation could occur at 5,000 meters. However, with his instantaneous adaptation ability, Chen Mu experienced no such freezing conditions. Instead, he felt a comfortable adjustment to the temperature. Realizing this, he understood that his capacity for instantaneous adaptation enabled him to thrive in any environment, even under such low temperatures at great heights. Continuing his ascent, Chen Mu reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Suddenly, he broke through the thick clouds, leaving them far behind. Before him lay a pitch-black sky. He pressed on. His height surged dramatically, the clouds receding farther away. His speed doubled, then tripled. Chen Mu's velocity skyrocketed. Abruptly, he sensed an incredible lightness in his body. He continued to flap his wings, yet the movement provided him no propulsion. Discovering that the ascending currents supporting his flight had vanished, he realized that the downward pull of gravity had also dissipated. Was this, he thought, instinctively glancing downward. Before him unfolded a bizarre spectacle. Before him lay a sphere, within which glimmered patches of luminous land, accompanied by the oceans that bordered them. These expanses of land represented the continents of Earth, while the lights illuminated the habitats of humanity residing within those regions. Upon witnessing this, Chen Mu comprehended his predicament. The reason he could not flap his wings was that he was now suspended in the vastness of space. In the void of space, devoid of air, ascending currents and gravity ceased to exist. Under such circumstances, the act of flapping his wings rendered the prospect of flight impossible. For an ordinary human, remaining in space without any protective measures would subject the body to various detrimental influences. Externally, the effects would be apparent. A human unprotected would be instantaneously frozen to death due to temperature extremes. Even if one were to evade the frigid grasp of the void, The disparity in internal and external pressure would induce unconsciousness within mere seconds, followed by a catastrophic rupture of the lungs within 90 seconds. The same fate awaited other creatures as well. Yet, astonishingly, Chun Mu remained unscathed. He could even flap his wings freely in the vacuum of space, albeit to no practical effect. It was evident that this was due to his remarkable ability for instantaneous adaptation. Could one truly adapt to the environment of space in such a fleeting moment? Such a thought sent shivers down his spine. However, this revelation clarified his newfound ability. With instantaneous adaptation at his disposal, it seemed plausible that even plunging into molten lava would not spell his demise. What a terrifying power it was. Thus, it followed that the more he evolved, the more arduous subsequent transformations would become, yet the potency of his abilities would amplify. Such a notion was indeed formidable. What lay ahead? Utilizing his control over his abilities, Chun Mu directed his body back towards Earth. As he re-entered the planet's atmosphere, the force of gravity once again enveloped him. This time, instead of resisting the gravitational pull by flapping his wings or relying on ascending currents, he opted to surrender to the force and descend directly. In relinquishing his resistance, the acceleration proved to be overwhelmingly intense. As time progressed, Chun Mu's velocity escalated rapidly. When he approached a critical speed, his body began to encounter friction with the air. Scorching waves of heat surged around him, enveloping him in a fiery embrace. The exterior of Chun Mu was incinerated by the friction, yet at the moment of destruction, his rapid healing capabilities activated, restoring the burned areas. Now, he transformed into a colossal dragon, measuring 1,000 meters in length, engulfed in flames, resembling a massive meteor hurtling from the heavens towards the earth. Simultaneously, a scene unfolded below. What was happening? Why had the area been cordoned off? Bystanders gazed in bewilderment at the park now enclosed by warning tape. Military vehicles lined the roadside, and personnel clad in military uniforms stood guard at the park entrance, maintaining order. This spectacle piqued the curiosity of many onlookers. The crowd continued to swell. Earlier this morning, a life was lost here. A life? Indeed, it appears that a colossal cactus emerged by the riverbank, and astonishingly, this cactus possessed consciousness and attacked people, extending its spines to fatally wound an individual. How terrifying. One wonders how this situation will be addressed now. The onlookers peered curiously into the park. Meanwhile, within the park, 50 meters from Chun Mu's original position, a group of soldiers clad in military uniforms observed the cactus from a distance. Among them stood a commanding figure, dressed in a sleek black suit and wearing glasses, fixated on the cactus. At that moment, a woman approached and said, "Sir, we are ready." The man nodded slightly and commanded, "Burn it." No one comprehended the nature of this cactus, but given that it had just taken a life, it had to be dealt with. After all, this was human territory. A contingent of soldiers armed with flamethrowers advanced towards the cactus. Just then, a radiant light illuminated the sky. It was the dead of night, and such light was exceedingly conspicuous. Sensing the illumination, all eyes were raised to the heavens. They were met with a sight that left them awestruck. Whether it was the commander, the soldiers, or the curious crowd outside, they all beheld a meteor. It was a meteor engulfed in flames, descending from the sky with a long fiery tail, hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. A meteor? No, that cannot be. As the object drew nearer, everyone discerned its true form, and shock washed over them. A colossal dragon, adorned with magnificent wings, soared through the sky, enveloped in flames, heading straight for them. Chapter 172. Controlling phenomena to command the fire dragon. It's a dragon. A dragon. Why? Why would a dragon appear in this place? Haven't dragons returned to the sea? What is the meaning of this dragon's presence? The male commander's expression betrayed a hint of astonishment. Sir, it seems to be coming this way. The female officer quickly alerted. The commander's demeanor shifted, and he urgently commanded, "All retreat." At his orders, the soldiers stationed at the front finally reacted, hastily withdrawing. However, some, slower to respond, were too late. Boom. With a resounding crash, the dragon descended, leaving destruction in its wake. Those soldiers unable to escape were either crushed beneath the dragon's massive form or consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes. Chun Mu rose, his immense body surrounded by flames that illuminated the surroundings. In that moment, Chun Mu embodied a fire dragon, enveloped in flames. The phenomenon of fire pertains to both physical and chemical realms. Thus, it follows that the phenomenon of fire is something that Chun Mu can control. Chun Mu gazed at those who intended to incinerate his very essence in his absence. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and unleashed a mighty roar that echoed like a dragon's cry. A fierce gale swept through the air, sending those closest to him hurtling away, crashing against trees with a resounding thud, resulting in instant demise. Dust swirled around him, while those in the distance shielded themselves with hands or tools. Instinctively retreating a few paces, controlling the flames surrounding him, Chun Mu transformed them into a colossal fire dragon. Wait! The male commander, summoning all his strength, bellowed this command. Upon hearing it, Chun Mu narrowed his eyes, fixating on the man, momentarily refraining from action. The commander swallowed hard, gazing up at the towering behemoth before him. Aware that this was his sole opportunity, a misstep in his words could spell his doom. Regaining his composure, the commander spoke. "Dragon, we humans are friends. If you proceed in this manner, the relationship between dragons and humanity will turn hostile. You must contemplate this carefully." The very being before him sought his life. Yet in this dire moment, he invoked the relationship between all of humanity and the dragons. Chun Mu squinted. "You wish to slay me, yet expect me to spare you for the sake of the dragon-human alliance? You have a naive view of this world. If conflict is inevitable, let it commence." As his words hung in the air, the fire dragon coiling above descended with ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the male commander found himself engulfed in flames. His screams silenced as his body was reduced to ashes in an instant. The ground blackened, and all that remained was charred earth, the scene before him having vanished entirely. Observing the ashen remains of those who had perished, Chun Mu withdrew his gaze, his form gradually diminishing into that of a griffin. He cast a final glance at the colossal cactus behind him before approaching it, his body transforming into a golden light as he entered within. The following day, at the headquarters of the Global Alliance, footage obtained through satellite surveillance was projected onto a grand screen. The images showcased the previous night's inferno, wherein Chun Mu had incinerated the soldiers. Before this display stood the commanding general, a square-faced middle-aged man, who watched the scene unfold with a furrowed brow. Arms crossed behind his back. Dengyu, you possess insight into the dragons. What is your perspective? He inquired, addressing the woman behind him, who was indeed Dengyu. As she observed the footage, Dengyu replied, that dragon is likely the ancestor dragon. The general's brows knitted together as he instinctively turned to her. Ancestor dragon. Dengyu nodded slightly. Previously, I engaged in discussion with Ying Long regarding the ancestor dragon, gaining some understanding. Currently, among the dragons, most do not alter their appearance. Only the ancestor dragon occasionally changes form, seemingly undergoing a particular cultivation. The general, still frowning, remained silent for a moment before finally asking, what do you believe we should do about this situation? Dengyu responded, we have just learned that the ancestor dragon acted because we aimed to take its life. I believe that the cactus represents another aspect of its being, perhaps its true essence. Our previous actions could be regarded as an assault, tantamount to declaring war. The ancestral dragon is not inherently malevolent towards humanity. However, when faced with the threat of annihilation, it opts for self-preservation. In the realm of the animal kingdom, the means of self-defense often involves eliminating perceived threats. I propose that we designate its habitat as a forbidden zone, thereby preventing humans from encroaching upon it, which would effectively resolve the issue. The commanding officer nodded in agreement. Very well, you shall be in charge of this arrangement. With that, Dengyu departed. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days elapsed. Chun Mu had anticipated that those humans would return to trouble him, but to his surprise, ever since he had dealt with them, they had not sought him out again. This did not concern Chun Mu. He continued his process of absorption. Over the course of several days, he had extended many routes into the river. At this moment, Chun Mu had grown to an impressive height of 20 meters, his form having become extraordinarily massive. Absorption. Chun Mu activated his absorption ability. The surrounding golden light flowed directly into his being. The light, carbon dioxide, and fresh water transformed into energy and nourishment for Chun Mu. His size began to increase at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, the river from which he drew sustenance gradually diminished as he expanded. Day by day, Chun Mu grew larger, while the river's waters receded. Before long, Chun Mu reached a towering height of 100 meters, while the river had completely dried up. Realizing that the river no longer held any utility, Chun Mu contemplated leaving. Suddenly, he found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. He was unable to move. After becoming a plant, his form was rooted in place. Previously, the system had classified his location as a flower pot, thus allowing him mobility. However, now he was firmly entrenched in the park area. What could he do? With no options available, he resolved to wait for the river to replenish with fresh water, enabling him to absorb energy once more. As Chun Mu pondered this, he acted accordingly. Meanwhile, within the Global Alliance Command Center, the commander summoned Dengyu once again. The commander turned to his aide, who nodded slightly before addressing Dengyu. The ancestral dragon has drained all the fresh water from the Baishi River. This river is crucial to the water supply of an entire continent. Dengyu was taken aback. The female aide continued. Fresh water can be diverted from other continents as an emergency measure, but such support is not sustainable for long. Upon hearing this, Dengyu furrowed her brow. Does this mean he intends to take root by the river? However, if that is the case, he should ultimately depart. Since he has transformed into a dragon, he would likely leave once the river is depleted. Let us hope, the commander remarked with a hint of resignation. Chapter 173. To dig up? In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. During this week, a heavy rain had fallen. Recently, Zhuang Yuanyuan found herself in dire need of more diligent work, for not long ago, the cactus she had nurtured mysteriously vanished, along with her bedroom window. While the absence of the cactus was manageable, the loss of her window proved to be a considerable headache. At this moment, a voice called out, Yuanyuan, come and see this. Upon hearing the voice, Zhuang Yuanyuan turned to look. Xiaoyan had positioned her tablet before Yuanyuan's eyes and cheerfully exclaimed, look, your cactus has grown to such an enormous size. Upon glancing at the screen, Zhuang Yuanyuan discovered a news video showcasing an astonishingly large cactus by the riverside. The cactus bore an uncanny resemblance to the one she had previously cultivated. Stunned, she murmured, is this? Xiaoyan chuckled, this must be your cactus. As the news recently reported a cactus growing by the river, astonishingly large, isn't it surprising? Indeed, I never anticipated this, Zhuang Yuanyuan replied. However, it shouldn't be possible for it to grow so large. A sense of perplexity washed over her. Xiaoyan teased, if giant ants and dragons can exist, what is a colossal cactus in comparison? No, that's not it, Zhuang Yuanyuan countered. Giant ants can be explained, and dragons are mythical beings, but this cactus is definitively mine. It can't logically grow to such a size. She continued, consider this. Earth possesses gravity. Trees reach great heights due to their density. The taller a tree grows, the greater the gravitational pressure it endures. A typical tree struggles to grow beyond 100 meters, as further height would lead to its own demise under such pressure. In contrast, cacti have a low density, Their stems primarily consist of vacuoles for storing malic acid, a structure which does not support vertical growth. They lack the strength necessary to sustain considerable height. Naturally, a standard cactus does not require such elevation. However, this cactus presents a peculiar case, judging by its height. It nearly approaches 100 meters, yet remains unscathed by gravity's pull. Xiaoyan paused, slightly taken aback. Is that so? She gazed at the cactus on the screen. Intrigued by Yuan Yuan's reasoning, if we consider it your way, it does seem rather strange. Zhuang Yuan diverted her gaze, picked up her pen, and resumed her work. Let us not dwell on this. We ought to focus on our tasks, for these matters are beyond comprehension. Little did Zhuang Yuan know that under normal circumstances, such a colossal cactus would indeed succumb to gravitational pressure. However, Chun Mu's ability to adapt instantaneously extended beyond mere temperature. He possessed the capacity to acclimatize to gravity as well. Meanwhile, Chun Mu encountered a familiar face once again. Before him stood Deng Yu, who gazed at the enormous cactus, her eyes shimmering with wonder. How magnificent! Deng Yu marveled silently, gradually regaining her composure. Now is not the time for sentimentality. She gazed at the cactus before her, stepped closer, and said, I believe you must be the ancestor dragon, correct? Upon hearing this, Chun Mu was enveloped in a golden aura. The golden light emanated from the cactus, cascading onto the ground, transforming into a majestic griffin. It stood before Deng Yu, observing her intently. Deng Yu was momentarily taken aback, her eyes trembling as she beheld this colossal creature, towering even above her. It was truly a fearsome sight. Once again, it's you, Chun Mu remarked. Is there another matter at hand? Deng Yu steadied her emotions and replied, esteemed ancestor dragon. She offered a respectful bow. Chun Mu remained silent, fixated on Deng Yu, awaiting her words. It was evident that her presence was not coincidental. Since the last time he had vanquished those humans, he had not encountered any for a week. And now Deng Yu's sudden appearance piqued his curiosity. A realization dawned upon him. No wonder those humans had not approached. This creature was likely the reason. Deng Yu continued. Esteemed ancestor dragon, your true form requires fresh water for its development. However, this river is quite diminutive, and its waters have nearly dried up. The last rainfall left only a meager amount. Your method of acquiring fresh water is exceedingly slow. Do you not consider relocating? Chun Mu furrowed his brow, noticing his demeanor. Deng Yu's heart raced with anxiety. She understood that in negotiations, revealing one's desires too openly could lead to a disadvantageous position, a detrimental strategy. Yet, she felt an overwhelming aura of dread and authority radiating from Chun Mu. She knew he detested deceit, and if she did not speak the truth, it could jeopardize their interaction, potentially inciting his wrath. With this in mind, she adjusted her tone and said, this river is vital to the livelihood of our entire community. Without its fresh water, we would be unable to sustain ourselves, leading to dire consequences, including the risk of death from thirst. She had to gamble on the hope that Chun Mu, as the ancestor dragon, was benevolent, a guardian rather than a beast of destruction. Upon hearing her plight, Chun Mu's brow relaxed slightly. He recognized that Deng Yu sought him for a specific purpose. He did not believe she would approach him merely for altruistic reasons. It was likely that her intentions were self-serving. Responding mildly, he said, you cannot assist me. My roots are deeply embedded in this soil, rendering me incapable of leaving this place. Nevertheless, Chun Mu adhered to a principle regarding humanity. If you do not harm me, I shall not harm you. Although he had no intention of harming those humans initially, the depletion of this river had indeed indirectly endangered their lives, contravening his principles. However, leaving his current location was not an option. Deng Yu replied, if your true form is that of a plant, and you cannot detach from this soil, we could assist you by excavating your roots along with the soil and transporting them elsewhere. Excavate. Chun Mu slightly raised his eyebrows and remarked, how could you possibly excavate it? His voice momentarily faltered. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Is it feasible to employ the method of excavation to remove his roots along with the soil? In an instant, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He envisioned a flower pot. If a flower pot could carry him away, then surely, if he could unearth both the soil and the roots, he could transport them as well. Chapter 174. Directly digging up and heading to the sea, Chun Mu flapped his wings and soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal dragon measuring 1,000 meters in length. Observing Chun Mu's sudden metamorphosis into a dragon, Deng Yu exhibited a look of bewilderment. Chun Mu's form, immense and elevated, drew the attention of many within the city. People gazed upward, captivated by the magnificent dragon spiraling in the sky. What a grand and elongated dragon. It appeared even larger than the previous yellow dragons. Could this dragon possibly be the progenitor of the dragon lineage, the ancestor dragon? The populace was utterly mesmerized by Chun Mu's presence. At this moment, Chun Mu's gaze fell upon his true form, the enormous cactus. With a mere thought, countless stones rose from the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Deng Yu's expression shifted, prompting her to retreat hastily. As the stones ascended, they began to coalesce with fervor. Deng Yu, her pupils trembling, beheld a scene that transcended her understanding. Although she had encountered many astonishing phenomena during this period, the sight before her was still profoundly shocking. Two gigantic hands, composed of stone and measuring over 100 meters, materialized in the air. These hands spread wide, sinking into the earth beneath the cactus. After embedding themselves deeply, the colossal hands cradled the cactus, along with the soil and roots, in their grasp. The hands suspended the cactus, still encased in its soil. In midair, as it was carried alongside the great dragon, the dragon flapped its immense wings, soaring away with the enormous cactus before the astonished eyes of the crowd. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the gradually receding dragon and the gigantic cactus, momentarily frozen in awe. After a considerable time, until Chun Mu and the cactus, held aloft by the giant hands, vanished from sight, Deng Yu finally regained her bearings. The ancestor dragon, what manner of existence is it? She pondered. Indeed, there are some phenomena in this world that defy scientific explanation. Meanwhile, Chun Mu glided along the lengthy river, heading toward the sea. He had previously observed from the heights that the river's end connected to the ocean. Thus, by following this river, he could reach the sea. Once he arrived at the ocean, by incorporating the genes of the red mangrove into the cactus, he would acquire the ability to absorb seawater, thereby allowing his size to grow indefinitely. However, at that moment, Chun Mu still harbored a lingering uncertainty. The river, though undeniably connected to the vast ocean, seems to consume itself, leaving the riverbed dry. One might wonder why the ocean's waters remain unabsorbed. This raises an intriguing question. Why do the great rivers on land, despite their connection to the sea, remain freshwater? The answer lies in the matter of elevation. The land is situated at a height above sea level. And when seawater evaporates into clouds, these clouds drift over the land, eventually releasing rain. This precipitation flows downwards along the terrain's lower elevations, forming immense rivers. These rivers, shaped by the contours of the land, can only flow from higher ground into the sea, never the reverse. Thus, although the rivers are linked to the ocean, they are comprised of fresh water, except in regions close to the coast where unique conditions allow for the mingling of salty and fresh waters, creating a distinct brackish zone. Chun Mu, in his colossal dragon form, draws water from the river in a manner akin to drinking, as he sips from above while his straw does not reach the depths of the cup. To maneuver the two immense stone hands, he must transform into an extraordinarily large dragon, as only such a mass would enable him to control these hands made of pebbles and boulders. To the onlookers, this scene is nothing short of breathtaking. A 1,000-meter-long dragon and two massive stone hands cradling a gigantic cactus soar through the sky. Those witnessing this spectacle are left speechless. Frozen in place, their gazes fixed in astonishment. After flying for an entire day and night, Chun Mu encountered a surprising realization. He was not hungry. Indeed, he felt no hunger at all. Previously, in his dragon form, even the slightest movement would leave him ravenous. Now, after an entire day and night of flight without nourishment, he was perplexed by his lack of hunger, a phenomenon that defies biological logic. Given that larger bodies require more energy, the caloric expenditure for someone of Chun Mu's size would be astronomical. However, despite this, he felt no pangs of hunger, an occurrence that was entirely contrary to biological understanding. Could it be that he had instantaneously adapted? This ability seemed almost too powerful. Chun Mu soon realized that, had this been his former self, he would have surely succumbed to hunger. Yet, in his current state, he felt no such urge, leading to only one conclusion: the influence of his abilities. The only power he could attribute this to was the instantaneous adaptation acquired during his last evolution. This capacity not only allowed him to acclimate to temperature changes and manipulate gravity, but also enabled him to endure periods without sustenance. Such a power was nothing short of divine, transcending the boundaries of common knowledge. Suddenly, a glimmer of understanding illuminated Chun Mu's mind. In the distance, a vast expanse of azure ocean stretched endlessly before him, causing Chun Mu's eyes to gleam with excitement. He soared through the turbulent winds, carrying the cactus above the sea. His form glided gracefully in midair, gazing down at the ocean reflecting the cerulean sky. He surveyed his surroundings and discerned the horizon where the sky met the sea, while a lengthy coastline unfolded on the opposite side. An island was essential. If the cactus were to be placed along the shore, it would face difficulties in extending its roots into the water. It would be far more comfortable to allow it to grow directly in the sea. Thus, it was imperative to find an island amidst the waters to facilitate the rapid acquisition of energy, akin to the previous banyan tree, to enable advancement. However, a cursory glance around revealed no islands in sight. Never mind, if there were no islands, he would simply create one himself. For Chun Mu, conjuring an island was not a daunting task. He swiftly plunged into the depths of the sea, where he encountered the sandy seabed. With a mere thought, the sand began to coalesce fervently. As it gathered, it formed an oval-shaped pillar that surged toward the ocean's surface. Accompanied by the accumulation of sand into a colossal column connecting the seabed to the water's surface, a pair of enormous stone hands cradled the cactus, placing it atop the newly formed structure along with the surrounding soil. This pillar was grand and robust, with a top surface diameter of nearly 100 meters. While it may not rival an actual island, it was certainly sufficient to support the cactus. From an external perspective, it resembled a small platform emerging from the sea, akin to an artificial islet. Presently, this cactus represented Chun Mu's physical form, yet, as his consciousness had departed, it lacked awareness, possessing only the instinct for survival. At that moment, Chun Mu exercised his control, manipulating the massive form of the dragon to govern the sandy pillar. However, should he return to his original body, his smaller size would inevitably relinquish this control. Thus, another matter arose: how to ensure the artificial island remained stable upon his return to his corporeal form. Utilizing genetic editing, Chun Mu integrated the genes of the red mangrove into the cactus. Following this fusion, he guided the cactus to employ its absorption capability. Upon activation, the cactus absorbed the seawater contained within the sand, transforming it into fresh water through the red mangrove genes. The surrounding carbon dioxide and fresh water, combined with sunlight, initiated photosynthesis within the cactus. Rather than allowing the cactus to grow in size, he opted to channel all its abilities into the roots, fostering their growth through the revival of nature, supplemented by an abundance of energy. These roots began to delve along the sandy pillar toward the seabed. An increasing number of roots emerged, fervently penetrating the column and anchoring into the depths of the ocean. These roots transformed the sandy pillar into a robust structure composed of both roots and sand. Countless thick roots of the cactus firmly anchor the sandy soil. This oval pillar, with a diameter of nearly 100 meters, appears from the outside like a tree trunk bound by robust roots, especially when gazing downward, beneath the pillar. The dense network of cactus roots sprawls like thick tree roots, reaching deep into the ocean floor. These roots resemble the trunk of the tree itself. Externally, this sandy column has become the very trunk supporting the cactus, standing tall in the sea, bridging the ocean depths and the surface. Upon witnessing this, Chunmu transformed into golden light and merged into the cactus. After addressing this matter, when he re-entered his original form, a month had already elapsed. Chunmu then commenced his process of devouring. This time, he expanded his abilities beyond just the roots, enveloping his entire being. With the inexhaustible energy provided by the ocean, he could endlessly consume and evolve. Days passed in this manner, the sky oscillating between darkness and light. Devoid of eyes, Chunmu chose to shut down his conscious vision. Focusing solely on his devouring evolution, he pondered what form his next evolution would take and what capabilities it would bestow upon him. He was curious to know the ultimate destination of his evolution. Now, having experienced numerous forms of life, including plants, he wondered what he would become once he transcended his plant state. His interest was piqued, and he yearned for knowledge. This phase of devouring evolution spanned an exceptionally long duration, to the point where Chunmu ceased tracking time. He could only hear familiar voices occasionally whispering in his ears. Evolution energy acquired. Current progress, 1%. Evolution energy acquired. Current progress, 2%. The system's voice remained devoid of emotion, as always. Meanwhile, changes were also unfolding among humans. Insane. You are all insane. Deng Yu's pupils trembled as she gazed at the biological weapon before her, muttering a single phrase. Why? Why do this? Unable to contain herself, she turned to Lan. Disbelief etched across her face. Lan's expression was grave as she replied, perhaps, this is something you should not know. Deng Yu gritted her teeth, reaching out to seize Lan by her collar, pulling her forcefully. Bang! Lan crashed against the wall, her body trembling from the impact as she looked at Deng Yu. With a somber countenance, Deng Yu demanded, do you know what you are doing? Do you understand what you are all doing? The first phrase trembled from her lips, while the second erupted in a shout. Look, what is that? What on earth is it? Deng Yu raised her hand, pointing towards the so-called biological weapon ahead. The space where Deng Yu and Lan stood was within the research laboratory of the biological weapon. Directly in front of them loomed a massive, transparent glass window, beyond which lay the biological weapon itself. The laboratory is situated above the 5th floor, within an immense research institute encircled by towering structures, with a research arena at its core. Inside this arena, 3 colossal cultivation tanks rise to the height of 5 stories, containing human infants, each curled up with closed eyes, reminiscent of their fetal state, connected to an array of devices. This sight is unbearable for any normal human being. Even for someone like Deng Yu, a soldier of remarkable mental fortitude, the scene provoked an uncontrollable outburst. She had anticipated that experiments would involve biological genetics, but she never imagined that human subjects would be utilized in such a manner. This is our secret weapon, a voice resonated slowly and languidly. Upon hearing it, Deng Yu furrowed her brow and turned to confront the speaker. It was a young man clad in a white lab coat, appearing frail and weary, with dark circles under his eyes, exuding an aura of lethargy. His hands were tucked into the pockets of his coat, and his eyes gazed vacantly at Deng Yu. Who are you? Deng Yu inquired, her brow still knitted in suspicion. Lan interjected. He is the head of this biological research institute, and one of the most renowned biological researchers in the world. Deng Yu relinquished her grip on Lan's collar, and drew her pistol, aiming it at the young man. At that moment, the soldiers nearby swiftly reacted, directing their weapons at Deng Yu. Deng Yu, are you insane? Lan exclaimed, her expression shifting in alarm. Deng Yu narrowed her eyes, a chill emanating from her gaze as she fixated on the young man named Li. Li slightly lifted his chin and remarked indifferently, a rather astute judgment. He turned away, leisurely retrieving a lollipop from the table, unwrapping it with deliberate slowness, and placing it in his mouth. He then languidly raised his head to observe the 3 tanks outside the glass window. Indeed, this experiment is under my purview. Globally, I doubt anyone else could continue this project. If you were to kill me, this endeavor would come to a temporary halt. If you wish for it to end, then by all means, pull the trigger. Li stood with one hand in his pocket, gazing ahead at the firearms. Deng Yu's hand trembled around the grip of her gun. Her teeth clenched so tightly that blood seeped from her gums. Chapter 176, Creating Life from Matter? Lan, witnessing Deng Yu's tremors, hurriedly urged, Deng Yu, do not kill him. He is the hope for humanity. Without him, we are doomed. Deng Yu's grip tightened on the weapon, the impulse to pull the trigger battling against a weight that felt insurmountable. Lan continued, I understand that you find this scene morally and psychologically intolerable, but Deng Yu, the advancement of human civilization must progress forward, not retreat. You must comprehend that if we do not take these measures, we will be powerless against the giant ants and dragons. Given the current biological circumstances, nature is undergoing a tremendous transformation. The previously encountered giant ants and dragons are threats that humanity cannot withstand in its present state. She gazed at Deng Yu and remarked, the sole weapon we possess to counter those creatures is the nuclear bomb. However, the radiation pollution it generates remains a significant concern. Detonating a nuclear bomb in any major city would result in catastrophic losses, while those dragons can infiltrate urban areas at will. We must seek out stronger and more practical weapons. As it stands, this biological weapon appears to be our only glimmer of hope. Lan paused, casting a glance at Deng Yu. You understand, don't you? Deng Yu closed her eyes, steadied her breath, and gradually lowered her handgun. A figure approached from the side, snatched the pistol from her grasp, and another individual seized Deng Yu's arm, fastening handcuffs around her wrists. 2 guards escorted her away. Lan observed this scene, watching Deng Yu depart. Deng Yu was confined in a room. Shortly thereafter, Lan arrived. She regarded Deng Yu, who sat at the table, her expression tinged with despondency. Slowly, Lan closed the door and approached Deng Yu. I apologize for having concealed this from you for so long, Lan said. Deng Yu replied coolly, it is your obligation. There is no need for apologies. Taking a seat, Lan continued, to be candid. I was initially as resistant as you when I learned we would need to utilize humans for experimentation. However, it is no longer permissible for humanity to retreat. Lan looked at Deng Yu and added, currently, blue-green algae has spread across 30% of the ocean's surface, effectively crippling the marine ecosystem. Carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere are plummeting, while oxygen levels are rapidly increasing. Although the reduction of carbon dioxide and the rise in oxygen will lead to a significant drop in Earth's temperature, it could herald a new ice age. Deng Yu furrowed her brow. Of course, with humanity's current technology, even if we enter an ice age, we will not face extinction. However, the price humanity will pay during that era will be exorbitant. All of this is instigated by those dragons, Lan declared. If we possessed formidable power, those dragons would think twice before acting so brazenly, and we would at least have a voice in the matter. Listening to Lan's lengthy exposition, Deng Yu remained silent. In truth, she comprehended everything. She was acutely aware of the reasons she refrained from pulling the trigger. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, so, what do you intend for me to do? Lan scrutinized Deng Yu. I believe you wouldn't present me with the biological weapons without reason, Deng Yu remarked. In response, Lan stated, indeed, the growth rate of these biological weapons will surpass that of normal humans by several folds. Within a year, they will attain the stature of young adults. At that point, they will require education, and I hope you will be the one to impart that knowledge. Deng Yu knitted her brow and looked at Lan. You want me to be their instructor? Lan nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Deng Yu replied, I need to think it over. There is no rush. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. A familiar voice stirred Chen Mu from a state of half-slumber. Current evolution progress is at 100%. Evolution commencing. As the sound resonated, Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Had it begun? He pondered the possibilities of what he could become. Thus far, he had transformed into various animals and plants. Continuing to morph into flora was of little concern to him. After all, most plants bore a resemblance to one another. He felt no trepidation, knowing he could always retreat into the sea once more. This process merely required time, allowing him to acquire greater abilities. Each evolution bestowed upon him a delightful surprise. If he could persist in becoming a plant, thereby effortlessly gaining new powers, it would be nothing short of splendid. Enveloped in a golden light, Chen Mu's consciousness faded away. Time passed unmeasured before his awareness gradually returned. He attempted to open his eyes, only to find them firmly shut. Clearly, he had not transformed into an animal. It must be a plant then. It seemed he would need to linger in the ocean a while longer. In contemplation, he activated his conscious vision. As it opened, he was met with a bewildering sight. What am I? Chen Mu found himself situated in a desiccated stream bed, filled with countless fragments of stone. To his astonishment, he realized he was one of those stones. I am a rock. No, that cannot be right. He discerned that he was not an ordinary stone, for he manifested a vibrant red hue, though diminutive. It was undeniably red. A ruby? Congratulations on completing your evolution. You have received an evolution reward, Gem Life. A sudden voice from the system interrupted his thoughts. Gem Life? What do you mean? Chen Mu inquired. Upon acquiring the Gem Life ability, you can merge gems with living beings, allowing the gems to exhibit biological characteristics. A spark ignited within Chen Mu. This? Congratulations on completing your evolution. You have received an evolution reward, Gem Replication. The system's voice resonated once more. What is this? Chen Mu instinctively questioned. You can replicate the substance designated as a gem. However, there is a limit to the quantity, determined by your largest existing template. The system explained with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu began to grasp the implications. It meant that he would no longer transform into a living creature, but instead create one. He decided to give it a try. Gem Life. Please select a fusion template. You need to specify the target gem and the target organism, which may consist of multiple gems and various organisms. The system prompted. Will this fusion affect my original template? Chen Mu asked. There will be no impact whatsoever. Very well, Chen Mu replied. The gem will be myself, and the organism will be a tiger. Commence fusion. Fusion successful. Chen Mu's consciousness briefly vanished. Upon regaining awareness, he instinctively raised a paw to examine his tiger claw. Everything appeared to be in order. He opened his conscious vision to inspect himself and found that he still possessed the form of a white tiger, albeit with a red gem adorning his forehead. The alteration seemed negligible. Yet, something felt amiss. Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback as he realized, through his consciousness, that his physique had shrunk to a mere size comparable to that of a ruby with a diameter of less than 3 millimeters. Chapter 177, Gems as Bones. Vines as muscles gazing at his minuscule form, Chen Mu's lips twitched. Is this truly the case? The size of the synthetic life derived from the gem correlates directly with the gem's original dimensions. The larger the gem, the greater the life it produces. Very well then, I shall dissolve the fusion. With a single thought, a golden radiance enveloped his body, dissipating partially until he reverted to his initial ruby form. If the size of his physique was indeed linked to the gem's shape, then enlarging the ruby's dimensions should suffice. With this thought, Chunmu initiated the process of gem replication, and the number of rubies began to multiply. However, the replication was limited by the quality of the largest template he currently possessed. In essence, he could replicate rubies to a point where their cumulative quality equaled that of his most substantial template, although such an excess was unnecessary. Determined to expand his physique, Chunmu recognized that it was not a daunting task. By replicating rubies, he could indeed increase his size. Even if the replicated rubies scattered nearby, it mattered not. With his control abilities, he could dismantle them into smaller fragments and recombine them effortlessly. As he engaged in the replication process, a question arose in Chunmu's mind: the devouring ability. Previously, this ability enabled him to consume prey smaller than himself, absorbing their energy and converting it into his own evolutionary power. Now, as a ruby, what would transpire if he ingested another ruby? With this contemplation, Chunmu instinctively magnified his size, doubling his dimensions, and employed his control ability to guide a ruby to his side. Devour. As he activated the devouring ability, the ruby transformed into golden light and melded into Chunmu's essence. A subtle glow emanated from his body as he sensed a slight increase in size. Estimating his mass had augmented by 1/3. A realization struck him. The devouring ability indeed allowed for the absorption of smaller entities to garner evolutionary energy, which concurrently facilitated an increase in size. Yet, this augmentation diminished in significance with each successive evolution. A ruby of such diminutive stature, if consumed previously, would have yielded no discernible effect, let alone one created by Chunmu himself, which could be regarded as negligible in evolutionary energy. This was rather perplexing. Could it be an illusion? As he relinquished his increased size, his form gradually diminished without the ability's support. However, even after the dissolution of the ability, Chunmu discovered that his dimensions remained notably larger than those of the other replicated rubies. System, why do I feel as though I have grown? You can acquire an equivalent amount of mass when consuming gems. The system's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Chunmu's eyes lit up with realization. Thus, does it imply that the radiant rubies before me can be endlessly devoured to augment my own size? Through the lens of my consciousness, I gazed upon the colossal mound of rubies surrounding me. These rubies, a result of my replication ability, have accumulated to form a hillock. Exercising my mastery over my form, I plunged into the mountainous heap of rubies. I began to consume. A golden luminescence enveloped my being as these rubies, being mere replicas, were proportionately smaller than my present self. Upon mere contact, they were assimilated into my form. My body expanded, growing ever larger, ultimately manifesting as a colossal sphere of irregular shape, measuring a diameter of 100 meters, comprised entirely of rubies. In truth, I could continue to grow. However, such an endeavor held little significance for me. Size, after all, is but size, for these rubies are of my own fabrication, and their consumption would only serve to augment my physical dimensions without providing any evolutionary energy. Thus, a size sufficient for my needs suffices, and the current stature of approximately 100 meters, towering over several stories, is ample. Next, I must merge a living entity with these gems to create a gem life form. The system's voice resonated. Select target gem and target organism. Upon hearing this, I pondered. The gem is undoubtedly myself, but what of the organism? A tiger, perhaps? It seemed rather mundane. Various templates flitted through my mind, and one in particular caught my attention. A human? Though I held disdain for the frailty of humanity, my curiosity was piqued. What might emerge from the fusion of human and gem? Would it result in a grotesque entity resembling a ruby-skinned human, akin to the tiger? Suddenly, an idea struck me. A skeleton? What if I were to take a portion of humanity, using rubies as bones, and employ the human skeleton as a template? Could this yield a novel life form? I resolved to test this hypothesis. The target gem would be myself, while the target organism would be humanity, utilizing the human skeleton as the archetype. With my declaration, the system responded, commencing creation. My entire being was enveloped in a golden radiance, and my consciousness briefly flickered out of existence. Upon regaining awareness, I attempted to open my eyes but found myself unable to do so. Through the lens of my consciousness, I beheld my current form, a gigantic skeleton towering at 100 meters, standing firmly upon the ground. This skeletal structure was entirely composed of rubies, shimmering with a crimson glow under the sunlight. The massive ruby skull possessed hollow eye sockets, and as it loomed between heaven and earth, it exuded an aura of terror. Is this sufficient? I raised my hand, intending to move, only to be astounded by my immobility. The colossal skeleton stood there, its arms hanging limply, unable to lift them. Chunmu understood. The ability of animals to move is attributed to the muscles that maintain the connections between bones, controlling their movements through muscle contractions. Without muscles, bones remain immobile. Naturally, Chunmu found himself incapable of movement. Under normal circumstances, he should not have been able to stand. However, an instantaneous adaptation rendered him immune to the effects of gravity, allowing him to maintain an upright posture. Yet, without the participation of muscles, he remained motionless. This existence was clearly a failed one. As a thought crossed his mind, a ruby materialized upon his shoulder. The ruby transformed into a vine, which began to grow along Chunmu's body, branching out as it thrived in the rejuvenating essence of nature. These vines swiftly enveloped his entire being, transforming into muscles. In Chapter 178, titled The Ruby Form, the ruby served as bone, while the vines represented muscle. At this moment, Chunmu had become a gigantic humanoid monstrosity. Yet, despite the newfound musculature, he discovered he remained immobile. Unless he employed his ability to control trees and directed the movement of these vines, he would still be unable to act. However, this was entirely contrary to the concept of a living ruby being he had envisioned. Should he choose to do so, he would merely be a puppet assembled from disparate parts, devoid of true life. At that moment, Chunmu felt something being released from the region of his brain. He opened his consciousness to perceive his form. To his astonishment, he discovered a brain within his skeletal head, composed entirely of ruby, within which lay a network of nerves. Beneath the ruby brain, delicate tendrils resembling tree roots emerged, appearing as if they too were crafted from ruby, yet composed of countless minuscule rubies. These root-like structures extended down along the ruby-formed cervical vertebrae, branching out along the spinal column and distributing themselves to the limbs. They continued to grow, unfurling along the vines. Was this a nerve? Suddenly, Chunmu realized what it was. These were indeed nerves. In a human body, the brain governs the nerves, which in turn control the muscles, enabling movement of the bones. At this juncture, Chunmu felt the emergence of internal organs within him. It seemed that after he had fashioned his muscles from the vines, the system began to actively assist in perfecting this flawed organism. Through his conscious perception, he observed as the rubies were constructed into small entities, akin to cells. These entities commenced building a brand new form. The vines transformed into ruby, and the internal organs, muscles, and skin were all being fashioned. The skeletal head of Chunmu was also enveloped in ruby, morphing into a visage crafted from the gem. With a pair of crimson pupils illuminating with life, Chunmu could finally behold the surroundings. He discovered that his hand was capable of movement. He lifted it, revealing muscles composed of rubies, which were gradually being enveloped by a layer of ruby-like skin. Instinctively, Chunmu raised his hand and gently touched his cheek with his fingers. A resounding thud echoed, sounding remarkably solid. It appeared to be rather different from what he had imagined. Chunmu had initially thought that a creature resulting from the fusion of a human and gemstones would merely feature a few gemstones adorning its head, akin to the fusion of a tiger and gems. Suddenly, he comprehended the essence of proportion. Previously, he had utilized the tiger template for the fusion with gemstones, and the size disparity was evident. The tiger was significantly larger than the diminutive gemstones. Consequently, the tiger's form dominated the majority of the newly birthed creature, while now, the human component was minimal, yet the mass of the gemstones was immense. Naturally, the new life would predominantly consist of ruby material. The transformation was complete. Chunmu's entire skin radiated a crimson hue, exhibiting unparalleled hardness. The hardness of ruby ranks just below that of diamonds, and in this world, absent of human interference, only diamonds could leave a scratch on rubies. This exemplifies the formidable hardness of rubies. However, hardness does not equate to invulnerability. There exists a saying, 99 rubies have cracks, which implies that any ruby, provided it is not a synthetic imitation, will inevitably harbor internal fissures. Rubies without imperfections are exceedingly rare, if not entirely non-existent. While rubies are indeed hard, their hardness does not imply resistance to shattering. Much like glass and steel, glass may possess greater hardness. But a thin sheet of glass can easily shatter underfoot, whereas an equally thick piece of steel would merely bend under the pressure. At present, Chunmu stood at an astonishing height of 200 meters. Under normal circumstances, his ruby-formed legs would be incapable of supporting such immense weight and would likely fracture immediately. The reason he managed to stand was due to an instinctive adaptation, though he was oblivious to this fact, as he had not contemplated the matter. Thus, a pressing question arose. How might he continue to evolve? With this thought, Chunmu subconsciously inquired, "System, what must I devour next to further my evolution?" However, the system offered no response. Not surprised by the silence, Chunmu recognized this was typical of the system. It would respond mechanically to matters concerning abilities, yet remain indifferent to all else. It appeared he would need to explore this on his own. Thus far, his ability to absorb anything consumable could be exchanged for evolutionary energy. The notion of consuming rubies struck him with a chill, despite the absence of actual goosebumps. Frowning, he pondered the implications. Could it truly be that I must consume rubies to acquire evolutionary energy? That would be tantamount to a death sentence. After all, how rare are rubies? One might surmise that even if the entire earth were hollowed out, it would still fail to yield enough rubies to facilitate Chunmu's evolution. However, as it stands, this seems to be the only viable option. Chunmu raised a hand to cover his face, pondering his predicament. A voice within him queried his course of action. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in Chunmu's eyes. Even if the earth lacked sufficient rubies for me to consume, I could synthesize rubies artificially for my absorption. This would suffice. I am truly ingenious. Yet, I lack the knowledge to synthesize gemstones. This implies that I need to find a human to learn from, doesn't it? Very well. At present, Chunmu found himself at a loss. He took a step forward, only to halt mid-stride. He was unaware of his current location, and to locate a human, he first needed to take flight. Naturally, he could transform into a dragon to soar through the skies. However, therein lies a dilemma. If I am to create a gem life form, I should strive to create a perfect one. Why settle for a flawed being devoid of even the ability to fly? This new life must be optimized. First and foremost, it must possess the ability to soar. Yet, the weight of his current form posed a significant challenge. Even with wings, he doubted his ability to lift off. Although instant adaptation could help Chunmu adjust to gravity, it did not equate to liberation from it. Thus, if he wished to fly, he had to rely on his own strength to overcome gravity. If I am to undertake this endeavor, let it be the most perfect and striking creation. Chapter 179. A sun dragon challenging his father? Chunmu resolved to transform. He disassembled his form and amalgamated rubies, human genes, albatross wings, and cheated DNA to forge a unique creature. Observing his new physique, he noted that humans walk upright, offering a broader perspective, but most importantly, they possess hands. Shenmue lifted his hand, crafted from rubies. The human hand is the most dexterous among all creatures. No animal can match the flexibility of the human hand. Not even the primates, such as gorillas or monkeys, can compare. The combination of bipedal locomotion and the presence of hands affords humans great convenience. As for the cheetah's DNA, its speed is unparalleled, albeit with limited endurance. However, Shenmue's ability to instantaneously adapt allows him to seamlessly adjust to the cheetah's velocity, thus negating any concerns regarding stamina. This resulted in a unique foot structure, a fusion of human and cheetah characteristics. The albatross, celebrated as the champion of gliding among birds, boasts wings that are equally impressive. Yet, the only discomfort Shenmue experienced was the unappealing hue of the rubies. They were simply unpleasing to the eye. System, change the color, alter the exterior to white. Shenmue commanded. As his voice echoed, the ruby skin enveloping his body was shed, revealing the underlying musculature composed of rubies. Then, a new layer of skin emerged, regenerating and enveloping Shenmue's entire being. His hair, composed of rubies, cascaded down to his waist, while his eyes glowed a striking crimson. The newly formed skin, also comprised of rubies, appeared white, likely due to the mingling of genetic traits from other animals. Shenmue raised his hand to examine his fair skin, then lifted it again to gently touch his cheek. A firm sensation greeted him. Indeed, due to the substantial ruby composition, his body, despite the infusion of other genetic elements, remained exceptionally hard. He raised his left arm, having disabled his rapid healing and instant adaptation abilities. Under Shenmue's control, the revival of nature commenced. A vine shot forth from the ground, ensnaring his left arm. With a sharp crack, his entire arm shattered, resembling a limb that had been forcibly broken. The fracture revealed shattered rubies, with fragments scattering across the ground. Though the underlying muscles possessed resilience, they succumbed to the break, and the remnants still bore the appearance of rubies. Utilizing his control ability, Shenmue gathered the shattered rubies and reinserted them into his body. With the activation of his devouring power, his arm reassembled, appearing as good as new. This indicated that while his body appeared robust, it was, in fact, quite fragile. A delicate body, Shenmue murmured, somewhat discontent, unable to conceive a solution at that moment. After all, fragility was an inherent characteristic of gems. He began to run, leaping into the air, powerfully flapping his wings and soaring into the sky. He intended to seek out humans, hoping they could assist him in synthesizing rubies. However, before long, a thunderous roar resonated through the air. Upon hearing the sound, Shenmue turned to see a colossal dragon, its massive form propelling towards him, mouth agape, ready to devour him whole. Shenmue's pupils constricted momentarily, and a golden light enveloped his body. In the blink of an eye, a dragon several thousand meters long appeared before the advancing beast. The attacking dragon, confronted with this spectacle, was momentarily dumbfounded. Shenmue swiftly swiped his claw, delivering a powerful blow to the dragon's head. The creature was sent flying. With a resounding crash, it landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Shenmue flapped his wings and descended near the fallen dragon. As it struggled to rise, upon seeing Shenmue, the dragon immediately lowered its tail and bowed its head. Its voice weak and filled with regret. "I had thought you were human," it stammered. Shenmue, regarding the dragon, retorted, "Are you foolish enough to think you could attack me?" The dragon, upon hearing this, hastily shook its massive head, prostrating itself on the ground, exuding a demeanor of fear and trepidation. No, I merely assumed," Shenmue interjected with a huff. The colossal dragon's head drooped lower, its body trembling slightly, reminiscent of a frightened puppy. Witnessing this scene, Shenmue realized that he had imparted enough of a lesson. After all, he understood that if this creature were aware of its true identity, even a thousand-fold courage would not compel it to attack him. It regarded him as one of its kind. So what was the current situation? Why was it inclined to assault humanity? Shenmue inquired. "I recall that the dragon kin have retreated to the sea. Why do you remain on land? And why the aggression towards humans? Are you hungry?" Upon hearing this, the dragon replied, "You are unaware that in recent weeks, humans have begun to provoke us, claiming that the coastal waters are rightfully theirs and demanding we steer clear of their territory. Initially, the Azure Dragon commanded us to withdraw to avoid conflict with humans. However, those humans have grown increasingly brazen, expanding their territorial claims and driving us further into the ocean." Shenmue was momentarily taken aback. Was humanity so audacious? The dragon continued. "Some of my brethren could no longer endure the provocation and retaliated by slaying a few humans. Consequently, the humans dispatched giants to attack us. We lost many of our kin, and numerous others yearned to charge forth and annihilate those wretched humans. Yet, both the Azure Dragon and Polaris advised restraint, awaiting your return to oversee matters." The dragon lifted its gaze to Shenmue. Upon hearing this, Shenmue furrowed his brow slightly. When he departed from the dragon kin, he had also taken with him the various abilities he had previously bestowed upon them. Nevertheless, even in their diminished state, the dragon's eyes, scales, and formidable claws were not something humanity could easily overcome, unless nuclear weapons were employed. "Wait a moment, giants?" Shenmue scrutinized the dragon. "Giants? Indeed, those iron giants. Massive in stature, clad in steel armor. Our claws and teeth have little effect on them. They wield enormous swords and guns. When our kin are struck, they suffer grievous injuries." Shenmue contemplated this notion of iron giants. To be frank, he had little desire to intervene in this conflict. Even if humanity clashed with the dragon kin, in a typical scenario, he would simply let them fight it out. The outcome was inconsequential to him. Although the dragonkin were a creation of his own, he did not intend to meddle in their affairs excessively. However, the pressing issue was that he required human assistance to synthesize rubies. Otherwise, where would he procure them? This indicated that the discord between humanity and the dragonkin needed resolution. Very well, he decided. Let us first ascertain what these iron giants truly are. Shenmu turned to the dragon and asked, aside from you, how many other dragons have entered to stir trouble? Over 100, the dragon replied. You should return with the other dragons. I will handle this matter, and I shall ensure that humanity pays a price. The dragon's eyes brightened, exclaiming, excellent. I will return at once to inform the other dragons. Shenmu watched the little creature depart, lost in thought. What manner of beings were these iron giants? Were they akin to mechas? As he flapped the ruby-formed wings, he soared toward the interior, deep in contemplation. The principles governing Shenmu's interactions with humanity are simple. If you do not wrong me, I shall not wrong you. Should you offend me, then I must regrettably respond. Emotion. Indeed, Shenmu has long since forgotten the duration of time. He has remained untouched by feelings. Seeking anger, he finds himself at a loss. Raising his hand to examine it, ensnared in contemplation. Is it anger? Anger, after all, is a form of emotion, yet he struggles to feel it. At best, he experiences a mild discontent. The Dragon Clan is a creation of my own design. Although to me, they serve merely as tools, they are nonetheless my creations. Akin to my progeny, humanity has slaughtered so many of my offspring. Should I not feel rage? Shenmu closes his eyes, yet within, there is an emptiness. The emotions of fear, unease, anger, and dread are intrinsically linked to one's perspective. Consider an adult wielding a knife, intending to harm an unarmed child. If you were that child, faced with the gleaming blade, contemplating the imminent threat to your life, fear would naturally ensue. Conversely, if you were the adult, your emotions would not dwell on the fear of death, but would manifest in another form. A compassionate individual would strive to save the child while simultaneously worrying for their own safety, embodying a different sense of responsibility. Beyond these immediate emotional responses, there exists another perspective, the divine perspective. An entity absent from this scenario, observing it, might feel nothing at all, devoid of any emotion, merely a passive observer. Such a viewpoint is unlikely to elicit emotional turbulence. Shenmu has transformed into various creatures, each occupying a distinct position in this world, be it as prey or predator. Throughout countless shifts in perspective, compounded by his frequent use of a godlike consciousness, his emotions have become profoundly unstable. Under the weight of these emotional shocks from numerous perspectives, his consciousness has gradually chosen to abandon them, opting instead for the divine perspective to perceive events. It is as if everything in this world is inconsequential to him, and his existence is solely devoted to one purpose: evolution and becoming stronger, nothing more. To expect Shenmu to align his perspective entirely with that of the ancestral dragon is an impossibility. Nonetheless, the matter at hand pertains to him directly. After all, he was once the ancestral dragon, and the Dragon Clan is a creation of his own making. Hence, those humans must indeed be taught a lesson. Shenmu declares, creation of a race. Before him materializes a golden sphere, within which curls a being identical to Shenmu, rendered asexual. Gems require no gender. Hair is randomized, woven from the fibers of vines to form clothing. The construction is underway. The system's voice resonates. A gem-like figure manifested within a golden orb. Shenmu proclaimed, the quantity shall amount to 100 million. As the words resonated, countless golden spheres unfurled instantaneously, enveloping the entire sky with their 2-meter stature. Their sheer number rendered the horizon indistinguishable. Shenmu flapped his wings, soaring gracefully in the air, his arms folded across his chest, awaiting in tranquil anticipation. One by one, the golden orbs shattered, revealing gem-like beings whose gender was indistinguishable. They fluttered their wings, hovering in midair, gazing intently at Shenmu. Over 100 million gem-like beings emerged. Observing these entities, Shenmu instructed, should you encounter humans, first inquire if they can create rubies. If they can, bring them to me. If not, erase them without hesitation. If you come across the iron giants, return to me. As for weapons, utilize this. With that, Shenmu demonstratively extended his right hand, and then severed his left arm. The severed limb was rapidly restored by his remarkable healing ability, while he grasped the dismembered arm in his hand. The ruby of the severed limb began to reconstruct itself, transforming into a crimson ruby longsword. The gem-like beings, witnessing this spectacle, mimicked Shenmu, drawing forth their own swords. Having shared the ability of rapid healing, they adapted instantaneously, mastering the skill to wield their own corporeal essence as weaponry. Shenmu, toying with the long sword in his grasp, addressed the gem-like beings, go forth. At his command, they flapped their wings and dispersed, entering a state of hunting. As he watched their retreating forms, Shenmu contemplated the notion of sharing abilities, bestowing rapid healing upon all dragonkind. Meanwhile, within the Global Alliance Biological Research Laboratory, a man clad in a white coat, masked and gloved, meticulously sliced through a piece of flesh on his desk. Mr. Ed, what are you doing? Inquired a curious voice from beside him. Upon hearing this, Ed refocused. Turning to the speaker, a blonde woman in a white robe, his colleague, Lanny. Ed replied, this is a specimen. Lanny's eyes brightened at his words. A specimen of a dragon? Indeed, Ed confirmed. Lanny returned to her own desk, preparing for her tasks while saying, I never imagined we would have the opportunity to study dragons. I am exceedingly intrigued by their composition. It seems our battle against the dragons might bear hope. Ed remarked, those dragons have commandeered our nearby seas for cultivating blue algae, wreaking havoc on marine ecosystems, causing temperature drops, and rendering crops unviable. An increasing number of people are succumbing to starvation due to the scarcity of food. If biological weapons cannot secure victory for humanity, survival will become exceedingly difficult. Lanny uttered a sound of surprise, remarking, I never anticipated that the fruits of our research would be transformed into such humanoid biological weapons, giants clad in modern technological armor. She continued, those individuals indeed have the audacity to proceed with such endeavors. Ed responded with a non-committal hum, returning his focus to the task at hand. However, suddenly, Ed's brow furrowed in concern as he hastily set down his knife and stepped aside. What's wrong? Lanny inquired, puzzled by Ed's sudden shift in demeanor. Ed's gaze was fixated on the dragon's specimen upon the table, which began to emanate a golden light. Under their watchful eyes, the entirety of the dragon's flesh was engulfed by this radiant glow. Abruptly, the golden light surged uncontrollably. Run! Ed shouted urgently, pulling Lanny along as they fled. The golden luminescence rapidly filled the entire room, spilling outwards and expanding in mere moments to a staggering height of several hundred meters. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a colossal dragon materialized within the confines of the building, causing the structure to crumble under its immense weight. The two-story edifice erupted violently. Ed and Lanny found themselves overwhelmed by the collapsing debris before they could escape. Amidst the swirling dust, the dragon's form emerged before the horrified onlookers, its eyes blazing with fury as it surveyed the crowd outside. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a primal scream. Simultaneously, golden light flickered in other areas of the biological research facility, heralding the emergence of additional dragons. The ground shook with a cacophony of destruction as the researchers within the facility, many of whom were caught off guard, were crushed beneath the titanic bodies of the dragons or buried beneath the rubble of collapsing structures. Run, flee! Cries of terror filled the air. Help me! My leg! As the dragon moved, the buildings shattered around it, transforming the research facility into a desolate wasteland, where those unable to escape met a grim fate. Chapter 181. What distinction lies between giants and humans? Meanwhile, Deng Yu, clad in military garb, sat in an all-terrain vehicle. In the distance, three gargantuan figures, towering over 100 meters, sprinted across the vast expanse of land, each adorned in military uniform. These three beings were the result of research utilizing dragon and giant ant genes, artificial giants. At a cursory glance, these towering figures bore a striking resemblance to ordinary humans, save for their colossal size. As their instructor, Deng Yu naturally bore the responsibility of educating and training them. At that moment, one of the youthful giants approached, raising his hand in greeting. Instructor, Ying is feeling unwell. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu turned to the giantess named Ying, the only female among the trio, who blushed and shyly averted her gaze. Understanding the situation, Deng Yu promptly seized the vehicle's intercom and declared, Ying, you should take a rest. Lei and Wenshi, continue with your training. Upon hearing that Ying could take a break, Lei's eyes brightened with enthusiasm. Just as he was about to voice his desire for a respite, Deng Yu's words caused his expression to shift from joy to disappointment. Instructor, can't we also rest like Ying? He inquired. Deng Yu replied, if you were to become a woman and felt unwell, then of course you could. Lei paused, awkwardly touching his nose, and chuckled. Haha, then I suppose I'll pass. With that, he scampered back to training. Meanwhile, Ying cheerfully approached Deng Yu, ready to take her rest. In the distance, Wenshi, who was not one for conversation, continued his running regimen to strengthen his physique. Observing this scene, Deng Yu set down the megaphone and sat in the vehicle, arms crossed. Despite the fact that these three were giants, perceived by humanity as monstrous beings, Deng Yu discovered through interaction that they were not so different from humans. They too experienced adolescence, indulged in laziness, and exhibited both extroverted and introverted traits. Aside from their colossal size, they shared many similarities with humans. Nevertheless, humanity still harbored fear of these giants losing control. Surgical procedures had been performed on them, implanting explosives in their heads and shock chips within their bodies, allowing for remote incapacitation should they disobey. Should they spiral out of control, their heads could be detonated. Thus far, the shock chips had been utilized for control, while the existence of the explosives remained unknown to the three giants. Reflecting on the inhumane treatment these giants endured, Deng Yu felt powerless to intervene. Previously, she had harbored concerns that as they grew, their bone density might not keep pace, leading to fractures. However, it appeared her worries were unfounded. A voice interrupted her thoughts, and she turned to see Lan, clad in a white lab coat, standing nearby. A glance in Lan's direction revealed a helicopter parked at a distance. Had the commotion caused by the three giants drowned out the sound of the helicopter? Deng Yu returned her gaze, contemplating the remarkable adaptability of the human body. Isn't human adaptability truly astonishing? Lan mused as he climbed into the off-road vehicle. Deng Yu replied, I still feel that humanity is too hasty. Those dragon beings are not so easily provoked. Lan smiled. Yet, haven't we won a few battles? It has been proven that human weaponry can indeed inflict some damage on those mythological creatures. Deng Yu furrowed her brow. I have fought alongside those dragons before. They possess self-healing abilities. However, it seems that this is not the case now. Lan responded, the previous battles have indicated that they appear to have lost their self-repair capabilities. Closing her eyes, Deng Yu whispered, the ancestor dragon. Upon hearing this, Lan uttered a soft acknowledgement. It is possible. Since the grand dragon vanished into thin air 2 years ago, it has not reappeared. Following its disappearance, the dragon clan has adhered to stricter regulations. Although the reasons remain unclear, the fact stands that the grand dragon is gone. Previously, the dragon clan possessed the ability for self-restoration, yet with the grand dragon's absence, that capability seems to have faded. Deng Yu remained silent. Lan glanced at the quiet Deng Yu and remarked, There is no choice. The current state of Earth's environment allows us no further hesitation. Suddenly, the shrill sound of Lan's mobile phone pierced the air. At this, Lan turned to Deng Yu, who did not deign to acknowledge her. Lan retrieved her phone, glanced at the screen, furrowed her brow, and placed the device to her ear. Hello. In an instant, her expression shifted dramatically. Yes. She turned to Deng Yu and exclaimed, something has happened. Deng Yu was momentarily taken aback and looked at Lan. Lan continued. We must return immediately. Deng Yu's brows knitted together. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Upon arriving at the Global Alliance Military Command Center, Deng Yu gazed at the image displayed on the screen. What is happening? The screen revealed a vast expanse of ruins, while several colossal dragons soared through the sky, retreating into the distance. Deng Yu frowned. Are the dragons returning? No, interjected a female soldier. That location is the Global Alliance's biological research facility. Those dragons suddenly appeared within the facility, wreaked havoc, and then departed. The biological research facility? Deng Yu's face paled as she turned to the female soldier, asking, could it be that the dragon corpses we previously hunted are involved? The soldier replied, most of those dragon corpses were transported to the research facility for study. Deng Yu's complexion turned ashen. Lan also furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing at Deng Yu. The commanding officer, who had remained silent, noted their expressions and inquired, what is the matter? Deng Yu's face turned a dark shade. Her eyes filled with fear as she stared at the screen, her mouth slightly agape, murmuring, those dragons did not come from outside. They are the very ones we have slain. The revival of the dragons signifies one thing. What thing? The commanding officer's brows knitted tightly. Lan stated, we have analyzed that the Dragon Clan once possessed self-healing abilities, which have recently dissipated. We suspect that the disappearance of the Grand Dragon led to the loss of this ability. Now, it appears the self-healing ability has returned, suggesting the Grand Dragon has returned as well. Upon hearing this, the commanding officer's expression grew grave. Deng Yu raised her hand towards the illuminated screen, murmuring, humanity is finished. The Grand Dragon's vengeance is about to commence. Chapter 182. The crucial moment for humanity's survival. At that moment, the female soldier seemed to hear something. Raising her hand to her ear where a Bluetooth device rested. Received, she stated. Afterward, she turned to the commander and reported, in South Asia, a swarm of winged creatures has emerged, engaging in widespread slaughter. The commanding officer's brow furrowed as he rose, gazing at the screen. Is there any footage? There are surveillance devices left by our global alliance to combat the giant ants. They are now online. The female soldier responded affirmatively, then turned to a nearby comrade who was operating a computer. After a brief moment, the screen before the commanding officer transitioned to another display. In the skies of South Asia, an unmanned aerial vehicle soared, its camera directed downward. Through the lens, countless winged beings became visible. These entities bore a resemblance to humans. Yet they were distinctly not human. Each possessed wings protruding from their backs, and their exposed forms shimmered brilliantly in the light. They wielded long swords forged from rubies, their faces devoid of any expression. As one of these beings passed by an unfortunate soul, the sword swept through, severing the individual in two. Below them lay a city, now a grim tableau of blood and corpses. One of the beings stood before a man, inquiring, can you create rubies? The man's face was ashen, leaning against a wall, his pupils trembling as he surveyed the carnage surrounding him. He averted his gaze but then noticed a flicker of hope. Behind the winged creature stood an elderly man, gripping a shotgun, its barrel aimed at the creature. Upon spotting the old man, a spark of hope ignited in the man's eyes. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light cut through the air. With a sickening sound, the man was cleaved in two, blood spraying forth. The creature withdrew its gaze, intent on seeking out other survivors. In a moment of distraction, the man caught movement from the corner of his eye and turned to face the elderly figure still pointing the shotgun at him. The old man gritted his teeth. Bang! In an instant, a gunshot rang out, and the man's body was punctured, collapsing to the ground in two segments. Fragments of ruby scattered across the earth, and the site of the fracture revealed crimson cracks. Above, the drone's camera captured this horrific scene, relaying the moment the bullet struck the unidentified creature to the Global Alliance Military Command Center. The commanding officer's expression grew grave. Lan's eyes trembled. What is this creature? Is that ruby? She observed the ruby embedded within the creature's form, struggling to comprehend. A creature of ruby? Lan found it hard to believe that these two concepts could be connected. After all, rubies are mere stones. How could they embody life? Ruby beings? The commanding officer's face was etched with concern. Lan remarked, nevertheless, it appears they can be dealt with. Although these rubies are hard, they are still quite brittle. They cannot withstand the force of a bullet. As she spoke, the screen displayed the scattered rubies on the ground, which slowly transformed into a golden light. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Lan's expression shifted. This sight was eerily familiar. In the past, despite the close ties between Deng Yu and the Dragon Clan, she had participated in battles involving the dragons, and to enhance the understanding of the Dragon Clan, humanity had recorded numerous videos of the dragons battling giant ants. Lan had watched countless times, thus she was particularly familiar with the phenomenon. When a colossal dragon sustained a grievous injury, a golden light would emanate from the wound, signifying its self-healing. However, the perplexing question arose. Could these newly emerged beings also possess such a capability? Moreover, it was essential to note that the gemstone entity before her had already been shattered. Could it truly regenerate? Just as Lan was engulfed in astonishment, the golden rays began to coalesce, swiftly restoring the being to its former state, intact and devoid of any scars. It lifted its face, revealing a pair of crimson eyes fixated on the elder. The elder's pupils narrowed slightly. It moved, extending its wings and lunging forward. The elder's body was promptly severed in two. The gemstone entity flapped its wings and soared away in search of other prey. Meanwhile, the skies were filled with thousands of gemstone beings, roaring as they flew in another direction. The ground below lay in ruins, littered with corpses amidst the devastated cityscape. Within the global command center, a voice resonated. It's here. Upon hearing this, the commander, Lan, and the female soldier all directed their gazes toward Dengyu. Dengyu, eyes fixed on the screen before her, declared, the ability exhibited by that gemstone being is none other than the self-healing power of the dragon lineage. It is the primordial dragon, and these gemstone entities were created by it. This cannot be, Lan exclaimed involuntarily. Although she had witnessed a similar self-healing ability manifest in the gemstone beings, she found it hard to believe, impossible to fathom that the creator of the dragon race had also fashioned such entities. Dengyu continued. The primordial dragon can transform into various other beings. As the progenitor of dragons, it can create the dragon race. The question of whether it can create other creatures in its other forms is now rendered moot. She gazed at the gemstone being on the screen, asserting, the primordial dragon has returned, and it seeks vengeance. These indestructible gemstone beings will become humanity's nightmare. Dengyu remarked, the concerns I have harbored are finally materializing. With that, she averted her gaze, turned, and began to stride toward the exit. The commander furrowed his brow. Deng, Commander, Lan interjected, interrupting the commander's words. The commander glanced at Lan. His brow still knitted. Lan, observing Dengyu's retreating figure, spoke, among us, she is the only one who has encountered the primordial dragon. Perhaps no one understands it better than she does. The emergence of these gemstone beings and the resurrection of the colossal dragon, if they indeed stem from the hands of the primordial dragon, then humanity may be on the brink of annihilation. She will be pivotal to humanity's fate. Pausing, Lan then turned her attention to the commander. Allow me to convey the orders to her. The commander's expression softened slightly. Very well. Meanwhile, Shenmu encountered a rather perplexing situation. Before him stood tens of thousands of gemstone beings, each grasping a human, lining up in front of him. Shenmu merely sought an individual capable of synthesizing rubies, but wasn't this an excessive number? Chapter 183. Is emerald also known as sapphire? Regardless, as long as the objective was achieved, that was sufficient. Shenmu approached a man standing before him. Standing before humanity, Shenmu, towering at 2 meters, overshadowed the mere mortal before him. The man, pale and filled with trepidation, gazed apprehensively at Shenmu. Do you possess the knowledge to synthesize rubies? Shenmu inquired. The man nodded vigorously. Yes, I can. Shenmu, with an air of indifference, pressed further. How is it done? The man hesitated, his eyes darting away from Shenmu's piercing gaze, mumbling, it requires a complex set of chemical formulas. Observing the man's pallor and evident panic, Shenmu's interest was piqued. Is that truly the case? He mused aloud. You have no genuine understanding of ruby synthesis, do you? The man trembled, fear evident in his countenance. No, I do. I truly do. Then enlighten me. How is it synthesized? Shenmu commanded. The man's complexion drained further as he stammered. I. At this moment, Shenmu was resolutely convinced. He issued a directive. Upon encountering humans, his minions were to inquire if they knew how to synthesize rubies. Those ignorant were to be eliminated, while the knowledgeable were to be brought forth. Naturally, these minions adhered to Shenmu's commands. However, the dilemma arose that anyone who responded with ignorance or silence would meet their demise. Hence, all would instinctively claim knowledge to preserve their lives. This individual before him was undoubtedly one of those desperate to survive. This realization left Shenmu somewhat disheartened. It seemed he would have to rely on his own judgment. Indifference washed over him. He recognized none among them. If the task at hand was to synthesize rubies, he required individuals well-versed in this field. Whether such individuals existed was uncertain, but he resolved to seek out a chemist. Casting a cursory glance at the gathered crowd, he declared, eliminate them all. They serve no purpose. At this pronouncement, the faces of the people shifted dramatically. Please, do not. Spare us. Panicked voices cried out. A familiar figure flashed through Chunmu's mind. Dengyu. If he could locate her, he might find the expertise he sought. The primary component of rubies is aluminum oxide. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air, capturing Chunmu's attention. He turned to see a woman, her face ashen, yet her demeanor resolute, though her eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. Behind her, the gem warriors raised their swords. Wait, Chunmu commanded. At his words, all the gem warriors ceased their movements. Fixing his gaze upon the woman, he gestured for her to approach. Relieved, she bit her lip and, with a heart full of apprehension, stepped forward. Do you know how to synthesize rubies? Chunmu asked. Adjusting her glasses, she replied, I am a chemistry major and possess considerable knowledge in this area. However, I have not conducted practical experiments, only familiarized myself with the fundamental concepts. Chunmu nodded, turning to his minions, proceed. With that, he returned his focus to the pale woman and inquired, explain to me, what is aluminum oxide? How is ruby synthesized? A chilling scream echoed from behind. The woman trembled slightly, her complexion paling, as she swallowed hard and gazed at Chunmu. The primary component of a ruby is aluminum oxide, and it exhibits its red hue due to the presence of chromium. Without chromium, it transforms into a sapphire. Chunmu raised his hand, which was composed of gemstones. Suddenly, the ground behind him was adorned with a multitude of rubies. These rubies began to coalesce, forming a resplendent ruby chair, which was soon enveloped by twisting vines. This chair was a magnificent creation woven from both the ruby and the vines. Chunmu slowly seated himself and beckoned the woman, please, take a seat. The woman, momentarily stunned by the overwhelming spectacle, turned to look behind her, only to find a chair identical to Chenmu's, albeit much smaller. She cautiously sat down. Chenmu inquired. So, by your account, aluminum oxide combined with chromium results in a ruby? The woman nodded. Rubies are a type of corundum, primarily composed of aluminum oxide. Corundum is second in hardness only to rubies. Currently, corundum can be classified into two types of gemstones, rubies and sapphires. The green, yellow, pink, and blue varieties are all referred to as sapphires. However, producing a ruby requires more than just raw materials. She looked at Chenmu and continued. We must fuse them together to create a ruby, which necessitates a device. She elaborated. To artificially synthesize rubies, there are currently 3 methods: the Verneuil process, the flux method, and the hydrothermal method. Chenmu frowned slightly. Too complicated. What are these methods? He asked. Can we not simply melt these raw materials with fire, mix them together, and then cool them to form our ruby? The woman paused, shaking her head. That's quite difficult. It requires the assistance of machinery. You must understand that aluminum oxide is extremely resistant to high temperatures, with a melting point of 2054 degrees Celsius and a boiling point of 2980 degrees Celsius. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be dissolved. Perhaps not, Chenmu replied nonchalantly. Do not forget, I can control physical phenomena, and fire is among the elements I can manipulate. Now, Chenmu had a clearer idea of what was needed: aluminum oxide and chromium. As he regained his focus, he noticed those little creatures had returned with the bipedal apes, waiting in the distance. Seeing this, Chenmu commanded, eliminate them all. Afterwards, inform the others that there is no need to continue bringing back the bipedal apes. They must all be erased. We cannot allow these bipedal apes to become too idle. They always cause trouble when left to their own devices. Upon hearing this, the little creatures sprang into action. Chenmu shifted his gaze back to the trembling woman before him. The ruby had yet to be synthesized. She still held value. Rising, he assured her, you are the exception. I will not permit them to harm you. Rest assured. Just then, another gemstone figure soared back, landing before Chenmu. The Iron Giant has appeared, it announced. Upon hearing this, Chenmu responded with a murmur, take me to see. His curiosity was piqued regarding the appearance of the so-called steel giant. He nodded, flapped his wings, and took to the skies. Chenmu followed suit, soaring into the air. The woman was left behind, staring blankly at the retreating figure of Chenmu, then instinctively glanced back at the ground strewn with corpses, her complexion paling. Chapter 184 Mecha? I shall procure one as well. Approximately 3 hours later, Chenmu, with his wings fashioned from rubies, hovered in midair. He surveyed the battlefield before him. Is this the steel giant the clumsy dragon spoke of? Before him stood 3 humanoid mechas, each towering over 100 meters. Surrounding these colossal figures were countless gem people launching assaults upon them. One gem person flapped its wings and lunged at a humanoid mecha, brandishing a ruby longsword aimed at its target. With a sharp crack, the ruby longsword shattered upon impact, leaving the mecha unscathed. The other gem people were similarly engaged in their futile attacks, and without exception, their ruby swords all met the same shattering fate. This was hardly surprising. Although rubies possess notable hardness, they are also quite brittle, rendering them utterly inadequate against the steel constructs. With a mere wave of its hand, the humanoid mecha unleashed a swift strike, sending a multitude of gem people into disarray, their fragments scattering across the ground. The shards of ruby fell, transforming into golden light before reassembling into the form of gem people once more. Undeterred, they continued their assault on the mecha. For the gem people, death was not a concern. They were immortal. Currently, Chenmu had commanded the gem people to eradicate the 2-legged apes. But this unknown entity obstructing them had to be eliminated first. The gem people, aware of their invulnerability, showed no hesitation in recklessly attacking the humanoid mecha, their efforts proving utterly ineffective. To the mecha, the gem people were akin to mere flies. Their attacks were feeble, and the mecha could effortlessly crush them. Yet the nuisance of their resurrection was bothersome. Observing this scene from a distance, Chenmu crossed his arms and fell into contemplation. Had technology advanced to this extent with humanoid mechas? In Chenmu's recollection, humanoid mechas were metallic weapons controlled by humans. However, their construction was no simple feat, especially for such towering figures as those before him. The mechas, predominantly composed of metal aside from the cockpit, boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Yet their immense size demanded an exorbitant amount of energy to operate. The larger the construct, the greater the energy consumption required. In Chenmu's understanding, the most commonly harnessed energy sources available to humanity were simply oil and electricity. To carry oil and electricity as sources of energy, one must possess suitable containers. The larger the mech, the greater the energy consumption and the larger the required containers. For a humanoid mech towering over 100 meters, one can only imagine the size of the energy storage containers it necessitates, perhaps colossal batteries or massive oil tanks reaching several dozen meters in height. Perhaps humanity has indeed devised energy containers that occupy minimal space, yet possess immense power? Technology is, without a doubt, a fascinating endeavor. As Chenmu observed the 3 humanoid mechs sprinting towards the gem beings and launching their attacks, a spark of interest ignited within him. I shall create one to join their ranks. Utilizing his gem life abilities, a golden sphere materialized before him, revealing the form of the gem being within. Chenmu pondered deeply. He could replicate an endless array of gems, and through devouring, he could increase his size. It would not be difficult to surpass the 3 mechs in stature. Indeed, even to exceed them significantly would pose no challenge. Yet, merely dominating through sheer size would lack intrigue. The current dilemma lay in the ruby being's inability to damage the enemy mechs. While rubies are undeniably hard, they are also exceedingly brittle. Whether fashioned into bodies or weapons, rubies are prone to breakage, necessitating the incorporation of additional materials. With this thought in mind, Chunmu glanced around and noticed a damaged building from which resilient steel rebar protruded. This will suffice, he mused, employing his control abilities. He disassembled the rebar and reformed it into a cohesive mass, which then flew into his hand, morphing into a cluster of iron. As he initiated the process of predatory evolution, a golden glow enveloped his arms, and the iron too transformed into a radiant gold. The two elements merged, regaining the appearance of the iron mass, as Chunmu's arm reformed, successfully completed the experiment. The predatory evolution could still be utilized, and upon becoming a non-biological entity, he could apply it to non-material forms as well. Furthermore, he could evolve a portion of his body without necessitating a complete transformation. With a glance at the hovering mass of steel, he realized he had essentially acquired a template of the rebar. His gaze shifted to the small figure encased within the golden sphere. The creation of gem life differs fundamentally from the creation of races. The latter relies on genetic material, while the former allows the transformation of inanimate matter into living entities. This implies that even non-genetic materials, like the rebar template, could be incorporated. Armed with the experience of race creation, Chunmu approached the task of crafting life with confidence. He infused the small figure within the golden sphere with the material of the rebar, as he intended to create a colossal gem being. He deemed the wings unnecessary and removed them. As for the white hair, he resolved to retain its original hue, rather than altering it. The long white hair underwent a transformation, morphing into a silvery gray hue. Upon witnessing this silver-gray color, Chunmu felt a momentary pause. The ruby-hued gem person should naturally possess red hair, yet it was evident that this silvery gray was the result of the steel's influence. That seemed to suffice. The golden sphere shattered with a resounding crack, revealing a brand new gem person before Chunmu. She awakened, slowly opening her eyes to reveal a pair of silver-gray irises. She gazed at Chunmu in silence, merely observing. This sight evoked memories of the moment when he had previously created a gem person, leading him to a realization. Beings born from gem life lack the profound emotions typically associated with their race. Consequently, creatures birthed from gem life would not initiate greetings. They resembled mere machines, executing commands without sentiment. Was there truly an absence of emotion? That remained a question. Setting aside his musings, Chunmu stated, "You must first increase your stature." As he engaged in these tasks, one of the humanoid mechas had come to a halt, directing its attention toward Chunmu's vicinity. "Lei, what is the matter?" When Shur inquired, noticing Lei's behavior, Lei replied, "Just now, there was a golden light in midair, and it piqued my interest." "Golden light? What is so noteworthy about that?" Ying teased, "These ghostly things, when shattered, emit golden light and then revive. The golden light is everywhere." Lei glanced in Chunmu's direction. However, the light we just saw was quite distant. It should not have been emitted by the entities we destroyed. Chunmu was situated over 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, rendering them unable to see. "Never mind." Lei averted his gaze. "Let's deal with these beings first." Suddenly, Lei heard Deng Yu's voice beside his ear. He was momentarily taken aback. "Instructor?" Deng Yu's tone was grave as she instructed, "Look again in the direction you were observing. Using your zoom function, I wish to know what lies there." Hearing the instructor's serious tone, Lei felt a twinge of confusion. Understood. Chapter 185. Wingless giant gem person. Through the equipment mounted on Lei, Deng Yu at the South Asia Command could view the scene a kilometer away from Lei's position. In the footage, Deng Yu furrowed her brows. She discerned two gem persons soaring in midair. One resembled the other gem beings, appearing humanoid yet adorned with wings, radiating light, clearly composed of gem material. However, the existence of the other gem person perplexed Deng Yu. This gem individual differed from the rest, devoid of wings. It floated eerily in midair. While the lips of other gem persons were red, this one's lips were silvery gray, and its skin exhibited a pale grayish hue. The figure was androgynous, lacking any discernible gender traits, yet possessing a slender, elongated form akin to that of a female. Her face bore no expression, and her silver-gray eyes reflected only indifference. The two gem beings stood face to face, creating an eerie tableau. It is important to understand that, a kilometer away, their kind is engaged in a fierce battle, while these two gem beings stand face to face. Deng Yu furrows her brows, a sense of foreboding creeping upon her. "What is the matter?" Lan, noticing Deng Yu's demeanor, inquires. "Something feels amiss," Deng Yu responds, her unease palpable. These gem beings appear to lack significant intelligence. Their actions seem rather mindless, attacking upon sighting an enemy without discernment. Yet, these two are confronting each other, which is exceedingly peculiar. I have an ominous feeling. Lan, observing this, chuckles softly. "You seem overly apprehensive about the ancestral dragon. Do not be overly anxious. After all, this is our first encounter with such a new species. Some oddities are to be expected. Strange does not equate to threatening. Look at this one. It doesn't even possess wings for weaponry. Let us hope you are right." Deng Yu replies. At that moment, as Deng Yu watches intently, the winged gem being, resembling a male, strokes its chin, gazing thoughtfully at the wingless gem being. After a moment of contemplation, the male gem being flaps its wings and retreats 5 meters. Suddenly, the wingless gem being is enveloped in a golden light. Deng Yu's pupils constrict in alarm, prompting her to rise abruptly. As the golden light intensifies, part of it abruptly detaches, cascading beside her and transforming into an identical wingless gem being. Lan's expression shifts as she turns sharply to Deng Yu. "What is happening?" Meanwhile, Chunmu exhales in relief, affirming, "Indeed, my suspicions were correct. The fusion of the gem creature with the steel framework has replicated the gem's capabilities. treating them as gems themselves. He scratches the back of his head, murmuring, if the replication of gems does not regard these gem beings as gems, then we are in for a challenge. After all, my stock of steel is quite limited. Fortunately, these two abilities can interact. Then let us commence, Chunmu declares. Gem replication, infinite replication. As Chunmu activates the gem replication, the body of the wingless gem being begins to multiply infinitely, growing exponentially. Countless wingless gem beings emerge, densely populating the area within 100 meters. Chunmu gazes at the wingless gem being before him and instructs, enlarge yourself and consume all of them. Upon hearing this, the wingless gem being radiates golden light, its form doubling in size. However, as it expands, it loses control and plummets downward. Chunmu is momentarily taken aback. He had nearly forgotten that it was his control that kept her from falling. Now, with her size doubled, and without his own increase, she naturally descends. Unperturbed, Chunmu flaps his wings and hovers in midair, quietly observing below. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the wingless gem being crashes to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and creating a crater upon impact. She lay within the pit, seemingly unaffected by the fall from a height of 1,000 meters. Slowly, she rose from the depression, lifting her face to gaze at the other wingless gem beings soaring through the sky. Meanwhile, in the South Asian Military Command Center, Deng Yu witnessed this scene, her face registering an indescribable shock. Impossible, this cannot be, she murmured. Beside her, Lan nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, it is impossible. To divide so many in an instant, akin to cells. No, that is not what I meant. Deng Yu continued to observe the screen, commenting. These gem beings possess a peculiar trait. Their bodies are composed of gems, rendering them extremely fragile. Thunder could shatter them with a mere wave of his hand. But look at this new arrival. What is happening? She fell from a height of at least 3,000 meters. It is inconceivable that she has sustained no injuries. Lan, too, sensed something amiss, furrowing her brow. On the other side, witnessing this spectacle, Chunmu crossed his arms and utilized his control abilities to direct the wingless gem beings, one after another, towards their counterparts on the ground. Upon contact, their bodies transformed into golden light, consumed and absorbed by the ground's wingless gem beings. As they merged, her form radiated a golden glow, visibly expanding, growing from 2 meters to 5, 6, 10, 20, 30 meters. Observing the rapidly enlarging wingless gem being, Lan's initial ease evaporated, her complexion paling as she turned to Deng Yu. Deng Yu hurriedly shouted, Thunder! Quickly, attack that growing creature. Thunder, upon hearing this, responded affirmatively and dashed towards the wingless gem being. Meanwhile, the body of the wingless gem being continued to swell as it assimilated other wingless gem beings. 50 meters, 70 meters, 90 meters, 100 meters. As Thunder approached, he drew forth the massive sword from his waist and struck fiercely at the glowing wingless gem being before him. Clang! With a resounding crash, the ground trembled beneath them. Thunder stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The golden light enveloping the wingless gem being gradually faded. Her height now matched Thunder's. Lacking any animal genes, her skin bore a unique hue, a blend of ruby and steel, resembling a metallic silver gray. At that moment, she raised her arm before her, firmly blocking the sword in Thunder's grasp. Slowly, she opened her eyes, revealing silver pupils devoid of emotion, fixed intently on Thunder. Chapter 186. When gem beings merge with steel, Thunder instinctively stepped back, maintaining a distance from this monstrous figure. He found it hard to believe that this creature could single-handedly withstand his weapon's assault. The wingless gem being was now distinctly different from the other ruby-formed beings. Her body was composed of a multitude of rubies and steel. The essence of rebar is, in fact, steel. The fundamental component of steel is iron, as it primarily consists of iron. Commonly encountered iron predominantly comprises iron elements, along with various others such as carbon, silicon, manganese, phosphorus, and sulfur. In technical terms, the iron we frequently see is classified as a carbon alloy with a carbon content exceeding 2%. In contrast, steel is defined as an iron-carbon alloy with carbon content greater than 0.02%, but less than 0.1%. The term steel is employed to establish this distinction. In Eastern civilization, there exists an expression, 100 refinements yield steel, signifying that numerous processes are necessary to transform iron into steel. This is quite reasonable, as during the heating and cooling processes, the carbon within the iron burns off, converting into carbon dioxide and leaving the iron. As the carbon is depleted, the carbon content of the iron gradually diminishes. When it falls below 2%, it becomes steel. The primary distinction between steel and iron lies in the fact that steel, with its lower carbon content, exhibits greater hardness. In ancient Eastern civilizations, steel was the material of choice for crafting swords and weapons. When the exceptionally hard ruby was combined with steel, it imparted resilience to the steel. Such formidable material is not easily compromised by mere blades. However, for Lei, this notion was utterly unfathomable. He had never contemplated that anything could withstand his colossal attacks as a giant. Within the South Asian military department, Deng Yu and Lan beheld the imposing, silver-gray, wingless gemstone figure that had taken shape before them. Both were momentarily taken aback. Lan, regaining her composure, crossed her arms and declared, Lei, do not be afraid. Even if she can withstand your assault, she poses no threat to you. Employ thermal weaponry to eliminate her. At this moment, Deng Yu also snapped back to reality, hurriedly picking up a microphone from the table and shouting, Retreat! Retreat! Lan was momentarily stunned by Deng Yu's sudden action. Upon hearing the command, Lei swiftly turned and ran toward his companions. He shouted to Wen Shi and Ying Ying, Avoid close combat. Utilize thermal weaponry. Wen Shi and Ying, equally astonished, regained their senses upon hearing Lei's voice and promptly seized their firearms. In midair, Chen Mufei stood with arms crossed, observing the colossal sword strapped to the back of the humanoid mech. In this era, the continued use of such weaponry suggested a desire to conserve resources due to the immense ammunition consumption of thermal weapons. This indeed appeared to be a prudent method of cost reduction. Thus, Chen Mu directed his attention toward the gigantic wingless gemstone figure. Could it withstand the onslaught of thermal weaponry? Moreover, he had not instructed her on how to utilize offensive weapons. Would she even know how to wield them? The wingless gemstone figure's eyes shifted, focusing on the other gemstone figures currently attacking the humanoid mech. Observing the weapons in their possession, she raised her hand and examined it. It seemed as though an idea had struck her. Under Chen Mu's watchful gaze, she opened her hand, and golden light began to coalesce within her palm, increasing in intensity until it ultimately formed the shape of a sword. Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback, pondering her intentions. As Chen Mu took a closer look, he was astonished to discover that the golden light was, in fact, a multitude of miniature wingless gemstone beings. A thought struck him. It was gemstone replication. She was employing gemstone replication to create new wingless gemstone beings, and then, utilizing her mastery, she was merging these beings directly into a sword. Inside the command center, Deng Yu was driven to madness upon witnessing this scene. Retreat. I command you all to fall back. Do you wish to perish? Deng Yu shouted into the microphone, her face pale with dread. Upon hearing this, Lei responded, Instructor, do not worry, watch us obliterate it with a single shot. After addressing Deng Yu, Lei rushed to his companions, urging, engage. At this command, Deng Yu's complexion turned ghostly white as she gazed at the screen, her pupils trembling in fear. She could not help but exclaim, so foolish, so foolish. Wen Shi and Ying disregarded the other gemstone beings around them and aimed their massive assault rifles directly at the wingless gemstone entity. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, these colossal rifles could scarcely be described as assault rifles. They might as well have been missile launchers. Boom, boom, boom. The projectiles, the size of vehicle-mounted missiles, struck the wingless gemstone being, igniting bursts of flames and enveloping it in white mist. As the smoke dissipated, the form of the wingless gemstone being revealed itself to all. Her surface was marred with shallow craters, which rapidly healed under her extraordinary regenerative abilities, leaving her virtually unscathed. The expressions of Lei and his companions shifted dramatically. What manner of monster is this? Lei could not restrain himself from voicing his astonishment. For an ordinary human, the firepower of the massive weapons wielded by 3 giant humanoid mechs would be akin to that of missiles, yet for the wingless gemstone being, the projectiles were hardly significant. This barrage felt comparable to a scenario in which 3 individuals, armed with assault rifles, attempted to shoot a being composed entirely of ruby and steel, leaving only a few minor dents as a result. Meanwhile, a silver-gray sword materialized before them. This sword bore a shape akin to those held by the other gemstone beings. Yet while their swords glimmered a vibrant red, hers shone in a striking silver-gray. Grasping the silver-gray longsword firmly, the wingless gemstone being fixed her gaze upon Lei. Then, she moved. With a powerful step, she propelled herself forward with a thunderous crack. In an instant, she appeared before Lei, 1,000 meters away, gripping the hilt of her sword, and brought it crashing down upon him, mimicking the earlier action with which Lei had struck her. The longsword struck Lei's armor, igniting a flare of fire as it sliced through the armor as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, sweeping down across Lei's form. In that fleeting moment, the armor encasing Lei and the body within it were cleaved asunder. Boom. The bisected corpse collapsed, blood spraying forth. Ying watched this horror unfold, her pupils quivering in shock. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. Ying sank to the ground, hands covering her face, her emotions unraveling as she stared at the lifeless form of Lei. Meanwhile, within the South Asia Command, Lan gazed at the screen displaying the lost signal of Lei, her mouth slightly agape, a visage of disbelief etched across her features. Deng Yu, as if anticipating this moment, muttered in a weary tone, so foolish, truly foolish. Yet her eyes glistened with tears, reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. At this juncture, the scene shifted to a visual of Wen Shi. In the frame, the wingless gem being raised the blood-stained long sword in her hand. Her sharp silver-gray pupils swept over the crumpled figure of Ying on the ground. Finally resting upon Wen Shi, she advanced toward him. Beneath the armored mask, Wen Shi's complexion had turned as pale as a ghost. Chapter 187. Is she strong? The strongest has yet to make a move. In midair, Chen Mu observed the corpse of Lei, momentarily stunned. He never anticipated witnessing such a spectacle. A giant? Chen Mu was taken aback. Wasn't this a creature only found in Western mythology? He muttered to himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His brows relaxed. A biological experiment. Utilizing human and dragon genes to create a new life form? No wonder it explains the existence of humanoid mechs. Presently, human technology evidently lacks the capacity to produce portable energy sources capable of powering mechs towering 100 meters high. This mech is merely a thicker set of armor, driven fundamentally by the giant's own strength. Giants, such beings are quite rare. I should preserve a template for future reference. Chen Mu looked down at the wingless gem being and commanded, utilize predatory evolution. After consumption, maintain your current form. Upon hearing this, the wingless gem being swiftly approached the unsuspecting Wen Shi, extending her hand to make contact. Wen Shi's body transformed into golden light and merged into the wingless gem being's form. Following a successful capture evolution, the wingless gem being was also enveloped by the golden light. However, She did not assume Wen Shi's appearance, but continued to retain her own visage, gazing at the paralyzed and terrified Ying. Simultaneously, within the South Asia Command, Lan instinctively inquired, how could this be? She stared at the screen, momentarily unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Slowly regaining her composure, she turned to Deng Yu, saying, this monster is far too powerful. What exactly is it? Deng Yu, observing the screen, realized it was too late to demand Ying Ying's retreat. She understood well that although Ying Ying was a giant, she was merely a young girl, now on the brink of collapse after witnessing her comrade's demise. Even if she regained her senses and chose to flee, given the speed of the wingless gem being, escape was impossible. Deng Yu steadied her emotions and replied expressionlessly, strong? The strongest has yet to make a move. The strongest? Lan paused, looking at Deng Yu. Are you suggesting that there exists something even more terrifying than this creature, yet to act? Deng Yu responded, haven't you realized by now? This being, like the other gem beings, operates mechanically, devoid of any emotion. She is the creator, fashioned from her own essence, and now the creator hovers in the air, observing this battle as one might watch an experiment unfold. As she spoke, Deng Yu gazed at the screen projected from the device on Wen Shi, her eyes drawn to a figure in the corner of the display. The figure soaring through the sky was none other than Shenmu. Lan was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, him? Deng Yu affirmed, it is indeed him. He is unlike any other gemstone being, while the others exhibit no discernible gender characteristics and appear distinctly feminine. This one possesses a physique that leans towards masculinity. He observes the scene below with an air of dominion, starkly contrasting with the other gemstone beings that attack indiscriminately. If my intuition serves me correctly, I believe I am right. Deng Yu turned to Lan, stating, he is the ancestral dragon, another manifestation of the ancestral dragon. That wingless gemstone being is his creation, intended to combat our giants. Do you truly believe that the progenitor of the dragon lineage would engage us in battle without any preparation? This is a scenario destined for failure. And yet you wish for them to fight. It's tantamount to courting death. Lan's complexion paled as she stared at the screen. This monster was created by the ancestral dragon? Deng Yu furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before biting her lip. She surveyed the solitary image projected by the remaining equipment of Ying Ying and urged, Ying Ying, if you wish to survive, call out to the gemstone being in the sky. Address it as the ancestral dragon. Quickly, Ying Ying's face was obscured by her helmet, concealing her expression, but even without seeing her, Deng Yu could surmise that tears streamed down her cheeks. The wingless gemstone being approached Ying Ying, knowing full well she would not resist, and it took its time. Witnessing Ying Ying's lack of response, Deng Yu shouted louder, Ying Ying, if you want to live, call out to the gemstone being soaring above. Invoke the ancestral dragon, now? Ying Ying's body trembled slightly. The instructor is dead, Lei is dead, Wen Shi is dead. Oh, I am so scared. You must call out the ancestral dragon, hurry, Deng Yu urged. Ancestral dragon. Ying Ying hesitated, raising her gaze to survey her surroundings. Her eyes landing on the solitary gemstone being, devoid of companions. She cried out, ancestral dragon. The voice of the giant resonated powerfully. Upon hearing this, Shenmu paused momentarily, glancing at the giant. At that moment, the wingless gemstone being had drawn near enough, poised to raise its long sword. Shenmu interjected, wait. Upon hearing him, the wingless gemstone being looked at Shenmu and gradually retracted its sword. Shenmu flapped his wings and soared toward the giant. The two individuals in the command room became tense at the sight of Shenmu approaching Ying Ying. Is it really him? Lan bit her lip, turning to Deng Yu. Can we save her? Deng Yu furrowed her brow. That depends on the ancestral dragon's disposition. Shenmu regarded the giant before him, asking, how do you know me? It should be a well-guarded secret that he is the ancestral dragon, especially since he currently appeared as a gemstone being. How could this creature possibly know? Ying Ying was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the two in the command room reacted to his words. Lan's entire body trembled, her pupils quivering slightly as she beheld the scene before her, rendering her momentarily dazed. Instinctively, she cast a glance towards Deng Yu, who appeared lost in thought, her eyes filled with helplessness and bitterness. Just as Deng Yu had previously articulated, no matter how eloquently she spoke, everything remained mere conjecture. Yet, Deng Yu fervently wished that these speculations were erroneous and a product of her own wild imagination, for she lacked the courage to confront such a reality. If the entity before them was indeed the ancestral dragon, then all conjectures would be validated. This meant that the powers Deng Yu had surmised the ancestral dragon possessed would manifest as truth. The moment those powers became reality, the ancestral dragon would be virtually invincible. Akin to a deity, humanity could never triumph over a god. Ironically, humanity had already provoked a deity, and this deity was poised to unleash the flames of vengeance. Such a prospect was beyond human endurance. Deng Yu desperately hoped her assumptions would prove false. However, the veracity of the situation confirmed that the being before them was indeed the ancestral dragon, and these gem-like beings were its creations. The reason for their aggression towards humanity was to exact retribution for humanity's transgressions. Everything had come to an end. Deng Yu instinctively uttered this phrase. Lan slowly sank into a chair, appearing utterly powerless. Instructor, what shall we do? What should I say next? Suddenly, a voice broke through Deng Yu's despair. Ying Ying, trembling and anxious. Chapter 188. Natural disaster. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu regained her composure. The priority now was to ascertain whether they could rescue Ying Ying. Deng Yu implored. Tell him that your instructor is me, Deng Yu, the human woman you met previously. Plead with him, beg him to spare you. On the other side, Shenmu was puzzled. As soon as Ying Ying heard Deng Yu's voice, she quickly interjected. My instructor is Deng Yu, the human woman you met earlier. After speaking, Ying Ying looked at Shenmu and pleaded, please don't kill me, I beg you. Upon hearing this, Chunmu's mind conjured the image of a human woman, Deng Yu. Is it her? So that's how it is. No wonder she recognized me. Previously, when Chunmu was in a cactus-like state, Deng Yu had identified him. Now, it was not surprising that she would recognize him again. The confusion dissipated. Chunmu gazed at Ying and inquired, so, does this device you possess have a live streaming function, transmitting what you see to Deng Yu's location? It was evident that this was the case. For this was Chunmu's first appearance. Unless Deng Yu had seen him and communicated with her, it would have been impossible for Ying to recognize him. Chunmu cast a glance at the wingless gem being. At Chunmu's signal, the wingless gem being swung her longsword. With a swift motion, Ying's head fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Dust erupted into the air. Within the South Asia Command Center, Deng Yu and Lan watched as the screen abruptly transitioned to a blue signal loss display. Deng Yu clenched her fists tightly. With a resounding thud, she struck the table before her. Lan gazed at the screen displaying the message of no signal, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Why did he stop speaking at this point? She instinctively turned to glance at Deng Yu. Deng Yu remarked, the meaning is quite clear. His hesitation upon hearing Ying call his name stemmed from uncertainty. Now that his doubts have been resolved, he will act accordingly, nothing more. He does not intend to engage in communication with us. Deng Yu continued. This is a declaration of war, a war against all of humanity. Lan was taken aback. Can we prevail? Do you believe humanity can conquer the divine? In Deng Yu's eyes, only darkness and despair resided. Meanwhile, Chunmu observed the colossal, wingless gem-like figure before him. At this moment, he required rubies and aluminum oxide, which meant he needed access to aluminum ore. Unfortunately, all the aluminum mines on Earth were under human control. To obtain aluminum, he would have to compete with humanity. He waved his hand, invoking gem duplication. With each flash of golden light, another giant wingless gem figure materialized before him. In the blink of an eye, millions of these figures stood densely arrayed, resembling a colossal army of giants. The massive legion of wingless gem beings mobilized. Boom, boom, boom. With each step taken by this fearsome army, the ground trembled beneath them. Accompanied by a series of earth-shaking sounds, the passage of these beings stirred up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, all flora and fauna vanished, leaving behind a multitude of depressions carved into the earth by the giant's footsteps, creating an uneven and scarred landscape. Chunmu watched as the colossal gem army departed. This would resolve the issue. Once humanity was eradicated, the aluminum mines on Earth would belong solely to him. A week later, in pursuit of knowledge regarding minerals, Chunmu had engaged in conversation with a human for an entire week. On this particular day, he sat on a bench, facing a figure entirely composed of ruby. This gem-like individual was none other than the woman he had captured a week prior. Now, she appeared scarcely distinguishable from a human, yet her body had been completely transformed into gem material. Like other gem beings, she possessed no gender, required no sustenance, and did not need to sleep. Chunmu's motivation for her transformation was to save time. He had no desire to wait for her to rest or provide her with food, as converting her into a gem being eliminated much of the hassle. Observing the woman before him, her expression still tinged with unease and fear, he inquired, "Are you familiar with Huaxia?" Idly, Chunmu posed the question. Huaxia was the human nation where he had lived during his transformation into an animal, home to his only relative, his sister. The actions he undertook seemed to impact all of humanity. What about his own country? The woman lifted her gaze, looking at Chunmu. Huaxia? Confusion flickered in her eyes. Chunmu slightly furrowed his brows, for he was not particularly fond of others using rhetorical questions against him. The woman paused, quickly clarifying, No. It's just that I have never heard of Huaxia, hence my confusion. Never heard of it. Chunmu expressed his bewilderment. How could that be? This is Earth, is it not? Indeed, it is Earth. And does it not have Africa and Asia? Yes, it does. And what of Huaxia? There is no Huaxia, she replied. Chunmu's brows knitted tighter. Was it possible? What about him country, our country, country? The woman gazed at Chunmu, her eyes filled with perplexity. And she shook her head. Then what is the largest country in Asia? Chunmu inquired. Why country? The woman answered. Upon hearing these words, Chunmu comprehended fully. From the moment he had transformed into a sea squirt larva, he was no longer on the Earth he once knew. This was indeed Earth, possessing a geographical environment identical to his original world. However, it was not the Earth familiar to Chunmu, but rather a parallel world entirely. He had intended to keep an eye on Huaxia and his sister, but it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Ever since his reincarnation as a sea squirt larva, he no longer belonged to the realm of humanity. As the days passed, countless wingless giant gemstone beings traversed the landscape, reducing animals, plants, buildings, vehicles, and humans to mere wasteland beneath their feet. When humans beheld these colossal gemstone beings from afar, their demise had already been sealed. The speed of the giant gemstone beings was simply a matter of walking, without any running involved. A single giant gemstone being took approximately 2 steps per second, with each stride measuring about 1/5 of its height, roughly 20 meters. Thus, in a second, they covered a distance of 40 meters, equating to a speed of 72 kilometers per hour. The throngs of giant gemstone beings marched in unison, with millions of them spanning a vast lateral range of approximately 25,000 kilometers. Under such width and speed, when people witnessed these colossal beings approaching, they were already corpses. There was no need for an offensive from the gemstone beings. Their mere passage left only death and despair in its wake. Cities crumbled into ruins amidst the panicked and terrified cries of their inhabitants. Chapter 189. A nuclear strike equivalent to 100 million tons half a month had elapsed. Within the Global Alliance Military Command, a catastrophe was advancing towards the borders of Y country from within the South Jade Nation. The Doomsday vessel, laden with annihilation-grade nuclear warheads, was drawing near the impending disaster. An atmosphere of impending danger pervaded the command center, as intelligence personnel transmitted data via satellite to computer screens, gathering information to relay to the high-ranking officials at the forefront of the command. The overall commander, clad in military attire, gazed gravely at the screen before him. Beside him sat Lan and Deng Yu, also in uniform, at the conference table, while other high-ranking officials occupied the remaining seats. This was a war that would determine the very survival of humanity. The commander slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone present at the meeting. He declared, "In a mere fortnight, natural disasters have ravaged 3 nations, obliterating countless cities and claiming innumerable lives. This time, humanity must unite to put an end to these calamities. We stand on the brink of humanity's final battle. As it stands, all known weaponry, save for nuclear arms, proves ineffective against them." The commander continued, "Previously, we deployed a small nuclear device, which inflicted some damage. However, they possess a self-healing ability, allowing them to recover in a short span. Therefore, the terminal nuclear bomb carried by our annihilation plan will possess an explosive yield equivalent to 100 million tons of TNT, sufficient to level any major city. We intend to unleash this terminal nuclear bomb upon the disaster, directly annihilating the calamity composed of hundreds of gemstone giants." As he spoke, he surveyed the room once more and proclaimed, "This battle will be etched in history. It shall mark humanity's inaugural confrontation against these disasters, against the divine." Listening to the commanding voice of their leader, a fervor ignited within all present. However, beside them, Deng Yu quietly observed the scene, choosing silence over speech. She was acutely aware of a truth that could plunge humanity into despair. Yet, witnessing the fervent enthusiasm of those around her, she found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. Merely watching, perhaps these individuals also sensed that dreadful truth, yet no one among them could bear to confront it, for acceptance would mean surrendering to an insurmountable fate. The calamity would become a genuine apocalyptic disaster. At that moment, a voice interrupted. "Command center, this is the Annihilation. We have reached the target and request permission to deploy the Annihilation nuclear bomb." It was the pilot's voice. Upon hearing this, the commander gazed at the screen displaying the visuals captured by multiple cameras mounted on the escorting aircraft. Through this imagery, the position of the Annihilation was visible, along with the throngs of gemstone giants below. The commander intoned, "Permission granted. Deploy the bomb." With those words, a massive black nuclear bomb was released from the Annihilation. This colossal device weighed 50 tons, a truly gigantic nuclear bomb. It hurtled toward the heart of the gemstone giant legion. As the bomb descended, a tremendous roar erupted. Boom. In an instant, a gigantic mushroom cloud erupted. The fireball expanded, instantly engulfing everything beneath it, vaporizing all in its center, including the gemstone giants. The searing fireball surged outward, its radius reaching 10 kilometers. Yet, this was merely the fireball. The terrifying heat simultaneously radiated outward, igniting and vaporizing everything touched by the scorching waves of air. Even thousands of kilometers away, everything was affected by the intense heat, igniting despite not being directly struck by the fireball. The entire sky was consumed by flames. Those within the command center watched as the visuals before them flickered and ultimately vanished, leaving them in darkness. Far away, 4,000 kilometers distant, people can behold the fiery glow in the sky. The ground trembles violently. The entire Asian tectonic plate shifts due to the detonation of this nuclear device. The destructive power of a 100 megaton bomb is truly terrifying. This devastation arises not solely from the immediate impact of such an explosive yield, but perhaps more critically, from the dire consequences that follow. The Tsar Bomba, with its yield of 50 megatons, was less than the current 100 megaton device, yet it was sufficient to cause a displacement of continental plates. Since the deployment of the Tsar Bomba, no nation has dared to test a bomb of such magnitude again. As the screen flickers out, the commander frowns slightly. Contact obliteration. The command center attempts to reach obliteration, but communication personnel find no response. The absence of a reply leaves everyone with an unspoken understanding of the grim outcome. The pilot has evidently succumbed to the bomb's overwhelming force. At that moment, the screen illuminates once more, revealing a satellite image. Through this feed, all can witness a colossal mushroom cloud billowing into the atmosphere. The sky is a vivid crimson, and a staggering crater gapes open in the earth. Within this chasm, only the searing heat remains, with molten rock glowing ominously. The surrounding terrain has melted away, and in areas further from the epicenter, nothing remains but charred earth. The sight is enough to instill dread and awe in all who gaze upon it. The gemstone giants have vanished, seemingly vaporized. Someone, regaining composure, instinctively exclaims, "Did we succeed?" "We did. Remarkable." Instantly, the command center is filled with voices. Meanwhile, Deng Yu gazes intently at the screen, silent. Look, a voice suddenly breaks the tension. Everyone halts their exuberance, turning their attention to the display. Within the image, tiny golden specks begin to spread. These luminous points swiftly coalesce. Before long, they reconvene into a giant of light towering 100 meters high. Yet, as the light disperses under the gaze of the onlookers, a gemstone giant reemerges into view. Following this, one after another, the gemstone giants, under the influence of rapid regeneration, reappear. Millions of gemstone giants populate the satellite imagery. Witnessing this spectacle, the individuals in the command center are left in stunned silence. Deng Yu remains quietly observant, her expression devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if this outcome were entirely anticipated. The commander had previously stated that to vaporize the gemstone giants with a bomb of immense yield would result in their revival. This notion, however, is clearly tinged with a sense of misplaced hope. Matter cannot be obliterated. Even if it evaporates, it merely transforms into another form of existence. As long as existence persists, revival is not entirely impossible. Deng Yu was already aware of this fact. Yet she chose to remain silent in the face of the fervent enthusiasm displayed by those around her. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Humanity cannot triumph over the divine. The once vocal assembly fell into a profound silence, an atmosphere of despair permeating the command center. Chapter 190. It turns out that devouring the ruby is not necessarily required. The environmental devastation wrought by a nuclear weapon with an equivalent yield of 100 million tons is insurmountable. To deploy this cataclysmic nuclear device, the Global Alliance's military division exerted immense effort to secure authorization. However, no one anticipated that this colossal weapon would prove utterly ineffective. The nuclear bomb represented humanity's most formidable arsenal, yet the outcome was one of despair. It is over, Deng Yu mused, gazing at the bottle of mineral water resting on the table. After 2 weeks of study, Chen Mu discerned a peculiar truth. The situation diverged significantly from his initial expectations. He had heard a voice, indicating the acquisition of evolutionary energy, currently quantified at 1%. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu was momentarily bewildered, perplexed by the fact that he had dedicated this time to studying minerals rather than consuming rubies. Why did he hear this voice? Chen Mu sank into contemplation. Lately, in moments of boredom, he had consumed various substances, such as stones. This behavior mirrored his earlier encounters with animals, wherein he would absorb them to collect templates. He had intended to gather a variety of materials for potential use. Could it be that he had misunderstood? Furrowing his brow, Chen Mu instinctively picked up a stone from the ground. System, what is my current progress in evolutionary energy? The system responded. Your current evolutionary energy progress stands at 1%. As he activated his absorption ability, the stone transformed into golden light and entered Chen Mu's being. He inquired again, System, what is my current progress in evolutionary energy? Your current progress in evolutionary energy is 1,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,0 hearing the final numeral, his eyes brightened. I was mistaken. Shenmue realized his error. He had been misled by the assumption that transforming into a ruby necessitated the consumption of rubies to increase his evolutionary energy. However, after conducting this experiment, he confirmed that his previous understanding was flawed. After his transformation into a ruby, he could absorb materials, signifying that he could harness evolutionary energy through the consumption of various substances. Shenmue never anticipated such a revelation. This was astonishingly simple. If mere materials sufficed, standing upon this earth would grant him an abundance. Could he truly fear stagnation in his evolution? With this thought, Shenmue activated his absorption ability, Devour. However, there was not a single sound. Shenmue glanced at the ground beneath his feet. He stood upon the earth, and apart from the soil of the planet, he had no contact with anything else. When Shenmue employed his devouring ability, it instinctively targeted the earth itself. The outcome? To consume the earth? A mere fantasy. Shenmue soon realized that his approach was somewhat flawed. It seemed that direct consumption was not feasible. He needed to separate these materials from the earth first. Only by detaching the materials from the earth could their size be diminished, allowing him to devour them effectively. With that thought, Shenmue raised his hand. One after another, wingless gemstone beings materialized before him. These entities coalesced into a brilliant golden light, transforming into a colossal drill. Once the giant drill was formed, it fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Clearly, due to Shenmue's diminutive size, he struggled to control the immense power at his disposal. His brows gently unfurled. He utilized gemstone duplication once more, creating an abundance of wingless gemstone beings, and employed his devouring ability. As each wingless gemstone being merged into his body, he expanded at an astonishing rate, quickly growing into a towering figure, easily 100 meters tall. Exerting his control, he commanded the gigantic drill, which began to spin wildly. It plunged forcefully into the ground, creating a deafening roar. With each pulse of sound, the drill descended rapidly, sending fragments of rocks soaring into the air. The sheer size of the drill caused the ground to tremble, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous noise. Shenmue stood aside, as the debris crashed upon him, instantly transforming into golden light and being absorbed into his being. Observing the colossal drill, Shenmue mumbled to himself, "First, I'll dig a deep pit, then excavate around it to expedite the process." Suddenly, he watched the drill burrowing deeper into the earth. Why not transform directly into a drill? That way, once the materials are separated, I can absorb them instantly. Wouldn't that be faster? Contemplating this, Shenmue felt a surge of inspiration. Resolute, he decided to act. Transforming into a drill was exceedingly simple for him. Shenmue wielded his control, guiding the drill to hover beside him. With the ability of predatory evolution, he could consume all matter as a template. Naturally, he could also absorb the creations he made, though the mass obtained had its limitations, and he could not acquire evolutionary energy. Nevertheless, it sufficed as a template. In a brilliant flash of golden light, Shenmue and the drill merged into one, regaining awareness. He instinctively attempted to open his eyes, but found them unyielding. Realizing he had transformed into a drill, a smile spread across his face as he expanded his consciousness. Upon opening his awareness, he beheld a gigantic drill, stretching a full 100 meters, lying upon the ground. It was indeed himself. Shenmue exerted his control over his new form and commenced spinning furiously. With a furious whir, the tip of the drill plunged into the earth below. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by resounding booms, countless fragments of rock were sent flying. Under the relentless impact and friction of the drilling head, these materials broke free, only to be consumed by Chun Mu in the very instant of their release. Surrounding Chun Mu was a halo of golden light as he voraciously devoured the substances emerging from the earth, simultaneously delving deeper into the abyss. The sensation was exquisite. As time progressed, Chun Mu's form expanded due to the accumulation of evolutionary energy. The larger he grew, the broader his influence, and the more materials he could consume. The more substances he devoured, the greater his evolutionary energy accumulation, enabling him to increase in size even further. Thus, this infinite loop continued. With Chun Mu's form expanding exponentially as he drilled downward with fervor, the experience was delightful. The golden light enveloping Chun Mu was a result of the drilling head forcibly extracting materials, which, upon being consumed, left behind shimmering remnants. This golden glow now flowed like water, and Chun Mu felt as if he were swimming through a vast sea of earth. Chapter 191. Is there liquid beneath the hard crust? However, as Chun Mu descended over 1,000 meters, he was met with a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. Countless stones and dirt cascaded directly into the pit where Chun Mu resided. Chun Mu was drilling straight down, his colossal size rendering him an imposing force. Measuring over 100 meters in length and 20 meters in diameter, the immense pit he created was equally vast, spanning 20 meters in width. Yet, the density of the subterranean rock layers varied. When this enormous cavity was exposed, certain strata beneath could not withstand the weight from above, leading to a collapse. Stones and dirt plummeted directly onto Chun Mu, as if attempting to entomb him alive. Upon impact, the golden light was swiftly absorbed by Chun Mu. I was contemplating how to separate you from the earth, and yet you come forth to provide nourishment. How considerate. Regardless of the quantity of stones and dirt that came into contact with him, they were instantly transformed into his evolutionary energy. Chun Mu continued to consume both the materials ahead and the debris collapsing from above. The sensation was immensely pleasurable. Utilizing his control abilities, Chun Mu spun his body at an astonishing rate. This rotation was incredibly rapid, yet for him, it elicited no discomfort. After all, Chun Mu was currently a drilling head, not a human. If he were human, the experience would differ significantly. Humans, when spinning, often feel dizzy due to their balance apparatus. This mechanism is pivotal in maintaining equilibrium. As a person spins, the balance organ signals the brain, "Brother, we are spinning. Assist me in maintaining balance." The brain, upon receiving this communication, responds affirmatively and instructs the body to stabilize itself. However, in the instant that the spinning ceases, one may feel disoriented and unsteady. This occurs because while the body has stopped moving, the balance organ and the brain have yet to register the change. The body remains motionless. Yet the brain continues to relay messages to it. "Buddy, you're still moving. Remember to maintain your balance." Meanwhile, the body is engulfed in confusion, leading to a sensation of dizziness. This is akin to motion sickness. While seated in a vehicle, the equilibrium sensors detect movement, alerting the brain, "Your body is in motion." The brain responds, "Buddy, you're in motion. Don't forget to keep your balance." Yet the body remains stationary, resulting in further disorientation and dizziness. However, for Chun Mu, who is now akin to a drill, he possesses neither equilibrium sensors nor a brain, only consciousness and a form comprised of ruby and steel. Therefore, regardless of the rotations he undergoes, dizziness eludes him. Chun Mu plunges deeper, utilizing the friction generated from his frenzied spinning to erode any obstructions in his path. This method, while costly in terms of mass, does not deter him. His passive ability allows for instantaneous adaptation. In essence, after the body acclimatizes to the frictional environment, there is no loss of mass on his part. Consequently, any mass loss belongs solely to the opposition, while Chun Mu remains unscathed. Not only does he incur no loss, but he can also absorb the expelled mass from his adversaries, converting it into his own. With the passage of time, Chun Mu's form expands, and his descent deepens. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters. As he ventures deeper, the temperature escalates. Chun Mu's ability to adapt allows him to swiftly acclimate to the surrounding heat, gathering evolutionary energy, which currently registers at 2%. Upon hearing this sound, Chun Mu feels a surge of joy. An idea strikes him. What would happen if he continued to drill deeper? With this thought, he perseveres. 5,000 meters, 7,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 70,000 meters. Chun Mu descends with fervor, his body spinning wildly. The cacophony reverberates intensely within the borehole, the sound echoing ominously. The depth continues to increase, and the temperature around him rises correspondingly. Simultaneously, Chun Mu senses that the hardness ahead is diminishing. This is perplexing. Earlier, as he drilled downward, the consistency varied, sometimes softer, sometimes harder, yet generally, the deeper he went, the harder the material became. Now, however, it has inexplicably softened, a curious anomaly. As the hardness seems to plummet while the temperature soars. Suddenly, Chun Mu's vision brightens, revealing a vivid crimson expanse. Is this magma? He has reached the Earth's asthenosphere, located between the crust and the upper mantle, where temperatures range from 700 to 1,300 degrees Celsius. At these temperatures, many substances melt, leaving only a fraction intact, resulting in a mixture of liquid and solid states within the asthenosphere. In an instant, Chun Mu feels a surge of force approaching him. He beheld the viscous liquid of the asthenosphere surging furiously towards the entrance through which Chun Mu had just entered. Chun Mu's instantaneous adaptation allowed him to withstand this onslaught, preventing him from being swept away by the force. The asthenosphere typically exists in a completely sealed state, as the immense temperature within maintains it under high pressure. When Chunmu breached a gap and entered the asthenosphere, it was akin to suddenly opening a valve on a pressure cooker that had been heated for an hour. In an instant, the frenzied pressure found its outlet. The liquid of the asthenosphere, along with solid fragments, erupted through the opening. Outside, a deafening roar accompanied the explosive release. The vast chasm, measuring 20 meters in width, that Chunmu had created, unleashed a tremendous flow of magma, shooting skyward in a chaotic eruption. The magma rapidly spread outward, engulfing the surrounding trees. The sky was painted a vivid crimson by the molten rock. As the magma accumulated and cooled, the opening Chunmu had forged would ultimately evolve into a volcano, its existence a direct consequence of the asthenosphere's eruption. Of course, Chunmu, now deeply immersed within the asthenosphere, could not perceive the conditions above ground. As he remained anchored within this layer, he utilized his consciousness to survey the surroundings. Endowed with the ability to instantly acclimate to his environment, the extreme temperatures of the asthenosphere posed no hindrance to him. Dismissing any lingering thoughts, he harnessed his control abilities to maneuver deeper, eager to uncover what lay beneath. The substances within the asthenosphere were a blend of liquid and solid, and while he could potentially absorb the few solid fragments present, their quantity was insufficient. Returning to the crust to drill further would yield greater material. Yet Chunmu was driven by curiosity to explore below the asthenosphere. Would there be more magma? Chapter 192, an accidental prelude to catastrophe. Previously, Chunmu had heard tales of a subterranean world beneath the Earth's crust. Did such a world and its inhabitants truly exist? His curiosity piqued. Chunmu exerted control over his immense form, descending further into the depths of the asthenosphere. The descent was profound. The asthenosphere, a mixture of liquid and solid states, might lead some to believe that movement was feasible. However, this was far from reality. The density of this amalgamation was formidable, and under the extreme heat, the existence of any life forms was virtually impossible, Chunmu being the notable exception. As he delved deeper into the asthenosphere, an overwhelming sensation of depth enveloped him. He had now descended significantly further than the initial entry point, perhaps 2 or 3 times deeper. Yet, before him lay an expanse of crimson, still within the confines of the asthenosphere. Above the asthenosphere lies the lithosphere, from which Chunmu emerged. The Earth's surface is uneven, resulting in varying depths of the lithosphere. Some regions extend to approximately 60 kilometers, while others may reach depths of up to 120 kilometers. Beneath the lithosphere lies the asthenosphere, situated at depths ranging from 80 to 400 kilometers. Upon traversing the asthenosphere, Chunmu encountered a solid object. Upon contact, he murmured, "Is it yet another stone?" Without further contemplation, he once again employed his control over phenomena to induce a rotation of his body. The asthenosphere is a remarkable amalgamation of liquid and solid states, characterized by its extreme density and elevated temperatures. Typically, drilling tools that penetrate the asthenosphere would instantly melt, and even if they do not, the materials within the asthenosphere would ensconce the drill, rendering it incapable of any rotational movement. Within the Earth's interior, humanity categorizes it into the crust, mantle, and core. With the mantle further divided into the upper and lower mantle, the asthenosphere resides within the upper mantle. The deepest boreholes ever achieved by humans have only reached the crust, failing to penetrate the upper mantle. Hence it is natural that no drilling apparatus has ever accessed the asthenosphere. Even if one were to reach the asthenosphere, it would signify the utmost limit, as the drill, regardless of whether it melted, would remain immobile in such an environment. However, Chunmu was different. His control over phenomena allowed him to disregard the encasement of the asthenosphere, causing his body to whirl uncontrollably as his devouring ability manifested. Everything surrounding Chunmu was violently expelled. The drill, oriented toward the Earth's mantle, spun furiously, attempting to penetrate it directly. At that very moment, the surface above Chunmu began to rupture. Boom, boom, boom. Molten rock, with a diameter of several dozen meters, erupted from the opening Chunmu had created. The ground trembled violently. The sky turned pitch black, and the earth fractured, with immense chasms appearing as lava surged forth. Billowing clouds of gray-black mist ascended into the atmosphere, casting the sky and ground in a crimson hue. A dense shroud of dark clouds enveloped the heavens, while terrifying fine volcanic ash, propelled by the force of the explosions, soared into the Earth's atmosphere, eventually affecting the entire globe. The area above Chunmu was completely shrouded in the ash produced by the volcanic eruption. Earth is home to a renowned volcano, Mount St. Helens, whose eruptions have unleashed energy equivalent to 350,000 tons of TNT or 27,000 Hiroshima atomic bombs. At this moment, Chunmu remained oblivious to the repercussions of his reckless actions. The asthenosphere, subjected to gravitational forces, is tightly compressed by the lithosphere, akin to being forcibly confined within a pressure cooker. The terrifying pressure erupted at the instant Chunmu breached the surface. As Chunmu spun wildly within the asthenosphere, the terrifying force he generated resembled the fluttering of a butterfly's wings, stirring the surrounding matter while simultaneously repelling it, propelling these substances into a frenzied eruption that ravaged the surface below. Unbeknownst to him, he pressed deeper into the earth. The further he delved, the harder the materials became. Accelerating his rotational speed, Chunmu continued his descent, voraciously consuming as golden light swirled around him, causing his form to expand rapidly. Time progressed gradually. He traversed the upper mantle, penetrated the lower mantle, and entered the outer core of the Earth's nucleus, eventually reaching the inner core. Upon entering the inner core, Shenmu paused momentarily. It felt softer. The temperature surrounding him became exceedingly terrifying. Everything here would be vaporized. However, due to gravitational forces, the substances that should have been vaporized were forcibly compressed, transforming into a high-density liquid. In this realm, the temperatures were too elevated for matter to solidify. Yet the external pressure prevented it from converting to gas, ultimately resulting in a dense liquid state. Once in the Earth's core, Shenmu found himself disoriented. He was unable to ascertain his location, as consciousness did not traverse material. Resolute, he decided to forge ahead. Meanwhile, a young girl stood atop a towering building, gazing at the approaching gem giant in the distance. She glanced to her right, where tumultuous clouds rolled in like primordial beasts, shrouding those beneath in a gray mist. The people engulfed by the haze were rendered breathless, collapsing one by one, succumbing to death. She slowly averted her gaze, returning her focus to the distant gem giant. Her expression devoid of emotion. There was neither fear nor despair in her eyes, only a serene closure of her eyelids. Beside her, Xiao Nian observed the estate nearby, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she too gradually closed her eyes. Humanity had transcended despair and fear, having grown numb from living in dread and hopelessness every day. Many had ceased to scream or struggle. When the apocalypse arrived, they could only shut their eyes and await their demise. In that moment, any act of resistance bore no significance. The earth was beyond salvation. This realization was shared by all of humanity, yet no solutions were at hand. Elsewhere, Deng Yu stood beneath the military command tower, gazing at the tumultuous sky in the distance. This was the consequence of humanity's challenge against the divine. This was the calamity bestowed by the gods. She closed her eyes. The surface of the earth was undergoing an apocalypse. Yet, all of this remained unknown to Shenmu. He continued his journey from the core, emerging from the nucleus to reach the mantle, then breaking through to the crust, ultimately surfacing on the ground. Upon reaching the surface, the scene that unfolded before Shenmu left him momentarily stunned. His body transformed into that of a gem-like being. He lifted his gaze to the pitch-black sky, surveying the desolate world around him, now shrouded in a blanket of charred darkness. What could have transpired? Chapter 193, The Annihilation of All Things. Just as Shenmu pondered this bewildering scene, a thunderous roar emanated from below. Without needing to look, he discerned that magma was poised to erupt from the fissure he had created. Yet, this did not concern him. What captivated his attention was the world that lay before him. The sky was engulfed in darkness, heavy clouds enveloping the heavens as lightning flickered ominously. The ground was a wasteland of scorched earth, devoid of all flora and fauna, leaving behind only a pockmarked terrain, seemingly ravaged by some malevolent force. At that moment, the earth beneath Shenmu's feet split open with a resounding boom. Magma surged violently from the crevice, shooting skyward. The searing heat enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, Shenmu was engulfed by the molten rock. His form, now towering over 500 meters as a gem-like giant, was nevertheless dwarfed by the ferocity of the magma's eruption, which reached heights of over 1,000 meters. Even his colossal stature could not shield him from being consumed by the flow. As the magma approached, a portion transformed into glimmering golden motes, melding into Shenmu's very being. Within the magma, his vision was obscured. He furrowed his brow. At this juncture, his wings had vanished, rendered ineffective by his immense size and the weight of his ruby and steel composition. Wings rely on the currents created by flapping to facilitate flight. However, with such substantial mass, their function was rendered nearly non-existent. The notion of flying with wings was simply unattainable. Nonetheless, Shenmu was not overly concerned with his wings. He harnessed his control abilities, utilizing the unique substance manipulation to navigate his form through the air, compensating for the absence of wings. He ascended, soaring above the magma's eruption. Shenmu quickly acclimated. The magma posed no threat to him, instead offering its substance as a source of evolutionary energy. He ascended higher to avoid the molten flow obstructing his view, seeking to gain a broader perspective of his surroundings. Hovering in the air, he surveyed the charred expanse below. Where was this place? This inquiry was not difficult to address. Shenmu continued his ascent, propelled by the swiftest biological template he possessed, that of the sailfish. Capable of reaching speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour, accelerating to 3 times that speed, he surged skyward at 360 kilometers per hour. A bolt of lightning erupted from the turbulent clouds, striking Shenmu. Yet, it bore no effect upon him. Unfazed, he pressed onward, piercing through the layers of cloud and continuing his ascent. He broke free from the atmosphere, emerging into the vastness of space. Shenmu stood in the vastness of space, gazing down at the earth below. The sight before him evoked a sense of astonishment. Countless crimson lights dotted the surface of the planet, not mere illumination, but the sunlight reflecting off molten lava. These red glimmers spread across the land like veins of blood, permeating every corner. In addition to this, expansive clouds swirled in spirals, slowly rotating. Each spiral cloud represented a tempest, wreaking havoc upon the planet. This was the view from the cosmos. Within the earth, Shenmu's tumultuous presence had caused a buildup of pressure in numerous dormant volcanoes, bringing them to the brink of eruption. A myriad of volcanic ash ascended into the atmosphere, and the scorching heat evaporated vast quantities of seawater, unleashing fierce storms. Following the eruptions, in addition to ash, clouds of carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide infiltrated the atmosphere, spreading across the globe with the clouds. Amidst the tumult of wind and rain, the high concentration of sulfur dioxide formed acidic rain, eroding the very fabric of the world. The air was saturated with these toxic gases. Wherever the dark clouds passed, it signified the pollution of the atmosphere, leading to the demise of humanity, whose bodies were corroded by the caustic rains. Some fortunate corpses, however, were buried beneath the soil and debris swept up by the tempest, suspended in the void of space. Chun Mu beheld the earth transformed into a veritable purgatory. Deep in thought, his gaze settled upon a distant city. Utilizing his mastery, he soared toward it. Navigating through the acidic clouds, he hovered above, surveying the scene below. It was the city he had once visited, now reduced to mere ruins. Rain fell from the sky, striking the shattered structures, which emitted steam as they were corroded. Simultaneously, torrents of mud-laden water ravaged the streets of the city. This once thriving metropolis was devoid of life. All that remained was desolation. A pungent odor pervaded the air, the unmistakable scent of sulfur dioxide. The tempest battered against Chun Mu's colossal form, transforming into golden light that he absorbed. Was this cataclysm a consequence of the rift he had opened on Earth? Ultimately, it mattered not. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that humanity and other ordinary creatures had perished. Perhaps this was for the best, sparing him from complications. Once more, Chun Mu harnessed his transformative abilities, morphing into a drill and plunging into the flood, continuing to bore through the earth and consume. He remained indifferent to the fate of the creatures around him. His singular focus was to amass the energy required for evolution, yearning to uncover what form he might take next and what powers he could acquire. As time gradually passed, the volcanic eruptions persisted for half a year before finally subsiding. Yet, when the eruptions ceased, the apocalyptic scenario remained unchanged. The entire Earth began to be enveloped by a dense atmosphere composed of carbon dioxide. Gazing upwards, regardless of the day, one could behold the ominous dark clouds, accompanied only by torrential downpours. The temperature within the Earth escalated day by day. Initially, the frequency of rainfall was almost daily. However, as time progressed, this frequency diminished significantly. Of course, Chun Mu remained oblivious to all of this. Transformed into a drilling entity, he moved through the Earth's lithosphere like a fish, dismantling the planet and consuming its materials. Chun Mu's size was colossal, devouring an alarming quantity of matter each day. Yet, to the Earth, this amount was but a trivial fraction, having little impact. A year later, a familiar yet foreign voice echoed in Chun Mu's ear. Congratulations on obtaining 100% evolution energy. The evolution process is commencing. Chapter 194. Evolution leads to nothingness? Chun Mu's consciousness faded. After an indeterminate period, he regained awareness. He attempted to open his eyes, but found them firmly shut. Expanding his conscious vision, he looked at himself. He found himself suspended in midair, surrounded by clouds above and the ground below. Yet, he perceived that he was devoid of any substance. Chun Mu could distinctly feel his presence in the void, yet through his conscious sight, he could discern nothing. Why was there nothing? Chun Mu fell into contemplation. As he pondered, an epiphany struck him. This evolution system automatically searched for entities within the earth, be they animals, plants, or materials, to facilitate evolution. However, the system possessed a peculiar trait. Once Chun Mu acquired the template of a particular entity, he could no longer transform into that entity. Presently, due to Chun Mu's actions, the Earth was undergoing a mass extinction event. While burrowing through the planet, he had consumed all of Earth's materials. In essence, there were no remaining animals, plants, or substances available to serve as new templates for Chun Mu. Did this imply that evolution had reached its conclusion? Was the culmination of evolution an empty void? Chun Mu found himself momentarily lost in thought. Just as he struggled to regain his composure, a voice resounded. The host has become an atom. The evolution system is upgrading. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the knowledge repository. Congratulations on completing evolution. Your speed ability has upgraded to light speed. Congratulations on completing evolution. Your conscious vision has been enhanced, extending your range tenfold while also enabling atomic vision. Congratulations on completing evolution. You have received the evolutionary reward of atomic creation. Upon hearing these three statements, Chun Mu was momentarily taken aback. Atoms. He employed his conscious vision to survey his surroundings, which appeared unchanged from before. The scene mirrored what a human eye would perceive. However, when Chun Mu activated his atomic vision, everything before him transformed entirely. Everything within the earth has transformed into countless particles intricately interconnected. Whether it be the clouds in the sky or all that is visible upon the ground, everything is composed of innumerable particles bound together by unseen forces. These minute spheres vary in size. Chun Mu's gaze fell upon himself, and to his astonishment, he discovered that he was but a tiny particle suspended in midair. It dawned on him that perhaps his sense of existence was still intact, yet his consciousness could not perceive it due to his diminutive size. So small was he that it eluded the perception of consciousness, only visible through the lens of atoms. Atoms, being fundamental particles, combine to form elements, which in turn constitute all the matter visible to the naked eye. The human body, too, is composed of elements, and elements are formed by atoms. He had presumed that evolution would progress toward the larger, yet here he was, evolving toward the minuscule. Suddenly, he pondered, had the system also unlocked a repository of knowledge? Did this imply that the system would no longer remain oblivious? With that thought, Chun Mu resolved to conduct an experiment. System, may I inquire what I currently am? You are presently a carbon atom, replied the system in its characteristic indifferent tone. Upon hearing this, Chun Mu asked, you have unlocked a repository of knowledge. Does that mean I can pose any question to you? The system continued in its emotionless mechanical voice. Indeed. Excited, Chun Mu contemplated and asked, which came first in this world, the chicken or the egg? Eggs existed first, giving rise to animals, which later defined chickens. Thus, the egg preceded the chicken, and subsequently, humans defined the chicken, the system elucidated. Chun Mu was taken aback. That made sense, for he had inquired about the egg, not specifically the chicken egg. He dismissed the notion of perplexing such a cold entity further. This time I have acquired 3 evolutionary abilities. The first 2, one expands my vision to unlock atomic sight, and the other grants me the speed of light, are comprehensible. But what of the third? What does atomic creation entail? Atomic creation allows you to utilize atoms to forge other substances and life forms. Creating life? Does that not parallel the concept of gem life and life creation? It seems rather impractical. Chunmu shrugged off the thought. Never mind. Let us prepare for the next evolution. I am a carbon atom. My first task is to increase my size. How can I enlarge myself? Doubling the size of a carbon atom would hardly be significant. Then it struck him. Atomic creation. Atomic creation, he declared. Chunmu activated the ability. Currently, only a carbon atom template is available. Would you like to create a carbon atom? A moment of surprise enveloped him. Carbon atom? This meant he would need to seek out the atomic templates himself? Regardless, he resolved to first enlarge himself. Yes. Create a carbon atom. One by one, carbon atoms materialized around Chunmu. Merge, he commanded. The carbon atom's birth from atomic creation surged into his being in a single, harmonious influx. An increasing number of carbon atoms began to accumulate in one place. Soon, a substance the size of a pinky finger emerged from the previously empty air. This was unmistakably a piece of pitch-black graphite, which is essentially a material composed entirely of pure carbon atoms, akin to charcoal. Once formed, the graphite plummeted to the ground. Through his consciousness, Chunmu witnessed his transformation into graphite. This unexpected metamorphosis left him momentarily taken aback. How had he come to appear in this form? The substance, composed solely of accumulated carbon atoms, was indeed graphite. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Nevertheless, becoming graphite was preferable to being reduced to mere atoms. Countless carbon atoms continued to be frantically conjured by Chunmu, rapidly accumulating upon him. The volume of graphite expanded significantly. At this moment, a thought struck Chunmu. He mused, "System, you mentioned that to acquire evolutionary energy, I must consume to gain abilities. If I continue to grow, surpassing the size of the Earth, and then directly swallow the Earth, would that not allow me to instantly complete this evolutionary phase?" The system responded affirmatively. Elated by the precise reply, Chunmu, with nothing else to occupy his time, instinctively surveyed the Earth before him through his consciousness. Observing the planet, he noted that the sky above was shrouded in darkness, with thick clouds looming ominously, as if they were poised to descend at any moment. The entire surface was a vivid crimson, with some previously dormant volcanoes erupting once more, casting the land in a stark contrast of charred black and fiery red. The blackness represented the rocks exposed to the magma, while the red signified the molten lava flowing beneath. Chunmu's consciousness could now perceive the Earth from outer space. Upon viewing the planet from this vantage point, he noticed that it radiated a golden hue. This was sunlight reflecting off the lava, giving rise to this coloration. The once verdant greens and blues had vanished. The Earth had transformed into a veritable purgatory. Thick clouds blanketed the sky, crackling with thunder and lightning, yet there was no rain to be found. This spectacle left Chunmu perplexed. There were clouds and storms, yet no rainfall. Why was this the case? Chapter 195. Had all the water on Earth fled to the sky without returning? In truth, a month prior, rain still graced the Earth. However, now a month later, the sight of falling rain had become a distant memory. The current surface temperature of the Earth stood at a scorching 373 degrees Celsius. The dark clouds had not yet converted into rain, only to be vaporized back into the atmosphere by the extreme heat. The system's mechanical voice gradually resonated, having unlocked its knowledge base and attained the ability to address Chunmu's inquiries. In response to Chunmu's perplexity, it timely offered an explanation. Upon hearing this, Chunmu furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why is this so? I remember that previously, Earth's temperature was merely in the 20s. How could it have transformed into this?" 2 years prior, the Earth experienced a surge in volcanic activity, resulting in the release of countless volumes of carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere. The eruptions propelled the asthenosphere to the surface, forming magma. The intense heat of the magma, combined with the sun's radiance, caused the moisture of the Earth to evaporate into the skies. The dense atmosphere, laden with carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide, absorbed heat from both the magma and the sun, reflecting it back to the surface, which in turn radiated it back into the atmosphere, leading to a continual rise in the Earth's temperature. Initially, the vaporized water could still transform into rain, but as 2 years elapsed, the heat retained by the atmosphere resulted in the melting of the Earth's surface, rendering the rain unable to descend. As the sound of the system gradually resonated, Chunmu lifted his gaze towards the thick clouds above. The ominous dark clouds churned, and a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings in an instant, followed by a deafening roar. Boom! The Earth had transformed into a veritable inferno. The surface temperature soared to 373 degrees Celsius, where water, with a boiling point of nearly 100 degrees, could only exist as vapor. A colossal graphite structure ignited with a golden glow, which suspended in midair morphed into a dragon stretching 1,000 meters in length. Chunmu flapped his grand wings, soaring through the air, casting his eyes upon the world below. Where were the streams? Gone. The lakes? Vanished. The rivers? Disappeared. The oceans? All but obliterated. Chunmu raised his head to observe the immensely thick cloud layer above. What once was an apparently infinite ocean now floated in the sky, transformed into boundless clouds, all compressed within the Earth's atmosphere. Lightning flickered, illuminating the darkened world with relentless brilliance, as thunderous sounds echoed furiously in his ears. The ground was struck by lightning, sending dust swirling into the air. In this desolate realm, No living creatures could be seen. Only the erupting volcanoes, flowing magma, charred earth, and the incessant flashes of lightning accompanied by the resounding thunder. The air was heavy with the acrid scent of sulfur dioxide, and the temperature was sufficient to instantly cook any creature unfortunate enough to be present. The oxygen content in the atmosphere was negligible. At this moment, the world resembled a purgatory. Chunmu mused, contemplating that this world could very well be akin to hell. Not long ago, this place was bustling with humanity, alongside a myriad of animals and plants. Now, there were none, no people, no creatures, no vegetation. The vibrant greens and blues seemed to have long since vanished. The Earth, once a beautiful blue planet, had metamorphosed into a lifeless sphere devoid of vitality. Were it not for Chunmu's remarkable ability to adapt instantaneously to any environment, he doubted he would have survived. What would become of this planet if left unattended? Chunmu inquired of the system. The system responded, over time, volcanic activity would gradually cease, and as the atmosphere lost its volcanic replenishment, it would slowly thin, ultimately returning to its former state. Chunmu spoke slowly. How long will it take to revert to a previously living planet? 65 million years, the system replied languidly. 65 million years? That seems interminable. Far too long. After a moment of contemplation, Chunmu turned back. Upon returning to his original position, he transformed into a golden light and continued to create carbon atoms, striving to expand his form. Presently, he had evolved from a state of nothingness into a sphere towering over 2 meters in height. However, upon re-evaluating his existence, he suddenly discerned a significant issue. This is far too slow, he mused. Chunmu recognized a grave problem. He wished to utilize atomic creation to enlarge his form beyond that of the Earth, thereby enabling him to engulf it. Yet, at the current pace, how long would it take to reach such an immense size? System, how long will it take for me to grow to the size of the Earth? He inquired. Based on the current growth rate, it will require 100 quintillion years, the system stated, its emotionless mechanical voice delivering a staggering figure that left Chunmu bewildered. He indeed felt a sense of disorientation. This time frame was utterly outrageous. What should he do? This approach was untenable. The crux of the matter was that to acquire energy, he would undoubtedly need to utilize his original form. Chunmu pondered briefly. Gem replication, he decided. He intended to employ his previous method to attain size, subsequently using that size to create an opening in the earth and continue absorbing energy. A ruby materialized before him. Devour. The ruby transformed into light and vanished within Chunmu's being. However, to his astonishment, he felt no increase in size or mass. What is happening? System, explain this. The system replied, you are not a gem. Graphite is not classified as a gem. Hence, it cannot be consumed to gain size and mass. At this revelation, Chunmu felt overwhelmed. Indeed, he realized. System, I require the fastest route to acquire evolutionary energy. Please inform me. Why dwell on such matters? There exists a knowledge repository. Consulting it would suffice. Chunmu felt a sense of clarity. The system slowly articulated. The evolutionary energy you currently require is an exceedingly vast number. You can employ your transformation ability to convert other substances into dragons, then through gene extraction, merge with dragon genes, subsequently sharing instantaneous adaptability to cultivate blue-green algae and animals for your size enhancement. Once your size is sufficient, you may proceed to consume. This is the quickest method in the preliminary stages. You may also use atomic creation to bring forth new life, enabling those new beings to assist you in energy acquisition. While this may not be the fastest approach initially, it will allow for a continuous influx of evolutionary energy, accelerating over time, thus becoming the most efficient method in later stages. Chapter 196. This system is a great pitfall. Upon hearing this, Chunmu was momentarily taken aback. Why? If I directly create a species or gem life, would it not yield the same result? Both involve creating life. Is there not a distinction between atomic creation and species creation? Certainly, there is a distinction. Both species creation and gem life are inherently limited. Currently, the templates required for the creation of races do not include any organism capable of surviving in Earth's environment, unless endowed with instantaneous adaptation abilities. However, the races that possess such abilities derive energy that is unattainable for you. As for gem life forms, they can indeed continue to thrive in the present environment without relying on instantaneous adaptation. Yet, they are not suitable for gem sharing, rendering their acquired energy irrelevant to you. Furthermore, the system added, through the life forms created by your races, you can indeed acquire energy, but this emanates from the capacity of race sharing. Once you evolve into another species, the life forms you created will no longer be connected to you. Upon hearing this, Chunmu's eyes sparkled. Are you implying that life created through atomic means will not have these side effects? The system responded. The life forms generated through atomic creation will evolve and develop over time. You are their creator. The energy they obtain will synchronize with your evolution progress. Regardless of what you evolve into next, they will provide you with evolutionary energy. As their numbers proliferate, the evolutionary energy you gain will increase geometrically. Upon hearing this, Chunmu was immediately exhilarated. In other words, life created through atomic means could perpetually supply him with evolutionary energy. This was infinitely superior to anything derived from race creation. Chunmu declared, excellent. I shall create life using atomic means. Although Chunmu had made a decision, the act of creation was another matter entirely. What step should he take next? He was utterly at a loss. However, there was no need for concern. The system now possessed a knowledge base, which alleviated any uncertainty. Chunmu inquired, what must I do? The system replied slowly, you can decompose the templates you possess to obtain the desired atoms, and then use these atoms to assemble new life forms. Chunmu glanced around. his gaze settling on a nearby stone. The stone shimmered with a golden light, transforming into a tiger. Decompose. The tiger disintegrated into countless atoms, which coalesced into golden light. Sounds echoed in his ears. Congratulations. You have acquired templates for iron atoms, oxygen atoms, nitrogen atoms, hydrogen atoms, and more. This should suffice. Shenmue asked, what comes next? Atomic vision has been activated. As the voice resonated, Shenmue's consciousness was replaced by atomic vision. The function of atomic creation has been initiated. A blue interface materialized before Shenmue. Please select a basic life template. The system's voice gently intoned. A template? Is it for choosing the shape and form of the organism? Such a method exists? Shenmue felt a twinge of confusion, but proceeded nonetheless. He contemplated the biological templates available on Earth. Ultimately, he decided on the human template, as humans possess dexterous limbs. If he were to create new life, human hands and feet could facilitate greater functionality and survival. Human template. A translucent blue square box materialized before Shenmue. The voice of the system gradually resonated, proclaiming the selection of the fundamental elements that comprise life. Shenmue inquired, the fundamental elements of life? What does that mean? The system provided clarification, stating that life on Earth predominantly consists of carbon atoms, thus categorizing it as carbon-based life. Further elucidation was offered. In this world, numerous elements exist, each capable of forming new life. Currently, all known life on Earth is primarily composed of carbon atoms, rendering humanity a carbon-based species. Shenmue pondered momentarily. This does not seem right. There is a trap. The system has a penchant for providing half-truths, reminiscent of a prior instance when he asked whether it could create something surpassing Earth using atoms, only to be met with a response that it would take a staggering 100 quintillion years. He suspected this scenario would similarly lead to a pitfall. Caution was warranted. If I employ carbon as a carbon-based organism, following the current template to create new life, what would occur? He queried. The system succinctly replied with 2 words. Carbon-based life cannot survive in high temperatures. The current Earth environment is unsuitable for carbon-based life. Shenmue's lips twitched. Indeed, there was a trap. Now he comprehended. The system possessed a repository of knowledge, yet it would not voluntarily divulge information unless he actively sought it. What a confounding system. It was undeniably a pitfall. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant. What elements can sustain life in the external environment? Shenmue instinctively asked. The system responded. Numerous options exist. Silicon-based life, tungsten-based life, lead-based life. Then let us proceed with silicon-based life, he declared. The system began acquiring silicon atoms, successfully obtaining them. It commenced the creation of silicon-based life. Shenmue observed as particles, representing silicon atoms, emerged from the human template before him. Silicon-based life is an imagined form of existence. It is purportedly more formidable than carbon-based life due to its high-temperature resilience. The concept of silicon may be unfamiliar to many, yet a common item, silicone, is well known. The elastic material found in pressure cookers is composed of silicon, as are certain dolls. The silicon atoms began to construct according to the template provided by Shenmue. In no time, a body was formed. Success was confirmed by the system's alert. Shenmue closed the atomic view and opened the consciousness view to behold the humanoid creature birthed from the atomic creation. Silicon, he recalled from chemistry class, typically crystallizes in black. What might a humanoid silicon-based life form resemble? As Shenmue beheld the creature before him through his consciousness view, he was taken aback. Is this truly silicon-based life? Is it not somewhat exaggerated? Chapter 197. Does silicon-based life drink lava as water? Shenmue had assumed that the creature created from the human template would undoubtedly exhibit some alterations. Yet, Shenmue could never have anticipated that this would not be the case. The silicon-based life form before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the human template he had in mind. Apart from the absence of gender characteristics due to his design choices, the being exhibited all other features typical of humanity. It possessed a slender physique, fair skin, and long black hair cascading down its back, halting at the waist. What astonished Shenmue was not merely its human-like appearance, but more importantly, the fact that this entity was standing in molten lava. It is essential to note that Shenmue had not endowed it with the ability to adapt instantaneously. This creature stood in the lava entirely on its own, yet it was not being melted. Silicon is known for its high temperature resistance, with a melting point of 1,410 degrees Celsius, while the temperature of lava generally ranges from 700 to 1,200 degrees Celsius. Thus, it was clear that lava posed no threat to silicon. This being, as a silicon-based life form, inherently possessed the properties of silicon, rendering the lava's temperature insignificant in its perception. Its black pupils reflected a reddish glow as it lifted its gaze towards Shenmue, who appeared as a colossal mass of graphite. Curiosity sparkled in its eyes, seemingly intrigued by the nature of this large graphite entity. After observing Shenmue for a brief moment, it averted its gaze and approached the lava, squatting down to scoop some into its hands, taking a sip as if it were water. With eyes closed, it savored the experience. Upon finishing, it surveyed its surroundings and rose to depart. Witnessing this creature's retreat, Shenmue instinctively inquired, "System, what does it consume?" To facilitate its adaptation to the environment, the atomic creation process had automatically sought out the most energy-rich resources currently available on Earth. Presently, the surface of the Earth was abundant in lava and sulfur dioxide. Thus, it could metabolize by breathing and ingesting lava, converting the heat into energy to form silicon protein. Shenmue understood now. This being's sustenance was indeed lava. A creature that consumes lava. How fascinating. However, the absence of gender implied an inability to reproduce, and without the capacity for reproduction, the population could not increase indefinitely. This meant that he would have to resort to atomic creation for synthesis, a process that could take eons. Chen Mu mused to himself. For this life form to maintain a stable increase in numbers, it must possess gender. Moreover, it cannot be the sole type of creature. With such vast resources on Earth, surely there are other consumables? In order to fully exploit Earth's resources and expedite his evolutionary energy progress, Chen Mu declared, atomic creation. Human female template. Silicon-based life. Commence creation. A female silicon-based human emerged. Atomic creation. Human male template. Silicon-based life. Commence creation. A male silicon-based human appeared. Upon their emergence, the two beings exchanged curious glances, studying one another. Yet, two were insufficient. Chen Mu continued the creation process. Chen Mu dedicated an entire month to the creation of 500 males and 500 females. As he observed the bustling individuals around him, he mused, perhaps it is time to create a different species. What should he conjure next? In the realm of biological foundations, there exist producers, consumers, and decomposers. How about bringing forth all these natural ecological entities? It is indeed possible. Chen Mu declared, let there be atomic creation. Silicon-based life forms. Using cyanobacteria as templates, let the creation commence. Tiny cyanobacteria began to emerge within the magma, absorbing the energy of the molten rock as if it were drawing from the ocean, while simultaneously utilizing the carbon dioxide in the air for photosynthesis to harness energy. Atomic creation. Silicon-based life forms. Template of green grass. Let the creation commence. Vast expanses of verdant plants sprouted from the charred earth. Atomic creation. Silicon-based life forms. Template of trees. Let the creation commence. One by one, trees began to flourish in this infernal environment. They absorbed magma to compensate for water, siphoning off the abundant carbon dioxide and, to some extent, the rich sulfur dioxide present in the atmosphere. Atomic creation. Silicon-based life forms. Template of antelopes. Let the creation commence. Herds of antelopes roamed the earth. Chen Mu spent a lengthy year crafting a myriad of life forms. Throughout this creative process, he was astonished to realize that, unwittingly, he had amassed countless templates. The sheer volume of bacteria, fungi, animals, and plants was staggering. Bacteria and fungi, after all, were ubiquitous, and during his predatory evolution, he had inadvertently encountered them. What was once a hellish earth was now transformed into a vibrant realm teeming with silicon-based life. The magma, in the presence of these life forms, became the most fundamental sustenance, replacing the original waters of the earth, while the abundant carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide supplanted the Earth's oxygen. However, the templates at Chen Mu's disposal were simply too numerous. Some he chose to discard, opting not to create. He opened his consciousness to survey the current state of the Earth. Not a trace of blue was visible. Instead, an exquisite tapestry of greens, golds, and reds intertwined to form a resplendent planet. The green represented the flourishing plants, the gold was the sunlight reflecting off the magma, and the red signified the colors of the erupting magma. So much green, Chen Mu pondered. Realizing that the verdant coverage was extensive, fully 1/7 of the Earth's surface was now cloaked in greenery. I recall it has only been 6 or 7 months since I began creating plants. How could their numbers have multiplied so? He murmured. System, why is this the case? He inquired. The system's voice resonated softly. Silicon-based plants can directly convert radiant energy into their own sustenance, thus accelerating their reproductive rate. Silicon-based life forms, in their natural essence, can harness this trait to convert radiant energy into the sustenance they require. These silicon plants evidently capitalize on silicon's ability to absorb radiation. Chen Mu pondered for a moment. Never mind. These plants absorb carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide, releasing oxygen. More is certainly better. Oxygen is indeed a valuable asset. However, Chen Mu had grown somewhat weary of creating template organisms of his own making. Why not reconstruct some and give birth to more unique life forms? Chapter 198. No wonder Nuwa grew bored with molding clay. The universe is vast, and the Milky Way, within it, is but a grain of sand in a desert. Some assert that the existence of life on Earth is merely a coincidence. Yet, the universe is unimaginably immense. Just within the Milky Way, there are between 100 billion and 400 billion stars, each potentially hosting a solar system akin to our own. This implies that every planet orbiting these stars could very well give rise to an Earth-like environment. The Milky Way is merely a grain of sand in this seemingly infinite cosmos. As the universe expands to such a magnitude, the emergence of life transitions from a matter of chance to an inevitability. On Earth, Chen Mu contemplated a particular question. To acquire evolutionary energy progress, it suffices to allow the organisms here to continue thriving and gathering energy. The energy they absorb will synchronize with Chen Mu, granting him equal evolutionary energy. Naturally, he could also continue to create new life forms from atoms. The greater the number of organisms he conjured, the more evolutionary energy he would accumulate. Chen Mu now faced the dilemma of what type of life form to create next. In his musings, he recalled various mythical creatures from folklore. Perhaps transforming these mythical beings into tangible entities would be quite intriguing. With this thought in mind, Chen Mu declared, atom creation. Silicon-based life. Template. Chen Mu contemplated and then inquired, is there an elf template? There is no elf template, the system's mechanical voice responded. As expected, it was not feasible. The system began to automatically access its knowledge base. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu paused in surprise. What did this mean? Search successful. Elves are beings from Western mythology on Earth, classified as fantastical creatures. The data indicates that elves can be constructed by piecing together templates owned by a host. Would you like to construct an elf template? Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Constructing elf template. Construction successful. Generating elf template. Generation successful. The template is now the elf template. Upon hearing this, a surge of excitement coursed through him. The knowledge base could be utilized in this manner? Shenmue commanded, activate atomic vision. Before him, he beheld a panorama of atoms. Through this atomic vision, he observed a blue square box. Within the transparent blue box, a template outlined with blue stripes became visible. Though not fully formed, its shape was discernible. This is a human form, yet possesses elongated ears and a pair of butterfly wings. The being, of the female gender, is in the process of formation, as Chunmu articulates. An elf, of course, the female is more charming. As his voice fades, the template transitions from an asexual state to female, initiating the construction. Individual atomic particles materialize within the template, filling the originally striped three-dimensional form. Chunmu ceases the atomic vision, shifting to a conscious perspective. Before him, a skeleton emerges, a skull forming a head from which nerves extend, spreading along the skeletal structure. Muscles begin to develop, connecting to the nerves, and the skin grows in tandem, while a pair of wings gradually unfurl behind her. Are there no bones in the wings? Chunmu murmurs instinctively. Elves, mythical creatures, possess wings crafted from a butterfly template, which consist of scales and membranes, devoid of bones. The system's voice mechanically elucidates this to Chunmu, clarifying the absence of visible bone growth. A cascade of golden hair flows down her back, her skin a luminous white, and her expansive butterfly wings unfurl slowly, exhibiting a translucent white hue with a fluorescent sheen. Her ears are pointed and elongated. With her eyes closed and long lashes, she remains still. Upon completion of her construction, her lashes flutter, and she gradually opens her azure eyes. A look of bewilderment fills her gaze as she instinctively glances forward, only to find a massive graphite formation before her. She begins to flap her wings gently, lifting into the air, surveying her surroundings, and then, somewhat bewildered, flutters away, vanishing from Chunmu's view, resembling a magnificent butterfly. Not bad, Chunmu murmurs, contemplating. Then I shall create 500 females and 500 males, just like humans. With leisure at his disposal, he embarks on a venture, producing 1,000 elves. Realizing that atomic creation could be complemented by his knowledge base to develop new templates, Chunmu resolves to manifest all those mythical beings that should not exist in reality. He decides to bring forth every creature imaginable, from western dragons to eastern dragons, and everything in between. After accomplishing this, he observes the Earth's fauna, noting their thriving existence. Soon, ennui settles over him. Feeling excessively bored, Chunmu considers finding a place to rest, leaving the Earth to these creatures to evolve gradually. With this thought, he transforms his graphite form into a colossal dragon with wings, and, employing the speed of light, traverses from Earth to the Moon in a mere second. Traveling at light speed, the journey from Earth to the Moon takes just over a second, with his current velocity matching that of light. The round trip is but a fleeting moment. Standing upon the Moon, Chunmu gazes at the Earth in the sky, retracts his gaze, curls up on the lunar surface, and succumbs to sleep. After a restful slumber, awakening should herald my evolution. Such a delightful prospect. All creatures upon this Earth are my creation. As long as they draw energy, I, too, shall acquire the energy necessary for my own evolution. I need only recline to amass a plethora of evolutionary energy. Yet, how monotonous it is. In Eastern mythology, the tale of Nuwa creating humanity begins with her earnest labor, molding figures from clay with great care. However, as time wore on, her diligence waned. She resorted to merely dipping a vine into the earth and flicking it, allowing the clay to fall and transform into humans. Now, I find myself understanding her motivations. How utterly tedious. Creating life is an exceedingly dull and tedious endeavor. Even as Chunmu nears the extinction of his human emotions, he finds himself somewhat disenchanted by such drudgery. With his eyes closed, he desires to slumber a while longer, anticipating awakening to find himself evolved. As he closes his eyes, time swiftly slips away. He seems to have forgotten that, despite his current animal form, he employs instantaneous adaptation. This ability renders him devoid of the so-called biological clock. Typically, animals awaken from slumber due to a developed biological rhythm, a habitual reminder that prompts the body to stir, accompanied by physiological phenomena such as the need to relieve oneself, hunger, or discomfort from temperature extremes. However, with his instantaneous adaptation, Chunmu has shed these habits. He can forego sustenance and remains untouched by any physiological reactions. In essence, he is impervious to external stimuli. Upon closing his eyes, he cannot ascertain when he shall next open them or how much time has elapsed. Eventually, a voice resonates within Chunmu's mind. Acquiring evolutionary energy progress. Current progress stands at 1%. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Chunmu awakens from his deep slumber. Chapter 199. Did I sleep for over 700 years? Chunmu slowly stirs, surveying his surroundings. He discovers he remains on the Moon. Gradually, he reclines, resting upon his coiled tail, fixating on the distant Earth. System, what is my current evolutionary energy progress? He inquires. 1%, the system replies. Only 1%? Chunmu had anticipated awakening to immediate evolution. He sways his tail, asking, how long have I been asleep? You have slumbered for 731 years, 11 months. And 7 days, the system announces. Upon hearing this, Chunmu's pupils constrict slightly, and he raises his head, exclaiming, what did you say? 700 years. He is momentarily bewildered. Isn't that a bit excessive? To him, it felt as though he had merely closed his eyes and heard the system's voice before rising. How could over 700 years have passed in the blink of an eye? What Chunmu finds most difficult to accept is that, after 7 centuries, his evolutionary energy progress is merely 1%. This seems utterly irrational. Yet, the system, though seemingly foolish, cannot deceive. Its words must be grounded in truth. In other words, 700 years have indeed passed. Chun Mu adjusted his emotions. Why, after such an interminable span, has my evolutionary energy progressed so little? System, enlighten me. How many times more evolutionary energy do I require for this evolution compared to the last one? No matter how he pondered, Chun Mu could not comprehend why. After 7 centuries, his progress in evolutionary energy was still so minuscule. It was shockingly insufficient, verging on unacceptable. The system's voice remained calm. The amount of evolutionary energy needed for this evolution is 1,000,000 times that of the previous one. Currently, this mere 1% of evolutionary energy would suffice for over 1,000 previous evolutions. Upon hearing this, Chun Mu understood. Thus, he could comprehend the situation. It was not that the acquisition of evolutionary energy was slow. Rather, the requirement for this evolution was exceedingly vast. It seemed that a 7th-century slumber was not entirely a misfortune. As Chun Mu gazed at Earth, he suddenly noticed changes. Previously, when observing Earth from the moon, it appeared a melange of red, yellow, and green. Now, however, he discerned that the Earth had transformed. The entire planet now shimmered in shades of blue and green, reminiscent of its appearance over 7 centuries ago. This realization left Chun Mu momentarily bewildered. He slowly rose, and with a swift motion, his form soared from the moon toward Earth. In an instant, he had traversed the atmosphere, arriving in the skies above the planet. He flapped his wings, riding the updrafts. Soaring gracefully through the air, gazing down below, there lay a vast expanse of azure ocean, bordered by sprawling forests. Earth had regained its water? How remarkably swift! Chun Mu exclaimed. System, did you not earlier state that it would take over 60 million years for Earth to revert to its former state? Presently, Earth has not fully restored itself. The atmosphere still brims with carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide. However, as time has elapsed and temperatures have decreased, the dark clouds have transformed into rain, replenishing the planet's seas. The system responded to Chun Mu's inquiry. It is merely that the organisms you created from atoms have consumed vast amounts of sulfur dioxide and carbon dioxide, accelerating their depletion. At this rate, in approximately 7,336,000 years, Earth will revert to its prior condition. Ah, so that is the explanation. These plants, still absorbing carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide, thriving as they are, is no surprise. Having slumbered sufficiently, it is time to explore. Chun Mu mused. This is my breeding ground. I must tend to the creatures within, for they are the source of my evolutionary energy. Of course, the animals in this farm are not for consumption. Chun Mu's intent is to ensure these beings are well fed and cared for, as their sustenance equates to his own nourishment. Attending to these matters is essential. What is this? Suddenly, Chun Mu beheld a lush forest, abundant with towering trees. Some of these mighty trunks had been fashioned into wooden cabins, perched high among the branches. Beside the entrance of one such cabin, a young girl sat atop a tree trunk, grasping a leaf and gently blowing upon it, producing an enchanting melody. She resembled a girl, yet unlike any human, she possessed a pair of translucent wings. Chun Mu recognized her instantly. She was none other than his creation, the fairy. However, what puzzled him was that this fairy's ears were not pointed like those he had envisioned. Was it a genetic mutation? The young girl sensed a shadow on the ground and, as if struck by a revelation, instinctively lifted her face to gaze upward. Her eyes met Chun Mu's, who, having a notably large head, found his gaze aligned with hers. The girl paused momentarily, her expression shifting subtly, before she hurriedly fluttered her wings and retreated into the cabin. Peeking out with a mix of anxiety and curiosity, Chun Mu averted his gaze, flapping his wings to ascend higher. Gliding through the air, he mused. Why does she lack the pointed ears of a fairy? Is this truly a genetic anomaly? The system replied. She is a product of human and fairy lineage. Her ears are inherited from her father. At this revelation, Chun Mu felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He had never anticipated that the two races he had created would result in such an offspring. Nonetheless, as fairies inherently possessed human genes, their union was not entirely unexpected. Suddenly, Chun Mu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he spotted a structure in the distance. It was a colossal town, encircled by a formidable wall. As he soared above, he observed the myriad buildings within, streets, residential homes, and various shops. Among the townsfolk, he noticed some fairies with pointed ears but without wings, alongside others adorned with wings yet lacking the pointed ears. Additionally, he glimpsed a regiment of armored fairy soldiers patrolling the town. The scene before him resembled that of a medieval civilization, albeit with a distinct racial diversity. Over the course of 700 years, these little beings had evolved rapidly from nothingness to a thriving community. Upon noticing Chun Mu, they all looked up, their expressions a blend of unease and curiosity, as if they had never encountered a being like him before. Chun Mu found this phenomenon rather amusing. Observing the development of the creatures he had nurtured proved to be quite captivating. However, one aspect troubled Chun Mu. These half-fairies possessed an army, complete with armor and weaponry. The existence of such elements heralded a singular implication: war. Presently, nearly all the creatures inhabiting this earth were his creations, residing within this vast realm he had cultivated. The presence of armies and weapons signified conflict, and conflict inevitably led to death. To me, they are the creatures I tend to. I must nurture them, allowing them to grow and multiply, for only then can I harness greater energy. However, should war arise, their numbers would dwindle, a prospect I dread. Yet, the inevitability of conflict seems undeniable. Even among newly emerged ant queens who, after a period of separation, encounter each other, skirmishes are bound to ensue. Consider lions. Despite their kinship, male lions may resort to slaying the reigning king for mates and dominion, subsequently eliminating the former king's cubs to secure their reign. Thus, even among the same species, internecine strife is possible. Half-elves represent a new life form endowed with advanced intelligence. This nascent existence, when considered alongside others of its kind, is likewise prone to warfare and bloodshed. Chunmu furrowed his brow. If these creatures bore any relation to him, it was significant. A single male and female can, after a century, give rise to a multitude of beings, which in turn could yield a vast amount of evolutionary energy. Should war erupt, how many animals would perish? War presents a formidable dilemma. How might one resolve such an issue? Chunmu flapped his wings and descended into the forest. His massive form rendered the towering trees, each reaching 20 meters, mere blades of grass in comparison. He pondered solutions to this pressing problem. Meanwhile, within the half-elf castle, Yuyue, the half-elf queen, sat before her vanity. Adorned in a splendid gown, her lack of wings rendering her distinct. Behind her, an armored half-elf maiden tended to her flowing locks. Gazing into the mirror, Yuyue beheld a visage of extraordinary beauty. Flanking her were her loyal guards, Jie, who stood with an air of respect. Yuyue withdrew her gaze, stating, "The elven faction has begun to mobilize. In approximately half a month, our war with them shall reignite." Jie replied affirmatively. Yuyue continued, "When do you suppose this conflict with the elves will cease?" Upon hearing this, Jie responded, "The elves deem us traitors, abominations birthed from humanity. Creatures that ought not to exist in this world, desecrating the Creator. Our mere existence is an affront to them. As long as we persist, the battlefield between us and the elves shall remain unyielding." Yuyue's brow furrowed in concern. "It is madness. The last war lasted a full 50 years. And now it is set to resume. Do they truly believe we fear them?" At this, Jie fell silent. Yuyue composed herself and declared, "We cherish peace. Yet if our adversaries seek battle, then let it be so." Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Yuyue gazed into the mirror and caught sight of a female guard entering through the door. The guard bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, a colossal dragon has just been seen soaring above our town." "Dragon?" Upon hearing this, Yuyue furrowed her brow and inquired, "A dragon rider from humanity?" The guard quickly clarified, "No, this dragon measures several hundred meters in length, resembling a serpent with massive wings, unlike any dragon we have encountered among humans." Yuyue sprang to her feet, her expression grave. "Several hundred meters long? Humanity possesses 3 dragons, the longest of which, Guiheng, stretches a mere 60 meters. Are you now telling me there is a dragon that is hundreds of meters long?" She turned her gaze toward the guard. The guard earnestly replied, "It was flying quite high, but it appeared to be at least 500 meters or more, truly immense. Many outside witnessed it and can attest to its size." Yuyue diverted her gaze. She did not doubt the courage of her guard to deceive her, yet the guard's words seemed so far removed from reality that it left her in disbelief. However, upon further reflection, it was clear that this guard could not possibly be lying. After a moment of contemplation, Yuyue, her expression serious, declared, "Come with me." Without donning her armor, she slipped into a sheer gown and stepped outside, looking up at the sky. "Where's the dragon?" Yuyue saw no sign of the creature described by the guard. All she could see were clouds tinged crimson by the evening glow. Another guard approached and reported, "Your Majesty, the dragon circled above our town for a while before flying west." Hearing this, Yuyue relaxed her brow. "Pursue it." In the blink of an eye, night fell swiftly. Chunmu lay concealed within the forest, gazing at the sky. The bright moon shone above, reminiscent of Earth 700 years prior. Everything appeared the same, aside from the current atmosphere thick with high concentrations of carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide, rendering it inhospitable for carbon-based life. The surroundings bore an uncanny resemblance to what they once were. At that moment, Chunmu's consciousness perceived a group of individuals approaching. Their presence sparked a flicker of curiosity within him. To Chunmu, all the life forms on this earth were his creations, and his intent behind their creation was for cultivation. Thus, these beings felt akin to domesticated or free-range animals under his care. The sight of these creatures willingly drawing nearer to him was reminiscent of lambs instinctively flocking to their shepherd, a rather fascinating experience. Chunmu focused his consciousness and noticed that the approaching group consisted of half-elves. Some lacked the pointed ears characteristic of elves, while others had wings but did not possess the ears. The wingless elves were riding deer of equine size. Chunmu recognized the mounts of the elves. They were silicon-based creatures crafted from a reindeer template. In the time when reindeer roamed Earth, they were utilized as mounts by certain herders, and it was only natural for them to be ridden, given their considerable size. Chunmu never anticipated that over the course of 7 centuries, these elves had mastered the art of taming reindeer, even utilizing them as steeds. The transformative power of time is indeed profound, he mused. However, these diminutive creatures were now drawing closer to him, leaving him to ponder their intentions. Were they not afraid of peril? Chapter 201. Is this not a mountain? Riding atop her reindeer, Yu surveyed her surroundings and inquired, "Are you certain that the dragon traversed this direction?" The female soldier affirmed, "Indeed, we can ascertain that." Yu nodded slightly. A fairy squadron, comprising 20 members, approached the direction where Chunmu was situated. As these beings were born of both elf and human lineage, they bore a dual heritage, half elf and half human. Neither elves nor humans acknowledged their existence, prompting them to adopt a distinct identity, the fairies. After journeying for a while, they chanced upon a village of tree houses populated by fairies, who curiously gazed in their direction from above. "Your Majesty," a young girl suddenly fluttered down, landing gracefully before Yu. She bowed respectfully and introduced herself. "I am Nan, the daughter of the village chief." My father has taken the villagers to hunt outside and has yet to return. May I inquire, Your Majesty, what urgent matter brings you here at such a late hour? I am at your service, she added, smiling at Yeyu. Yeyu responded, a dragon soared over your tree houses during the day. I wonder if you witnessed it? Nan replied, a dragon, you say? Yes, I did see it. With a smile, she added, it was an extraordinarily massive creature. Upon hearing this, Yeyu pressed. Where is it now? In which direction did it fly? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Nan's eyes as she regarded Yeyu. It is nearby. Nearby? Yeyu furrowed her brow. At that moment, Jia stepped forward, asserting, that cannot be. Such a colossal being would have no place to conceal itself if it were truly nearby. We should be able to spot it immediately. Nan insisted, I assure you. I am not deceiving you. If you doubt my words, you may follow me. With that, she flapped her wings and took the lead. Follow closely, Yeyu commanded. And everyone fell in line behind Nan. Leading the group out of the forest, the view expanded before them. Nan descended to the ground, raised her small hand, and pointed into the distance, then turned to Yeyu and said, Your Majesty, the dragon is resting over there. Yeyu followed the direction of Nan's finger. In the distance lay a dark expanse. All she could discern were the forests and mountains shrouded beneath ominous clouds. Where was this dragon? Yeyu's brow furrowed. Could this little one be deceiving her? Suddenly, a gasp echoed within the squad. Bang! Yeyu, taken aback, furrowed her brow and turned toward the sound. She beheld an armored fairy warrior struggling to rise, wings unfurled behind him, evidently having encountered something astonishing that had caused him to fall to the ground in fright. The fairy warrior, upon rising, fixed her gaze intently on the distance, her face a portrait of terror and disbelief. Yeyu furrowed her brow, pondering the nature of this occurrence. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. Another fairy, equally astonished, pointed towards a distant mountain, exclaiming to her companions, Scales. Look at that mountain. There's a reflection. Those are scales. A mountain? Scales. Yeyu turned her attention once more to the direction indicated by Nan, focusing intently on the massive peak. This colossal mountain loomed beneath the clouds, shrouded in darkness due to the obscured moonlight. It was an immense structure, dwarfing the surrounding forest, which appeared as mere underbrush at its base. The mountain's silhouette stretched endlessly into the blackness. At that moment, moonlight broke through the clouds, casting a silvery sheen upon the mountain. As the light reflected, Yeyu squinted, her pupils narrowing in astonishment. She beheld the scales, dark and vast, covering the mountain's surface. Scales. Such enormous scales were beyond her comprehension. Suddenly, the mountain stirred, producing a thunderous sound that resonated through the still night. The commotion drew everyone's attention, and they turned to witness something colossal rising. It was as if the mountain itself had taken flight. Under the awestruck gazes of the onlookers, a pair of enormous eyes ignited, resembling colossal lanterns suspended in the sky. In that instant, Yeyu felt a lump in her throat, her complexion paling. The reindeer beneath her began to fidget nervously. A fairy soldier's eyes quivered in fear, questioning the nature of this beast. The squad halted their advance. Jia instinctively glanced at Yeyu, inquiring, Your Majesty, shall we retreat? Yeyu nodded slightly, let us depart. Faced with such a terrifying sight, she lacked the courage to approach any closer. The fairy squad prepared to leave. In the distance, Shenmu was curious about the purpose of these half-elves seeking him, only to observe them turning back. Were they leaving just like that? He had expected some form of interaction, but this was not the case. However, if they were not coming to him, then he would have to seek them out. Previously, Shenmu had contemplated how to resolve the issue of war, aiming to protect the dwindling wildlife in his domain. Now, he had formulated a plan and needed to act upon it. Initially, he intended to seek out these half-elves the following day, but with them presenting themselves, he had no reason to let them slip away. With this thought, Shenmu called out, Halt! His voice unleashed a tempest, rustling the forest with fervent energy. The fairy squad, several thousand meters away, heard his command and felt the chaotic winds swirling around them. In a moment of surprise, Hulala, Yeyu, and others instinctively turned their gazes towards Shenmu, who had just spoken. The fairies were somewhat bewildered. Realizing the distance was too great for them to discern his voice, Shenmu sighed, acknowledging the inconvenience. He softly declared, It is I. As his words resonated, his massive form transformed into a radiant golden light. At that instant, all nearby fairies focused on Shenmu. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the golden glow emanating from his colossal figure. The golden light gradually coalesced, morphing from his 1,000-meter-long form into a 2-meter-long golden sphere, which began to take shape. In the depths of night, the luminescence of the golden sphere illuminated the surroundings, creating an ambience akin to broad daylight. Chapter 202. A disdain for fairy wings. The golden light assumed a new form, slowly dispersing. To facilitate communication, it was essential to resemble these fairies. However, Shenmu harbored a strong aversion to the wings of fairies. Their wings were simply too slow. Among the native flying insects on Earth, dragonflies are the fastest, reaching speeds of 58 kilometers per hour. In contrast, the albatross, while not the swiftest of birds, can soar at speeds of 120 kilometers per hour. Fairy wings, being akin to those of insects, were inherently sluggish. Thus, while Shenmu desired to embody some resemblance to the fairies for a sense of camaraderie, he remained decidedly averse to their wings. When the golden light dissipated, what emerged before the fairies was a being somewhat reminiscent of them, yet distinctly different in one aspect. His wings were those of an albatross, not fairy wings. Nevertheless, he bore the appearance of a fairy, with pointed ears and flowing hair. The fairies below were utterly captivated by the sight, unaware that they had dismounted from their mounts and descended from the air. One by one, they knelt on one knee, gazing up at Shenmu with eyes filled with sincerity and respect. Once the transformation was complete, Chunmu slowly opened his eyes. With a flourish of his wings, he gracefully descended before the fairies. Upon noticing their kneeling posture, a look of confusion crossed his face. What were these beings doing? The fairy queen Yu had encountered the fairy god. Her voice echoed, and upon hearing it, Chunmu felt a sense of bewilderment. Had he unwittingly become the fairy god? And what, pray tell, was this fairy god? Contemplating the situation, he began to grasp the implications. Regardless of the circumstances, any life form with high intelligence possesses the capacity for thought. With the ability to think arises the existence of questions, some that can be answered and others that remain elusive. When they encounter difficulties in understanding certain matters, they tend to conjure up deities, attributing their circumstances to divine actions. Gradually, this gives rise to their own belief systems. All advanced beings inevitably create their own faith. Since they identify themselves as elves, it follows that they possess a belief in elves. These half-elves, despite calling themselves fairies, still regard themselves as elves deep within. Thus, upon witnessing Chunmu transform into a creature reminiscent of an elf, yet unfamiliar and incomprehensible to them, they instinctively perceive him as the divine elf of their faith. However, do these beings not notice that the wings behind me are feathered? Never mind. Chunmu, disinterested in offering explanations, thought that if they see him as the divine elf, he might as well leverage this identity to his advantage. He glanced at the sharp-eared fairy queen before him, noting the slender blade at her waist, and inquired, "That weapon at your side, is it for combat?" To this, Yu replied, "Indeed, we did not come here to attack you. We merely heard rumors of a dragon in this vicinity and wished to assess the situation. We were unaware that the dragon was, in fact, you." She misinterpreted Chunmu's reference to the weapon. Sensing the tension in her words, Chunmu remarked, "Possessing weapons implies the presence of war. Have you been engaging in conflict during my absence?" Yu froze, a cold sweat forming on her brow. "Divine One, we did not intentionally provoke war. It is the elves who have been actively inciting it." She felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from Chunmu, and her anxiety only intensified at the mention of war. The divine elf exists solely in records, a legendary entity revered by the elves, said to be invulnerable and immortal, while also serving as their protector. Would this divine being, akin to those of the elven race, regard fairies as symbols of impurity, as something tainted? Would he contemplate their eradication? If so, it would spell doom. Upon hearing Yu mention the elves, Chunmu felt a stir of interest. "Are you at war with the elves? What is the reason behind this?" After a brief hesitation, fearing to provoke Chunmu further, Yu reluctantly responded, "We fairies are the progeny of humans and elves, and the elves deem us impure, a stain upon their race. They claim we have defiled the original intent of the Creator, thus seeking to annihilate us." At this revelation, Yu became increasingly uneasy, her palms clammy with sweat. "So that is the case. The original intent of the Creator? The elves were my creation. To them, I must embody that Creator. My original intent was for them to serve me. As long as they are well fed, the evolutionary energy they accrue would be transferred to me. Indeed, fairies are the offspring of both elves and humans, but since both races were birthed from my design, the sustenance and evolutionary energy gained by the fairies would also flow back to me. With this thought in mind, to speak candidly, the ones who betray my original intentions must be the elves. By igniting war, not only will the number of fairies dwindle, but so too will the elves, consequently reducing the evolution energy I acquire. It is utterly foolish, effectively a self-inflicted wound." Contemplating this, Chunmu felt an overwhelming sense of dismay. "God, what did you just say?" A voice echoed at that moment. Upon hearing it, Chunmu regained his composure and turned to face Yu, who gazed at him in sheer astonishment. Observing her expression, Chunmu remarked, "I am referring to the elves. They are rather dim-witted. Those who betray my original intentions are indeed they." Yu paused momentarily, glancing at Chunmu. Chunmu continued, "I harbor no desire for war in this world, nor do I wish for conflict between the fairy tribe, the elf tribe, or the human race. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Yu's eyes brightened. Yes, she comprehended. However, she felt a sense of helplessness regarding the elves, despite the fairy's intentions. Chunmu asserted, "I require a manager." He turned to Yu and inquired, "Your name is Yu, correct? You are the queen of the fairies?" Yu nodded slightly. Chunmu instructed, "Rise. I dislike speaking with someone who bows their head, as it is uncomfortable for the neck." "Yes," Yu replied, slowly rising. With arms crossed, Chunmu regarded Yu and proclaimed, "From now on, the leadership of the fairy tribe shall change." Yu was taken aback, staring at Chunmu in disbelief. Suddenly, her form was enveloped by golden light. The surrounding fairies stood in stunned silence, gazing at the spectacle. Yu raised her hand and looked towards Chunmu. With the golden glow, her body transformed, sprouting a pair of pure white wings. Her golden hair and white wings unfurled gracefully. In essence, she became a replica of Chunmu's current form, merely female in nature. Yu glanced back at her white wings. Chunmu, arms crossed, declared, "Henceforth, you shall no longer be an elf or a fairy. Your new duty is to uphold world peace. Remember, I do not wish to witness any wars among highly intelligent beings in this realm." Yu's eyes sparkled, and she promptly knelt before Chunmu. Bowing deeply, Yu obeys. Observing this, Chunmu averted his gaze and turned to depart. Thus, the matter of war was resolved. "My God." Chunmu paused momentarily and looked back at Yu. She regarded him and asked, "If I, Yu, am neither an elf nor a fairy, then what am I?" Chunmu hesitated. Indeed, what was she? He glanced at her wings and said, "Then you must be an angel. After all, I failed to create an angel last time. Now it seems fitting." With that remark, Chunmu unfurled his wings and, under the watchful eyes of the fairies and Yu, took flight. In Western mythology, certain elves, after undergoing trials, partake in a ritual that transforms them from elves into angels. Chapter 203. The farmer and the free laborer. Queen Jia rose and approached Yu, gazing at the queen adorned with sanctified white wings. Upon hearing this, Yu turned her head to glance at Jia behind her. Jia was gazing into the distance where Chun Mu had departed, and she inquired, "Is he a deity of the elves?" Yu shook her head and replied no. Jia was taken aback, instinctively looking back at Yu. Not? Yu continued, "Initially, like you all, I believed him to be an elven god, but upon reflection, I realized that is not the case. Then who is he?" A hint of confusion flickered in Jia's eyes. In response, Yu softly stated, "He is the creator god." Jia was momentarily stunned, her gaze shifting back to Yu. "Of course, this is merely my conjecture." As she spoke, Yu raised her right hand, examining it before turning her attention to a large stone nearby. She extended her hand towards the stone, which was approximately half a meter in diameter. As Yu moved, the stone began to levitate, its form suddenly disintegrating. The once solid stone was dismantled by an unseen force into countless smaller pebbles, suspended in midair. With a swift motion of her hand, the pebbles reassembled, instantly compressing into a small, fist-sized, high-density stone. This extraordinary spectacle captured the attention of the other fairies. "Your Majesty, what is this?" Jia exclaimed in astonishment at the sight. Yu flapped her pristine white wings, ascending into the air, hovering gracefully. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon her, and clad in shimmering silver armor, Yu radiated a sanctified brilliance. In the heights, the wind tousled her golden hair as she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of azure orbs. In that moment, Yu appeared divine and resplendent, akin to an angel. Alternatively, at that instant, she embodied an angelic essence. The fairies below were entranced by this sight. Yu addressed the fairies beneath her, declaring, "From this day forth, I shall no longer be a fairy, nor an elf, and certainly not a human. I am an angel, a messenger of the heavens, destined to fulfill my deity's will and uphold the peace of this world." Upon hearing this, Jia hesitated for a moment, saying, "But, Your Majesty." Yu turned her gaze toward Jia. Jia continued, "A fairy cannot exist without a queen?" A slight smile graced Yu's lips as she replied, "You shall be the queen. This is the divine decree." With that, Yu flapped her wings and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, soared into the distance. Jia stood there, momentarily dazed, unable to gather her thoughts as she watched Yu's departing figure. Meanwhile, Chun Mu had not truly left. He had merely reverted to his atomic form, observing the scene with his consciousness. Chun Mu did not believe that Yu would defy him. Rather, he concealed himself to observe out of sheer boredom. Even if he ventured elsewhere, he would find little to occupy his time. His current objective was to cease the mundane wars plaguing this world, allowing its highly intelligent beings to eat, sleep, and reproduce in peace. As long as they refrained from fighting and did not diminish their numbers to impede Chun Mu's progress in acquiring evolutionary energy, he would be satisfied. Thus, the method Chun Mu contemplated was quite straightforward. The earth serves as Chun Mu's vast farm. Since it is a farm, if he wishes to prevent certain actions, it implies that the farmer seeks to exert control. The most direct approach for a farmer to manage the land is through personal involvement. However, Chun Mu, the farmer himself, currently exhibits a reluctance to oversee operations. Thus, an alternative solution arises, hiring a group of workers to assist in managing this grand estate. These workers must possess intelligence. They cannot be foolish. As the queen of the fairy race, the fairy queen must possess certain abilities to ensure the survival of her kind. Consequently, it is fitting to utilize these beings as free laborers to help manage the expansive farm. Naturally, if they are to oversee this world, these workers must be endowed with certain capabilities. If they cannot even best the animals on the farm, their management would be futile. Wings, undoubtedly, are far superior to insect wings, facilitating their work and enabling them to address tasks swiftly. As for their abilities, they shall wield the power to manipulate the earth as a weapon, alongside an instant adaptability that ensures rapid self-healing in moments of peril. However, since they are working on their own farm, they must also possess a title. The role of a divine messenger or angel is exceedingly appropriate. With this, Chun Mu could issue commands, and everything would be set in motion. Thus began the worker's life of free labor. As the farm owner, Chun Mu would also need to supervise from time to time to ensure that no laziness ensued. Observing the current situation, he found Yu's performance to be commendable. Satisfied, he acknowledged that managing the vastness of Earth would be a formidable challenge for a single Yu. It would be prudent to recruit several more intelligent individuals to assist in the farm's management. Transforming his form into that of an angel, Chun Mu took flight. Meanwhile, Jia and others returned to the fairy town. Inside the queen's chamber, Jia stood before a mural that depicted a towering tree piercing the clouds. Among its branches lived a group of winged maidens. Some sat upon the branches, gazing into the distance, where another winged maiden sat atop a different grand tree, which had transformed into a treehouse, home to the fairies. This mural chronicles the tale of the fairy god instructing her kin on constructing treehouses. Legend has it that the fairy god, adorned with avian wings, could transform a small sapling into a colossal tree with but a glance. Jim mused, "I always believed these tales to be mere ancient legends, but today, it appears otherwise." Suddenly, Jia seemed to realize something. She moved closer to scrutinize the mural, then glanced around at the other murals. The fairy gods, all depicted as female, made her recall the male deity she encountered earlier that bore a resemblance to a fairy. Could he truly be the creator god? The next day, the fairy army gathered on the other side, fully assembled and prepared for action. A vast army of over 6,000 elves marched steadily towards the fairy capital, stirring up clouds of dust along their path. Prince Bane rode forth on a reindeer. Although the elves possessed wings, flying consumed a tremendous amount of energy, and the larger the creature, the faster it flew, necessitating even more energy. Additionally, the buildup of lactic acid contributed to their fatigue. Even though they were silicon-based beings, their human-like template meant that their bodies could secrete substances similar to lactic acid. In simple terms, even with wings, prolonged flight would lead to discomfort. Thus, during extended journeys, the elves preferred to ride mounts. Meanwhile, the angel Yayu, flapping her wings, hastened towards the army, eagerly embarking on her indefinite term of labor. Chapter 204. The farm workers begin their labor. Prince, what is that over there? A voice called from beside Bane. Upon hearing this, Bane glanced at the female guard beside him, who was gazing upward, seemingly having spotted something. Following her gaze, Bane looked ahead to see a canvas of blue sky and white clouds, beneath which a small shadow raced towards them at an astonishing speed. The figure did not resemble a bird or any other flying creature, nor did it appear to be an elf based on its altitude. Bane squinted, scrutinizing it closely. Suddenly, his pupils constricted slightly. As time passed, he discerned its general shape. Wings. Bane instinctively murmured. It seems to be a divine entity of the elves. The female guard exclaimed suddenly. Bane was momentarily taken aback. How could that be possible? He found it hard to believe that a legendary god would manifest before them. Doubt aside, realizing the possibility made Bane raise his hand, signaling for silence. He tugged at the reins, bringing the reindeer to a gradual halt, and the army behind him followed suit. Bane lifted his face to gaze above. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled through the air. The figure of the angel Yayu descended rapidly from the heights, swept along by the tempest. She came to a gentle stop before the army, her wings fluttering softly as she hovered in midair. Normally, hovering was an impossible feat. The albatross's wings, characterized by their enormity, possessed remarkable gliding capabilities. But hovering was not among their attributes. Yayu's ability to remain suspended came from her mastery of power. Now, Bane could clearly see Yayu's form. Upon recognizing her, he was momentarily stunned, furrowing his brow. Queen of the Fairies Yayu? He instantly identified her. In that fleeting moment of recognition, Bane's hand instinctively moved towards the hilt of his sword. The other elves, upon seeing Yayu's figure, swiftly drew their weapons, bows, spears, and blades, all at the ready. After all, the fact that the Fairy Queen dares to come here alone implies that her army may very well be lurking nearby. Observing the grave expression on Bane's face, as if he were facing a formidable foe, Yayu declared, "You are mistaken. I am no longer the Fairy Queen. I am an angel." Bane furrowed his brow. An angel? I have not heard of such a thing. The fairy race, a breed born of traitorous dealings with humans, has already desecrated the elven deities and violated the will of the Creator. Now, you audaciously assume the guise of an elven deity, further profaning our sacred essence. Drawing a slender dagger from his waist, he pointed its tip at Yayu. We, the elven kin, will not spare you. At that moment, the archers drew their bows taut, aiming at Yayu. With a mere command from Bane, their arrows would pierce her form. As Yayu listened to Bane's words, a surge of fury welled within her, reaching her very mind. Yet, recalling Chun Mu's counsel, she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and composed herself. I am Yayu, an angel. Neither a fairy nor an elf, she stated slowly. I have come here to put an end to this conflict, not to incite it. The power she possessed could easily vanquish the elves before her, but as an angel, her mission was to halt the war. This was the imperative entrusted to her by Chun Mu. Once her emotions were steadied, Yayu opened her eyes, revealing her azure gaze. With a stern countenance, she addressed the assembled elves. Listen well, all elves. Gradually, she flapped her wings, elevating herself higher. Last night, the Creator descended and bestowed upon me this angelic form. He revealed his desire for a world devoid of war, for us to cease our mutual slaughter. Thus, he appointed me as his messenger to halt this strife. With an impassive expression, she continued, therefore, return to your homes. Bane's pupils narrowed slightly. Preposterous. He retorted. How could the Creator possibly descend upon the filthy domain of the fairies? If the Creator were truly seeking a messenger, it would surely be among the pure and noble elves, never amongst your kind. Yayu, you are lying. He lifted his gaze to meet hers. It seems the fairy race has relinquished even the most fundamental and precious virtue of honesty, resorting to deceit to masquerade as the Creator's envoy. Truly despicable. Bane's face was etched with fury. To desecrate the Creator. You shall pay dearly for this. In the belief system of the elves, the elven deity is their protector, while the Creator is their origin. The very gods they revered were being insulted by Yayu. As the elven prince, Bane could hardly tolerate such affront. With a swift motion, he reached for the bow from his attendant and notched an arrow, aiming it at Yayu suspended in the air. The arrow was released, soaring toward her, but suddenly, midway through its flight, it came to an abrupt halt. The long arrow hovered in midair, as if time itself had come to a standstill. This scene caused Bane to furrow his brow. Although he struggled to comprehend the situation, his anger towards Yue remained unabated. Archers, fire. With Bane's command, the archers positioned behind him unleashed a volley of arrows. The arrows surged forth like a tempest, howling towards Yue, suspended in the sky. Yet, as they approached her, they seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force, veering off their original trajectory and coalescing before Yue. As the arrows amassed, a sphere formed 5 meters in front of her, growing larger with each arrow that joined the pile. Bane stood transfixed, disbelief flickering in his eyes. The sphere appeared to possess some arcane power, drawing all the arrows within, coalescing into a shape the size of a soccer ball. Yue lifted her hand, palm open, and the sphere floated into her grasp, cradled gently in her palm. Bane, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily dazed. What is this? The elven army behind him began to murmur excitedly. A miracle. Is it truly a miracle? Could she have encountered the Creator? Was she not deceiving us? At the sound of their voices, Bane's brow furrowed once more as he glanced back at Yue. She spoke. The Divine has revealed to me that this world requires no war. Since war is unnecessary, your weapons are rendered obsolete. As her words echoed, the soldiers of the elven army watched in awe as every weapon in their possession dissolved into motes of golden light. My sword, my bow, my dagger. What is happening? The elves gazed in astonishment as their weapons transformed into golden luminescence, merging into a brilliant beam that arced across the sky, gradually dissipating. The sight left them all in a state of shock. As the elven prince, Bane found himself equally mesmerized. With a flick of her wrist, Yue sent the iron sphere composed of arrows hurtling forward. A resounding thud reverberated as it struck the ground, awakening the entire elven populace. Bane snapped back to reality, only to find that Yue had taken flight, her wings unfurling as she soared into the sky. He stared for a long moment, reflecting, Prince. It seems she did not deceive me. A voice from a female guard broke through his reverie. Bane responded, in the blink of an eye. The weapons of an army exceeding 6,000 have vanished. The only being capable of such a feat, aside from a deity, eludes my imagination. He paused, resigned, and added. It appears that the existence of fairies is justified. We have been in error all along. Meanwhile, Chen Mu, observing the scene through his consciousness, nodded slightly. Indeed. The work has begun. Chapter 205. The free resources left over from over 7 centuries ago, Chen Mu flitted through the skies of this land, his wings unfurled. The volcanic eruptions and tectonic shifts of over 700 years had reshaped the continents. Only 4 continents remain now, Eurasia, Africa, North America, and South America, which have coalesced into a single landmass. Meanwhile, Oceania and Antarctica remain in their original places. The location where Chen Mu finds himself is the largest expanse of land on Earth, a new continent born from the amalgamation of Eurasia and Africa. This vast territory is home to a myriad of creatures, including elves, fairies, humans, and orcs. It is hardly surprising, as Chen Mu created them on this very continent. Whether life exists in the other continents remains a mystery to him, though he is indifferent to this question. Currently, Chen Mu is idly flying through the skies, seeking individuals to employ as free labor. However, he has not been airborne for long when a powerful roar reverberates through the forest, causing countless birds to take flight. Upon hearing this sound, Chen Mu halts his flight, intrigued by its source. There lies a volcano, long dormant, likely a remnant of the Earth's once active volcanic activity. It appears to have not erupted in ages, as trees now flourish at its base. As he flaps his wings closer to the volcano, he opens his consciousness to survey the area and discovers a canyon harboring a massive black dragon. This dragon resembles the legendary creatures of Western mythology, akin to an enormous, winged lizard. However, its wings have been pierced by gigantic arrows, and a colossal steel bolt has penetrated its body. The creature lies on the ground, writhing in agony. Chen Mu also notices a group of humanoid beings in the distance, armed with spears, gazing intently at the dragon. Their attire is simple, yet their lion-like ears and long tails draw one's attention. Are they orcs? Chen Mu muses. Previously, he had combined animal and human genes to create numerous orcs, among which the fusion of lion and human genes birthed the lion folk. These beings before him are undoubtedly lion folk. As the dragon's struggles gradually subside, the female lion folk approach, raising their spears to strike at the dragon's vital points. After delivering their lethal blows, the dragon ceases to move, evidently lifeless. The lion folk begin to gather around, retrieving blades to dismember the dragon. Observing this, Chen Mu's brows relax slightly. In the wild, male lions defend their territory while females hunt. Does the same social structure apply to the lion folk, with the females performing the hunt? Yet, targeting a creature as immense as this dragon seems rather unusual. The average height of these lion folk is about 1.8 meters, while the dragon measures over 20 meters in length, its shoulder towering more than 10 meters high, an imposing behemoth. Indeed, compared to the lions, the size disparity is immense. In the wild, a lion would find it challenging to hunt some of the larger creatures, as these formidable beings pose significant dangers, and the savanna teems with prey that is far easier to capture. Now, these lion folk, infused with human genes, are presumed to possess enhanced intelligence. They should comprehend that confronting a dragon is no trivial matter. With their human-like wisdom, they ought to discern more manageable quarry. Why engage with a dragon? At that moment, a female lion folk, mounted on a horse, stood nearby. She is Commander Joan, leading this expedition. Another female lion folk approached and reported, Lady Joan, it is resolved. Joan nodded slightly, stating, humans possess 3 dragons. With 1 slain, only 2 remain. With that, she tugged on the reins, instructing, let us return. It was evident that these lion folk hunted the dragon not for sustenance, but rather to contend with humanity. Realizing this, Chen Mu understood, another war loomed. This dragon belonged to humans, which clarified the situation. Thus, Chen Mu felt a pang of discontent. He had just resolved the conflict between the fairies and the elves, and now the beast folk were about to engage in war with humans. It was no wonder that after 7 centuries, only a minuscule progress of 1% in evolutionary energy had been achieved. With such turmoil, how could progress be expected? In battles between elves and fairies, regardless of the outcome, both races would suffer losses. Similarly, in conflicts between humans and beast folk, casualties would ensue for both sides. Allowing sentient beings to develop unchecked inevitably leads to warfare. This is almost a certainty, even among beings with identical appearances. In the Earth of over 700 years ago, Only humans were considered highly intelligent, and in ancient times, wars erupted daily. However, this state of affairs was far from Chunmu's preference. Intervention was necessary to halt these senseless wars that bore no meaning and would only result in his losses. Chunmu contemplated employing atomic creation to produce angels and issue them commands. Yet, it was apparent that such an approach was unfeasible. Creatures born of atomic creation possess only rudimentary knowledge and lack understanding of many concepts. Unless one is willing to invest time in educating them about good and evil, the situation remains bleak. The most favorable outcome would mirror his pursuit of Ye, seeking high-intelligence beings on Earth who embody the principles of peace and kindness to assist him. Alas, what a bother. Chunmu felt overwhelmed. He had grown weary of caretaking and did not wish to play the role of a guardian any longer. Yet the thought of searching for allies seemed exceedingly cumbersome. Just as he grappled with these thoughts, something caught his attention. Upon seeing it, he paused. Ahead lay the vast ocean, and from his elevated vantage point, he discerned something in the distance, something extraordinarily tall, emerging from the surface of the sea. Chunmu opened his consciousness and gazed into the distance. Upon his observation, his eyes gleamed with astonishment. There stood an immense banyan tree, soaring toward the heavens. Colossal beyond measure. Was this not the very banyan tree template he had left over 7 centuries ago? 700 years prior, amidst a volcanic eruption and flowing lava. Chunmu had presumed this banyan tree to be dead. However, upon reflection, enlightenment dawned upon him. The banyan tree essentially served as Chunmu's avatar. After his original form acquired instantaneous adaptability, this banyan tree, as his embodiment, naturally attained the same remarkable ability. With such adaptability, the banyan tree could effortlessly exist without sustenance, completely disregarding the encroaching lava, thus surviving to this day. But what of the little creatures? Chunmu, peering through his consciousness, discovered a multitude of familiar beings flitting about atop the banyan's crown. Some perched on the branches, gazing at the distant scenery. To his delight, these little beings were still present. If they had endured all these years, they must have acquired a wealth of knowledge. Could they not become the source of angels? Chapter 206. After 7 centuries of waiting, the ancestor finally returns. Greenery, as usual, sat upon the trunk, gazing toward the direction from which the ancestor had departed. On a fateful day over 700 years ago, the ancestor's spirit had journeyed from that very direction. From that moment forth, the ancestor had left behind a corporeal form to shelter and protect them, while the spirit ventured away. Greenery remained unaware of the reasons behind the ancestor's departure or why they had been abandoned, yet she firmly believed in the ancestor's eventual return. For she and her sisters were the children of the ancestor. Although the ancestor's spirit had departed, the physical form remained. Thus, in the beginning, Greenery and her sisters continued to soar about as before, seeking fresh water for the great tree. This existence persisted for an eternity. Eventually, some humans discovered them, intent on capturing them. To safeguard the ancestor's corporeal form, Greenery waged war against the humans. They soon realized that human weaponry posed no threat to them, while they could effortlessly revive and vanquish the intruders. Consequently, the battle was won by Greenery and her kin. Thereafter, the humans ceased their attempts to approach them, allowing Greenery and her sisters to return to their previous way of life, continuing to deliver fresh water to the great tree. This idyllic existence continued until one fateful day when the ground trembled and a volcanic eruption ensued, causing fresh water and seawater to be wildly vaporized into the sky. This upheaval incited great unease among Greenery and her sisters, who were deeply concerned for the well-being of the ancestor's corporeal form. In their quest for fresh water, they expanded their search further and further afield. To ensure the ancestor received adequate hydration and to prevent damage to her physical body, they felt compelled to disobey the ancestor's command to return by day and remain by her side at night. They had to venture farther to procure fresh water, thus traveling day and night, collecting any fresh water they found to nourish the tree. However, as time passed, they despaired at the realization that both fresh water and seawater had vanished. The entire world had turned desolate. In their profound hopelessness, they could only soar through the skies day after day, year after year, desperately seeking a single drop of fresh water for their progenitor, living in a constant state of anxiety, fearful that their progenitor's health might be jeopardized. Eventually, during their quest for fresh water, they encountered numerous creatures, among them a species known as fairies, strikingly similar to themselves. Upon discovering these beings, the realization dawned upon them. These might be the manifestations of their progenitor's soul, created just as they had been. Initially, they intended to persist in their search for fresh water, disregarding the fairies. However, upon witnessing the fairies being pursued by ferocious beasts, utterly helpless, their hearts softened. In their eyes, these little beings could very well be their siblings. Witnessing their potential demise compelled them to intervene. Thus, they descended, utilizing the power of rejuvenation to assist in constructing a great tree and teaching the fairies how to fend off predators. This mentorship endured for an extensive period, during which the fairy clan honored them with the name Fairy Goddess, a mark of respect, although they remained indifferent to the title. Eventually, the skies opened up, and both seawater and fresh water reappeared on Earth. Upon seeing these waters, they returned to the side of their progenitor's physical form, resuming their previous task of gathering fresh water for the great tree. This existence continued for an exceedingly long time. They restored their former routine, spending their days atop the tree's canopy and seeking fresh water by night. In her moments of idleness, Greenery would perch upon a branch, gazing in the direction from which their progenitor had departed, filled with anticipation of witnessing their return and hearing that familiar voice calling her name. Alas, day after day, year after year, she remained unfulfilled in her hopes. Yet, Greenery was neither disheartened nor despondent. She understood that one day, their progenitor would return. Regardless of how much time had passed, she chose to wait. One day, Greenery noticed a figure in the sky. Upon seeing this silhouette, she was momentarily taken aback. As the figure drew nearer, a sense of familiarity washed over her. This presence felt so recognizable, yet for a moment, she could not fathom why. The figure gradually halted before her. It was Chun Mu, who assessed the beautiful young girl clad in a black robe before him. He remarked, "You've changed your attire?" Previously, when Chun Mu had created them, he had merely fashioned garments from leaves. Now, Greenery adorned herself in a different outfit. This indicated a significant development. They had ventured beyond, experienced land, and encountered other intelligent beings, leading them to desire proper clothing for themselves. This realization brought a sense of relief to Chun Mu, who had harbored a concern as he approached. Chun Mu aspired to transform them into angels, entrusting them with the management of the vast breeding grounds. However, the challenge lay in the fact that they could not remain as naive as they were 7 centuries ago. Over the course of these 700 years, they had experienced various events that matured their minds, enabling them to grasp the essence of peace, thus allowing them to assist in overseeing the breeding grounds. When she noticed the change in their verdant attire, Chun Mu was filled with delight. Upon hearing his voice, a glimmer sparkled in Green's emerald eyes, rendering her momentarily speechless. She was at a loss for how to respond. Chun Mu had uttered merely 4 words, yet the distinct resonance of his voice awakened long-buried memories. It was he, the ancestor. He had returned. He was finally back. Green's heart echoed with exhilaration, overwhelmed by the magnitude of her joy, leaving her in a state of surreal disbelief. "Is it truly you, ancestor?" Green instinctively inquired, her voice trembling with apprehension, fearing that this might merely be a dream. To Green, Chun Mu represented her closest companion. He was her creator, her everything. From the moment of her existence, she felt destined to live for him. Yet, she never anticipated that he would abandon her. Though she had always held on to the hope of his return. After waiting for over 700 years, his actual arrival filled her with a mix of elation and trepidation, fearing it might just be a figment of her imagination. Observing the tears glistening in Green's eyes, Chun Mu was momentarily taken aback. Was her reaction truly so exaggerated? Nonchalantly, he remarked, "Of course it's me. Now, tell me about your experiences over these years. I wish to know how you have survived." Green, eager to respond, quickly affirmed, "Yes. Yes." With that, Chun Mu gracefully unfurled his wings and soared into the air. Watching as Green wiped away her tears and began recounting every event that transpired over the past 7 centuries. As she spoke, Chun Mu, feeling no inclination to continue flying, settled upon a nearby branch, listening intently. When Green mentioned encountering elves, he immediately recalled how those fairies had regarded him as a divine being upon their first sighting. It became clear, he had previously wondered why those fairies failed to recognize his wings as true wings. The divine beings they spoke of were, in fact, Green and her kin, who had wings sprouting from their backs. "Aside from the elven realm, have you ventured elsewhere? Have you encountered other creatures?" Chun Mu inquired. Green nodded in affirmation, saying, "I spent a considerable amount of time among the elves, where I formed bonds with many other sisters. They scattered in search of water sources, and during their journeys, they encountered numerous beings." Pausing momentarily, Green instinctively turned her gaze toward Chun Mu. "Ancestor, we discovered a rather peculiar phenomenon here." Upon hearing this, Chun Mu was momentarily taken aback. "A curious phenomenon?" Greenery responded with a soft hum, explaining, "Later, both the seawater and freshwater returned, and we all flew back to this side. Whenever my sisters found themselves with idle time, they would gather to converse. Eventually, we discovered that the sisters who had departed from the north encountered those who had flown from the south, while those who ventured east met with their westward counterparts. Some sisters even flew in circles, only to find themselves back at their original locations. Many experienced this, and yet we all flew in different directions. How peculiar." "Oh." Chun Mu understood, for the earth is spherical. This implies that these little beings, in their quest for freshwater, had circumnavigated the globe. Nevertheless, it became evident that during this prolonged period, they had traversed the entirety of the earth, and through their idle conversations, they had surely gained insights into this world. In essence, they were no longer the naive little ones from over 700 years ago. However, Chun Mu felt compelled to inquire further. He asked Greenery, "What do you perceive peace to be?" At this, Greenery instinctively glanced at Chun Mu. She was unsure of why he posed such a question, but in response to the inquiry of the progenitor, she provided an answer. "Peace is the absence of harm between one another, a harmonious coexistence." Upon hearing this, Chun Mu asked, "Do you wish for peace?" Greenery replied with a soft affirmation. "In the place where I once resided among the elves, the nearby orcs frequently harmed them. I did not wish to harm those orcs, yet I also did not want to witness the elves suffer. Back then, I longed for harmony." Indeed, this child possesses an innate affinity for peace. As a farmer, Chun Mu felt a sense of contentment witnessing the little one he once nurtured grow into a being that met his standards. Chun Mu withdrew his gaze and looked ahead, stating, "Your intuition at that time was not mistaken. Those elves were indeed my creation." Greenery's eyes sparkled, and a smile graced her face. For a long time, she had regretted her earlier choices. In that environment, where freshwater was elusive, she believed she should wholeheartedly seek it, regardless of its availability. While she assisted the elves in their search, she felt remorse, sensing she had not devoted herself entirely to the progenitor. Simultaneously, she harbored fears that her feelings might be misguided, dreading that the elves she aided might not be her kin. This fear magnified her uncertainty. Thus, she often reflected on her initial decision, pondering its righteousness. Hearing Chun Mu's words now filled her with joy. "However, beyond the elves, all the beings you have encountered, the orcs, Humans and dragons, everything you have seen is also my creation, Chun Mu said slowly. Greenery was taken aback, instinctively turning her gaze toward Chun Mu. She had never anticipated such a revelation. Chun Mu proclaimed, for over 7 centuries, the entire world has undergone a transformation, leading to the demise and extinction of all life. When I beheld a world devoid of living beings, I took it upon myself to create the very creatures that stand before you now. Greenery gazed at Chun Mu, her eyes brimming with adoration and fascination. He was indeed her progenitor, the architect of all creation. Naturally, Chun Mu would not divulge that the cataclysmic changes of the past 700 years were orchestrated by his own hand. He was not only the creator, but also the harbinger of destruction. While such truths need not be concealed, explaining them could be overly complex, involving discussions of systems and the like, which seemed unnecessary. What Chun Mu sought now was to inspire Greenery to embrace peace and safeguard all beings within this nurturing realm, fulfilling her role as a diligent worker. Thus, it was imperative that he project the image of an exemplary and benevolent landowner. However, he continued, I have come to realize that these lives I have fashioned are, in fact, engaged in mutual slaughter. I wish to halt their violence, to propagate peace and kindness, to foster a spirit of cooperation among them. Yet, this world is vast, and I find myself in need of assistance. Suddenly, a voice echoed, we can. Chun Mu snapped back to reality, only to discover that a multitude of small creatures had gathered nearby, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation as they regarded him. Some perched upon branches, others rested upon them, while a few fluttered in midair. Unanimously, these little beings gazed at Chun Mu with fervent admiration and joy. Progenitor, we are capable. We are all creations of the progenitor. Whatever you ask of us, we shall do. As long as the progenitor requires us, we shall fulfill your wishes. Their eyes sparkled with hope as they awaited Chun Mu's commands, eager for the instructions he would bestow upon them after 7 centuries. Some beings derive their purpose from being needed by others. Many social animals yearn to feel indispensable. When one is no longer needed, life loses its significance, leading to despair. In moments of profound despondency, one might even deny their own existence, feeling that their absence would go unnoticed. Of course, being sought after by strangers or adversaries fails to bring joy. Yet, to be desired by a beloved or revered figure bestows a profound sense of fulfillment, compelling them to comply with any request. For these little beings, to be needed by their creator was the greatest source of joy. Upon the progenitor's return, their initial surprise and excitement transformed into overwhelming eagerness and anticipation, longing to be of service to Chun Mu. Chapter 208. Mass production of laborers. Chun Mu surveyed the expectant faces of the little creatures. With a warm smile, he announced, I have come to seek your assistance this time. However, do you understand what I desire? I know. It is peace, a girl interjected, her face aglow with joy as she looked at Chun Mu, her eyes filled with reverence. Chun Mu regarded her as familiar, yet he did not recognize her. There were countless little beings, each possessing its own name, some bestowed by Chun Mu, others chosen by themselves. However, he did not bother to remember, as their number was simply overwhelming. At that time, as the banyan tree, Chun Mu was unable to move his body and relied on them to gather fresh water for him. Thus, he created a multitude of them, abandoning them to their own devices afterward. To Chun Mu, they were merely tools, and naturally, he had no reason to memorize the names of these instruments. Yet, while this was the case for Chun Mu, to these little beings, he was their creator, the one who granted them life, consciousness, and wisdom, an exalted existence. With a smile, Chun Mu remarked, indeed, it is peace. However, as he gazed at the sky, he lamented, this world is rife with war. Humans wage war against humans, humans against beast men, and elves against fairies, all too easily leading to death. Yet, they are all my created lives, and I do not wish for such a fate. Therefore, surveying the little beings around him, he declared, I want you to halt those wars, restore peace to this world, and safeguard that peace. I wish for all I have created to live and thrive harmoniously. As long as they refrain from conflict, they will seek sustenance and reproduce, thereby increasing their numbers. The more there are, the quicker I shall progress in acquiring evolutionary energy. Of course, it is better not to disclose my true intention just yet. Upon hearing this, Greenery spoke up, we shall undoubtedly fulfill our creator's command. She gazed earnestly at Chun Mu. Yes, we shall protect the peace of this world and prevent those wars. The other little beings echoed her sentiments. Hearing this, Chun Mu responded, very well. He rose, flapping his wings, and took to the skies. I shall relocate you all. Each little being must depart from my incarnation as I reclaim it. Upon hearing this, the little beings soared into the air, leaving the massive banyan tree behind. The tree transformed into a golden light, which swiftly contracted into a sphere of light and merged into Chun Mu's body. This banyan tree was one of his incarnations, and reclaiming it was merely a matter of thought. Once the banyan tree was reabsorbed, Chun Mu looked forward and beheld a multitude of little beings filling the sky, no less than 100,000, an astonishing sight indeed. The sheer number of these little beings filled Chun Mu's heart with joy. He had been troubled by the lack of workers on this vast farm, yet now, with these 100,000 free laborers, he felt elated. However, transforming their forms from what they currently were into that of angels presented some challenges. This required atomic creation, first dismantling their bodies with atomic manipulation, then recreating them anew. Certainly, this was far simpler than creating life from nothing. As these little beings already possessed angelic wings, it merely required altering the hue of their dark green hair, ears, and eyes. In truth, Chun Mu could choose not to alter them at all, and allow them to engage directly in their labor. However, this simply would not do. Shenmu was afflicted with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Previously, he had established a celestial race, defining the essence of angels, and now, to allow them to embark on their journey in their current form was utterly maddening. Thus, it was not feasible. Yet, should he alter their appearances in this place? Shenmu glanced at the ocean below, where steam rose from the water's surface. Although the Earth's temperature was no longer as high as it once was, allowing water to re-emerge in this realm, the temperatures of the seas, lakes, and rivers remained notably warm. At present, the ocean resembled a hot spring. To transform the appearance of these myriad little beings amidst the vast sea, Shenmu found it intolerable, contemplating a different location. Come, I shall lead you to another place, he declared, sharing various abilities with them. Green-eyed, they shimmered with curiosity, clearly having received their newfound powers. Follow me, Shenmu instructed, and with a flap of his wings, he ascended into the air. Upon witnessing this, Green hurriedly followed suit, and the others flapped their wings, swiftly pursuing him. Before long, Shenmu soared through the Earth's atmosphere and into the vastness of space. He glanced back to see that Green and the others had indeed followed, albeit their wings were still flapping in the absence of air, rendering them unable to move their bodies effectively. Observing their bewilderment, Shenmu explained, here in space, devoid of air, your wings are of no use. Employ your control abilities to navigate your bodies through flight. Understanding dawned upon the little beings at this revelation. Shenmu continued onward, with the little ones trailing closely behind. Sister, look, Violet exclaimed as she leaned closer to Green. Upon hearing this, Green turned her gaze backward, her eyes widening slightly. Behind her, a turquoise planet emerged into view. Our home is spherical? She mused, her eyes glimmering with realization. No wonder we kept returning to the same spot while flying. It all makes sense now. They had left their previous location, now suspended in the void of space. In this environment, their physical forms could not sustain life, and sound could not propagate in a vacuum. Their survival stemmed from their instantaneous adaptation abilities, which also explained their ability to thrive in an Earth devoid of oxygen. The system regarded them as an extension of Chunmu, the embodiment of the banyan tree. Thus, when he acquired the ability to adapt instantly, so too did they. As for their communication in the vacuum, it was facilitated by their shared linguistic capabilities. Soon, Chunmu descended onto the surface of the moon, gradually retracting his wings. He turned to see the little beings landing one by one on the lunar surface. Their curiosity piqued as they surveyed their surroundings. From this moment forth, this shall be your abode, the heavenly realm, he proclaimed. Below, the blue planet you behold is the mortal realm. The little ones exchanged glances, some gazing towards the azure planet. Shenmu spoke, let us commence. The power of atomic creation was simultaneously bestowed upon 100 individuals ahead. Under the watchful eyes of the others, these beings were enveloped in a golden aura. Their ears sharpened to points, and their hair transformed from a deep green to a shimmering gold. One by one, they were born as laborers known as angels. In Chapter 209, Can Stopping War Prevent Death? Shenmu dedicated an entire week to transforming these 100,000 little beings into 100,000 angels. Once they received the abilities he bestowed upon them, they soared from the moon to the earth, or rather, from the celestial realm to the mortal world, embarking on their indefinite lives of free labor. Meanwhile, Shenmu comfortably assumed the role of a detached overseer, allowing the angels to tend to the farm known as Earth, while he reveled in the delightful progress of evolutionary energy, a truly splendid experience. Relishing the joys of his newfound idleness, Shenmu utilized atomic creation to craft a house, then reclined on the grand bed within. He closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, savoring the bliss of not having to contemplate. He hoped that upon awakening, he would greet the next stage of evolution. Time passed, though Chunmu could not discern how long. Ancestor, a voice called out. Upon hearing it, Chunmu furrowed his brow slightly as his consciousness gradually returned. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing his dark gaze. Turning his head slightly, he sought the source of the sound. There stood Green, her expression fraught with unease as she looked at Chunmu. Behind her stood 6 little ones, each displaying signs of anxiety and trepidation upon seeing him awake. Observing the demeanor of these 7 little beings, a thought flashed through Chunmu's mind. Something has gone awry? Could it be that these girls, like himself, have instigated another ecological catastrophe? Reflecting on the abilities he had granted them, it was indeed not an arduous task for them to extinguish the life of an entire planet. If Earth were to face another ecological disaster, he would have to create life anew and endure the waiting once more, which would certainly be a vexing affair. Such thoughts flitted through Chunmu's mind as he gradually sat up, adjusting his emotions. Leaning against the headboard, he regarded the 7 little ones and inquired, how long have I been asleep? Ancestor, 3 years and 5 months, Green replied softly. 3 years? That's not too long, Chunmu mused. Compared to the 700 years of slumber he had experienced previously, 3 years felt like a mere drizzle. He looked at Green, noting her anxious expression. Ancestor, I apologize. We encountered an insurmountable issue and had no choice but to disturb your slumber. It is entirely our fault for being incapable. Hearing this, Chunmu regarded the frightened young ones with a hint of bewilderment. Is it merely the interruption of my sleep? Am I such a petty individual that you need to fear me so? He adjusted his demeanor and spoke gently. It is all right. Do the 7 of you face a problem? They all nodded in unison. Chunmu scratched his head and remarked, very well. It seems that this indifferent overseer must assist in resolving the issues faced by the workers. However, this is far more manageable than governing the entire planet. He turned to Greenery and inquired, speak of your troubles. Greenery took a moment to compose herself and replied, 3 years ago, Vivi and I took action to prevent a war between the nations of Riss and Dongming. Is this not the daily toil of angels? What issue could arise? Chunmu was perplexed. Greenery continued. The war was instigated by the king of Riss, driven by the fact that the king of Dongming had sullied his wife's honor. After we intervened to halt the conflict, the queen of Riss took her own life, followed by the king, who succumbed to despair. In the 3 years since, following the loss of their monarch, chaos has erupted in that nation, with rampant pillaging and slaughter. Upon discovering this turmoil, we sought to intervene, yet every time we departed, the violence resumed. Looking at Chun Mu with a sense of helplessness, Greenery said, "Ancestor, the situation has become exceedingly difficult to manage." Upon hearing this, Chun Mu instinctively placed a hand upon his face. It was evident that wars do not arise without cause. Some are fought over resources, others for supremacy, and still, some are driven by deep-seated grudges. There are also conflicts aimed at overthrowing tyrannical rulers. Presently, the civilizations of Earth flourish in a myriad of forms, both noble and vile. Many of these civilizations have only existed for a mere 700 years, rendering them quite primitive, and thus, their legal systems are far from robust. The wars born from tyrannical rule are innumerable. Chun Mu tasked the angels with preventing wars, all the while reminding them that these beings were his creations, which naturally deterred them from taking any drastic actions. Consequently, just wars were thwarted, leading to national turmoil, forcing the common folk to resort to violence for survival. The resulting devastation only escalated the loss of life. After Greenery recounted her experiences, Chun Mu's mind, previously reluctant to engage, began to whirl with thoughts. As the gears turned, he finally grasped the underlying reasons behind the unrest faced by Greenery and her companions. He realized that when issuing commands, he had not contemplated the broader implications. Simply wishing to avert war was far too simplistic. Resolving such conflicts is no easy feat. "I understand the root cause now," he declared. Greenery. Upon hearing her name, Greenery's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she responded, "Ancestor, I am here. Come closer," Chun Mu instructed. As she approached, a golden light began to emanate before her, the radiant glow born of atomic creation. As the luminous points converged, a silver longsword materialized before Greenery. Her eyes glinted with awe as she beheld the sword, which hovered in midair. Chun Mu spoke, "Although every creature in this world is my creation, within my creations reside both benevolence and malevolence. I bestow upon you the authority to execute those who embody evil, to strip them of their lives. Now, the question arises, why execute the wicked rather than the virtuous? The rationale is quite straightforward. It is the malevolent who commit murder. When a malevolent individual takes the life of another, it directly diminishes the evolutionary potential of two souls. If we eradicate all villains, the virtuous shall not kill. Thus, they would engage in their rightful pursuits, partake in nourishment, and procreate, fostering a virtuous cycle." The emerald-eyed maiden's gaze brightened subtly as she gradually raised her hand to accept the long sword. "Indeed," she said, turning her attention to Chun Mu, "I comprehend, Ancestor." Chun Mu replied, "I desire for you to halt the wars, not through sheer force, but by discerning the just from the unjust. As messengers of the divine, as angels, you must align yourselves with righteousness." Initially, Chun Mu had envisioned a forceful cessation of conflict, believing that once the wars ceased, the foolish would return to their meals and progeny. However, after hearing Green's account of the situation, he realized the complexity of the matter and adjusted his stance. Naturally, as the landowner he was, he would not concede to any errors, subtly implying that any misunderstanding was their folly, not his concern. Green and her companions swiftly grasped the truth. They had misinterpreted their ancestors' words, believing that merely abstaining from violence would usher in peace. "We were too simplistic in our thinking," Green lamented. Chun Mu continued, "You must uphold justice, act upon righteous principles, punish the wicked, and commend the virtuous. Let the malevolent fear the angels, and the benevolent receive their praise. For only thus shall peace prevail upon the earth." Green observed Chun Mu as he sat upon the bed, imparting wisdom on matters of goodness, justice, and peace. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, reflecting the reverence shared by the other 6 angels. This was their ancestor, their creator, a being of profound wisdom who effortlessly resolved the dilemmas that had plagued them for so long. He was the very embodiment of sagacity, an omniscient and omnipotent presence. Chapter 210. The Western Angels and the Eastern Divine Dragon. After instilling the concept of justice and granting them the authority to punish transgressors, Chun Mu had effectively addressed Green's inquiry. His gaze shifted to the other 6 angels, landing upon one in particular. "And you? What troubles you?" he inquired. One angel stepped forward, known to Chun Mu as Qing, a fact he had gleaned from overhearing a conversation among the youngsters. Qing regarded Chun Mu and spoke, "Ancestor, while gathering intelligence in the mortal realm alongside Ying, we journeyed to the eastern continent. There, we discovered that the inhabitants were utterly unaware of the creator god's existence. When we descended in your name, they treated us as if we were monsters." Chun Mu surveyed the angel before him, pondering whether this indeed constituted a dilemma. Even if those individuals had never heard of Chun Mu or were unfamiliar with the angel, as long as they showcased their abilities, the angel would undoubtedly ensure that they were remembered. This was hardly an issue. Indeed, Qing had more to say. If that were the case, we could simply wait and allow time to reveal our existence to them. However, before we could take any action, a colossal dragon approached us, declaring itself the deity of that realm. The inhabitants of that continent revered this dragon, referring to it as a god. Upon encountering us, the dragon demanded that we vacate its territory. Chun Mu crossed his arms, pondering, "What problem is this? It is merely a winged lizard. It can be vanquished." Qing continued, stating, "We took your instructions to heart and contemplated remaining there to observe whether a conflict would arise. Thus, we declined its request. As a result, The dragon launched an assault against us. During the confrontation, we discovered that no matter how we attacked the dragon, our efforts proved futile. Qing looked at Chun Mu and remarked, "It possesses an extraordinarily formidable self-healing ability. Even when we utilized our powers to manipulate matter and attacked it at the speed of light, penetrating its body, it could recuperate almost instantaneously. We engaged in combat for a while, and while it could not inflict harm upon us, we feared the repercussions on other sentient beings, leading us to retreat. An attack at the speed of light boasts an unimaginable force, yet the opponent could still recover?" In that fleeting moment, Chun Mu contemplated 4 words: rapid regeneration. Upon hearing this, Chun Mu felt a spark of realization and turned to Qing. "What does the dragon look like?" Qing replied, "It resembles an eastern dragon. Its body elongated like a serpent. An eastern dragon. Over 700 years ago, he had created a batch of silicon-based life forms resembling eastern dragons using atomic creation. Yet, Chun Mu distinctly remembered that he had not bestowed those silicon-based eastern dragons with the ability of rapid regeneration. Simultaneously, he recalled that prior to the atomic creation, he had indeed crafted a group of eastern dragons, endowing them with the capacity for rapid regeneration. However, the issue lay in the fact that he had not granted them the ability to adapt instantaneously. During the great biological extinction, Chun Mu had assumed that those eastern dragons had perished. Could it be that they had not died? If they were still alive, how had they survived solely on the basis of rapid regeneration? How could that be possible? Those eastern dragons were carbon-based organisms, without the ability to adapt instantaneously. They could not have thrived on that Earth, especially considering that even now, the atmosphere is exceedingly thin, filled with sulfur dioxide and carbon dioxide. Even with rapid regeneration, they would ultimately perish, continuously dying and being revived, only to die again and regenerate repeatedly? How could they possibly still be alive? Why? With these thoughts, Chun Mu furrowed his brow. Regardless, pursuing this line of thought further seemed futile. He would uncover the truth through exploration. With a flutter of his wings, Chun Mu soared out of the dwelling. The 7 angels exchanged glances, then flapped their wings in unison, following Chun Mu into the skies. Chun Mu's gaze fell towards the distant Earth. Previously, he had established the Dragon Clan stronghold in a location above the equator. It was merely a matter of circling around to find it. With the ability to reach the speed of light, his consciousness could extend to a radius of 1 million meters, allowing him to perceive a circle with a diameter of 2 million meters. Such a vast field of vision was indeed formidable. With the assistance of this velocity and awareness, locating a living creature on Earth would be an exceedingly simple task. As long as he was aware of a rough location, it sufficed. Even if he lacked that knowledge, he could simply take the time to scour the entire planet. Traveling from the moon to Earth at Chun Mu's speed would take just over a second. In that brief moment, he arrived above the site of his previously established Dragon Clan. With his wings fluttering, Chun Mu hovered in the air and surveyed his surroundings. This place looked exactly as it had over 7 centuries ago, surrounded by oceans. However, he did not see any dragons. The 7 angels led by the verdant figure followed closely behind him. Just as Chun Mu was about to expand his consciousness to search, a voice, deep and ancient, resonated through the air. "Who dares intrude upon the territory of my Dragon Clan?" As this voice echoed, the ocean suddenly erupted in a cascade of water, a massive creature breaking through the surface. A colossal eastern dragon, its scales a deep azure, emerged before Chun Mu. Its enormous crocodilian eyes fixed intently upon him and his companions. The steaming seawater cascaded down its grand form, splashing as it fell back onto the ocean's surface. The azure dragon. Upon seeing this creature, Chun Mu felt a sense of recognition. It was one of the 3 cyanobacteria caretakers he had previously employed. If this dragon was still alive, it was safe to assume the others of the Dragon Clan were as well. The dragons encountered by Qing were evidently these very beings. In that moment, a series of thunderous sounds erupted as more dragons emerged from the sea, all regarding Chun Mu and his companions with wary eyes. Observing this, the verdant angel furrowed her brow, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, while the other 6 angels adopted vigilant expressions. With his arms crossed over his chest, Chun Mu turned his gaze to the surrounding eastern dragons, adorned with features reminiscent of shrimp antennae, crocodile heads, lion manes, and serpentine bodies. His attention returned to the older-looking azure dragon before him. "Not bad," he remarked. "You've made progress. It's been quite some time since we last met. And your courage has evidently grown, now disregarding my presence." As Chun Mu's voice resonated, the elder azure dragon momentarily froze, its pupils dilating in astonishment. "Ancestor!" the dragon exclaimed, its voice rising with fervor, nearly losing its composure. It gazed at Chun Mu with excitement, proclaiming, "The ancestor has returned. The ancestor has returned." It turned to the other dragons behind it, jubilantly shouting. Upon hearing this, the other dragons echoed, "The ancestor has returned. The ancestor has returned. Is it true? Has the ancestor truly come back? Are we dreaming?" The dragons began to murmur. The azure dragon gazed at Chun Mu, his eyes brimming with excitement and astonishment. The other dragons similarly turned their attention to Chun Mu, their expressions a tapestry of surprise, reverence, exhilaration, anticipation, and disbelief. "Ancestor, ancestor," the azure dragon exclaimed, looking at Chun Mu with fervor. "Am I truly dreaming? I am still alive to witness your return." Observing the fervent demeanor of these creatures, Chun Mu pondered the necessity of such exuberance. This group appeared even more animated than when he first encountered the verdant ones. "Enough," Chun Mu said. "Tell me what you have been doing all these years." Upon hearing this, the azure dragon eagerly responded, "Certainly." The other 7 angels, witnessing this exchange, exchanged knowing glances and comprehended the significance. Their ancestor had proclaimed that all beings in this world were created by him, and thus, these dragons were no exception. Chun Mu manipulated the elements to freeze the surface of the sea, crafting an ice island upon which he stood. Listening to the Azure Dragon recount the tales of their lives over the past 700 years. 7 centuries, the Azure Dragon murmured gently, an interminable span of time. For many beings, this represented an extensive duration, during which myriad civilizations could flourish. For the dragon race, this 700 years was equally protracted. Chun Mu, as the progenitor of the dragons, was their origin and their deity. Beneath him, the dragon race acknowledged 3 prominent leaders, Ying Long, the North Star, and the Azure Dragon. However, Ying Long, with her youthful spirit, often preferred to frolic with the North Star. After Chun Mu departed, leaving the dragon race, the leadership fell solely to the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon, characterized by a composed demeanor and a love for peace, refrained from engaging in conflict with humanity during their oppression and territorial encroachment, as Chun Mu was absent. Instead, he contracted the territory of the dragons. Eventually, more radical dragons within their ranks could no longer endure such oppression, launching attacks against humans, resulting in the deaths of several dragons. In the midst of this turmoil, the progenitor resurrected the fallen dragons, bringing them back to life. Simultaneously, the ancestral dragon unleashed retribution upon humanity, with countless terrifying gemstone giants trampling innumerable humans. Yet, the heavens and earth reacted violently. The seas evaporated, volcanoes erupted furiously, and magma supplanted the oceans. The air became suffused with acrid fumes, oxygen dissipated, and all marine life perished, including their vital gray whales. The temperature between heaven and earth escalated to levels unbearable for them. Over these 7 centuries, the dragons suffered from the inhalation of excessive sulfur dioxide and carbon dioxide, resulting in toxic damage. Starvation led to the failure of their bodily organs. While the terrifying temperatures caused their bodies to be scalded, their ability to heal rapidly was triggered only when the protective instinct sensed harm to its charge. Thus, the environmental impacts ultimately resulted in the deterioration of these dragons' bodies. After the devastation, they were swiftly restored through a remarkable self-healing process. These dragons did not perish, rather, each moment witnessed the death of their cells, only to be revived almost instantaneously. This enduring cycle persisted for an exceedingly prolonged period. For 3 centuries, all dragons endured a relentless torment of bodily destruction and restoration. Throughout this time, they were consumed by a singular thought: to wait. They awaited the return of a being who could liberate them from their suffering. Only their progenitor, Chun Mu, possessed the power to do so. Thus, they remained in a state of anticipation. Initially, some dragons, growing impatient, took to the skies in search of their ancestor. However, their quest yielded no results. They traversed the entirety of the earth, yet found nothing. Upon hearing this, Chun Mu understood that while the dragons sought him, he was still buried deep within the earth. Those dragons who could not find him resigned themselves to remain in their marine domains, continuing to wait, though a portion of them refused to give up hope. Eventually, they observed the emergence of other life forms upon the land. Their excitement surged at the prospect of no longer enduring hunger and its accompanying suffering. Yet, upon attempting to consume these new beings, they were bewildered to discover that these were not suitable sustenance. The creatures inhabiting Earth were silicon-based life forms created by Chun Mu, thriving on sulfur dioxide instead of oxygen and feasting on lava. Naturally, such entities could not serve as nourishment for carbon-based life. The consequence of ingestion resulted in consuming a searing, toxic creature, which not only failed to provide sustenance, but also led to poisoning and the demise of the carbon-based life forms. Ultimately, to spare themselves further anguish, the dragons abandoned the pursuit of these creatures. In time, the dragons encountered humans. However, these humans were vastly different from those of the past. They were exceedingly primitive, yet possessed a spark of intelligence. Initially, some dragons, with idle time on their hands, recalled the grievances wrought upon their kind and began to torment the humans. Yet, as discord arose among the dragons themselves, a faction emerged that chose to protect these humans. Conflicts ensued amongst the dragon clans, though no one perished. Ultimately, it was the Azure Dragon who intervened, as the recognized leader of the dragons appeared, compelling the radical factions to cease their cruelty toward humanity. Those dragons who chose to safeguard the humans occasionally assisted them, imparting knowledge and wisdom. As time progressed, humans grew increasingly robust. The previous atrocities committed by dragons against humanity faded into the recesses of memory, leaving only the kindness shown by the dragons. The humans began to revere the dragons, venerating them as deities. Nevertheless, the plight that plagued the dragons remained unresolved. They continued to endure the same pain daily. Their association with humans akin to a mere game of make-believe, a way to pass the time. Now, the time has come. The progenitor has finally returned. The Azure Dragon murmured eagerly, casting an anticipatory glance at Chun Mu. Upon hearing this, Chun Mu began to comprehend the situation. No wonder the angel Qing had faced rejection from the humans upon her arrival. This was evidently due to the presence of these dragons. Chun Mu, not inclined to engage in further conversation, promptly bestowed upon all the dragons the gift of instantaneous adaptability. Once they adapted, the Azure Dragon's eyes brightened, exclaiming, "Indeed, only you can liberate us from this suffering." The expressions of the other great dragons also relaxed, their gazes towards Chun Mu filled with admiration and respect. Chun Mu nodded slightly, crossing his arms. "Now, I must assign you a task." Chapter 212. How to acquire energy more swiftly. Upon hearing that the progenitor was to assign a task, the Azure Dragon's demeanor shifted to one of solemn seriousness. The other dragons gathered around, attentively focused on Chun Mu, akin to children listening intently to a teacher about to assign homework. Observing their expressions, Chunmu stated, previously, the humans who oppressed you have perished in the last great biological extinction. The humans you see now are all new beings I have created. They are distinct from those of the past. Understanding dawned upon the dragons as they began to murmur among themselves. With arms crossed, Chunmu let his wings unfurl slowly and addressed the Azure Dragon. They are beings I have crafted, just like you. Since you are seen as deities in their eyes, you must embody that role, protect them, and instill in them the values of kindness and peace. There lies a mountain range in the center of the continent. You shall govern the lands to the east of that range, while the angels, those little ones behind me, will oversee the west. The Azure Dragon nodded slightly. The ancient dragon understands. Chunmu then inquired about the Yinglong and the North Star, those two little ones, over 700 years ago. I granted them special care and the ability to adapt instantly. While others perished, those two should have survived. Why are they not present now? The Azure Dragon replied. They enjoy wandering and are likely exploring some corner of Panga continent now. Very well, Chunmu responded nonchalantly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to the Azure Dragon. Panga continent? The Azure Dragon paused slightly. Yes, Panga continent. This is what the Yinglong informed me. She said that land is indeed Panga continent. At this, Chunmu understood. The Yinglong and the North Star often traverse the lands inhabited by humans. Previously, the Yinglong had mentioned that she was referred to as such by humans, even adopting it as her name. It was reasonable to surmise that during her time among humans, the Yinglong must have thoroughly examined those mythological tales, leading her to inform the Azure Dragon of the continent's identity. Well then, I shall take my leave, Chunmu declared. The Azure Dragon, hearing this, asked, Progenitor, will you not stay? Its eyes were filled with reluctance as it gazed at Chunmu. Chunmu regarded the Azure Dragon and replied, having lived for so long, do you still cling to childlike dependency? You must learn to think for yourselves, cultivate independence, and face hardships on your own. Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon's pupils narrowed slightly. It glanced at Chunmu and nodded. I understand the elder ancestor's intentions. Intentions? Chunmu was perplexed about what this creature comprehended. He decided not to dwell on it further. He rubbed the back of his head and addressed the Azure Dragon. I shall grant you a capability. With this ability, you will be able to move with great swiftness. If any matters arise, seek me in the Lunar Realm. The Lunar Realm? The Azure Dragon gazed at Chunmu. Chunmu crossed his arms and explained, when night falls, and you see the moon, fly towards its direction. Above the moon lies the Celestial Realm. The Azure Dragon's pupil sharpened. Yes, I understand. With a powerful flap of his wings, Chunmu ascended into the sky, followed closely by the 7 angels. As Chunmu's figure soared away alongside the angels, the Azure Dragon and the other dragons watched him depart, lost in contemplation for a long while. Azure Dragon, what shall we do next? Inquired a nearby colossal dragon. The Azure Dragon regained its composure and replied, in accordance with the elder ancestors' instructions, we shall move closer to the eastern lands and assist in guiding humankind. Most importantly, we must convey to them that all in this world has been created by our elder ancestor. Our elder ancestor is the progenitor of our dragon lineage, our ancestral dragon. And we must also inform them that our elder ancestor is the creator of all existence. The Azure Dragon declared, he is the creator, the most magnificent being. Indeed. The colossal dragons responded in unison. Meanwhile, Chunmu, accompanied by the angels, returned to the moon. Upon landing, he turned to the angels and asked, do you have any further questions? The angels exchanged glances. Greenery stepped forward and addressed Chunmu, elder ancestor. Our primary concern is how to establish peace in this world and how to prevent wars. The answers to these questions have already been provided by you. She looked at Chunmu. Thus, we are clear on what actions to take next. Well then, go about your tasks, Chunmu replied, feeling a sense of relief. Frankly, he did not relish solving others' problems. One by one, the 7 angels departed. After they left, Chunmu made his way to his dwelling. He realized he had slept for a full 3 years, yet even with this passage of time, his evolution energy progress remained stagnant. This indicated that the amount of evolution energy he required was exceedingly vast. In other words, his current acquisition of evolution energy was far too slow. Chunmu pondered, how can I expedite my evolution energy progress? Presently, the western region of Panga continent was under the guardianship of angels, while the eastern side was protected by the dragon race. He believed that these highly intelligent beings could reproduce safely, and with their increasing numbers, their energy acquisition would accelerate, thus hastening his own evolution energy as well. Yet, could this process be further expedited? Perhaps sharing the ability of rapid self-healing with all creatures in the world would ensure their survival? However, this too posed a dilemma. If the gift of rapid self-healing were extended, both the virtuous and the wicked would evade death, leaving the angels and the dragon race powerless to punish malevolent beings. Most importantly, with the possession of an extraordinary self-healing ability, one could survive without food or engaging in any activity. It is likely that some indolent individuals would forego even the act of eating. However, by neglecting nourishment, they would be unable to acquire energy, consequently diminishing the pace of their evolutionary progress. Is there a means to enhance the survival capabilities of these beings, enabling them to proliferate more swiftly without rendering them as formidable as those with rapid self-healing? A thought suddenly emerged in Chunmu's mind. Nanobots. While the system's capabilities were indeed remarkable, Chunmu was also aware of the advancements brought forth by technology. In the era he once inhabited, the concept of nanobots had already begun to take shape. These microscopic machines were designed based on the principles of molecular biology, functioning as programmable molecular robots that represented a fusion of nanomechanical devices and biological systems. Conceptually, in the future, nanobots could be utilized across various fields, including medicine, environmental sensing, space exploration, and military applications. Nevertheless, during Chun Mu's time, nanobots had yet to be operational, remaining in the research and development phase. However, he understood that if nanobots could be developed, they would fulfill his current needs, particularly in terms of therapeutic efficacy. Moreover, there was another aspect that thrilled Chun Mu. In the medical field, nanobots could deliver medication to patients. If they could transport drugs, it would naturally allow for the direct delivery of energy to various organisms. Imagine having nanobots insert nourishment directly into the bodies of living creatures. Would this not accelerate Chun Mu's acquisition of evolutionary energy? Yet, the crucial question remained. Is it feasible? Instinctively, Chun Mu inquired of the system. Does your knowledge base contain methods for constructing nanobots? As he awaited the response with a hint of trepidation, a calm voice gradually replied, yes. Chapter 213. Creating nanobots to nourish Earth's creatures. Chun Mu's eyes instantly brightened as he exclaimed, please, share the method of fabrication. You can construct a template for the nanobots within the knowledge base, came the system's voice. Chun Mu instructed, activate atomic vision. Through this perspective, he could perceive the surrounding atoms, revealing an entirely microscopic world. Commence template construction for the nanobots. What functions should be incorporated? Functions? Chun Mu pondered for a moment. I desire it to possess the ability to transport the energy required by organisms. I need it to actively gather the energy necessary for these beings and transport it into their bodies, assisting them in energy acquisition. Oh, and it must also have the capacity to store energy and actively repair and heal its host. Currently, the only method for those animals to obtain energy was through consumption. By eating, they acquired the energy their bodies required. Regardless of the species, any movement necessitated energy expenditure, which is sometimes referred to as caloric energy. Energy was gained through consumption and expended through activity, and this energy is essential for sustaining life. Certainly, at present on Earth, the myriad of life forms are creations of Chun Mu. These organisms, by merely harnessing energy, enable Chun Mu to simultaneously acquire evolutionary energy. Pausing momentarily, he contemplated his objective, to employ these nanobots to actively infuse energy into these living beings, thereby facilitating his own energy acquisition. Naturally, it would be impractical for these nanobots to simply scurry across the ground. Ideally, they would float gracefully in the air, akin to the very atmosphere. While possessing the ability to replicate themselves autonomously, in a short span, they could saturate the entire planet, ensuring that every organism harbors these nanobots, which would then be capable of collecting diverse forms of energy. This would indeed be a delightful scenario. With this thought in mind, Chun Mu articulated his requirements. He needed the nanobots to drift through the air like the very atmosphere itself, possessing the ability to control their movements and the capacity for self-replication. Upon receiving this directive, the process of constructing the nanobot template commenced. A minuscule template materialized before Chun Mu. It resembled an exquisitely crafted sphere, remarkably small, only slightly larger than a molecule. This dimension was exceedingly diminutive. When Chun Mu closed his atomic vision, he could no longer perceive this tiny entity. The construction was successful. Soon, a voice resonated, announcing the achievement. Chun Mu reopened his atomic sight, only to discover that the singular entity had multiplied into two. It was swiftly maneuvering in midair, gathering other floating atoms. And upon consuming several atoms, it spawned yet another nanobot, continuing the cycle of consumption. This was evidently the self-replicating capability that Chun Mu desired. It appeared that the nanobot thrived by collecting other atoms, transforming them into new nanobots. In an instant, through his atomic vision, Chun Mu beheld a multitude of nanobots. However, upon closing his atomic sight, he found nothing before him. They were simply too small. The nanobots, as Chun Mu understood, were minuscule, only slightly larger than oxygen molecules. In fact, oxygen molecules constitute oxygen itself, and the considerable distance between these molecules manifests as a gaseous form. The nanobots he had created were molecular in size and sparse in number, rendering them entirely invisible. In this scenario, even if the quantity of nanobots increased, they would still exist in a gaseous form, imperceptible to the naked eye. Chun Mu exercised his control abilities, directing these nanobots at light speed from the moon to Earth. After delivering the nanobots to the planet, a wave of comfort washed over him. With these minuscule entities, the velocity at which he could acquire evolutionary energy would undoubtedly accelerate. After completing these tasks, Chun Mu returned indoors and succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, the self-replication rate of these nanobots surged to extraordinary levels after their introduction to Earth. Due to the multitude of gases present in the Earth's atmosphere, the current state of the planet, influenced by Chun Mu, has led to a significant presence of carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide in the air. Simultaneously, the oxygen emitted by vegetation contributes to a considerable oxygen component in the atmosphere. These gases exist in a molecular form, suspended in the air. In contrast, the moon, characterized by its low gravity and absence of an atmosphere, sees most of these gases escaping into space, failing to remain on its surface. The atoms collected by the previously deployed nanobots were those gas atoms on the verge of escaping. These nanobots utilize the atoms from the air as materials for self-replication. One nanobot can duplicate itself into two, which in turn can replicate together. Thus, 2 become 4, 4 become 8, and so forth, exponentially increasing in number. Their replication occurs at an astonishing rate, with one bot capable of producing another in mere seconds. Consequently, the quantity of these nanobots can multiply exponentially within a remarkably short span of time. Within half a year, the number of these invisible nanobots has reached an alarmingly high figure, permeating every corner of the Earth. Upon encountering living organisms, they actively infiltrate the host body, supplying energy regardless of whether the organism is a lion, tiger, orc, elf, or human. They accept all hosts indiscriminately, burrowing directly inside. These nanobots are merely executing commands, assisting their hosts in collecting atmospheric substances, converting them into energy, and delivering this to the host. When a host sustains an injury, the nanobots automatically alter their own cells to replace the damaged cells of the host, while simultaneously reinforcing the injured area. As time passes, with the increasing number of nanobots within human bodies, they initially exist in a gaseous state. However, as their numbers swell, the limited space within the human body leads to an increase in density, causing these nanobots to transform into a liquid form within the bloodstream. Eventually, as their numbers continue to rise and density increases, the nanobots become aware that further density escalation could adversely affect the host body. To prevent any solidification in an inappropriate location that might cause bodily harm, the nanobots coalesce in the abdominal area, forming a harmless golden solid sphere. Chapter 214. Recent strange events on the continent. A dragon swooped down, clutching a goat, and landed beside the Azure Dragon. It proclaimed, "Azure Dragon." Peculiar occurrences have been transpiring on the continent lately. As it spoke, it released its grip, allowing the goat to float on the ocean's surface, where, in its fright, the goat frantically swam away. The Azure Dragon glanced at its fellow dragon and remarked, "Peculiar occurrences? The dragon populace is vast. To fulfill the mission bestowed upon us by our ancestors, all dragons are currently observing the humans on the eastern continent. The Azure Dragon embodies leadership and wisdom, residing in the distant seas. Whenever a dragon encounters a perplexing question, it may seek counsel from the Azure Dragon. Should the Azure Dragon possess the answer, it will gladly provide it. If not, it will venture to the moon in search of its progenitor. For many in the dragon kin, the Azure Dragon commands profound respect." The dragon remarked, "Many beings, including lesser creatures and humans, possess self-healing abilities akin to our own." As it spoke, the dragon swept its tail, creating a tremendous splash upon the surface of the sea before the goat. A colossal wave surged forth, propelling the goat back to the side of the great dragon. The dragon lifted its formidable claw and seized the goat, its talon piercing into the goat's body. The goat bleated in pain, and the dragon withdrew its claw, leaving behind a gaping wound that bled profusely. Frightened, the goat struggled to escape. At that moment, a golden aura emanated from the wound, and the bleeding began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The Azure Dragon furrowed its brow, contemplating the phenomenon. Rapid self-healing? No. The dragon extended its claw once more, grasping the goat. With a swift motion, it crushed the goat's body, silencing its cries, rendering its bones and organs entirely obliterated. The dragon elevated its claw, revealing the lifeless goat resting upon it, as a gentle breeze tousled the Azure Dragon's long whiskers, which danced in the wind as it gazed at the goat with a furrowed brow. The great dragon mused, "Our self-healing capabilities allow us to recover even if we are torn asunder. However, the circumstances within the Panga continent differ. While these creatures possess self-healing abilities, death renders them incapable of recovery." Furthermore, the dragon cast the goat's remains aside, its tail sweeping through the air and striking the carcass. The sound of impact echoed as the goat's body was flung away, propelled 1,000 meters from the force of the dragon's tail. The great dragon turned to the Azure Dragon, stating, "In my quest to understand this phenomenon, I have slain several creatures and observed that some possess rapid self-healing, while others heal at a slower pace. Within their bodies, some contain blood infused with a golden liquid, mingling with their lifeblood. One creature, however, was particularly peculiar. It lacked the golden liquid, yet contained a solid golden stone within." Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon's pupils narrowed slightly. Could it be the golden elixir? Golden elixir? The great dragon regarded the Azure Dragon, who nodded slightly. "This was relayed to me by the Yinglong. In Eastern mythology, the golden elixir is referenced. Ancient Eastern alchemy describes two approaches: external elixirs, which are essentially pills, referred to as dam by the ancients, and the process of concocting pills known as alchemy. They believed that once these substances reached a certain refinement, consuming them would grant immortality. Later, a different concept emerged known as internal elixirs, which are cultivated within the body to form the golden elixir. In ancient times, discussions on cultivating immortality suggested that one must attain the golden elixir to become immortal. This is all that Yinglong conveyed to Qinglong, and at present, Qinglong believes that this is indeed what Yinglong referred to as the golden elixir. The great dragon pondered for a moment before turning to Qinglong. "I do not comprehend." Qinglong's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "This matter is not essential to understand. We merely need to ensure that the events unfolding do not hinder us from fulfilling the tasks entrusted to us by the ancestor dragon." The great dragon nodded gently. "Very well, I shall attend to my duties now." As the great dragon glided through the ocean, it broke through the surface and soared into the sky, swiftly departing. Qinglong watched the great dragon leave. Approximately a year later, the great dragon returned. "Qinglong, I have discovered that the essence residing within those living beings originates from the air." The great dragon gazed at Qinglong. Upon hearing this, Qinglong looked at the great dragon. "The air?" The great dragon nodded. "It seems that the air contains a unique substance that automatically infiltrates various life forms. Once this substance enters a living being, it can sustain itself without food or water, and even heal from injuries. The energy in the air. This Yinglong seems to have mentioned before. Could it be spiritual energy? Yes, spiritual energy." Subsequently, the concept of spiritual energy became well known among all dragonkind. Some dragons forged close ties with humans, When humans discovered the existence of those nanomachines in the air, they were perplexed by their invisibility and intangibility. They wondered what these entities could be. Ultimately, some chose to consult their deities, the dragons. "Oh, great dragon, we seek to understand what those entities from the air are." The great dragon observed the group of humans below and responded, "That is spiritual energy. Rest assured, it is beneficial for humanity. There is no need for excessive concern." "Is that so? That is splendid." Time passed, and a voice resonated in Chunmu's mind. "Currently acquiring evolutionary energy, with an evolutionary progress of 2%. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Chunmu's mind. Upon hearing this, the slumbering Chunmu slowly opened his eyes. Instinctively, he rose and stretched. 2%. A bit scant, Chunmu murmured, "System, how long have I been asleep?" 76 years, a voice replied. Upon hearing this, Chunmu's eyes brightened. What a relief. The previous 1% of evolutionary energy took me a full 700 years. This time, with the 3 years I had previously slept, I have achieved in 79 years what took over 700 years before. Delightful. Chunmu felt elated. "Let us go check on my farm and see how the pigs are faring." He flapped his wings and departed from his resting place. Meanwhile, a youth named Lin Fan, with a serious and somber expression, made his way out of the forest. In just over a second, he arrived on Earth. Flying above the planet, Chunmu gazed downward. Below lay the eastern continent. As he opened his consciousness to the landscape beneath, he beheld ancient architectural structures unique to the east. The streets below were bustling with people. These buildings and their attire evoked memories of the medieval period in the east. The scene here bears little difference from what it was over 70 years ago. At this moment, Chunmu's gaze fell upon a youth standing within the forest, his eyes fixated on a tree, robust enough to require the embrace of 3 adults. The boy's expression was grave as he raised his hand into a fist. A thought crossed Chunmu's mind. Is he intending to strike the tree with his fist? TSK, has this lad succumbed to a bout of adolescent folly? This brought to mind Chunmu's own childhood, when he too would occasionally strike walls, only to conclude that his hand ached as a result. With a sense of morbid curiosity, Chunmu observed the boy. With a loud shout, the youth lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the tree trunk. Bam! Accompanied by a dull thud, the massive tree trembled, a dent forming where he struck. Witnessing this, Chunmu was taken aback. What? Chapter 215. Humans are actually employing nanobots for such endeavors? Chunmu scrutinized the boy before him, knitting his brows in confusion. This is peculiar. It seems impossible and lacks justification. This youth, though a human, differs from those of 700 years ago, for he is a silicon-based life form. However, as Chunmu utilized a human template, the system constructed these silicon-based beings to closely resemble their original human counterparts. Their bodies can adapt to the Earth's environment and endure high temperatures, yet they lack substantial resilience and strength. In terms of hardness and toughness, they bear striking resemblance to humans from 7 centuries past. A mere human lad attempting to create a dent in such a colossal tree is utterly inconceivable. Firstly, the tree itself is also a silicon-based life form, and when comparing the hardness of the human form to that of the tree, they are akin to the relationship between carbon-based humans and trees from 7 centuries ago. The force generated by a punch primarily stems from the instantaneous explosive power of muscles, which is the result of the brain issuing commands to the muscles through neural pathways. The muscles then pull on the bones, propelling the entire arm, and the resultant speed is what defines explosive power. This so-called explosive power can also be referred to as instantaneous acceleration. The greater the explosive force, the higher the speed achieved. Yet, this speed must reach a certain threshold to yield formidable power. However, human muscles are incapable of generating such explosive force within a brief span that would be sufficient to create a considerable dent. Such power would surpass the limits of what normal human muscles can endure, implying that the muscles would tear. Even if the muscles could somehow achieve this level of power, the hardness and resilience of a human fist would be insufficient to withstand the recoil from the tree trunk. It is essential to understand that forces are mutually interactive. When a fist strikes an object, the force exerted will elicit an equal and opposite reaction from the target, which would result in the bones of the fist fracturing under such reactive force, unless that boy's fist possesses a bone density surpassing that of the very tree, while simultaneously exhibiting remarkable flexibility. But how could this be? Chunmu furrowed his brow, fixating on the youth. The boy's fist shimmered with a golden glow, as not only the trunk, but also his hand bore the brunt of the impact. Indeed, it was shattered, yet the extent of the damage appeared minimal. Instinctively, Chunmu activated his atomic vision, revealing that the golden light emanated from a multitude of nanobots, which diligently cleared away the damaged cells in the boy's fist, subsequently transforming their own structure into new cells to replace the injured tissue. In no time, the boy's fist appeared as pristine as it had been moments prior. The youth gazed at the tree trunk, his brows knitting together, still insufficient. With that, he stepped forward once more, delivering another fierce blow to the trunk. Boom! The entire tree trembled. His fist incurred damage yet again, only to be mended anew by the swarm of nanobots. After one punch, he struck again. Under Chunmu's watchful eye, the boy seemed to be recklessly battering his own hand, while the nanobots fervently worked to restore his body. Observing this, Chunmu's pupils narrowed slightly. He suddenly perceived that the cells formed by the nanobots had increased in number compared to their initial state. Could it be, Chunmu pondered, that the nanobots not only repair the host's wounds, but also slightly augment the density of the injured areas? Indeed, the system's prompt resonated timely. Following an injury, the nanobots would alter their structure, transforming themselves into cells to replace those damaged in the host. To prevent further injury to the affected area, the nanobots would also enhance the cellular density therein. Upon hearing this, Shenmue comprehended fully. Though humanity remained oblivious to the existence of the nanobots, the effects of their actions were palpable. People noticed that after each injury, their bodies would swiftly recuperate, and upon recovery, the injured sites would become even more resilient than before. Consequently, these individuals began to harness the unique properties of the nanobots for various purposes. While this enhancement might be modest, if a person were to relentlessly strike a tree, the nanobots would tirelessly repair the damage sustained from the impacts. It is crucial to recognize that during a punch, the damage extends beyond just the point of contact. Movement inflicts varying degrees of harm on the cells within any active region. The muscles that must exert force during a punch inevitably suffer trauma. With the presence of nanobots, such injuries would be repaired and reinforced, and through countless instances of striking, the body would be transformed into a vessel of remarkable density. Goodness. Once Shenmue grasped the situation, he understood precisely why the boy was subjecting his body to such relentless torment. I never imagined that I would utilize these nanobots to safeguard living beings and provide them with energy, acting as a means to nourish these creatures. Yet, to my surprise, humanity has chosen to employ them for bodily enhancement. Nevertheless, this situation is inconsequential, for it does not hinder Shenmue's acquisition of evolutionary energy. In fact, it may expedite his progress. As the density of their bodies increases, the energy consumption will correspondingly rise, leading to a greater daily energy yield. Thus, Shenmue can synchronously obtain more energy. From Shenmue's perspective, this is indeed a fortuitous development. Since it is a positive occurrence, he shall simply observe with curiosity. With a flutter of his wings, Shenmue soared through the air, scrutinizing the creatures nurtured in the expansive farm below. Unbeknownst to him, a man had already set his sights upon his figure. Gazing at Shenmue as he hovered aloft, the man's eyes sparkled with excitement. A celestial being, a true immortal. He hastily opened his mouth. Immortal elder, I humbly seek your guidance. His voice resounded loudly, startling the birds in the nearby woods, causing them to flee the forest. Shenmue heard this exclamation. An immortal? Does this world truly harbor such beings? Where did this term even originate? Who uttered that voice? Contemplating these thoughts, Shenmue instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. Before him stood a handsome young man, burdened with a pack and sporting a tied-back hairstyle. His gaze fixed intently upon Shenmue. Noticing the man's fervent stare, Shenmue felt a stir of intrigue. Did he just call me an immortal? Is he referring to me? Chapter 216. The so-called inner pill and cultivation an immortal? To be candid, Shenmue found this appellation quite fascinating. It is worth noting that he had not instructed these beings on the use of language. Rather, their words were translated through linguistic capabilities. This translation merely conveys the lexicon expressed by the other party to the vocabulary Shenmue comprehends. This implies that the man possesses knowledge of the term immortal. However, the conundrum lies in the fact that the present humans are not the same as those from over 7 centuries ago. The individuals before him are silicon-based life forms created by Shenmue. Though he instinctively refers to them as humans, they are, from a certain perspective, merely an entirely different species that closely resembles humanity. This suggests that these beings ought not to have encountered the term immortal, akin to how elves would be unaware of angels. With a sense of confusion, Shenmue descended beside the young man, who, upon seeing him, lit up with excitement. The man circled around Shenmue, taking in his features, and remarked, wings, silver hair, pointed ears. Legend has it that one becomes an immortal after reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. I have only heard of this legend. I have never beheld a true immortal, he murmured. Then, with a beaming smile, he addressed Shenmue, saying, my name is Lin Li, a cultivator. You must be an immortal who has undergone transformation? Shenmue crossed his arms and replied, no. The young man was taken aback. Is that so? Shenmue remarked, I am not an immortal, nor do I possess any desire to become one. I am merely curious about what an immortal truly is. Where did you first hear about such beings? Lin Li, slightly taken aback, gazed at Shenmue with incredulity. You do not know what an immortal is? According to legend, immortals are entities that enjoy eternal life, existing beyond birth and death. They are remarkably powerful beings, and it is said that no human is unaware of their existence. The ones who convey such tales to humanity are our guardian deities, the dragons. Upon hearing this, Shenmue's mind immediately conjured the image of the Azure Dragon. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon him. The Azure Dragon must have heard some mythological tales from Yinglong, and it was likely that the creature had also been informed about the Eastern myths concerning the quest for immortality. For humans, the emergence of nanobots is beyond their comprehension, prompting them to seek answers from their guardians, the dragon lineage. Should those dragons be unable to fathom it, they would inevitably consult their singular leader, the venerable Azure Dragon. This left Shenmue somewhat speechless. He had devised these nanobots to nourish these beings, yet they were utilizing them to pursue immortality. This was an unexpected turn of events for Shenmue. You are not an immortal. Could it be that you are a monster? A voice interrupted Shenmue's contemplation. He returned to reality to find Lin Li still curiously staring at him. A monster? Shenmue inquired, intrigued. Are there monsters here? Lin Li, taken aback, replied, of course. There are monsters. Not long ago, in the Red Birch Forest, a humanoid monster with a fox tail appeared. A fox spirit, quite beguiling, attracting many, only to lead them to their demise. At this point, Lin Li paused and continued. However, we cultivators are not defenseless. We managed to eliminate it recently. Shenmue furrowed his brow. This did not seem right. Although the nanobots encompassed all life on Earth, providing assistance to every creature, they could not transform animals into humanoid forms. What, then, was the nature of this humanoid monster? Shenmue glanced at Lin Li, suspecting that inquiring further would yield no answers. No matter, he could pose his question to another source. System. What is the origin of the fox spirit in the red birch forest? Can the nanobots transform a fox into a humanoid? The nanobots you have constructed are capable of adopting the forms of animals, but this functionality must be activated, which has not yet occurred. The fox spirit in the red birch forest did not arise from the nanobots. It is a member of the snow fox tribe from the beastman race hailing from the western continent. Upon hearing this, Chenmu's brows relaxed slightly. Beastmen, no wonder. They originated from the western lands, yet to the inhabitants of this eastern continent, they were perceived as humanoid monsters. You truly are not a monster? A voice once again roused Chenmu from his reverie. Chenmu regained his composure and glanced at Lin Li beside him. I am neither an immortal nor a demon, nor even a human. I am merely an ordinary shepherd, tending a flock of rather foolish creatures. Shepherd? Lin Li's expression turned peculiar as he scrutinized Chenmu from head to toe. That is indeed strange. Ever since the emergence of spiritual energy, no one has taken on the role of a shepherd. This statement caused Chenmu to furrow his brow. No one had taken on the role of a shepherd? He directed his gaze towards Lin Li. This was far from favorable news, at least not what Chenmu wished to hear. The act of shepherding animals facilitates the proliferation of other creatures. The absence of such stewardship would imply a dwindling population of animals that could otherwise serve as livestock. This, in turn, suggested that Chenmu's progress in acquiring evolutionary energy would be hampered. Lin Li nodded in acknowledgement. Are you truly unaware? Ever since spiritual energy manifested, those livestock have also absorbed the energy from the air, making it impossible for shepherds to feed and domesticate them. Furthermore, should a shepherd attempt to slay them for meat, they would encounter resistance and aggression. They possess self-healing abilities, making it quite challenging to kill them. Moreover, we all possess spiritual energy within us, rendering the need for sustenance obsolete, and thus, there is no necessity to raise livestock. Consequently, no one continues to be a shepherd. Indeed, Chenmu remarked. If humans no longer require nourishment, they will inevitably find themselves idle, and thus there is no need to tend to livestock. This is the downside of nanotechnology. Chenmu inquired, if sustenance is unnecessary, then what are you all preoccupied with now? Lin Li, taken aback, regarded Chenmu with a curious expression. Are you truly unaware? We are, of course, cultivating our abilities. Presently, people hunt ferocious beasts to obtain their inner cores, which assist in our cultivation. Ferocious beasts, Chenmu understood. Those wild animals, aided by nanotechnology, naturally diverged from ordinary beasts, and thus were deemed ferocious. Yet, what exactly was an inner core? An inner core aids in your cultivation? Chenmu gazed intently at Lin Li. Indeed, Lin Li affirmed. An inner core is composed purely of spiritual energy. Many formidable ferocious beasts possess inner cores within them. By vanquishing these beasts and consuming their inner cores, we can replenish the spiritual energy within ourselves. Chenmu's brow furrowed slightly as he nodded in contemplation. Though he did not fully grasp the concept, he sensed a vague intuition, prompting him to unfurl his wings and take flight. Are you leaving already? Don't you wish to converse further? Lin Li observed Chenmu's figure as it swiftly vanished, expressing his bewilderment. What a curious individual. Chenmu, utilizing his consciousness to search, located a lion and immediately dismantled it with his control abilities. Upon disassembly, he extracted a golden solid orb from within the lion's body. He picked up the orb and examined it closely. To the naked eye, it appeared to be a thumb-sized golden solid orb, radiating a divine golden light. It looked remarkably pure, resembling the so-called golden core. Yet, Chenmu understood that a golden core was a mere myth. Activating his atomic vision, Chenmu finally discerned the true nature of this golden core. Within the orb, countless nanobots were densely packed together. The nanorobots outside are gradually dispersing in all directions. And as they scatter, they emit a golden glow visible to the naked eye. Is this what they refer to as the golden elixir? It is merely a sphere formed by a dense assembly of nanorobots. Humans hunt these creatures solely to acquire these nanorobots, replenishing the ones within their own bodies, thus engaging in self-destructive practices to enhance their physical forms. This is what they call cultivation. Chenmu furrowed his brow. Is this truly the trivial pursuit of humanity? Though the matter seems mundane, it does not irk Chenmu. What troubles him is that humans, in their obsession with this so-called cultivation, have ceased to breed animals and resort to daily hunting. This will inevitably lead to a drastic decline in animal populations, resulting in a reduced rate of evolutionary energy acquisition for Chenmu. This is not a scenario he wishes to witness. Initially, his purpose in creating the nanorobots was not only to transport energy to those beings, but also to ensure their propagation and increase their numbers. Now, however, humanity is preoccupied with their misguided practices, neglecting reproduction, while other creatures face relentless persecution. This greatly displeases Chenmu. It is intolerable. He must devise a solution to this predicament. Chapter 217. Transforming animals with nanorobots. After contemplating, Chenmu conceived a plan. In this forest, he employed atomic creation to manifest a snow fox. Upon its formation, the snow fox gazed at Chenmu with its deep orange eyes, a hint of curiosity sparkling within. It approached him, sniffing with its nose, and affectionately rubbed its fluffy white fur against his feet. The snow fox, also known as the Arctic fox, inhabits the polar regions and can endure extreme cold. Its fur changes color with the seasons, turning slate gray in summer and autumn, leading humans to refer to it as the blue fox during that time. Originally a creature of the Arctic, Chenmu has now created a silicon-based snow fox using this template, one that possesses heat-resistant properties, rendering it entirely distinct from its original form. Chenmu inquired, System, is there a method to grant it the ability to manipulate the nanorobots in the air? Indeed, the nanorobots are operable, akin to individual intelligent machines. Simply set a command target, and the nanorobots within 1,000 miles of the target will prioritize entering its body, came the system's response. How do I establish the command target? Chunmu asked. You can utilize atomic creation, the system replied, its voice resonating slowly. An idea sparked in Chunmu's mind. He exerted his control over the snow fox, which was playfully nuzzling at his feet, lifting it into the air. The snow fox, feeling uneasy, attempted to struggle but found itself immobile, emitting a series of hoarse cries reminiscent of a cat's meow, though deeper. Through their shared language, Chunmu comprehended its distress. What is happening? Who has seized me? Release me, please, echoed the voice of the snow fox. Upon hearing this, Chunmu instructed, don't move. The snow fox paused at his words, gazing at Chunmu with a glimmer of light in its eyes. Mom? It queried. Chunmu fell silent for a moment before responding, I am male. The snow fox's eyes brightened as it swiftly comprehended the implication. Dad. Chunmu was momentarily taken aback. That was not my intention. Forget it. Engaging in extensive discourse with this little creature seemed pointless. It could call him whatever it pleased. Previously, Chunmu had taken the effort to correct the titles used by others, insisting they refer to him as their progenitor. However, after the angel and the Eastern dragon labeled him as such, he grew weary of the term. He no longer wished to hear progenitor. If this little one desired to refer to him in its own way, so be it. For now, he needed to focus on the task at hand. Looking at the snow fox, Chunmu commanded, lock onto the target, atomic creation. In an instant, the snow fox's body became still. Chunmu activated his consciousness vision, revealing a blue box enveloping the snow fox. Its form transformed into a configuration of atoms engaged in erratic motion. In truth, all matter visible to the naked eye is composed of atoms. To our perception, many substances appear to amalgamate, seeming indivisible. Yet, on an atomic level, there exists considerable space between atoms, resulting in their random movements. These movements account for the phenomena of life and thermal energy within matter. There are no stationary atoms. Thus, absolute zero cannot exist. However, this detail was of little consequence to Chunmu. Under the scrutiny of atomic vision, the atoms, though in motion, remained confined to the space occupied by the snow fox, exerting no influence on Chunmu's atomic creation. He commenced constructing the nanobot directive template on the target. Construction underway. Please provide directive requirements. Within a kilometer radius, all existing nanobots would prioritize supplementation for the directive target. Directive requirements received. Construction in progress. New atoms began to materialize within the snow fox. These atoms served as carriers for the directive, akin to a magnet designed to attract nanobots from a surrounding kilometer. Ordinarily, nanobots would autonomously enter a biological entity. However, the distribution of nanobots in each cubic meter of air is finite. Should they enter naturally, their numbers would be limited. With the introduction of this nanobot magnet, however, they would be forcibly drawn into the snow fox's body. As Chunmu observed the snow fox still in the process of construction, he posed another question. System, if the snow fox absorbs in this manner, will it be overwhelmed by an excess of nanobots and suffer harm? Such a scenario is impossible. One of the nanobot's primary tasks is to automatically repair the host's body. To ensure optimal execution of this task, a numerical limit has been set within the nanobots concerning the host. As the nanorobots discerned that the host's body could not endure further intrusion, they ceased their relentless penetration, prioritizing the host's life above all else. Even in the face of imperative directives, such remarkable intelligence is indeed striking, and it is no wonder these nanorobots have not caused humans' bodies to rupture. Chunmu gazed at the snow fox before him and commanded, increase the directives for the nanorobots within the target. He requested new instructions, stating, once the number of nanorobots within the target exceeds the threshold of tolerance, they may commence executing new commands. The directive is to enhance the target's composition, transforming ordinary animals into advanced sentient beings, endowing them with the intellect characteristic of higher-order life forms, while also allowing them to assume a human-like physique. Command received. Commencing construction. Came the response. Hold on, Chunmu interjected. Add another command. I wish for it to possess the ability to temporarily bestow these directives upon other creatures. Command received. Commencing construction. At long last, a voice resonated. Construction complete. In simple terms, Chunmu's intricate maneuvers revolved around leveraging the advanced capabilities inherent in these nanorobots. These nanorobots possess the extraordinary ability to transform themselves into human cells, implying that, given sufficient numbers, they could collectively forge a new corporeal form. Chunmu's objective was to harness the existence of these nanorobots to enhance the prowess of animals. Not only did he aspire for the animals to wield the capabilities of the nanorobots, but he also envisioned these nanorobots transforming the animals into sentient beings capable of contending with humanity. In this manner, animals would gain parity with humans, instilling a sense of trepidation within mankind. If animals prove formidable, it is likely that humans would retreat to their homes, focusing on mundane tasks such as meals and procreation. Furthermore, the population of animals would remain stable, allowing them to safeguard themselves and propagate their lineage. This notion was nothing short of brilliant. However, a faint sense of unease stirred within Chunmu. Yet, this concern was of little consequence. Action was paramount, and overthinking was unnecessary. Challenges could be addressed as they arose. Chunmu withdrew from the atomic perspective, turning his gaze toward the snow fox, suspended in midair due to the control abilities. The snow fox was surrounded by a deluge of nanorobots, flowing in from all directions like an ocean. The sheer density of the incoming nanorobots transformed the view into a spectacle of countless golden luminescences, frantically infiltrating the snow fox's form. The snow fox blinked, surveying its surroundings, and expressed a hint of anxiety. Daddy, what is happening to me? Observing the snow fox's petite visage, Chenmu reassured, do not worry, everything is fine. Well, if Daddy says it's fine, then it surely is, the snow fox thought, its unease dissipating, replaced by a gaze of trust. Chenmu remained silent as a frenzied golden light enveloped the snow fox. Soon, the creature's body surpassed its endurance threshold. Its eyes gradually closed, becoming encased in the embrace of the nanorobots. A brilliant golden radiance ignited, intensifying until it began to mold into the form of a human figure. Before him stood a figure that resembled a human, yet what intrigued Chenmu was the presence of 9 golden tails sprouting from behind this individual. Chapter 218. Let us establish a new breeding ground. A girl adorned with 9 tails materialized before Chenmu. She possessed a cascade of snow-white hair and deep orange fox-like eyes, complemented by 9 fluffy, white tails trailing behind her. The girl surveyed her own form before turning her gaze to Chenmu, exclaiming in her distinctive, youthful voice, Father, I have transformed to be like you. Indeed. Just like me, Chenmu replied absently, casting a glance at the 9 tails that adorned the girl. Why 9 tails? To ensure that the transformed creature retained its distinctiveness. Only 1 tail was meant to remain. However, due to the immense influx of nanobots absorbed in that fleeting moment, these nanobots autonomously constructed an additional 8 tails to store the excess. The system's indifferent voice resonated in his mind, recalling the sheer number of nanobots he had just absorbed. Chenmu understood. Indeed, the quantity was overwhelming. The nanobots, having recognized her as their host, were reluctant to part ways, and thus chose to self-assemble a set of tails that would have minimal impact on her. But why precisely 9 tails? The 9-tailed fox, originally chronicled in the Shanhai Jing, was depicted as a fearsome beast with 4 limbs and 9 tails. During the Pre-Qin era, Han perspectives transformed the 9-tailed fox into a symbol of auspiciousness, representing fertility and progeny. Over time, with the influence of various literary works, the 9-tailed fox transitioned from its initial auspicious nature to one of otherworldliness. In ancient numerology, the number 9 signified the pinnacle of digits, embodying the concept that all things emanate from 1 and culminate in 9. In the context of the 5 elements, 9 represents the highest yang number, which in ancient times often referred to masculinity, hence the association of the 9-tailed fox with abundance and offspring. Naturally, the connotation has evolved over time. Upon witnessing the 9-tailed girl before him, Chenmu couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Nevertheless, he dismissed it as mere coincidence. The girl, lost in contemplation as she examined her 9 tails, seemed entranced. Observing her behavior, Chenmu found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had intended to bestow her with abilities that would enable her to transform other creatures into beings akin to herself, utilizing the nanobots to resist humanity. However, it became glaringly apparent that he had overlooked a crucial fact. Life created through atomic manipulation, though endowed with intelligence, possessed the cognitive capacity of a mere 3 or 4-year-old child. She lacked understanding in many areas, rendering any notion of her aiding other animals in opposing humans utterly implausible. Was this not a predicament? Father, the girl suddenly interjected, breaking Chenmu's reverie. Returning to the present, he found her gaze fixed upon him, her face aglow with a smile and eager anticipation. Father, what are you thinking? Is there something I can assist you with? Chenmu replied, Indeed. There is a matter I require your assistance with, but at this moment, you are not yet capable. Upon hearing this, the young girl felt a tinge of disappointment. Observing her demeanor, Chenmu refrained from further contemplation. He shared with her the ability to adapt instantly, and, with a flutter of his wings, took flight, guiding her alongside him. In an ephemeral moment, the 2 figures vanished from their original spot. After a brief interval, they reappeared within the lunar expanse. Once they landed, Chenmu surveyed the transformed moon before him. The lunar surface had undergone significant alteration, adorned with numerous structures. These edifices bore neither the Western architectural style of Earth nor the Eastern. Instead, they possessed a unique aesthetic, forming a distinct architectural ensemble. At the heart of this cluster stood Chenmu's residence, constructed by the angels during his slumber. These structures served as the abodes of the celestial beings, who flitted through the sky with their wings unfurled. At that moment, a voice interrupted Chenmu's contemplation of the lunar landscape. He turned to its source and beheld the angel Vivi soaring towards him. Ancestor, you have awakened, she announced. Chenmu replied with a simple acknowledgement, inquiring, where is Greenery? Vivi explained, the human world is on the brink of war again. Sister Greenery has gone to gather intelligence and maintain order. Initially, it had taken Chenmu over 7 centuries to accumulate a mere 1% of evolutionary energy. However, upon his recent awakening, he had achieved the same in only 79 years. This remarkable difference was undoubtedly attributable to the diligent efforts of the angelic workers. I have observed that during these past 70 years, you all have performed admirably, Chenmu remarked. Vivi's eyes brightened immediately, her face radiating joy as she responded. To receive the ancestor's affirmation is the greatest honor for all of us angels. Her happiness was palpable. After a moment of reflection, Chenmu considered that, given the workers' earnestness and the results they had achieved, perhaps he ought to reward them. With that thought in mind, he addressed Vivi. Is there anything you wish for? Taken aback, Vivi quickly replied, No, ancestor. For us, being able to assist you in receiving your acknowledgement is the greatest joy. This alone is the highest reward we could ever desire. She smiled brightly, adding, if Sister Greenery were to learn of your awakening and your recognition of our efforts, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Seeing the pure joy in Vivi's eyes, Chenmu came to a realization. Indeed, for them, receiving his acknowledgement was the most significant reward, capable of bringing them happiness for quite some time. This was their simplest desire, their most fervent yearning. Any material reward would seem to turn their labor into a mere transaction, tainting their sincere hearts. As they had initially stated, utilizing them well was the greatest reward he could offer. "Daddy, who is she?" came a voice from the side. Chunmu regained his focus and glanced at the young girl suspended in midair by his controlling ability. The girl was curiously observing Vivi, who, in turn, noticed her and looked back at Chunmu with a puzzled expression. Chunmu introduced, "This is Vivi, your sister." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with delight, and a smile graced her face. "Sister Vivi." Vivi, upon hearing this affectionate address, beamed with joy. "Hello, little sister. You seem unfamiliar. What is your name?" The girl appeared momentarily taken aback. "Name?" she murmured, somewhat confused, before glancing at Chunmu. He replied, "You shall be called Ninetails." Casting a brief glance at the Ninetails behind her, he added, "Your name is Ninetails." Upon hearing her name, a radiant smile lit up Ninetails' face as she turned to Vivi, exclaiming, "Sister Vivi, my name is Ninetails." Vivi responded with an affirming nod and a smile. Chunmu continued, "Now, since Greenery is not present, it falls to you to guide her to meet Greenery. Ninetails is a recent creation of mine. She is naive to many matters and is merely a child." "Dad, I'm not a child." Ninetails pouted, her voice tinged with indignation. Chunmu paid her no mind and fixated on Vivi, instructing, "Please teach her well," instilling in her the concepts of justice, peace, kindness, and the nature of evil, along with the appropriate responses to these matters. Ninetails possesses a unique ability that can assist lower animals, elevating them to a higher state of intelligence. I hope she can protect these creatures in the future, preventing them from being excessively slaughtered by humans. He turned to Vivi, seeking her understanding. "Do you comprehend?" Vivi appeared somewhat bewildered, pausing to reflect before shaking her head. "I understand some, but not entirely." Her uncertainty stemmed from Chunmu's lack of detailed explanation. Not wanting to feign understanding, she candidly admitted her confusion. Chunmu instructed, "Relay my words to Greenery. With time, you will grasp it." He extended his hand, and with a flick of his power, Ninetails was sent towards Vivi. "Don't!" Ninetails exclaimed in alarm as she felt the force propel her toward Vivi. Vivi embraced Ninetails and turned her gaze back to Chunmu. With a flutter of his wings, Chunmu departed. "Dad!" Ninetails watched Chunmu's retreating figure, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Do not weep. The ancestor has not forsaken you," Vivi's voice consoled her. Startled, Ninetails lifted her face to meet Vivi's gaze. "He will always be here, watching over you. His actions are meant to hasten your growth. Once you mature, you will be able to aid the ancestor," Vivi reassured her. Ninetails' eyes brightened slightly. "Really?" Vivi nodded affirmatively. Wiping her tears away, Ninetails declared with determination, "Then I want to learn. Sister Vivi, please take me to meet Sister Greenery. I wish to grow up quickly." Observing the resolute demeanor of the young Ninetails, Vivi nodded in appreciation. "Very well." Meanwhile, Chunmu soared away from the moon, heading toward another celestial body. It would take some time for Ninetails to truly mature. In the interim, he pondered the establishment of another breeding ground. As Chunmu gazed ahead, a vibrant orange planet came into view, Mars. Chapter 219. Is Mars the pasture? Mars is located at a minimum distance of 54 million kilometers from Earth, and at its furthest, it stretches to 400 million kilometers away. Traveling from Earth to Mars at the speed of light, which Chunmu currently possesses, the shortest time taken would be 6 minutes. Naturally, even over such great distances, Chunmu would not require an excessive amount of time. The speed of light is indeed a formidable velocity. Generally speaking, objects with mass cannot attain the speed of light. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, as an object's speed increases, its mass also increases. If an object were to reach the speed of light, its mass would become infinitely large, a state that does not exist within our world. Light, however, is capable of achieving this speed because it is not a material entity. It lacks rest mass and is categorized as a particle. This, of course, is a matter of physics, but for Chunmu, the capabilities of his system allowed him to disregard this physical phenomenon. The orange-hued Mars. Chunmu spread his wings and surged towards the inner realms of Mars at sonic speed. His velocity was so great that the friction with the Martian atmosphere ignited flames before him. He descended upon the surface of Mars like a meteor, enveloped in fire. Boom. Without controlling his speed, he crashed directly into the Martian ground, resulting in a tremendous sound. An impact crater was instantly formed, sending dust swirling into the air. Chunmu flapped his wings, rising from the crater and surveying his surroundings on Mars. What lay before him was a desolate expanse that resembled Earth's deserts. Unlike the Moon, which possesses virtually no atmosphere, Mars does have a thin one. Although the atmospheric density of Mars is less than 1% of that of Earth, it still retains some air. System, what is the composition of Mars' atmosphere? Chunmu slowly crouched down, scooping up a handful of Martian sand, feeling its coolness in his palm. He needed to ascertain the composition of the atmosphere on Mars to determine what forms of life it could support. On Earth, the majority of atmospheric gases are toxic sulfur dioxide for carbon-based life forms. But what about Mars? The primary component of Mars' atmosphere is carbon dioxide, followed by nitrogen and argon, with trace amounts of oxygen and water vapor. Upon hearing the term water vapor, Chunmu initially hesitated, but soon dismissed the concern. Water vapor was abundant on Earth previously, suspended in the air, yet it held little utility. Vapor that does not condense is equivalent to non-existence. Mars does possess a small quantity of oxygen, but this minuscule amount is insufficient to sustain life. Chunmu opened his hand, observing the sand within. He activated his atomic vision. After extensive time spent understanding this ability, he had developed the means to discern various substances through his atomic sight. Mu's gaze fell upon the sand in his hands, beneath his feet. Amidst the grains of sand, something peculiar captured his attention. He discovered that the sand he held contained water. Although the presence of water was imperceptible to the touch and invisible to his conscious vision, it could be discerned through atomic perception, allowing him to analyze the various components within the sand. A cursory glance revealed that this handful of sand contained 2% moisture. Remarkably, there was water on Mars. Mu had a penchant for natural knowledge and possessed a rudimentary understanding of certain animals, but his grasp of astronomical concepts was even more superficial. The existence of water on Mars piqued his interest. System, did Mars ever have water? He instinctively inquired. Both in the past and present, the system replied. This was not incorrect, for even the sand in his possession contained moisture, albeit in minuscule quantities. Mu realized there was an issue with his previous question. He continued. Then, did life once exist on Mars? 3.8 billion years ago, Mars supported life. However, a barrage of meteoric impacts led to ecological extinction. Subsequently, the disappearance of Mars' magnetic field allowed solar winds to strip away the atmosphere. Once the atmosphere dissipated, air escaped, reducing atmospheric density and transforming Mars into the barren world it is today, incapable of sustaining life. The system's explanation was reminiscent of a robot reciting from a textbook. 3.8 billion years ago, a catastrophic meteorite impact event occurred within the solar system. The evidence of this impact on Earth is now challenging to observe due to the planet's frequent geological activity, which has obscured many traces under layers of volcanic and seismic debris. However, Earth has a companion known as the Moon. Over the course of 4 billion years, the Moon has remained geologically inactive, preserving the history of Earth's past within its surface. Countless craters can be seen on the Moon, and by collecting samples from these craters, scientists can determine their age, revealing that most were formed between 3.8 and 3.9 billion years ago. Mars, as Earth's neighbor, is similarly adorned with innumerable craters, indicating that Mars, Earth, and the Moon all endured the same cataclysmic meteoric impact event 3.8 to 3.9 billion years ago. That sounds quite complex, Mu remarked. But then again, I am no astronomer, and knowing this does little for me. I should focus on establishing my farm. System, can silicon-based life, like that on Earth, survive on Mars? He asked. No, came the response. Why not? Firstly, the silicon-based life on Earth breathes sulfur dioxide, utilizing sulfur to replenish their energy. Mars lacks sulfur. Secondly, the minimum temperature that silicon-based life can endure is below 100 degrees Celsius, while temperatures on Mars can plummet to 133 degrees Celsius. Even silicon-based life would find survival on Mars impossible. Silicon can be fashioned into low-temperature materials, and the current ultra-low-temperature silicon can function at temperatures below 100 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, Mars lacks a magnetic field, rendering it vulnerable to solar winds, which directly assault its surface. Additionally, various high-energy rays from the cosmos bombard Mars relentlessly, making the existence of silicon-based life in such an environment utterly untenable. Mu fell into silence. What a predicament. Mars is hardly a sanctuary for life. Is it not akin to a barren wasteland or a graveyard? Yet, this approach seems fruitless. After some contemplation, an idea struck him. Recalling images of metallic life he had seen in a cinema, he proposed, what about metallic life? In Chapter 220, The Earth is Alive, the system responded to Mu, stating that Mars' lowest temperature could plummet to minus 133 degrees Celsius, and metals can withstand such frigid conditions. Thus, metallic life is indeed feasible. Very well, Mu declared. Let us proceed with metallic life. Atomic creation. Metallic life. Modeled after humanity. Upon issuing his command, the system's voice reverberated, data received, constructing. Through the atomic vision, a humanoid template materialized before Mu, as atoms began to assemble a new organism within this form. This construction was notably slower than previous endeavors, as the atomic density of metals is significantly greater than that of typical life forms, necessitating a longer duration for creation. However, after countless instances of atomic creation, Mu discerned that his familiarity with the process accelerated the speed of creation over time. Previously, crafting a graphite entity took several hours. Now, he could generate a humanoid in mere minutes. Nonetheless, the time required for metallic constructs remained considerable. At last, the system's voice resonated in Mu's mind, announcing the completion of the construction. Mu opened his conscious vision to behold a mechanical life form standing before him. Its pupils glowed with a blue luminescence as it gained consciousness. Initially, it raised its hand, inspecting its own appendage and flexing it. Then, instinctively surveying its surroundings. Its gaze settled upon Mu. Upon meeting his eyes, the automaton gradually knelt down on one knee, expressing, "Thank you for bestowing upon me life." This was a metallic life form created by Mu, yet he viewed such beings merely as tools for acquiring evolutionary energy. He felt little inclination to converse further with this automaton. Casting a fleeting glance at it, he withdrew his gaze and, unfurling his wings, ascended into the air. Under the watchful gaze of the mechanical being, Mu hovered mid-air, as sand and pebbles on the ground swirled upward, coalescing beneath him to form a suspended isle. From this isle sprouted vines, transforming into a chair. Mu retracted his wings and took a seat upon the chair. Mu yearned for the tranquility to pursue his own endeavors, contemplating the creation of metallic life on Mars, wishing to remain undisturbed by the humanoid automatons. One after another, he fashioned robots, which began to emerge upon the Martian surface. Upon their arrival, they raised their heads to gaze at Mu, suspended high above them. Recognizing him as their creator, the robots regarded him with profound respect. After bowing in gratitude, they turned away to commence their exploration of this uncharted realm. With a focused mind, Chunmu activated his atomic vision to study and enhance these mechanical beings. Although designed using human templates, these entities were composed entirely of metal, distinctly separate from the non-metallic silicon-based and carbon-based life forms. Conventional life forms possess several essential components: bones, muscles, nerves, and a brain. In contrast, the skeletons and musculature of these robots were meticulously assembled from various mechanical parts, their cranial region housing a chip in lieu of a brain, and their energy supplied by a mechanical heart. Their nerves were slender cables, intricately woven throughout their forms. The essence of mechanical life diverged significantly from that of silicon and carbon-based organisms. Throughout this creative endeavor, Chunmu encountered numerous challenges, which he adeptly resolved using the knowledge stored within his system's repository. After more than a century of labor, during which he replicated a myriad of mechanical life forms on Mars, Chunmu found the process to be exceedingly tedious and monotonous. Once the creations were complete, he returned to his lunar abode to rest. As he was absorbing evolutionary energy, the progress indicator read 3%. Upon hearing this notification, Chunmu's eyelids flickered. 3%. There's nothing pressing to attend to now. I might as well continue my slumber. The progress updated to 4%. He decided to remain asleep. The notifications continued, but Chunmu paid them no mind as time slipped by, the duration of which he could not ascertain. Eventually, on an indistinct day, a voice proclaimed, "Congratulations. You have accumulated 100% of the evolutionary energy, commencing the next phase of evolution." Startled, Chunmu opened his eyes abruptly. As he rose, still disoriented, he discovered himself enveloped in a radiant golden light. He lifted his hand, observing it shrouded in the luminous glow, momentarily lost in thought. How long have I been asleep? Before he could gather his thoughts, his consciousness faded once more. The passage of time remained a mystery until Chunmu's awareness returned. When he regained his senses, he instinctively attempted to open his eyes, only to find them unyielding. Not a biological entity, he mused. Yet, considering that he had already transformed into atoms, his biological status seemed irrelevant. I should ascertain what I have become, he pondered, activating his consciousness vision. As his awareness expanded, Chunmu beheld a stunning azure sphere before him. Surely, this brilliant blue could only be Earth. Was it suspended within the cosmos? I still cannot see myself. Have I become something smaller than an atom? Surely, I cannot have transformed into a quark. Chunmu instinctively altered his consciousness, centering his awareness around himself and gazing outward. His consciousness encircled the azure planet before him, akin to a globe being rotated. Yet, I still do not see myself. It seems I have indeed shrunk to a size smaller than an atom, Chunmu muttered. Suddenly, a thought struck him. No, previously, when he had transformed into an atom and rotated his consciousness around himself, all he observed was an empty void, and his awareness could not encompass such a vast circle. However, this time, as he circled his consciousness around himself, he traversed an immeasurable expanse in an instant. No, the diameter of his consciousness was 1,000,000 meters. Yet just now, it appeared to have circled the Earth. Could it be? Chunmu felt goosebumps rising all over him, despite the absence of actual goosebumps. Have I become the Earth? Chunmu exclaimed inwardly in astonishment. This cannot be true. I have transformed into the Earth. Activate the planet evolution system. The planet evolution system was activated, and from now on, all abilities would be determined by the size and form of a planet. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Chunmu's mind, affirming his speculation. Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have received the evolutionary reward, Life Search. Chapter 221. The first question after becoming Earth. Life Search. Chunmu instinctively inquired. What is its purpose? The system responded. Life Search allows you to explore celestial bodies nearby that support life. In simpler terms, it enables Chunmu to discover other forms of life in the universe. However, what use does this ability have for him? At this moment, Chunmu had already created life on 2 planets, making him the creator of 2 worlds. For Chunmu, life was merely a tool, a means to collect evolutionary capabilities. What utility does life exploration hold? It is utterly useless. Within the Earth, in a secluded canyon, a majestic waterfall cascades down, its base enveloped in a misty hot spring. A woman with 9 tails luxuriates in the warm waters, surrounded by delicate pink petals. With her eyes closed, she savors the joy bestowed by the soothing bath. At that moment, another figure approaches, a woman with a gray wolf's tail. Upon entering, her gaze falls upon the woman in the hot spring. The wolf woman's eyes glimmer with an unusual light. She is breathtakingly beautiful. The woman in the spring, with her eyes shut, possesses an extraordinary beauty and an alluring demeanor. She is the 9-tailed demon sovereign, the progenitor of all demons, having single-handedly created the entire demonic race. She is universally acknowledged as the most powerful entity among them. Alongside her formidable strength, her exquisite beauty is equally renowned. The 9-tailed demon sovereign is regarded by humans, demons, and dragons alike as the most stunning and enchanting being in existence. In terms of formidable strength, in the eyes of the wolf maiden, none can rival the 9-tailed demon sovereign before her. When it comes to feminine allure and enchantment, there is no one who can compare. The 9-tails slowly opened her deep orange eyes, instinctively glancing towards the wolf maiden. Is there something you need? The wolf maiden, taken aback, regained her composure and replied. The king of the mechanical clan wishes to meet you. The 9-tails raised her brows slightly and responded. Have I not already stated that matters concerning the demon clan are now entirely under the jurisdiction of the newly appointed demon king, Xiaoyu? If the mechanical clan has any concerns, they should consult Xiaoyu and refrain from bothering me. With that, the 9-tails rose from the hot spring, while 2 maidservants approached with a lengthy black robe to envelop her. The Wolf Maiden lowered her head and said, "Understood." The Ninetales, cradling her silvery hair and holding a comb, began to groom her locks, saying, "Moreover, today marks an annual significant occasion. Ensure Xiaoyu handles everything properly. I cannot have any disturbances. If he awakens in displeasure, I shall ensure your discontent as well." At this, she turned her face slightly to regard the Wolf Maiden, her eyes betraying an icy indifference. The Wolf Maiden felt a chilling weight upon her, swallowing hard and nodding slowly. "Yes." The Ninetales averted her gaze, settling before the vanity. "Instructing, you may leave now." "Yes." The two maidservants drew closer, attending to the Ninetales' hair and attire. As the Ninetales gazed into the mirror, she reflected on the significance of this day, which marked the most important occasion of the year. Ever since her father entrusted her to the care of Greenery over 2,700 years ago, a singular thought had consumed her: to grow stronger, to attain the power necessary to fulfill her father's mission, to aid him, and to earn his recognition. This had been her driving ambition. In truth, she had already achieved much of this. Under Greenery's tutelage, who treated her as a beloved sister, the Ninetales learned the principles of justice, peace, kindness, and malevolence. Greenery was benevolent and exceedingly kind to her. In time, the Ninetales discovered her ability to control the nanobots in the air, and it was during this period that Greenery assisted her, imparting knowledge on how to wield that power. Through years of exploration, coupled with the words left by Chun Mu, the Ninetales ultimately grasped how to utilize the characteristics of the nanobots to transform animals into highly intelligent beings akin to herself. She became aware of the actions of humanity towards these animals, and, in order to fulfill Chun Mu's mission, transformed them into sentient beings, granting them the ability to manipulate nanobots. Subsequently, humans began to refer to these beings, possessing both advanced intellect and a hybrid of human and animal forms, as demons. Thus, a new identity emerged for them: the Demon Clan. The primary existence of the Demon Clan was to protect animals. As time unfolded, the population of the Demon Clan grew significantly, to the point where they could contend with humanity, rendering humans incapable of slaughtering animals as they once did. The entire Eastern continent became a realm shared by both humans and demons. The creation of the Nine-Tailed Fox, the progenitor of the demon race, has been universally acknowledged by both humans and demons alike. After fulfilling her mission, the Nine-Tailed Fox eagerly returned to the moon to seek out Chun Mu, wishing to inform him of her completed task. However, upon her arrival, she discovered that Chun Mu was resting. Initially, she felt a tinge of confusion. Later, Greenery provided her with an explanation, stating that the progenitor had expended an immense amount of spiritual energy in creating various new mechanical life forms on Mars, leading him to fall into slumber. She advised the Nine-Tailed Fox not to disturb him, assuring her that he would awaken naturally in due time, as he always had before. Upon hearing this, the Nine-Tailed Fox grasped the magnitude of Chun Mu's greatness. She chose not to disturb him, and instead resolved to return to Earth to continue the tasks he had entrusted to her. She set a personal milestone. Every first day of spring, she would return to the moon to accompany Chun Mu, awaiting his awakening. She longed for the moment when her father would open his eyes and see her first. She yearned to convey to him the words she had long held within her heart, that she had grown up, completed the tasks he assigned, and could now be of assistance to him. She envisioned the astonishment on his face upon hearing of her achievements. The Nine-Tailed Fox remembered vividly that her father had been in slumber for 2,731 years. Yet, she was certain that her father was not dead, merely resting, and she believed he would awaken. The thought of his reaction upon learning of her accomplishments brought a smile to her beautiful visage reflected in the mirror. He had always strived for the well-being of all life, advocating for a world of peace and harmony. If he were to learn that she had completed his tasks, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Meanwhile, Chun Mu, on Earth, pondered a pressing question. If he wished to continue his evolution, he would require additional resources. Having transformed into a planet of Earth's magnitude, he suspected that the energy required for his evolutionary progress had reached a staggering level. Satisfying this energy demand could prove perilous. Another concern loomed: how to manage the myriad of life forms inhabiting Earth. According to the system's prior assertions, the life forms created by atomic synthesis would continue to provide him energy, even if he evolved into other beings. This meant that even in his current state as Earth, they would still supply him with energy. However, the dilemma arose that to obtain energy, he would need to consume, and to do so, he must depart. Regardless of whether the Earth was positioned closer to or farther from the sun, life within it would inevitably perish. It was merely a matter of timing. Perhaps he should consume them now, for they would eventually die anyway. Why not convert them into his energy directly? Chapter 222, Abundance in the Solar System. As the embodiment of Earth, the presence of these beings within him felt somewhat uncomfortable, though he was devoid of any actual sensation. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Ultimately, he decided to proceed with the consumption, employing his devouring ability. He intended to utilize his devouring ability to cleanse all the creatures residing on the Earth's surface as one would eradicate bacteria. Accompanying the activation of this power, a gentle golden radiance enveloped the entire planet. Simultaneously, within the Earth, the Ninetales and her two handmaidens were engaged in her grooming. At that moment, the ground beneath her glimmered with a soft golden halo. Sensing this phenomenon, she instinctively turned her gaze towards the hot springs beneath the waterfall, which were now illuminated with the same golden glow. Observing this luminous spectacle, the Ninetales felt a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. This golden light shone for approximately 5 seconds before gradually fading away. The inhabitants of the Earth also noticed these anomalies. Glancing at the fleeting golden glow that had appeared beneath their feet, their expressions filled with bewilderment. What had just transpired? It seemed to have illuminated suddenly. Oh, there was light everywhere. Such a peculiar occurrence. Could it indicate the emergence of a treasure? High above the western continent, islands floated in the sky, each constructed from nanobots, inhabited by angels. Although angels could return from Earth to the moon in mere seconds, their conscious perception did not allow them to witness the happenings on Earth from the moon. Hence, to facilitate the management of Earth, the angels created these artificial islands using nanobots. By residing on these islands, they could utilize their conscious vision to observe the Earth below. Upon sensing the changes occurring on the planet, Green's brow furrowed in concern. What was happening? Green instinctively inquired, yet no one could provide an answer to her question. Meanwhile, Chunmu, having employed his devouring ability, found himself perplexed. Was it ineffective? Why could he not consume anything? Was it possible that, having transformed into the Earth, which is a planet, his devouring ability could only consume planets and not living beings? This seemed implausible. System, why am I unable to devour the creatures on Earth? Chunmu queried. The system responded, the creatures on Earth are part of it, and those created by your atomic creation are also considered part of you. While you can consume living beings, you cannot devour that which is inherently part of yourself. Chunmu fell silent. So that was the case. To illustrate, within the human body reside various cells, all of which are living entities. Occasionally, certain immune cells may mistakenly attack the body. Yet this does not negate the fact that those immune cells are part of the body. Therefore, the creatures currently within Chunmu's being are integral to him, thus defaulting to being non-consumable. Of course, this is merely a default setting. Should Chunmu choose to force the issue, it could indeed be accomplished. However, this would amount to self-harm. If these creatures are already considered part of my body, then consuming them would yield no increase in my energy. In other words, it would be futile. Since it serves no purpose, Chunmu decided against the act of devouring. He broadened his perspective, expanding his consciousness to encompass a planetary scale. At present, Chunmu's awareness had reached a planetary level, centered on Earth, though the exact distance remained elusive. Enlarging his conscious vision to its fullest extent, he discerned that it could envelop both Mars and Venus. If he could perceive Mars from Earth's center, it implied that the radius of his consciousness spanned at least 54 million kilometers. Such a distance is indeed remarkable. However, it merely allowed him to glimpse Mars and Venus. As Chunmu retracted his awareness, his gaze settled upon the Earth. Suddenly, he became cognizant of an unusual phenomenon. The Earth was rotating. Although the movement was subtle, he could distinctly sense the planet's rotation. Earth indeed spins, completing one full rotation every 24 hours, traveling approximately over 1,600 kilometers each hour. Yet, the creatures inhabiting the Earth remain oblivious to this motion. The rotation of the Earth defines the 24-hour day, a widely recognized fact that Chunmu was well aware of. Nonetheless, experiencing this rotation from outside the planet proved to be quite fascinating. Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have received an evolutionary reward that multiplies biological energy acquisition by 10,000 times. Taken aback by this newfound reward, Chunmu paused momentarily. Biological energy acquisition multiplied by 10,000? The system clarified, the organisms you create will enable you to simultaneously gain evolutionary energy when they acquire energy, resulting in a 10,000-fold increase in the evolutionary energy you obtain through these creations. This revelation stirred something within Chunmu. In essence, it meant that he could garner even greater energy from the organisms he had previously crafted using atoms. However, he quickly reconsidered. Wait a moment. If that is the case, then the organisms currently residing within me must be regarded as part of my own body. Excluding the plants, the herbivores and carnivores consume organisms that are also within me. Can I acquire energy from this? Not at all, the system responded. Your body presently functions as a unified whole, and the energy conversion occurring within it does not count as external gain. Regarding the broader ecological environment of Earth, all organisms are essentially part of a material cycle. To illustrate with humanity, an infant originates from a fertilized egg, which draws nourishment from the mother's body, the source of which is food, and the nutrition of that food derives from the earth. As an infant matures into old age, it requires sustenance, while simultaneously returning certain unusable elements back to the earth. Upon death, the body returns to the soil, transforming into new matter, which will eventually convert into fresh nourishment for other forms of life, perhaps even nurturing a new infant. This cycle continues infinitely. As long as one remains on Earth, all biological activities merely represent a cycle within the planet. For Chunmu, this signifies a material cycle within his own body, thus failing to constitute newly acquired energy. Thus, if he wished for this group of entities to bestow upon him their abilities, he would need to expel them from his own corporeal form. Chunmu pondered this notion. For the time being, he decided to set it aside. His gaze shifted to the celestial bodies surrounding him. At this moment, he found himself far more intrigued by the planets before him. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, were these not manifestations of existing material energy? As he beheld the planet Venus, his heart stirred with desire. Food. Chapter 223. A bite of Venus. Chunmu's devouring ability allowed him to directly consume entities smaller than himself. Venus, the planet closest to Earth, possessed a volume that is 88% that of Earth and a mass equivalent to 4/5 of Earth's. This indicated that Venus was indeed smaller than Earth. Given this fact, Chunmu felt no need for further contemplation. He harnessed his control abilities to maneuver his colossal form toward Venus. In an instant, his speed escalated to the velocity of light, enveloping the entire Earth in a radiant golden glow. Simultaneously, within a canyon, the Ninetales had completed her preparations. She lifted her face to gaze at the moon above. Suddenly, the Earth was illuminated. The Ninetales' body transformed into golden light. Instantly, a dazzling golden radiance emanated from the surface of the Earth, engulfing all living beings and flora. The Earth itself became a sphere radiating a golden halo. The golden orb darted through space, swiftly advancing toward Venus. Upon contact with Venus, the planet too transformed into a golden light, rapidly merging into Chun Mu's being. The enormity of the act rendered it not a mere instant of consumption. From a remote vantage point, observers could witness two golden spheres merging into one, with the smaller sphere gradually diminishing as its light was absorbed by the larger one. Chun Mu's consciousness remained intact, allowing him to perceive this unfolding spectacle through his mental vision. He also noted that the moon beside Earth had transformed into a golden sphere as well. However, unlike Venus, it remained stationary in its original position. At that moment, all life on Earth vanished, and similarly, all beings on the moon ceased to exist. What remained visible was solely the golden sphere. Chun Mu's form expanded at a visibly perceptible rate until he had completely consumed Venus. With the completion of this act, the golden light enveloping Chun Mu began to dissipate, revealing the azure visage of a planet beneath. As the blue planet re-emerged, the golden luminescence on Earth's surface gradually faded, and the light began to reconstruct the life forms that once inhabited the surface. Before long, the canyon reappeared, the waterfall resumed its cascade, and the hot springs beneath the waterfall emerged once again. The Ninetales, situated beside the hot springs, was also restored to her former presence. All the flora and fauna that had been engulfed by the golden hue were, in that very moment, reshaped anew by the same golden light, and thus revived to life. The Ninetales gazed at the moon above, her eyes shimmering with a hint of brilliance, a smile gracing her visage. At last, she was adorned and ready to meet her father. She appeared oblivious to any irregularities. As her words fell, golden light emanated from behind her, formed by countless nanobots that coalesced into a pair of wings. With a graceful flap, she soared into the sky, and in an instant, her figure transcended the Earth, landing upon the moon's surface. Upon standing there, a sense of unease crept into Ninetales' heart. She instinctively surveyed her surroundings, her gaze drawn towards the sun. The sight before her caused her pupils to constrict slightly. At that moment, the sun appeared significantly larger than it did from Earth, a stark deviation from the norm. This anomaly stirred a sense of disquiet within her. She felt an intense sensation that something was amiss. Lacking the expansive awareness that Chun Mu possessed, she could only perceive the oddity through the sun's transformation, unable to discern the root of the situation due to her limited perspective. Currently, Earth occupied the position of Venus. Yet even so, her perception of the changes was minimal. The vast distance rendered her view of Venus from the moon as merely a bright star. The moon, being in close proximity to Earth, allowed for an interpretation of their positions. Venus, being the planet nearest to Earth, appeared as a star to us due to the great distance, often referred to as the North Star or the Morning Star, the brightest star visible in the morning sky. Thus, when Chun Mu reached the orbit of Venus, the beings on Earth and the moon experienced no significant sensations. Consequently, aside from noticing the sun's enlargement, Ninetales felt no other peculiarities. Yet, despite the surrounding environment appearing largely unchanged, her keen intuition sensed a profound dissonance, causing her to instinctively furrow her brow. Unable to ascertain the cause, she momentarily suppressed her strange thoughts. Never mind, she would first check on her father, wondering if he had awakened. With a beaming smile and anticipation, she made her way towards Chun Mu's room. Little did she realize that the Earth beside the moon was indeed Chun Mu himself. Having consumed Venus, Chun Mu too noticed changes in his own being, prompting him to glance at the myriad life forms existing upon the surface of his Earth. They displayed no signs of discomfort, continuing their daily routines as if the transition to Venus orbit had inflicted no impact upon them. Why was it so? A realization flickered in Chun Mu's mind as he began to comprehend. The reason is quite simple. The system has integrated these beings as part of Chun Mu's body. Chun Mu's physique possesses an innate adaptability to its environment. Thus, under the influence of this instantaneous adaptability, these creatures could not possibly experience any peculiar circumstances simply because the Earth has shifted its position. In other words, even if I were to plunge into the embrace of the sun right now, they would remain unscathed. Upon realizing this, Chun Mu felt no desire to ponder further. He opened his consciousness to perceive his surroundings, and within that realm, he could see only himself and the vastness of space. Previously, he was able to observe not only himself, but also Mars and Venus. Consciousness perception is not akin to ordinary sight, it is spherical in nature. Although currently, Chun Mu's conscious perception is exceedingly expansive, it does not function like direct vision. Anything beyond this conscious field remains invisible to him. When Chun Mu was at the Earth's original position, he could see Venus and Mars, indicating that his perception extended approximately 400 million kilometers. However, the closest planet to Venus, Mercury, is still 500 million kilometers away. Therefore, at present, Chun Mu, situated near Venus, cannot see the other planets. Nevertheless, this presents no challenge for him. A golden light enveloped his earthly form, coalescing into the figure of an angel, restoring Chun Mu to his previous appearance. With arms crossed over his chest, he surveyed his surroundings, aiming to ascertain his current location through the naked eye. As long as he could identify the position of the sun, he would know the direction he must take. The solar system still holds planets like Mercury, Mars, and Jupiter awaiting his exploration. Meanwhile, within the lunar realm, the nine-tailed fox, having just opened the door to Chun Mu's chamber, stood transfixed at the sight of the empty bed. Father. She furrowed her brow sharply before turning and exiting. Chapter 224. What has transpired within the Earth over these 2 millennia? On the other side, high above the earth, upon an island formed of nanobots. Countless angels inhabited this domain. The angels, led by the one named Greenery, soared through the air. All the angels had just detected the golden light emanating from the earth, yet they were bewildered by its significance. Greenery instinctively opened her consciousness to assess the surroundings. Greenery, look over there. A voice suddenly resonated beside her, capturing her attention. She turned to see one of the angels pointing towards a particular direction. Following the gesture, Greenery's gaze fell upon a sun that appeared somewhat larger than before. Indeed, it seems to have grown significantly. How peculiar. What could be the cause of this? Greenery keenly sensed the anomaly in this celestial phenomenon, her brow furrowing in concern. The angels had been overseeing the entire civilization of Earth for nearly 3,000 years. Throughout this extensive period, many events had unfolded within the Earth, all well within her control. Yet, the current abnormalities of the Earth and the skies have left Greenery somewhat at a loss. What could possibly be happening? Sister Green, I feel as though the scope of my consciousness has expanded tremendously. Suddenly, an angel spoke up. Upon hearing this, the other angels instinctively began to test their own perceptions. Indeed, my consciousness has also broadened significantly. Some angels could not help but display expressions of astonishment. At this moment, Sister Green paused, pondering. Consciousness perception? This ability, granted to them by their progenitor, Chunmu, was meant to facilitate their observation of Earth's circumstances and the pursuit of justice. Upon realizing there was an issue with their consciousness perception, Sister Green found herself momentarily bewildered. She too activated her consciousness perception and magnified it. To her astonishment, as she expanded her consciousness, the original limit of 100,000 kilometers in radius was surpassed, rapidly increasing to 1,000,000 kilometers and still growing. Soon, her consciousness perception extended beyond Earth, enveloping the entire planet. Through this perception, Sister Green beheld a familiar figure. Upon recognizing this presence, she instantly comprehended the situation. The progenitor. Her eyes sparkled with realization. Turning to the other angels behind her, she declared, "Sisters, I shall go to meet the progenitor. Please wait here." The angels were momentarily taken aback, glancing at Sister Green instinctively. She flapped her wings, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from their sight. Chunmu gazed towards the direction of the sun. After confirming the location, he intended to employ his control abilities to move Earth from its current position. Suddenly, a light illuminated beside him. Chunmu observed a beam originating from Earth, appearing before him in an instant. The progenitor. Upon hearing this voice, Chunmu recognized the familiar figure, Sister Green. She looked at him with her clear eyes, filled with joy. "You have awakened." "Sister Green," Chunmu replied. "How did you know I was here?" His curiosity piqued upon seeing her. Sister Green paused slightly, explaining. "It is the consciousness perception you bestowed upon us that has greatly expanded. We can now see the entire world, including you." Understanding dawned upon Chunmu. He had previously shared his perception with Sister Green and the others, and its effects would evolve with his own system upgrades, as would theirs. "Just as you have arrived, I have some matters to inquire about," Chunmu said. "It has been over 2,000 years. How has humanity progressed?" Sister Green reflected briefly before responding. Over 2,000 years ago, a plethora of natural energies emerged across the world. Since then, humans have ceased to die from fatal injuries. Those who realized that acquiring more of these natural energies could enhance their strength became focused on collecting the scattered energies. This remains their primary activity to this day. Chunmu furrowed his brow. "Natural energy? Are you referring to those nanobots?" Sister Green blinked in surprise. "Nanobots?" As he gazed at the perplexing visage of Greenery, Chunmu felt a stirring within his heart. He realized that all along, he had been engrossed in his own affairs, neglecting to mention the existence of nanobots to Greenery. Although she possessed her own consciousness and perception, she remained unaware of how to unlock atomic vision, thus oblivious to the presence of the nanobots. This was hardly surprising, for without knowledge of their existence, and with neither her conscious sight nor her naked eye capable of perceiving their true form, Greenery, as an angel, mistook these nanobots for something else entirely. Clearly, what she referred to as natural energy was, in fact, those very nanobots. "You speak of natural energy. Yet it is merely those nanobots," Chunmu stated. "These entities are composed of spherical robots invisible to the naked eye." Greenery appeared somewhat bewildered, and upon observing her expression, Chunmu decided against further elaboration. Yet in that moment, he became acutely aware of a crucial matter. He needed to expel the biological entities from his own being. Only then could they procure energy for him. Once they departed from his body, they would no longer be a part of him. And without the instantaneous adaptation to their new environment, they would perish. Thus, if he wished to facilitate their early departure and allow them to thrive outside, it necessitated one thing, technology. Only when their technological prowess reached a level capable of enabling space travel could they assist him in acquiring greater evolutionary energy. "So, for over 2 millennia, those humans have not been engaged in scientific research?" Chunmu inquired. Greenery softly affirmed, "No, in the Western continent. These natural energies are referred to as magical elements or fighting spirit, while in the Eastern continent, they are known as spiritual power. Moreover, there is the Nine Tails, which created the demon race, who call these natural nanobots natural energy. Many highly intelligent beings pursue these phenomena. As for science, it remains unheard of." Greenery's response caused Chunmu to furrow his brow, though it soon relaxed. It seemed that the time had come to reclaim the nanobots. Previously, the nanobots had assisted Chunmu in feeding the creatures of the cultivation grounds. Now, even after satiating the beings on the Earth's surface, he could not acquire evolutionary energy. Instead, the existence of these nanobots had led these advanced beings to become infatuated with acquiring them, neglecting the advancement of science. Truly a waste of over 2 millennia. Without the development of technology, these advanced beings could not depart from Earth, thus failing to aid Chun Mu in collecting energy from the outside. The presence of the nanobots had brought him only detriment, not benefit. In other words, it was indeed time to retrieve these nanobots. Chapter 225. Eradication of all nanobots on the western continent. Atop a lofty mountain, a delicate young man stood at the peak, gazing out at the several floating islands suspended in the high sky. Behind him stood a young girl clad in armor. The young girl gazed at the man before her and inquired, "Master, do you truly intend to challenge the angels? They are genuine deities, and no one has ever triumphed over them." A gentle breeze stirred, causing the man's long hair to flutter gracefully. He replied with a calm demeanor, "They are gods. Does that not make me a god as well?" The girl, named Wu Xian, was momentarily taken aback as she observed the silhouette of the man before her. Wu Xian had been taken in by her master since childhood, and after more than 20 years of companionship, she had followed him faithfully. In this world, the powerful possessed energy within them, which aided in the repair of injured cells and granted eternal youth, unless their internal energy waned. Wu Xian's master, Tang Jian, had lived for an impressive 500 years, possessing an abundance of energy. The greater the energy, the mightier the strength. Tang Jian, the sword god, was indeed a formidable presence, revered by powerful beings across races. Upon encountering him, people would respectfully address him as Lord Sword God. The name of Sword God Tang Jian was known far and wide in this realm. However, the title of Sword God referred to Tang Jian's unparalleled swordsmanship and invincibility. Yet in comparison to the true divine angels residing on the floating islands above, he was not of the same ilk. The angels had long been recognized as the true gods by humanity, and throughout history, there had been reckless individuals who dared to challenge them, all of whom met with inevitable failure. Now witnessing her master Tang Jian preparing to challenge the angels, Wu Xian felt a surge of concern. "Master," she voiced apprehensively. Tang Jian, with one hand resting behind his back, gazed at the floating island in the sky and remarked, "Your current strength has yet to reach my level. Thus you cannot comprehend my intentions. It is a profound solitude I experience." The sword god continued, "I have been invincible for over a century. During this time, no one has matched me, and this feeling of invincibility has dulled my former vigor, which is not the path I desire. Hence, I must challenge the true gods." With narrowed eyes, he directed his gaze toward the floating island, a powerful sense of melancholy imbued in his voice as he declared, "In this world, I am without rival. If not to battle the gods, then whom shall I confront?" Upon hearing these words, Wu Xian realized she could not deter her master any longer. She could only watch in silence. A radiant golden light illuminated behind the sword god, which suddenly coalesced into a pair of wings. Over an immeasurable expanse of time, many intelligent beings had mastered the energy that had emerged over 2 millennia ago. The sword god had honed his skill in wielding this energy, which is referred to as battle chi by humanity. With a flourish, he transformed the battle chi into wings and soared toward the floating island high above. As the sword god's apprentice, Wu Xian watched him ascend. The impending battle between the sword god and the true gods was destined to resonate throughout the world. Wu Xian was confident that her master would not disappoint her. The sword god flew toward the floating island, ascending to heights of over 10,000 meters. Meanwhile, beyond the confines of Earth, Chun Mu said, "System, I wish to eradicate all the nanobots. How should I proceed?" The system's voice responded, "At present, your essence is that of a planet. The planetary system is now activated. As long as the entities within your conscious field of vision are smaller than you, you can exert control to eliminate them. You may utilize your dominion to lock onto all nanobots within your awareness and issue the command for their eradication." With his arms crossed, Chun Mu contemplated the dominion he possessed, the power to obliterate all nanobots. As he issued the command, at that very moment, the sword god Tang Jian had soared to an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters. He gazed intently at the approaching floating island, his expression growing increasingly grave. Upon reaching the island, he would confront the true deity. Defeating one who transcends the true god had long been his ambition. Invincibility among mortals did not equate to true invincibility. Only by vanquishing the true god could he claim that title. With over 5 centuries of combat energy amassed, as the sword god, a single strike from him could obliterate anything within 100 meters, capable of cleaving mountains. Now, he felt sufficiently confident enough to triumph over the celestial beings. Angels, the sword god approaches. Yet, in the midst of his fervent determination, the pair of wings behind him suddenly vanished. With their disappearance, the sword god was momentarily stunned. Bereft of his wings, he lost the ability to fly and plummeted downward. What is happening? The sword god attempted to summon his internal combat energy, but to his astonishment, he discovered that all his energy had vanished. His pupils trembled slightly. No. His entire being fell from the sky, crashing down from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Boom. With a dull thud, his body struck the hard ground, creating a deep crater. The sword god Tang Jian lay within this pit. Upon witnessing this, Wu Xian stood frozen in shock. "Master," she exclaimed, rushing toward him and entering the crater. Kneeling beside her master, she gazed in horror. The sword god Tang Jian's eyes were wide open, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. He was lifeless. "Master!" Wu Xian cried out in disbelief. No one would believe it. The sword god Tang Jian, who had been invincible for over a century, had perished from a fall. Boom, boom, boom. An ominous sound reverberated through the sky. Wu Xian, hearing the disturbance, looked up to see the floating island above beginning to shatter, succumbing to gravity's pull. Boom. With a resounding crash, dust billowed and fierce winds surged. Stunned, Wu Xian could only watch. In that moment, All so-called magical elements, combat energy, and spiritual energy within the world dissipated entirely. Across the planet, all intelligent life forms were expressions of confusion and unease. Those who had attained supreme status and power through these energies realized, in despair, that all the energy within their bodies had vanished. Chaos engulfed the world, as if it had descended into the apocalypse. For these individuals, the disappearance of global energy has had a profound impact, predominantly negative. However, for Chun Mu, it merely signifies the retrieval of what was bestowed upon him over 2 millennia, rendering it inconsequential. Chun Mu surmised that once humanity lost this energy, they would inevitably turn to technology, thus paving the way for genuine advancement. As he reflected, Chun Mu gazed at the verdant surroundings. Greenery looked at him and smiled, saying, "Ancestor, while you were in slumber, the Ninetales completed the task you entrusted to her. Subsequently, she diligently upheld justice and peace, established the demon clan, and stabilized the relationship between highly intelligent beings and other creatures." "Ah, splendid," Chun Mu replied casually. Greenery continued, "If she knew you had awakened, she would be overjoyed." Chun Mu cast a glance at her, but remained silent. Frankly, he was not particularly concerned about the Ninetales at this moment. His thoughts were consumed with the urgent pursuit of more evolutionary energy. And he recognized 2 essential tasks ahead: to continue devouring nearby planets, and to foster the development of the intelligent beings around him, enabling them to advance technology and embark on space exploration. Chapter 226. Everything he did was right. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from Earth, illuminating the vicinity. The light revealed Greenery's form, followed closely by a multitude of angels emerging from the earth, converging before Chun Mu. Observing the throng of angels, a hint of relaxation eased his brow. "Ancestor," Vivi exclaimed with delight upon seeing Chun Mu, greeting him warmly. The other angels followed suit, their eyes brimming with excitement, joy, and astonishment. The ancestor had finally awakened. Nothing thrilled the angels more than this moment. Chun Mu aspired for the intelligent beings on Earth to explore authentic technology. After all, what those advanced beings perceived as spiritual power was nothing more than the nanobots created by him. In their ignorance, they mistook these nanobots for natural energy, neglecting technological advancement and meaningful pursuits, instead engaging in futile endeavors to acquire these nanobots while subjecting their bodies to the rigors of so-called cultivation. If these advanced beings continued on their current path, it would take millions of years for them to remain in their superficial quest for strength, oblivious to the true nature of the nanobots. The prospect of them departing Earth to embark on space travel seemed utterly unattainable. Once the nanobots were eradicated, these beings would quiet their minds and delve into scientific inquiry. Of course, for them to concentrate on research, a conducive environment was essential, alongside the existence of technology to enlighten them. The angels, who had nearly become a faith for these advanced beings, would naturally serve as the most effective conduit for Chun Mu to disseminate technological knowledge. The predicament lies in the fact that even if they wish to disseminate information, one must possess the requisite technological knowledge. However, this challenge does not daunt Chun Mu. Presently, he possesses a systematic knowledge repository, which he can share with Greenery and her companions through the capability of knowledge sharing. While Chun Mu was absorbed in thought, an unusual event transpired on Earth. A voice broke the silence. Chun Mu snapped back to reality, turning to the angel who spoke. It was Qing. Chun Mu inquired, "What peculiar event?" Qing replied, "Just now. The entire Earth radiated with a golden light, and shortly thereafter, the natural energy within the planet vanished completely." "Natural energy has vanished?" Greenery was momentarily taken aback, casting a disbelieving glance at Qing. Qing nodded. "Previously, we relied on natural energy to sustain our floating island. With its disappearance, the island has also collapsed." "That is not natural energy," Chun Mu interjected. Upon hearing this, the angels turned their gazes toward Chun Mu. He continued, "Those were merely a swarm of nanobots, so minuscule that they are invisible to the naked eye. They are not natural energy." The angels exchanged puzzled looks. Yet Greenery's heart stirred, and she asked, "Ancestor, were those nanobots your creation?" Chun Mu affirmed with a sound of acknowledgement. At this revelation, Greenery's eyes sparkled, and a smile graced her face. "While we had speculated about your involvement, we lacked your confirmation. Now, we are finally assured. Ancestor, you are truly remarkable. It is no wonder you are our progenitor. I always believed it was your doing. You are simply extraordinary." The angels began to murmur amongst themselves, their reverence for Chun Mu deepening. However, Greenery's expression turned serious as she remarked, "Ancestor, the sudden disappearance of those nanobots, was that also your doing?" She looked at Chun Mu with a mixture of confusion and concern. He responded with a simple affirmation. Greenery paused momentarily before asking, "Why is this so?" Having coexisted with those advanced intelligent beings for nearly 3 millennia, no one understood them better than the angels, nor could anyone comprehend the myriad benefits the nanobots provided to those advanced entities. The abrupt withdrawal of those nanobots would be catastrophic for the advanced beings. This incident would inevitably result in the demise of countless creatures. "Are you particularly concerned?" Chun Mu observed Greenery. To be candid, he did not intend to elaborate further. Greenery expressed, for both the elven race and other species, the existence of the nanobots is of paramount importance. Since their inception, they have alleviated the need for sustenance and mitigated the fear of aging and mortality. Furthermore, the nanobots can transform into crystals, which they collect and utilize as a form of currency. For the various advanced intelligent beings on Earth, the current nanobots are irreplaceable. The disappearance of the nanobots would unleash a myriad of accumulated grievances, plunging the entire world into chaos. Once this contradiction erupts, it will result in the demise of countless advanced intelligent beings. It appears that the life forms on Earth are struggling to contend with these nanobots. Therefore, An explanation seems necessary. Chunmu nodded and remarked, "This is precisely why we require your assistance." Greenery was momentarily taken aback and turned her gaze towards Chunmu. He continued, "At present, the existence of nanobots brings only detriment to this world. Indeed, they have provided numerous benefits, but they simultaneously hinder the pace of development. If this trajectory persists, in a few million years, they may find themselves unable to depart from Earth and embark on space exploration. This is not a future I wish to witness. To cure a chronic ailment, one must endure great pain. You are the remedy for that pain." Upon hearing this, Greenery's eyes sparkled with admiration as she responded, "The ancestor possesses far-reaching vision that we cannot comprehend." The other angels echoed her sentiment. Angels do not engage in flattery. They do not understand such trivialities. Thus, Greenery and her companions spoke from their hearts. In their eyes, whatever Chunmu undertook was undoubtedly correct. This belief stemmed from nearly 3 millennia of experience, which had shown them that Chunmu had never erred. His actions were always just. Consequently, they placed their unwavering trust in him, regardless of the upheaval or loss of life among the advanced beings. Convinced that all he said and did was for the sake of justice and peace, Chunmu was an extraordinarily great existence. He stated, "Currently, there is much for you to accomplish. I need you to ensure the normal functioning of this world with your capabilities and maintain the established order. Simultaneously, I require you to delve into technological research and, at the appropriate moment, disseminate this fundamental knowledge to the advanced beings, allowing them to flourish." Yes. In Chapter 227, titled Comprehension and Shock, Chunmu shared a repository of knowledge with the angels. This repository was designed to enlighten them about technology, ensuring they do not remain ignorant of concepts like nanobots after such an extensive duration of existence. With this scientific knowledge, the angels could also impart what they learned to other advanced beings on Earth. Of course, the repository could only provide knowledge. Without means to utilize that knowledge, it would be futile. Thus, Chunmu chose to grant Greenery the ability of atomic creation, enabling her to manufacture materials and, in conjunction with the knowledge repository, swiftly comprehend and apply various technologies. Upon acquiring the ability of atomic creation, Greenery was momentarily stunned and gazed at Chunmu, exclaiming, "Ancestor, this is a creation ability." Upon receiving the shared ability, Greenery, as before, grasped its application intuitively. The astute Greenery immediately recognized this as the power Chunmu employed to create the universe, and she could scarcely believe that he would bestow such a creation ability upon her. As Chunmu gazed upon the serene and beautiful countenance of Greenery, he was struck by the profound expression that adorned her face. Observing her demeanor, he remarked, "This ability, when coupled with a repository of knowledge, will enable you to swiftly comprehend technology and the utilization of various materials, thus allowing you to grasp the essence of technology and learn how to instruct those higher intelligent beings. This ability may be employed at your discretion, whether to create abodes for angels or to conjure new angels. However, I must not permit you to employ atomic creation to directly assist higher intelligent beings. I desire for these beings to organically understand technology, to seek their own materials, and to master the use of technology independently. Ultimately, I wish for them to discover new technologies on their own." Pausing briefly, Chunmu turned his gaze to Green Yi and asked, "Do you understand?" A flicker of realization crossed Green Yi's mind as she replied, "Green Yi understands. The ancestor intends to cultivate their independence." Chunmu couldn't help but admire her cleverness. For the advanced intelligent beings on Earth to venture beyond their home in pursuit of evolutionary energy would pose a threat to their existence. It is imperative that they become self-sufficient, learning to explore and innovate, thus fortifying themselves against potential dangers. Chunmu recognized that once they departed Earth, he could not continue to share the ability for instantaneous adaptation with them, as the rules governing such abilities would prevent their bodies from acquiring energy. In essence, even if they managed to gather energy in the external realm, he would be unable to benefit from it. Thus, their survival and advancement beyond Earth could only be assured if they achieved self-sufficiency, allowing Chunmu to continuously draw upon an abundance of evolutionary energy. Consequently, he could bestow upon Green Yi the ability of atomic creation, enabling her to learn the use of technology sooner and to sow the seeds of technology among the advanced intelligent beings on Earth. Initially, Chunmu assumed he would need to elaborate further, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find that Green Yi comprehended his intentions immediately. This intrigued him. Noticing Chunmu's gaze, Green Yi offered an insight. "Long ago, I pondered the meaning of the ancestor's words. The ancestor has stated that angels must uphold justice as a form of order, maintaining peace on Earth." Looking into Chunmu's eyes, her own radiated admiration and respect as she continued, "I have been contemplating how to embody justice and peace." What indeed constitutes justice? For angels, to take the life of a criminal is to enact justice, to fulfill the law. Yet, this is the justice of angels. And in the eyes of a nation, an angel's act of killing may also be deemed a crime. At times, within a certain power structure, the laws governing that society may be just. However, when angels execute justice, they may inadvertently disrupt these laws, leading them to be perceived as malevolent. Consider certain nations that mandate a life for a life. If an angel intervenes and punishes a wrongdoer within that nation, regardless of the angel's motivation, they too may be branded as evil in the eyes of that society. Once there was a benevolent king, held in high esteem by his subjects. However, as the king aged, he became increasingly confused and sought to wage war against a neighboring nation. Consequently, an angel took the king's life, inciting the citizens of that nation to unite in a plan to confront the angel. Although they trembled at the angel's power and ultimately retreated, I can assure you that, in that moment, The angel had transformed into a demon in their eyes. Green E gazed at the sword hanging at her waist, her eyes shimmering with a glint of light. She raised her hand to caress the blade bestowed upon her by Qin She spoke. Angels are deities created by the ancestor, embodying justice. The sword of the angel represents justice itself. Yet, at times, Green E found herself engulfed in confusion. She lifted her gaze to meet Qin her face breaking into a smile. Until today, the words of the ancestor have awakened me. Whether elves, orcs, or humans, all require their own independence and justice. Her eyes, filled with admiration, locked onto Qin. When they cannot deliver justice themselves, the angels will bestow it upon them. Conversely, when they are capable of achieving justice on their own, the angels refrain from intervening in their development. This is the true essence of justice, paving the way for genuine peace. This is the peace the ancestor yearned for. Now, the ancestor has tasked me with subtly disseminating technology, not to provide them directly with results, but to allow them to learn and achieve independence, much like justice itself. Green E looked at Qin, her beautiful eyes brimming with reverence. Qin fell into contemplation. He had not considered the matter as deeply as she had. Nevertheless, Green Yi's understanding aligned with Qin intentions. He indeed desired the high-intelligence beings of Earth to attain self-sufficiency. Thus, Qin, disinterested in further explanation, simply said, "Very well, proceed." "All right," Green Yi responded as she turned to her sisters. "Sisters, let us go." Under Qin watchful gaze, the angels vanished from his sight. Qin form transformed into golden light as he returned to Earth. Now, having determined his course, he directed the planet to soar toward the sun, where another planet, named Mercury, awaited. Without deliberately employing his devouring abilities, even as Qin advanced at the speed of light, the Earth remained unchanged, and all living beings were initially oblivious to any alterations. It was not until Qin, unable to locate Mercury, drew ever closer to the sun that the life forms on Earth began to notice the sun's increasing magnitude in the sky. On Earth, Wuxian, the disciple of the sword god, was descending the mountain, bearing her master's lifeless body upon her back. Suddenly, she perceived her shadow elongating and the light before her intensifying. She furrowed her brows, instinctively lifting her head to gaze at the sky. Upon witnessing the heavens overhead, her pupils constricted, causing her to momentarily stagger backward. Trembling as she beheld the celestial expanse, her mouth slightly agape. What is this? The once azure sky has now been invaded by an immense fireball, obscuring a third of the heavens and casting the world in a fiery crimson hue, as if the entire firmament were ablaze. Chapter 228, The Third Evolution Reward. As the embodiment of Earth, Qin approached the sun at the speed of light. Typically, the closer one is to the sun, the higher the temperature. Earth, positioned third in the solar system, belongs to the habitable zone. Mercury, the planet nearest to the sun, can reach temperatures of up to 427 degrees Celsius on its sun-facing side. However, paradoxically, the highest temperatures in the solar system are not found on Mercury, but rather on Venus. Venus can reach scorching temperatures of 485 degrees Celsius, despite its greater distance from the sun, primarily due to the greenhouse effect. This planet resembles an Earth whose ecological balance has been disrupted by Qin, possessing the thickest atmosphere in the solar system. The greenhouse effect causes heat from the sun to be trapped within Venus, with all its water vapor suspended in the atmosphere, forming dense clouds and leading to extreme internal temperatures. The reason for Venus's predicament can be largely attributed to its proximity to the sun. Had Venus occupied Earth's orbit, the scenario would be drastically different. At this moment, Qin, embodying Earth, had instantaneously adapted to the surrounding influences. His body remained impervious to external environmental factors, as all higher life forms within him were integral to his essence, thus also unaffected. Qin flew perilously close to the sun before halting his advance. With a focus of his consciousness, he turned his gaze upon the colossal fireball before him. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe. One sun equates to 1.3 million Earths. To illustrate this enormity, if the sun were likened to a large watermelon, Earth would merely be a speck of sesame, a terrifying disparity indeed. As Earth's embodiment, Qin gazed at the magnificent fireball engulfed in flames, and was struck by a profound sense of wonder. He took a moment to steady his emotions and surveyed his surroundings through his consciousness. Now that Qin was in close proximity to the sun, locating Mercury should not prove difficult. Yet, he found no trace of it. Had his conscious awareness been expansive enough, he would have understood the situation. Mercury follows an elliptical orbit around the sun, reaching a distance of 700 million kilometers at its farthest point and as close as 400 million kilometers at its nearest, exhibiting one of the most elongated orbits among the 8 planets, while Venus boasts the most circular trajectory. At this moment, Mercury resided on the opposite side of the sun, rendering it invisible to Qin's current conscious perception. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began to orbit the sun in a clockwise direction. Among the 8 planets, with the exception of Venus, the orbits of all other planets rotate counterclockwise. This implies that one could simply approach Mercury's orbit and move in a clockwise direction to naturally encounter it. Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have received an evolution reward in the form of an information repository. Upon hearing this unexpected announcement of an evolution reward, Qin was momentarily taken aback. The third evolution reward? Suddenly, he recalled that during his previous transformation into an atom, he had indeed received 3 evolution rewards. Consequently, upon evolving into Earth, it was only natural that he would also receive 3 evolution rewards. Previously, he had only received 2 and assumed there were only those 2, not thinking much of it. The sudden revelation of a third reward filled him with a sense of inexplicable joy. However, what exactly is this information repository? System, what capabilities does the information repository possess? The system responded to Chunmu in its usual mechanical tone. The information repository is a biological archive, a place designated for the storage of various information. Upon receiving the information repository reward, one gains the ability to access, browse, modify, and delete the contents of this repository. Chunmu's mind raced. A place for storing various information. Humans, as biological entities, store information in their brains, do they not? Thus, the information repository could be simply understood as a memory bank. In other words, I could access the memory banks of other beings and delve into their recollections. This ability is undeniably terrifying. This capability ignited a spark of curiosity within Chunmu. Although it may not significantly aid in acquiring evolutionary energy at present, he could sense its formidable potential. The cosmos is extraordinarily vast, and within the grand expanse of the universe, even the solar system is but a mere speck of dust in a desert. Beyond Earth civilization, there surely exist other forms of life. Are there civilizations that are more powerful? Undoubtedly. Are there civilizations capable of inflicting harm? It is certainly plausible. Yet, with this newfound ability, as long as a being exists, one could access, modify, or even erase another's memories. Such power is rather daunting. A thought suddenly crossed Chunmu's mind. Why not test it? Indeed, he was eager to explore this capability. But how? Creating a new being would yield an entity devoid of memories. Therefore, he would have to investigate within Earth itself. After all, Mercury would not escape. Chunmu was in no rush. Within the confines of Earth, Jiawei stood atop a lofty mountain, gazing at the colossal fireball that dominated half the sky. At that moment, a third of the Earth's atmosphere was engulfed by this fiery orb, transforming the clouds and blue sky into a vivid crimson hue. Why was this happening? Jiawei was perplexed, for she was besieged by an abundance of questions. Initially, she had intended to seek the verdant beauty of the floating islands, only to discover that the islands had turned into desolate ruins. Soon after, she realized that all the natural energy within her had vanished, leading her to witness the spectacle before her. As her confusion deepened, a figure suddenly materialized before Jiawei. With keen eyes, Jiawei observed the vibrant green fluttering its wings in midair as she gazed at it. Jiawei was momentarily taken aback. Greenery? She inquired. The green entity smiled. I just witnessed the ancestor. Everything that has transpired on Earth was orchestrated by him. What? Jiawei stammered, her gaze fixed on the green figure. You have met my father? Her eyes sparkled with joy. The green entity nodded slightly. A radiant joy illuminated Jiawei's face, and her nine tails swayed gently as she exclaimed, Please take me to see my father. I long to meet him. Upon seeing Jiawei's elation, the green entity's smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of regret as she looked at Jiawei and shook her head, saying, He has departed. At this, Jiawei froze momentarily. Departed? The green entity sighed. Yes. The ancestor is quite busy. Jiawei's deep orange eyes quivered slightly, glistening with tears. She turned away from the green entity, raising her face to gaze at the moon in the sky. 2,731 years. I have waited for him to awaken all this time. Every New Year's Day, I would go to his side, clean his abode, and keep him company, hoping for his return. Her eyes shimmered with tears, reflecting despair and helplessness as she continued. I fantasized daily that upon awakening, he would see me first and call my name, saying, Jiawei. Then I would joyfully respond, Father. Just as before, and playfully share with him all that had transpired during his slumber. Jiawei felt lost, uncertain of how to proceed. The belief that had sustained her for over 2 millennia crumbled at that moment. Observing Jiawei's silhouette, the green entity found herself at a loss for words to console her. Greenery. A voice resonated unexpectedly. Both the green entity and Jiawei paused, instinctively turning towards the source of the sound. Before them stretched a pair of pure white wings, unfolding gracefully in midair. A familiar figure, gracefully flapping its wings, descended to the ground. Once steady on his feet, the wings slowly folded, revealing a gaze directed at the two. The green entity's eyes glimmered with brightness as she instinctively turned to Jiawei. A smile blossomed on Jiawei's face. Chapter 229. A terrifying power. Jiawei took small, hurried steps, trotting towards Chunmu. In a swift motion, she leaped into his embrace. Father, she exclaimed, looking up at Chunmu, her deep orange eyes radiating sheer delight. It had been over 2 millennia since Jiawei had last been apart from Chunmu. Chunmu was not merely the creator of Jiawei. During her time learning from the angels, she had often heard them speak of him. Through their tales, she came to understand his formidable prowess and greatness. She recognized that all living beings in the world were crafted by him, and upon her arrival on Earth, while on her mission, she observed the creatures within it. She discovered that on Earth, highly intelligent beings were the rulers of this planet, among which some were wise while others were foolish. In her eyes, the foolish ones were hardly distinguishable from lower animals, whereas the wise beings evoked her profound admiration for Chunmu. After all, these entities were crafted by Chunmu himself. Their intelligence was a testament to his own brilliance. During her missions on Earth, these creations allowed Jiawei to increasingly appreciate Chunmu's formidable strength and greatness. Over time, her longing for Chunmu's awakening grew. As she yearned to converse and express her affection to him, Chunmu cast a glance at Jiawei's fluffy tails behind her. He had initially come in search of Lu Yi, but was unexpectedly greeted by this somewhat unfamiliar little creature. However, upon noticing the 9 tails, he immediately recognized her. Jiawei was it. Observing her, Chunmu noted that she had matured significantly since their last encounter. Her demeanor had transitioned from innocent to more alluring, and the contrast with the pure aura of Lu Yi was striking. In a sense, she had indeed grown up. I've heard about your accomplishments from Lu Yi. Well done on completing your task, Chenmu remarked. Both Jiu Wei and Lu Yi were his workers on Earth. It was noteworthy that without the involvement of the Eastern Dragon, angels, Jiu Wei, and nanorobots in managing this farm, it had taken Chenmu over 700 years to acquire merely 1% of evolutionary energy. Yet, with their assistance, he had achieved an astonishing 98% progress in just over 2,800 years, successfully evolving. This disparity in time could certainly be attributed to these diligent workers, deserving of praise for their efforts. Chenmu was not one to withhold compliments for a mere phrase. Upon receiving his affirmation, Jiu Wei's eyes sparkled with delight, her enchanting face reflecting a glimmer of joy. She had tirelessly worked for over 2,000 years to fulfill her tasks, yearning for Chenmu's acknowledgement, even in her dreams. Now that she had finally received it, a wave of immense accomplishment and satisfaction surged within her. The feeling of being recognized by the one she respected and cherished above all was beyond words. Previously, Jiu Wei had found it perplexing why angels regarded Chenmu's commands with such gravity. Now, she could fully comprehend. With joy, she declared, "As long as I can assist you, Father, I am willing to do whatever you require." Chenmu crossed his arms and said, "Now that I have completely eradicated the nanorobots, the world may experience some turmoil for a while. During this period, continue to accompany Lu Yi and learn about technology, transforming it into another form of power for the demon clan you oversee." Understood, Jiu Wei enthusiastically replied. Chenmu could not help but cast another glance at Jiu Wei. This girl appeared to have matured significantly since 2,000 years ago. However, her character seemed remarkably unchanged. While her exterior demeanor had evolved, her inner essence still resembled that of a child. Oh, it would be an opportune moment to delve into the information repository and uncover what Jiu Wei had experienced over the years. As he activated the information repository, Chenmu felt an abrupt dimming of his surroundings, his consciousness being drawn into another realm. The space around him was engulfed in darkness, within which he encountered a multitude of images. These images represented the wealth of memories Jiu Wei had amassed over the past 2 millennia. Observing the memories displayed within the azure frames, Chenmu raised his hand and gently touched one of the images encircling him. Upon contact, the images began to animate, swirling around him in a cascade. Though they moved at an astonishing speed, rendering them nearly indecipherable at a glance, Chenmu perceived everything with clarity. In that instant, he assimilated all of Jiu Wei's memories and experiences from the past 2,000 years. As this enigmatic space dissipated, Chenmu regained his senses and found himself once again before Jiu Wei and LVY. Had that been the information repository? Those images were evidently Jiu Wei's memories. All that he had witnessed were fragments of her past, a vast expanse of recollections. "Ancestor," he murmured, coming back to reality, only to find LVY and Jiu Wei gazing at him. The former's eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. "How long has it been?" Chenmu inquired, sensing that a considerable amount of time had elapsed while he perused the repository. LVY, puzzled, replied, "Just moments ago, the ancestor acknowledged Jiu Wei's efforts and instructed her to learn the use of technology as a power for our kind." Just moments? This implied that the duration spent within the repository was but a fleeting instant. In truth, the act of exploring the information repository was akin to directly importing the contents of another's repository into Chenmu's own. Human memory accumulates gradually over time, requiring one to gather new experiences little by little. However, the repository system was fundamentally different. Jiu Wei's memories had long been meticulously compiled. Thus, when Chenmu sought to access these memories, he effectively made a direct copy, seamlessly integrating them into his own repository. This process was equivalent to reading. Yet it required no gradual accumulation. It was accomplished in an instant. What an astonishing ability. To traverse another's information repository was to acquire all their memories, thereby gaining insight into their actions and life experiences. To simplify, if Chenmu were to explore the repository of Einstein, he would grasp everything that Einstein understood. Chapter 230, an alternate designation for the knowledge repository. As Chenmu pondered this, a voice resonated through the air. "Angel, I never anticipated that you shameless beings would dare to appear here." This voice interrupted Chenmu's musings, prompting him to refocus his attention towards its source. A girl clad in black armor stood a short distance away, burdened by a bladeless heavy sword strapped to her back. Her face was smeared with dirt, portraying a rather disheveled appearance, yet her eyes glimmered with a fervent hope as they fixated on Lu Yi. Furthermore, she bore the weight of a lifeless corpse. After uttering those words, the woman hastily knelt, gently laying the body she had carried onto the ground. Glancing at the deceased, she drew forth the heavy sword from her back, pointing it toward the 3 individuals before her. "You lack the courage to confront my master directly, resorting instead to underhanded tactics that led to my master's fatal fall from the sky. What righteousness do you claim? It is nothing but utter nonsense. Today, encountering you marks your misfortune." Lu Yi felt a sense of bewilderment, instinctively looking to Chenmu for guidance. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have managed the situation herself. However, in the presence of her ancestor, regardless of the magnitude of the issue at hand, she always deferred the decision-making to him. When her ancestor was around, the resolution of any matter was solely within Chenmu's purview. Only if he chose to allow Lu Yi to handle the situation would she proceed. As a gesture of her respect for him, Jiu Wei also turned her gaze towards Chenmu. Noticing the attention from both Lu Yi and Jiu Wei, Wu Xian followed suit, looking towards him as well. Chenmu regarded this suddenly emerged human with a sense of indifference. Frankly speaking, he had no intention of engaging in conversation with these highly intelligent beings on Earth, for to him, they were merely creatures raised in his own domain. Individuals like Jiu Wei were akin to workers on his farm, tasked with overseeing this nurtured territory, and communication was naturally required among them. However, for these beings, such dialogue seemed unnecessary. As Chunmu contemplated ignoring Wu Xian, a thought abruptly struck him. He utilized the information repository on Wu Xian, delving into her memories. In truth, Chunmu's understanding of the information repository was not entirely accurate. While it indeed contained memories, it also encompassed a myriad of other elements. A human body possesses genes, which carry hereditary information, thus encoding extensive data within the information repository. The thoughts and current musings of an individual are all part of the information contained within a human being. As long as the physical form exists, this repository resides within the body. However, once the body ceases to exist, the repository does not vanish outright, but rather exists in some form within the world. Human technology, unable to comprehend this phenomenon, has likened the information repository to concepts such as nanobots, qi, or magical energy, thus bestowing upon it a name. Upon exploring Wu Xian's information repository, Chunmu grasped the entirety of the situation. Wu Xian, noticing the gazes of Lu Yi and Jiu Wei, quickly realized that among these three unique entities, it was Chunmu who wielded the most authority. She regarded him intently, raising her bladeless heavy sword, its tip directed at Chunmu. Chunmu had already perused Wu Xian's information repository and was thus aware of the unfolding events. Wu Xian's master, Tang Jian, referred to the nanobots disseminated by Chunmu in this world as qi and even employed these nanobots for the so-called practice of cultivation. These nanobots represent a fusion of mechanical and biological elements. Although Chunmu issues directives to them, the semi-biological components within them imbue them with certain biological characteristics over time. In layman's terms, while they reside within their host, if they develop an affinity for the host, they may act beyond their prescribed commands. In an alternate Earth within a parallel universe, the nanobots envisioned by humanity are constructs of human ingenuity, embodying both mechanical and biological traits. However, these nanobots remain in the experimental phase and have yet to reach a level of maturity suitable for practical application. Currently, the nanobots known to the world exist only as concepts. They are imagined to be creations of mankind, composed of metals yet possessing biological attributes. The nanobots acquired through the template constructed by Chunmu also exhibit these characteristics. Behaviors such as those that aid the host in developing wings, which should not ordinarily occur, become normalized under the influence of the nanobots' biological traits. Subsequently, humans exploit these behaviors of the nanobots for their so-called cultivation. Through this cultivation, they are capable of extraordinary feats, leading to an inflated sense of ambition, with thoughts of challenging celestial beings to prove their strength. Such aspirations are utterly foolish. Having accessed Wu Xian's information repository and grasped the specifics, Chunmu found himself somewhat displeased. These are nanobots, not qi. If humanity continues down this path, they may indeed surpass others in strength, but to what end? Nanobots cannot sustain human life in the vastness of outer space. If this trajectory continues without a foundational understanding of basic technology, it is unlikely that in a few million years they will be able to leave the Earth and venture into space. They are still oblivious to whether the Earth is spherical or not. Though nanobots represent advanced technology, the denizens of this planet fail to comprehend this sophistication, instead mythologizing it in a ludicrous manner. Previously, Chunmu was indifferent. However, he now found himself rather discontented. He raised his hand, summoning vines to sprout from the ground, forming a chair constructed of flora. As he seated himself, the wings behind him gradually retracted, and he directed his gaze toward Wu Xian. He remained silent, simply observing the corpse of Tang Jian. Upon seeing the body, an idea suddenly struck Chunmu. Does a corpse exist within the information repository? Contemplating this, he directed his focus towards the body, invoking the information repository. The instant Chunmu wielded this ability, everything around him plunged into an abyss of darkness, and Tang Jian's corpse vanished. However, in the place where the body had lain, a figure emanating a blue aura became visible. No, that was not a corporeal form. It was a humanoid energy entity composed of unknown energy. Would you like to access the information repository? The system inquired. This implied that the humanoid energy entity represented Tang Jian's information repository. Observing this peculiar shape, Chunmu inexplicably formed a conjecture. System, inform me, is that the soul? The system replied, the information repository, which serves as a storage for dark information. Every living being generates dark information, which is then stored, forming an information repository. People fail to comprehend the existence of this repository, hence numerous names have emerged, one of which is the soul. Indeed, it was so. Chunmu inquired, system. If a person were to die, could I restore their body and reintegrate the knowledge repository into it? Affirmative, the system answered mechanically. Upon hearing this response, Chunmu's eyes glimmered with excitement. This implied that he could resurrect any living being. Chapter 231. A cell within my body wields a sword against me. This resurrection is not akin to rapid self-healing. Rapid self-healing allows for revival as long as a single atom remains of the target. However, at present, even if the target is completely obliterated, he can recreate a body from atoms and reintegrate the knowledge repository, effectively achieving resurrection. In other words, under Wu Xian's watchful gaze, Chunmu gazed upon the corpse of his master. He raised his hand. Tang Jian's body radiated a golden light. Enveloped in this golden glow, the injuries on Tang Jian's body swiftly healed. This golden luminescence was due to the multitude of nanobots, appearing as golden light because of their sheer number. Wrapped in this golden aura, Tang Jian's body levitated in midair. Soon, under Wu Xian's astonished gaze, Tang Jian's eyelids fluttered, gradually opening his eyes. Wu Xian's pupils constricted, and the heavy sword in her hand clattered to the ground with a dull thud. Startled, Wu Xian hurriedly approached Tang Jian, exclaiming, "Master." Her expression was one of fervent disbelief and joy. Tang Jian surveyed Wu Xian, raised his hand to observe it, and then looked back at Wu Xian. "Wu Xian, what is happening?" I distinctly remember soaring into the sky, only for my internal energy to suddenly vanish, leading to my fall. He furrowed his brow. Even if I hadn't perished, it's impossible to be entirely unscathed. At this moment, Tang Jian noticed a male angel, a female angel, and a captivating woman with 9 tails ahead of him. An angel? A male angel? Tang Jian's brow knitted in confusion. "Master, you have been resurrected." Wu Xian hurriedly explained. "It was that male angel who brought you back." Tang Jian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Chen Mu. What on earth is happening? His mind was inundated with questions. First, the sudden disappearance of his internal energy while soaring high, then the matter of his resurrection after death, and finally the existence of the male angel. Tales of angelic descents abound, yet he had never heard of a male angel. Chen Mu regarded Tang Jian and stated, "I have restored what you call internal energy, fulfilling your wish and granting you the opportunity to challenge an angel." Hearing this, Tang Jian raised his hand. A golden light emanating from it, as countless nanobots emerged under his control, coalescing into a pitch-black longsword. He gazed at the sword in his hand, his eyes resting on Chen Mu. Green E stepped forward, preparing to respond to Tang Jian's challenge towards the angel. However, Tang Jian lifted the longsword, pointing it directly at Chen Mu, declaring, "I do not wish to challenge her. I seek to challenge you." Chen Mu's expression remained unchanged. In contrast, Green E appeared momentarily taken aback, a smile gracing her lips. "I believe you are mistaken." Tang Jian turned to Green E, who stood before him, stating, "What sits before you is not an angel, but the deity who created this world, the creator god." Both Tang Jian and Wu Xian were rendered speechless. Wu Xian gazed at Chen Mu in disbelief. It was said that all life on earth was birthed by the creator god. Though this notion had long been met with skepticism, yet now, hearing a celestial being, a true god, introduce the winged figure before them as the creator god was astonishing. Tang Jian's expression shifted to one of madness and excitement. He seemed exhilarated. "No wonder you could resurrect me. So it is the creator god. To engage in battle with the creator god, even in defeat, is worthwhile." He stepped forward and lunged towards Chen Mu. The sword shimmered with a golden glow. A multitude of nanobots condensing along the blade, augmenting its mass and density. Tang Jian summoned countless nanobots within him, relentlessly enhancing the longsword. The power unleashed by this strike would be formidable. Chen Mu stood with his arms crossed, legs crossed in a relaxed manner, observing Tang Jian, his countenance unchanged. Suddenly, Tang Jian's body halted 7 meters away from Chen Mu. He found himself immobilized, stunned, furrowing his brow as he stared at Chen Mu. "What have you done?" "You are foolish, ignorant, and blind," Chen Mu replied softly. Tang Jian's brow furrowed deeper. Chen Mu continued, "In my view, what is occurring now holds no significance. Your attack against me bears no meaning. You are unaware of what you are truly facing. You do not comprehend what you are attacking." Tang Jian, with a furrowed brow, replied coolly, "How could I be unaware? I am facing you and attacking you." "Me?" Chen Mu questioned, "Are you certain?" "The entity you are attacking is merely an avatar of mine, not my true self. The avatar is neither mortal nor ephemeral, should you wish to strike at me. You must first understand my true form." Tang Jian frowned, asking, "True form? Where's your true self? Bring forth your true self." Chen Mu replied, "My true self stands before you." Tang Jian was taken aback. "What are you saying? Did you not claim to be an avatar?" "Thus, I say you are foolish and ignorant," Chen Mu remarked calmly. "Everything your eyes perceive at this moment is my true self." Tang Jian was perplexed. Chen Mu remarked, "My essence encompasses all that exists in this world, the earth beneath your feet, the sky above your head, and everything that resides between them, both inanimate and living. All these are manifestations of my being." Pausing momentarily, he gazed at Tang Jian and continued, "Including you and your disciples, you are but fragments of my essence." He spoke neither falsely nor boastfully, for at that moment, Chen Mu's essence was the earth itself, and all life upon it belonged to this singular entity. Tang Jian, living within this realm, was inherently a part of it. Thus, his corporeal form was a component of Chen Mu's own being. "What are you saying? Have you lost your mind?" Tang Jian's brow furrowed, unable to comprehend Chen Mu's words. Despite Chen Mu's clarification, understanding eluded Tang Jian. With a detached gaze, Chen Mu slowly declared, "Hence, I assert that you are foolish and ignorant. But never mind, for there is nothing pressing at the moment. Allow me to reveal my essence to you." As Chen Mu's words fell, Tang Jian's form transformed into a beam of light, propelled upward by Chen Mu's controlling power. Tang Jian felt himself soaring into the sky, his pupils trembling as he instinctively glanced back. The ground receded, shrinking into insignificance. Suddenly, he found himself thrust beyond the earth, into the vastness of space. Gazing downward, he beheld the magnificent azure sphere that was Earth. Trembling, he stared in disbelief, mouth agape, tears glimmering in his eyes. "What is this?" In an instant, Tang Jian was yanked back by an invisible force, swiftly returning him to his original position. Upon landing, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, staring vacantly ahead, his eyes quivering. Master Wu Xian observed Tang Jian's disconcerted state and crouched beside him, concern etched on her face. She recognized that Tang Jian had lost the confidence of a once great master. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his pupils quivered as if he had glimpsed into the depths of hell. "Master, are you all right?" Wu Xian inquired cautiously. Tang Jian's eyes trembled as he replied, It is a sphere. We all inhabit a colossal orb. Why? Why must it be a sphere? This world's advanced intelligences were enraptured by the powers bestowed by nanobots. Entirely ignorant of the essence of science and technology, indifferent to the nature of Earth itself. Tang Jian, having been cast into the void of space, had witnessed the Earth's true form. The weight of Chun Mu's prior declarations struck him profoundly, reshaping his understanding. It was a sphere, a living orb. A spherical entity of which we were merely fragments. How insignificant we are. Tang Jian had always believed himself invincible, even capable of vanquishing deities. Yet upon beholding the entirety of the earth, he came to realize the extent of his own diminutiveness. Wu Xian gazed at Tang Jian, who was lost in her own world and teetering on the brink of madness. She furrowed her brow and swiftly turned to Chun Mu, inquiring, "What have you done to my master?" Chun Mu displayed little interest in responding to this question. Suddenly, the environment, which had been brilliantly illuminated by the proximity of the sun, felt as though it had plunged into an unexpected darkness. This peculiar shift in ambience roused Chun Mu's thoughts. He cast his gaze skyward, and the sight that met his eyes was astonishing. An enormous circular object obscured a significant portion of the sky. Its surface appeared gray, reminiscent of the moon, and the vast expanse of Earth's atmosphere was dominated by the surface of this celestial body. Craters left by meteors were visible upon its surface. As this planet drew closer, the surrounding light diminished. With the planet enlarging gradually, it occupied an ever-increasing portion of the sky, completely blocking out the sun's rays. In an instant, the entire Earth was enveloped in darkness. All intelligent beings witnessing this spectacle were rendered speechless. The sky, was it truly the sky? First, the energy of the world had abruptly vanished, and now it seemed as though the heavens were about to descend. This was the end. This world was doomed. Whether elves, fairies, orcs, demons, or humans, each stood transfixed, gazing at the colossal entity expanding above. Meanwhile, Chun Mu heard a voice behind him. "What is that?" Wu Xian stared at the increasingly massive celestial body, her pupils trembling, reflecting an incredulous gleam. Green Yi and Jiu Wei observed the scene before them, equally astonished, yet not overly shaken. After all, both Green Yi and Jiu Wei possessed the instantaneous adaptation abilities and lightspeed capabilities shared by Chun Mu. They had traversed other planets during this time, and were naturally aware of what this entity was. Regardless, they would be safe. The Earth, however, was another matter. Realizing this, Green Yi and Jiu Wei turned their gaze towards Chun Mu. He regarded the object above, and, in that moment, a thought struck him. Mercury. It was evident that this object was indeed Mercury. Earth's south position lay close to Mercury's orbit. Mercury revolved counterclockwise, while Earth was currently in a clockwise motion, making an encounter with Mercury entirely normal. Chun Mu, however, had not anticipated such proximity. Mercury was growing larger and drawing nearer. It was clear that Mercury had been captured by Earth's gravitational pull. This was not surprising. As the embodiment of Earth, Chun Mu possessed instantaneous adaptation capabilities, rendering the gravitational forces of other celestial bodies ineffective against Earth, while Earth's gravity could indeed ensnare other planets. After absorbing Venus, Chun Mu's form had expanded significantly, now possessing a mass equivalent to 18 Earths. Mercury's mass, on the other hand, was merely 0.05 that of Earth, captured by Chun Mu's gravity. It naturally gravitated toward him. Perfect timing. Chun Mu transformed into a golden light, which merged with the ground, entering the Earth. His consciousness returned to his true form, expanding his awareness. From Earth's perspective, he gazed toward Mercury. Chun Mu could discern a colossal gray planet soaring towards him at an astonishing speed. From within the Earth, it appeared that Mercury was enlarging gradually, without any perceptible velocity. However, at this moment, Chun Mu was acutely aware of the rapid approach of Mercury. Naturally, he regarded this speed with disdain. Upon identifying his target, he exerted his control over his body, employing his devouring ability. As he activated this power, a golden radiance enveloped the entire Earth. In that instant, Chun Mu propelled himself toward Mercury at the speed of light. As he surged towards Mercury, the Earth transformed into a golden sphere, radiating a brilliant hue. Everything within the Earth was ensconced in gold, causing all life forms to vanish. Upon contact with Mercury, the planet also metamorphosed into gold. Chun Mu commenced his devouring process. The immense mass of Mercury was gradually siphoned away into his being in the form of golden light. As the embodiment of Earth, Chun Mu began to expand. Mercury possessed a mass equivalent to approximately 0.05 times that of Earth, while Venus's mass was about 0.8 times that of Earth. Having consumed Venus and now Mercury, Chun Mu's mass had reached around 1.85 Earth masses. His size had increased slightly, as Mercury's mass was relatively minor. After devouring Mercury, the golden luminescence surrounding him slowly dissipated, and life within the Earth re-emerged. Observing the changes in his body, Chun Mu felt his form had expanded, which uplifted his spirits. However, when he gazed upon the blazing sphere ahead, the sun, he was instantly struck by a sense of insignificance. This solar entity was immensely vast. As the sole star within the solar system, Chun Mu felt minuscule in its presence. Yet so what? Regaining his composure, he muttered to himself. I have evolved from a mere tadpole-like sea squirt to the current state of Earth, a transformation by several magnitudes. If I can grow from a sea squirt to a planet, it is not inconceivable to eventually become a star. When I am sufficiently colossal, even a star shall merely serve as my sustenance. Of course, that time had yet to arrive. He needed to continue devouring to acquire the energy necessary for evolution. With that thought, Chun Mu adjusted his flight trajectory towards the outer regions. Beyond Mercury lay Venus, beyond Venus was Earth, and beyond Earth, naturally, was Mars. Meanwhile, all life forms within the earth had reverted to their original forms. Greenie regained her senses and gazed at the sky, only to find that the entity had vanished without a trace. Chunmu had experienced the disappearance of Mercury, yet for all life forms within the earth, there was no memory of that intervening time. In Greeny's view, Mercury had simply vanished into thin air. Upon witnessing this, Greeny instinctively glanced at the spot where Chunmu had disappeared. Chapter 233, Silicon-based to carbon-based? Upon observing the location of Chunmu's disappearance, she understood the situation. The sudden vanishing act was evidently a result of Chunmu's actions. The Ninetales was acutely aware of the situation and also cognizant of another matter. She gazed down at the earth beneath her feet. Was it true that his corporeal form was merely an avatar, while the ground below was his true essence? In other words, he had been awake all along, continually observing her, ever present by her side. With this realization, a smile graced the corners of the Ninetales' mouth. A feeling of inexplicable joy washing over her. Let us proceed. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Startled by the sound, the Ninetales instinctively turned to the speaker, Greenery. To the celestial realm, Greenery stated. The Ninetales instinctively glanced at Wu Xian and Tang Jian beside her. What about them? She inquired, looking back at Greenery. They will be needed later. Let us depart for now, Greenery replied. The two harnessed their powers, soaring toward the moon. Once they returned, the Ninetales remained perplexed. You mentioned we would need them. What did you mean? Greenery smiled. That is, of course, the intention of the ancestor. The Ninetales paused for a moment, taken aback. My father's intention? Why? Greenery explained. Previously, the ancestor stated that life on Earth must grow independently. This implies that angels should not frequently appear and should preferably remain in the background. Matters concerning Earth's life should ideally be resolved by Earth's beings themselves. To be candid, I was initially uncertain about how to address this until the ancestor's recent action clarified his intent. Angels cannot frequently manifest, yet they cannot be allowed to depart entirely in the beginning. Thus, there must be a presence to aid angels in their endeavors, ideally one of Earth's beings. And the Sword God, Tang Jian, is perfectly suited for this role. The title of Sword God indicates he is a figure of respect, lending weight to his words. Since angels cannot appear often, it is most fitting for him to assist us in disseminating knowledge of technology and other matters. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales understood. But why do you claim this is my father's arrangement? He did not explicitly state this. Greenery smiled again. Otherwise, how could the ancestor have chosen to preserve that individual's life and even sent him to outer space to encounter his true essence? Clearly, this is the ancestor laying the groundwork for my future endeavors. The Ninetales comprehended. So that is the case. Truly, my father possesses remarkable foresight. Indeed, Greenery affirmed. The ancestor is the most magnificent and wise being in this world. Meanwhile, Chunmu, residing on Earth, pondered a question. In truth, by accessing the information repositories of the Ninetales and Wu Xian, he had also acquired the memories of those two beings. Though Wu Xian was relatively young and possessed different knowledge, the Ninetales was distinct. Having lived for over 2 millennia, she had witnessed the entire ecological evolution of the Earth. Over these 2,000 years, the Earth had endured an ice age, during which a span of 500 years saw the planet enveloped in ice and snow. Naturally, this posed no threat to the biological entities equipped with nanobots. However, that memory ignited a thought in Chunmu. Why did the Earth undergo an ice age during that period? Indeed, following the great extinction of Earth's biosphere, the planet's temperature reached a peak, resulting in the obliteration of life. Subsequently, I engineered silicon-based flora capable of absorbing carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide while exhaling oxygen, which significantly reduced the planet's temperature. It became evident that this process would not cease, as plants are also living organisms, and nanobots would infiltrate their systems. As the proliferation of these plants increased, their consumption of carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide escalated, ultimately leading to a chilling descent into an ice age, transforming the Earth into a frozen realm. It is not surprising. Rather, it is perplexing that after the ice age, the Earth's temperature returned to normal. Chunmu pondered this phenomenon. The drastic temperature drop was attributed to the rampant consumption of carbon dioxide, a greenhouse gas, which precipitated the ice age. Logically, if this trend continued, the Earth's carbon dioxide levels should persist in depleting, causing further temperature declines. Upon this realization, Chunmu activated his atomic vision, gazing into the depths of Earth's biosphere. He observed a cheetah pouncing upon an antelope, hauling its prey toward the trees. Through his atomic vision, he discerned the biological composition of this creature. To his astonishment, he discovered that what should have been a planet inhabited solely by silicon-based life forms was, in fact, home to carbon-based life. The cheetah and the antelope were, remarkably, carbon-based beings. Confounded, Chunmu instinctively adjusted his perspective and beheld humans, who, through the lens of atomic vision, were also undeniably carbon-based life forms. As he surveyed Earth's myriad life forms, he found them all to be carbon-based. Enlightenment dawned upon him. While silicon-based life could derive energy from magma and respire through carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide, the increasing presence of plants and animals transformed all carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide into oxygen. For reasons unknown, these silicon-based entities morphed into carbon-based life, inhaling oxygen and exhaling carbon dioxide, thereby altering the environmental landscape once more. With the transition of silicon-based life to carbon-based life, the utilization of oxygen and production of carbon dioxide intensified, reinforcing the greenhouse effect, resulting in the natural cessation of the ice age. But why? After a moment of contemplation, 5 words surfaced in Chunmu's mind. Nanobots. Although he had a hypothesis, certainty eluded him, prompting him to inquire, system. Please explain how all the silicon-based life forms I created transitioned into carbon-based life. The system responded in its mechanical voice, 7 centuries ago. The carbon dioxide within Earth diminished significantly, with oxygen in the atmosphere reaching 50%. To ensure the survival of life, nanobots began to alter the structural composition of organisms, converting silicon-based life into carbon-based life capable of respiration through oxygen. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The nanobots were the architects of this transformation. The current state of Earth bore some resemblance to that of the planet following the Great Extinction, yet the similarities remained strikingly profound. Chen Mu withdrew his gaze, closing his atomic vision, and opened his consciousness vision. Through this heightened perception, he beheld his target this time, Mars. The orb, glowing in a vivid orange-red hue, appeared particularly delectable. Reminiscent of a spherical strawberry, Chen Mu began to approach. Chapter 234. The mechanical race of Earth and the mechanical life forms of Mars. Rather than immediately consuming Mars, Chen Mu opted to maintain a certain distance, simultaneously activating his consciousness vision to observe the current state of the planet. Previously, he had created numerous mechanical beings within Mars to harness its energy. What transformations had occurred over the years? As his gaze fell upon the Martian surface, the sight that greeted him was one of novelty. The surface, tinted orange due to oxidation, was predominantly enveloped in this hue. Yet, in various locales, structures constructed of machinery emerged. These edifices varied in height, some towering over 100 meters, while others stood merely a couple of stories tall. The ground was paved with steel flooring, and these buildings clustered together formed a colossal city. Indeed, it was a city, a gigantic metropolis forged of steel. Such vast urban landscapes existed in numerous locations across Mars. What intrigued Chen Mu most was the sight of countless mechanized beings soaring through the skies, equipped with flying apparatuses, whizzing through the air. Concurrently, through his consciousness vision, he noticed a multitude of enormous flying objects, each seemingly 100 meters in diameter, hovering in the atmosphere like satellites. Yet, through the window, he could discern that these colossal vessels housed mechanical beings within, who were living their lives inside. According to the memories of the Nine Tails, these mechanical entities had arrived on Earth a century ago aboard disc-shaped spacecraft, residing there and referred to by the intelligent beings of Earth as the mechanical race. The mechanical life forms, as recalled by Nine Tails, differed somewhat from those Chen Mu had previously encountered. However, he had now confirmed that the mechanical race described in Nine Tails' memories indeed originated from Mars. This implied that since Chen Mu had initiated the creation of mechanical life on Mars, these beings had independently explored and developed their understanding of technology, even acquiring the means to construct spacecraft. Indeed, mechanical life forms were impervious to radiation and would not perish in the vacuum of space. As long as they had sufficient energy, theoretically, these entities could traverse the cosmos akin to satellites. Yet, Chen Mu had not imparted knowledge of technology to them. He had merely created them, instructing them on energy collection and reproduction, nothing more. What was happening? Chen Mu halted his advance. Any closer, and Mars would succumb to Earth's gravitational pull, compelling him to consume it. Once he ceased his approach, his consciousness vision focused on the mechanical beings within the city. The information repository awaited his exploration. After perusing its contents, Chen Mu finally comprehended the situation. The advanced intelligent beings within the Earth had remained stagnant for 3 millennia due to the nanorobots he had bestowed upon them. These nanorobots had become their sole aspiration, rendering the traditional means of sustenance unnecessary. The more nanorobots one possessed, the greater the energy one could harness. Driven by an insatiable desire for power, nearly all high-intelligence life forms on Earth had become obsessed with the quantity of nanorobots, neglecting the pursuit of scientific exploration. Conversely, the robots on Mars were entirely different. These mechanical beings consumed the minerals found on Mars, converting them and other mechanical creatures into fuel, generating energy within their own systems. To facilitate their reproduction, Chen Mu had also provided them with a sophisticated three-dimensional machine, enabling the robots to transform the minerals they collected into new robotic entities. Thus, their pursuits were no longer meaningless quests for strength. They had the time to contemplate the wonders before them, to ponder their existence, and to reflect on the nature of the world around them. As they dismantled mechanical animals, they began to explore and study the myriad of components, unwittingly embarking on a path of technological research. After over 2,000 years of development, they had grasped various technologies and amassed a wealth of knowledge. In essence, the mechanical life forms he had created had become their subjects of study, leading to an array of technological advancements that filled Chen Mu with satisfaction. The knowledge embedded within the mechanical life forms, crafted by the system, encompassed complexities even Chen Mu struggled to comprehend. This knowledge spurred the evolution of Martian mechanical civilization, enabling it to transform from a rudimentary society into a high-tech civilization capable of interplanetary travel in a remarkably short span of time. This progress brought Chen Mu great joy. After all, these mechanical entities were also his creations, capable of acquiring evolutionary energy from their surroundings. But what lay ahead? Was he to consume Mars? System, he inquired. Can I configure the consumption process to devour only Mars while sparing the mechanical life forms I created? The system responded affirmatively, indicating a default setting of non-consumption for his creations. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu felt a surge of excitement. This meant that as long as the entities were of his making, they would not be consumed by default. With this realization, he turned his gaze toward Mars. What are we waiting for? He directed his colossal form closer to Mars, opting for a gradual approach rather than traveling at light speed. He had to consume Mars, and the mechanical life forms within it needed to vacate. While his capacity for consumption defaulted to sparing his creations, a direct collision with his massive body would still be fatal. Thus, Chunmu opted to grant them time, allowing for their escape. Meanwhile, within Mars, the doctor stated that 6 hours ago, Earth had transformed into a golden sphere, devouring Venus, and had just consumed Mercury, now heading in this direction. Upon hearing this, Dr. Kuan Yu, who had just arrived at the astronomical research room, cast a glance at the solemn-faced Hong Tai and remarked, "Have you been operating too long? Has your CPU been fried?" The notion of Earth consuming Venus is quite a ludicrous jest. Self-absorbed, Kuan Yu entered the laboratory, positioning himself before the research desk, stating, regrettably, "I am a researcher and have little fondness for jokes." Upon the research desk, a three-dimensional projection of the solar system was displayed. Every planet in the solar system had been captured and projected onto the desk. As Kuan Yu gazed at the projection, his steel-like brows furrowed in confusion. What is happening? He instinctively turned to the side to look at Hong Tai. With a serious and grave demeanor, Hong Tai replied, "Doctor, I am not jesting. What I just conveyed is a reality. Earth is indeed racing towards us." Chapter 235. Abandon Mars, Head to Earth? Kuan Yu scrutinized the three-dimensional representation of the solar system before him. He raised his metallic hand and pulled at the projection, enlarging it slightly. His pupils glowed with a red hue as he gravely stated, "Earth's size and mass are significantly greater than before. Venus and Mars have vanished, and Earth's position is now much closer than it was." He paused, then looked towards Hong Tai. "You were not joking, were you?" Hong Tai responded, "I witnessed Earth move at the speed of light to Mercury's location. Its form morphed into a golden sphere upon contact with Mercury, which subsequently transformed into a luminous orb as well. Gradually, Mercury's mass was siphoned away by Earth, causing its size and mass to increase." He continued, "Then, Earth flew towards the Sun, moving counterclockwise along Mercury's orbit. After encountering Mercury, it consumed it and began its outward trajectory towards us." With a grave expression, Kuan Yu turned to Hong Tai. "What of our comrades who ventured to Earth for exploration? What of Jintian?" Hong Tai replied, "I have contacted Jintian. They are unharmed. Although Earth has devoured Venus and Mercury, it appears they felt no repercussions. Their memories seem to lack the segment where Earth transformed into a golden sphere." "Thank goodness for that," Kuan Yu mused, pondering aloud. "Does Earth harbor life?" Hong Tai regarded Kuan Yu intently. Kuan Yu, with a solemn expression, continued, "If what you say holds true, then Earth is not merely a planet, but a living sphere that consumes other life forms to acquire their size and mass. Its current trajectory towards Mars suggests its intent to consume Mars. How could a planet possibly possess life? It is indeed perplexing." As Kuan Yu spoke, he abruptly shifted his focus to Hong Tai, urging, "Contact the leader immediately and relay all that we know." "Understood," replied Hong Tai. As Kuan Yu watched Hong Tai depart, he redirected his gaze, his expression grave as he contemplated the ominous presence of Earth. How could a planet suddenly possess life? It is beyond comprehension, truly unfathomable. The chaotic domain eludes understanding. Yet he is acutely aware that the present situation is exceedingly perilous. If that planet intends to consume Mars, they must flee, abandon Mars, or risk being devoured by Earth itself. Meanwhile, Hong Tai conveyed all this to the leader, Shabo. After hearing the news, Shabo sat in his colossal steel throne, his demeanor austere. "According to your assessment, even if we escape, where shall we go?" Hong Tai replied, "We have discovered that life within the Earth's interior remains unharmed. Should Earth engulf Mars, it will expand, and the land within will increase. I believe that if we journey to Earth, there will be spaces there for our survival." Shabo responded, "To venture to Earth is fraught with uncertainties. What of other locations? Is there no alternative?" Hong Tai explained, "Within the solar system, there are only 4 terrestrial planets: Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. We can only extract minerals and harness energy from these 4 worlds. Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus are gas giants. We require minerals. Unless we reach Proxima Centauri, but at our current pace of space travel, that is unfeasible." With crimson-hued eyes glimmering with fervor, Shabo pondered, "In the face of danger, we are left with no choice but to take a gamble? Very well, let us wager." As he spoke, Shabo grasped the enormous heavy sword beside his throne and rose slowly. Typically, a robot stands at 3 meters tall, and their physique was initially rather slender. However, as robots contended with mechanical beasts for territory, many of their kin perished. They realized that without becoming formidable, they would be slain by these mechanical predators. Consequently, they began to contemplate methods of enhancement, ultimately focusing on the carcasses of the mechanical beasts. They utilized parts and components from the beasts' bodies, integrating them into their own. Initially, this endeavor proved challenging, but as their research progressed, robots eventually mastered the art of connecting disparate mechanical components. As the robots accumulated more parts, their physiques transformed from slender to the imposing forms they possess now, resembling colossal armored figures, akin to gigantic mechs. To increase their strength, robots ventured out to hunt mechanical beasts for parts, simultaneously employing technology to incorporate these components into their own bodies. Generally, the more powerful the mechanical entity, the larger its size. A standard robot measures 3 meters, yet Shabo stands at an impressive 10 meters. Observing the rising leader, Shabo, Hong Tai regarded him with respect. Bearing the massive sword on his back, Shabo proclaimed, "I am Leader Shabo, calling upon all mechanical beings to abandon Mars and assemble on Earth." This declaration resonated through the internal communication devices of all robots, transmitting Shabo's voice. Upon hearing this, robots began to ascend into the sky, soaring beyond Mars' atmosphere and racing towards Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Shenmue was observing the changes taking place within Mars. Suddenly, he beheld countless robots. Some resembled humans, while others soared through the Martian atmosphere aboard disc-like flying vessels, hurtling towards Shenmue's location. The disc that had previously hovered around Mars like a satellite also activated and began its approach. This sight sparked a sense of curiosity within Shenmue. Initially, he intended to allow them time to escape, but to his astonishment, they were heading directly towards him. By accessing the information repository of these machines, Shenmue discerned the cause. It was the edict of the robotic leader, Sandstorm, commanding them to abandon Mars and converge upon Earth. Sandstorm, the esteemed leader of the mechanical race, possessed the authority to compel all robots to forsake their home planet for the unknown realm of Earth, a testament to his formidable reputation. Intrigued, Shenmue pondered, I shall investigate the whereabouts of Leader Sandstorm. Through the robot's memory archives, he located Sandstorm's position. The Matrix. Within the mechanical race, the Matrix could be simply understood as the cradle of life. It was the very lifeblood of the mechanical beings, under normal circumstances. The leader would remain within the Matrix, safeguarding its sanctity unless urgent matters arose. Shenmue directed his consciousness towards the Matrix. There, four towering steel columns reached skyward, beneath which rested an enormous steel chair. Suspended 30 meters above this chair was a colossal square entity, a sight familiar to Shenmue. Unlike carbon-based and silicon-based life forms, robots could not reproduce. Thus, Shenmue had devised this creation. This apparatus, which he had previously crafted, could transform minerals into robots when provided with sufficient resources. It was no wonder the robots referred to this place as the Matrix, for it housed this remarkable device. Below the immense square mechanism stood a robust, towering robot, gazing intently at the object before it. This figure was none other than the leader of the mechanical race, Sandstorm. Chapter 236. Can the mechanical race transform? Sandstorm raised his hand, summoning a translucent blue screen before him. He tapped on the blue display, and the colossal structure, measuring 20 meters on each side, began to shift like a Rubik's Cube, its segments moving rhythmically. The structure diminished at a visible pace, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a mere 50-centimeter cube. Sandstorm extended his massive hand, allowing the cube to nestle within his palm. He then lifted his other hand and pressed it against his chest. Steam erupted from his metallic torso, which opened to reveal a hollow cavity. He placed the cube within this void, and the steel chest sealed shut. With the cube secured, Sandstorm gazed skyward. Suddenly, blue flames erupted from beneath his feet, propelling his entire form skyward. Midway through the ascent, Sandstorm's body began to morph, and in an instant, he transformed into a massive fighter jet. Its undercarriage emitting blue flames from two thrusters. The fighter jet soared directly into the sky, piercing through the atmosphere of Mars, which is far thinner than that of Earth, and ascended into the expanse of space. Witnessing this, Shenmue felt a stir of intrigue. Transformation? According to the information gleaned from the archives of other robotic entities, robots lack the capacity for transformation. Furthermore, as the creator of this mechanical race, Shenmue possessed a profound understanding of their structural composition. Unlike silicon-based and carbon-based life forms, these machines did not boast a multitude of organ systems. Their construction comprised a chip for the brain, a heart generating energy, and the essential cables connecting their bodies. If the body were to transform, wouldn't the cables become entangled? Yet, observing the sandstorm, it appeared otherwise. Fascinating. Shenmue regarded the sandstorm with the curiosity of a child discovering a new toy, surveying it through his cognitive vision. He activated his atomic vision and, upon meticulous observation, found himself perplexed. The structural makeup of the sandstorm diverged from that of the mechanical race he had previously created. Within the sandstorm's form, there were no cables. The chip and heart remained, yet the cables were conspicuously absent, leaving only steel. Logically, this seemed improbable. The cables were akin to human nerves. Without them, how could control be exerted over the body? Unless the sandstorm's body could transmit electrical signals throughout its entirety, thus enabling control without the need for cables. This was evidently not an impossible feat if the sandstorm utilized electrical signals for bodily control. The absence of cables would render transformation feasible. However, it appeared that only the sandstorm possessed such transformative abilities, suggesting that this technology had yet to be widely disseminated. The first to enter Earth was indeed the sandstorm. As it traversed the atmospheric layers, flames ignited around its immense form, resembling a meteor descending from the heavens. With a thunderous boom, a crater formed upon impact with the ground. The sandstorm reverted to a humanoid shape, gradually rising and emerging from the crater. Surrounding the sandstorm stood numerous robots, all members of the mechanical race dispatched to Earth for exploration prior to this full mobilization. The sandstorm surveyed its surroundings. It found itself in a canyon, flanked by flora and sheer cliff faces. Gentian, are you certain this place is devoid of human habitation? Inquiring, the sandstorm directed its gaze toward one of the robots among the throng. Gentian stepped forward and replied, indeed, esteemed leader. Earth comprises 4 continents, with virtually all sentient beings residing on the largest, known as Panga continent. The other 3 continents host only a handful of animals. One lies to the south, encased in ice, rendering mineral extraction arduous. Another, located southwest of Panga continent, is referred to as the subcontinent by the inhabitants of Pangu, currently home to a few sentient beings who have migrated from there. The last is our current location, relatively distant from both Pangu and the subcontinent, and as of yet, uninhabited. The sandstorm drew forth the long sword strapped to its back and thrust it fiercely into the ground, proclaiming, from this day forth, we, the mechanical clan, shall cultivate this continent, establishing a homeland that is rightfully ours. Henceforth, This place shall be known as Mecha Continent, as the embodiment of Earth. Chunmu observed this moment with a keen awareness. The location where the sandstorm had settled, previously known as Australia, appeared drastically transformed. Indeed, this continent was somewhat distant from the current Panga continent, and it was hardly surprising that no one had noticed. With the arrival of the sandstorm, other members of the mechanical clan descended from the Earth's atmosphere, plummeting like meteors to the vicinity where the sandstorm had landed. It was evident that this was the assembly point for the mechanical clan. Chunmu felt a sense of satisfaction, though he harbored concerns about potential conflicts between the mechanical clan and other highly intelligent beings on Earth. Such a scenario would undoubtedly lead to complications, as both factions were creations of Chunmu, integral parts of his being. Unbeknownst to Chunmu, this continent was not devoid of highly intelligent life. On the sandy shores of Mecha Continent, a young girl stood barefoot upon the desert, gazing up at the sky. It was the dead of night, and countless shooting stars streaked across the heavens, creating a spectacle of brilliance. Her brow relaxed slightly as her azure eyes discerned that these were not mere meteors, but mechanical entities. Instinctively, the girl murmured, Polaris. Upon hearing her voice, a young man emerged from a treehouse, stepping outside to witness the celestial display. Mechanical clan, Polaris inquired. The girl nodded. First, the depletion of spiritual energy, then, the supernatural phenomena, and now, the large-scale arrival of the mechanical clan. This period is truly tumultuous. I wonder what their intentions are. To this, Polaris suggested, why not inquire and discover their motives? The girl, known as Yinglong, glanced at him and smiled. Very well. Polaris transformed into a magnificent dragon, and Yinglong followed suit, shifting into a dragon as well. With wings unfurled, the two dragons soared through the air, heading toward the direction of the mechanical clan. Numerous members of the mechanical clan had successfully landed on Earth's surface. After their departure from Mars, Chunmu's gaze shifted to the distant planet. His form morphed into a golden sphere, gradually approaching Mars. Drawn by Earth's gravitational pull, Mars began to edge closer. Chunmu uttered a low command, devour. With that declaration, the entirety of Earth transformed into a golden sphere, as all within its bounds, including the mechanical clan, was enveloped by radiant light. Earth and Mars converged with a resounding clash, and Mars itself soon shimmered in gold. This golden essence was gradually consumed by Chunmu. Chapter 237. The combined mass of 3 planets does not exceed that of a single Earth. The luminous sphere was meticulously drawn into the body of the Earth. Piece by piece, the mechanical entities that have departed from Mars, yet have not yet entered Earth's realm, are suspended in the vastness of space. Among them is Red Iron. Previously, through instruments, Red Iron witnessed Earth consuming Venus and Mercury, and now, he observes with his own eyes as Earth devours Mercury. For Red Iron, Mars has been the abode of his existence, as well as that of his mechanical kin, just as humanity cannot fathom the disappearance of the Earth beneath their feet. Red Iron, having been raised on Mars, cannot conceive of its obliteration. Such a notion is utterly inconceivable to him. After all, Mars is their home planet, the very foundation of their survival. Yet now, this cherished home, which has sustained Red Iron throughout his life, is being gradually consumed by Earth. This incredulous sensation engulfs him, rendering him as if caught in a dream, unable to grasp the reality of the unfolding scene. Mars is being devoured by Earth, he thinks instinctively. Indeed, the mass of Mars is diminishing incrementally, while Earth's mass is increasing correspondingly. In no time, Mars has completely vanished. In the void where Mars once resided, a golden planet, significantly larger than Mars, takes its place. The golden glow enveloping this planet gradually dissipates. Slowly, the golden sphere transforms into a cerulean planet, resembling Earth, albeit now slightly larger than before. Observing these transformations, Red Iron communicates via radio channel. Doctor, Earth has just consumed Mars. Are you all safe? After 23 minutes, Red Iron receives a response from Kuang Yu. Was it consumed so quickly? I feel nothing here. It appears that, as Jindian mentioned, those of us on Earth are impervious to its changes. The reason for the 23-minute delay is due to the time required for radio transmission, which lengthens with distance. Currently, a single round-trip signal between Earth and Mars takes approximately 8 minutes, while the farthest distances may extend to about 20 minutes. Upon hearing this, Red Iron is reassured that it seems safe to remain on Earth. Meanwhile, Chunmu, having just consumed Mars, feels a lingering desire for more. The process of absorbing energy is immensely pleasurable, yet it feels insufficient. Mars is simply too small. I have devoured 3 planets. What is my current mass? Chunmu inquires with growing interest, instinctively asking the system, do I now possess the mass of 2 Earths? No, the system replies, momentarily startling him. The system continues. In terms of Earth mass, you currently possess 195 Earth masses. After consuming Venus and Mercury, Chunmu's mass had reached 185 Earth masses, and with the addition of Mars, which holds a mass of 0, 1 Earth masses, he now possesses a total of 195 Earth masses. Venus has a mass of 0, 8 Earths, Mercury 0, 0.5 Earths, and Mars 0, 1 Earths. Having consumed 3 planets consecutively, Chunmu found himself still lacking 2 Earth masses. This mass is quite insufficient. Or perhaps Earth is simply too vast, he murmured. Yet, he did not dwell on this thought for long, as his next ambition was to reach Jupiter, the largest celestial body in the solar system, aside from the Sun. However, the distance between Mars and Jupiter was considerable, rendering Jupiter invisible to his conscious perception. Within the confines of his awareness, he was alone. The surroundings were desolate. The Earth radiated a golden light, which emanated from its surface and coalesced into the form of an angel. This was none other than Chunmu himself. He surveyed his surroundings, Since his experience with Mercury, he had come to realize an intriguing fact. The planets orbited the sun in elliptical paths. Thus, even if he were to fly outward, he might not necessarily locate Jupiter, as it could be positioned on the other side of the sun. Yet, it was evident that spotting Jupiter, situated at least 50 million kilometers away with the naked eye, would be no small feat. It would merely appear as a brighter star. If Jupiter were indeed behind the sun, the challenge would be even greater. Crossing his arms, Shenmue pondered, should I acquire a telescope? While not a difficult task, the thought of having to set up a telescope seemed rather peculiar. System. I wish to ascertain the location of Jupiter. Do you possess any effective methods? He inquired. The system offered a suggestion. I recommend altering your ocular composition to incorporate super distance vision capabilities. Shenmue's eyes lit up. Is that feasible? The system's voice responded. There exists a type of ocular enhancement known as the super bionic eye. You merely need to obtain the bionic eye template and modify your eyes accordingly. Commence atomic creation. He commanded. Following the directive, the process of atomic creation commenced. Target locked on myself. Constructing super bionic eye, he ordered. The system's mechanical voice replied. Template for super bionic eye not found in the library. Initiating automatic search within the knowledge base. Searching. Search successful. Template for super bionic eye acquired. Commencing construction. Shenmue's pupils were disassembled and subsequently regenerated with new atoms, which were then integrated to form new eyes. The construction was successful. He blinked and gazed around, focusing on one of the luminous stars. Initially, it felt akin to his previous vision, but as he concentrated intently, his field of view suddenly expanded dramatically. In that instant, the star appeared to manifest right before him. Observing the colossal star emanating blue-white flames, Shenmue felt a sense of comfort. This meant that as long as he directed his gaze, he could discern the features of the planets. Consequently, identifying Jupiter's location would be a simple task. However, unbeknownst to him, during his period of exploration, countless machines were observing him, including the entity known as Red Iron. Red Iron had just witnessed the golden halo emanating from the Earth, transforming into the angelic figure before him. The angel, Red Iron, was aware, through the intelligence provided by the exploration team, that nearly all members of the mechanical race knew of a sovereign known as the Angel existing on Earth. However, Red Iron had never heard that the angel originated from Earth, which left him perplexed and curious. What, he wondered, was the nature of this angel? Observing Shenmue from a distance, he noted that Shenmue remained motionless, suspended in space for quite some time. With a sense of intrigue, Red Iron propelled himself toward Shenmue. Chapter 238. The sudden emergence of the Martian creator utilizing the extraordinary long-range vision afforded by his super bionic eyes. Shenmue sought Jupiter. In truth, this was not a difficult task. Jupiter, being the largest planet closest to Mars, was likely to be the most luminous celestial body. Indeed, after a brief search through his super bionic eyes, Shenmue pinpointed Jupiter's location and was preparing to set off. However, at that moment, a light flared to life. Shenmue turned towards the source of illumination, only to discover that the radiant figure was a robot, painted in a striking red and white, a mechanical being named Red Iron. The light had emanated from the metallic surface of Red Iron reflecting sunlight. As Red Iron approached, Shenmue crossed his arms, observing him intently. Red Iron landed before Shenmue, eager to inquire, yet suddenly recalled that sound could not propagate in the vacuum of space. While he could communicate with his companions via radio, it was evident that such means were futile with the angel. Thus, upon seeing Shenmue, he instinctively ceased his radio communication, only to realize that Shenmue possessed no such device, and in the absence of air and space, sound could not carry. Momentarily, Red Iron found himself at a loss for words. I am not an angel. Do not mistake me for one, echoed a voice suddenly within Red Iron's mind. Upon hearing this, a glimmer illuminated Red Iron's metallic pupils. He paused, gazing at Shenmue. The sensation was profoundly uncanny. Shenmue had not uttered a word. Yet Red Iron was certain that the voice did not originate from the air, but resonated directly within his brain. Moreover, how could this individual discern his thoughts? Red Iron experienced an inexplicable sense of dread and unreality as he scrutinized Shenmue. Not an angel, indeed. He recalled that Jin Tian had mentioned that the angelic race consisted solely of females, with no males present. If there were no males, then this figure before him could not possibly be an angel. Not an angel, yet capable of transmitting thoughts into his mind and comprehending his innermost musings? The more Red Iron contemplated, the more his astonishment grew. This being was undoubtedly a far more formidable existence than any angel. But what, precisely, was he? Who was he truly? A multitude of thoughts raced through Red Iron's mind when, once again, the voice echoed within him. Initially, I had no intention of engaging with you. However, your arrival is fortuitous. Inform the sandstorm that I am your creator, whom you may perceive as your deity. Currently, the earth serves as my corporeal form. As your divine entity, I harbor a disinclination for you to dwell within my being. I would far prefer for you to venture into other star systems, expanding your dominion. Nonetheless, given your present level of technology, I do not insist upon your departure. To enhance your technological prowess to the extent that you can embark on genuine space travel, seek the angels upon the moon. At the outset, Shenmue did not intend to interact with these entities, yet upon encountering the Red Iron, a thought struck him. Not only could he harness the vitality of Earth's life forms for energy, but so too could these mechanical beings. However, their current technological capacity is rather rudimentary, limited to achieving only supersonic flight, while they must consume minerals to procure sufficient energy and propulsion. Thus, if they were forcibly evicted from his corporeal form, they would inevitably deplete their energy reserves and perish, a fate commonly referred to as starvation. The closest star to the solar system is Proxima Centauri, which does indeed harbor Earth-like planets. However, traversing from the solar system to Proxima Centauri at supersonic speeds is virtually impossible. Therefore, Chunmu resolved to direct them toward Verdancy, allowing it to assist them through its repository of knowledge in elevating their technology, enabling them to attain true space travel capabilities, rather than merely traversing the solar system. In doing so, Chunmu would expedite the acquisition of evolutionary energy. Yet, the words of Chunmu left the Red Iron in a state of bewilderment. The Red Iron had never anticipated that encountering a seemingly spontaneous angel would lead to the revelation that this angel was their creator and, furthermore, the embodiment of Earth itself. Moreover, Mars had been consumed by it. This cascade of paradigm-shifting information overwhelmed the Red Iron, rendering it momentarily stunned. Observing the Red Iron's stunned silence, Chunmu withdrew his gaze, his form transforming into a golden light, and re-immersed into the Earth. The Red Iron stood transfixed at the location where Chunmu had vanished, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. "Red Iron, what troubles you?" inquired a mechanical companion, gently patting its shoulder, eyes filled with curiosity. The communication between Chunmu and the Red Iron had been entirely unilateral, with Chunmu's voice merely implanted within the Red Iron's mind. Consequently, the other mechanical beings accompanying Red Iron were entirely oblivious to what had transpired. They merely observed Red Iron's dazed expression directed at the winged figure, followed by a sudden transformation of its countenance. Regaining its composure, the Red Iron turned to its companions and then refocused on the Earth ahead. "That individual just claimed to be our creator," it stated. "Creator? How is that possible? Our creator has not appeared since the inception of our progenitor." "Surely not." The companions seemed incredulous. Not only were they skeptical, but the Red Iron itself found it difficult to accept. After a moment of contemplation, it declared, "This matter requires discussion with our leader. Let it be the leader who determines its veracity. Come, let us enter the Earth." The remaining members of the mechanical race flew into the Earth, penetrating the confines of the Mecha continent. Meanwhile, beneath the cloak of night, a towering sandstorm, reaching a height of 10 meters, stood upon the Earth, arms crossed, gazing into the distance. In front of him, the mechanical beings were busily transporting various metals, erecting new matrices designed to house the life cubes. These life cubes were of paramount importance to the mechanical race, as they required an energy matrix to timely generate new beings. Thus, the foremost task upon arriving on Earth was the construction of the matrix. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. The sandstorm turned its head to locate the source of the sound. Two majestic eastern dragons, adorned with wings, were soaring through the clouds, gliding closer. Observing this, the sandstorm furrowed his brow. It was Yinglong and Polaris. A voice erupted beside him, resonating with power. The sandstorm glanced at the imposing figure of Zhentian. Zhentian continued, "In the ocean to the northwest of this continent, there dwell numerous colossal dragons, immense in stature, possessing the characteristics of immortality. They were left on Earth by the Creator, governing the divine beings of the continent to the east of Pangu. Among these dragons, 3 leaders reign: Yinglong, Polaris, and the Azure Dragon. Yinglong and Polaris are the only 2 with wings. Immortal?" The sandstorm queried, his brow knitting in contemplation. "Indeed, immortal," Zhentian affirmed. The sandstorm lifted his gaze to scrutinize the approaching dragons anew. "It seems we ought to greet our future neighbors properly." Chapter 239. What a coincidence. My creator is also him. The 2 winged eastern dragons descended from the sky, landing before the sandstorm. Upon touching the ground, their forms emanated a golden light. Under the sandstorm's watchful gaze, the golden radiance began to condense, swiftly transforming into a man and a woman, Yinglong and Polaris themselves. Yinglong lifted her head to regard the sandstorm, instinctively exclaiming, "Polaris, look at how large this mechanical being is." Polaris nodded in agreement. The sandstorm observed the pair and gradually lowered himself to the ground. Given his towering height of 10 meters, communicating with the less than 2 meter tall humanoid forms of Yinglong and Polaris necessitated a seated posture. Seating himself directly on the ground was a deliberate act to convey a sense of non-threat. Having learned from Zhentian that these 2 entities were immortal, and thus nearly eternal, the sandstorm, as the leader of the mechanical race, resolved to approach the situation with a spirit of friendship. He spoke in a calm tone. "Lady Yinglong, Mr. Polaris, I am the leader of the mechanical race, Sandstorm. As deities from the east, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" This act of sitting on the ground aimed to diminish any semblance of threat. Understanding the nature of the beings before him, the sandstorm chose to adopt a humble demeanor in his dialogue with Yinglong and Polaris. Upon hearing his words, Yinglong smiled, saying, "Well done, you actually recognize us." She turned to Polaris, adding with a grin, "Polaris, did you hear that? He knows us." Polaris acknowledged with a slight hum, his gaze drifting around, eventually landing on the distant mechanical beings engaged in their tasks. Noticing Polaris' demeanor, the sandstorm's pupils glimmered subtly, and he fell silent. "Over there, an energy matrix is being constructed to house the energy cube, which is the most vital existence for the mechanical race, allowing them to endure for millennia. It is akin to the true source of life. Should the energy cube be destroyed, it would spell the extinction of their kind. The mechanical beings from Mars are now seeking refuge on Earth, essentially invading this planet. As entities regarded as deities of Earth, their quest for identity likely harbors more animosity than goodwill. If they were to discover the ongoing construction of the energy matrix, would they permit its establishment? Even if they allowed it to be built for the cube, should they resort to annihilating the cube as a means to combat these invaders? What then? It is indeed a dilemma, a most intricate one. At this moment, Yinglong also took note of the direction in which Polaris was gazing. She glanced over and then turned towards the sandstorm, inquiring, "Why has such a large group of you come to Earth, and what is your purpose?" Although reluctant to mention the energy matrix, Sandstorm fell silent for a moment upon hearing Yinglong's question. He replied, "The humans you protect require spiritual energy to survive, while our mechanical race depends on minerals as our energy source. Recently, in the solar system, 3 terrestrial planets were entirely consumed by Earth. Presently, Earth is the only planet left suitable for our habitation. We have no choice but to come here." With that, Sandstorm added, "Our relocation from Mars to Earth was unavoidable, and we hope you can understand." His admission, though revealing their predicament, simultaneously acknowledged the invasion of Earth and their intent to establish a domain here. How would these 2 deities of Earth respond? Would they wage war? As the leader of the mechanical race and its mightiest warrior, Sandstorm's leadership stems not solely from brute strength. He possesses intellect. He is acutely aware of the significance of the immortal deities spoken of by Jin Tian. Moreover, the true forms of these deities measure hundreds of meters in length, colossal beings. Defeating a warrior of the mechanical race would be exceedingly effortless for them. Sandstorm had no intention of opposing such entities. Upon hearing this, Yinglong furrowed her brow. "Earth consumed your planets? How could this be? If that were the case, how could we remain unaware?" Having lived in the civilization of Earth over 3,000 years ago, she possessed some knowledge about Earth and terrestrial planets, as did Polaris. Sandstorm asserted, "We have no reason to deceive you." Yinglong frowned, crossing her arms, deep in thought. Could it be the work of the ancestor? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Taken aback by the sound, Yinglong turned to Polaris. Polaris remarked, "Earlier, a golden light enveloped the entire Earth. That light felt familiar." Realization dawned upon Yinglong. If it were indeed the ancestors' doing, it was certainly plausible. The sandstorm nearby observed the 2 individuals with great intensity, eager to discern their reactions to his invasion of Earth. However, he was utterly unprepared for the ensuing discussion that ensued, centering around the term progenitor. This left the sandstorm utterly perplexed, as he struggled to grasp the significance of their discourse. What was this progenitor? What connection did it have with the golden light? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, calling out, "Leader." The sandstorm turned to see Hong Tai descending from afar, gently landing beside him. "Leader," he began, "I encountered a male angel with wings while I was beyond Earth." The term male angel struck a dissonant chord. Yinglong and Polaris turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. A male angel? The sandstorm looked at Hong Tai, his steel brow furrowing in contemplation. Hong Tai continued, "At that moment, after Earth had consumed Mars, it radiated a golden light, which coalesced in the cosmos, forming a male angel. My curiosity compelled me to approach him, yet he seemed to fully perceive my thoughts before I even spoke. Most importantly, he declared himself the creator of our mechanical race." Creator? The sandstorm's eyes, illuminated by brilliant light, flickered with a hint of crimson. After a moment of reflection, he muttered to himself, "According to the records of our progenitors, it was indeed a winged humanoid being that brought us into existence, but that does not necessarily confirm his identity as our creator. After all, one could not simply accept the claims of any angel who appeared, asserting themselves as the progenitor of the mechanical race." "Are you discussing the male angel?" Yinglong interjected. The sandstorm was momentarily taken aback, turning his attention to Yinglong. Only then did Hong Tai notice the petite figures of Yinglong and Polaris. A look of puzzlement crossed his face. The sandstorm introduced them, saying, "This is Miss Yinglong, and this is Mr. Polaris. They are deities of Earth, possessing the gift of immortality." Hong Tai responded with an understanding. "Ah, yes, the male angel." Yinglong crossed her arms and flashed a playful smile. "Now I understand whom you are speaking of. In the order of angels, there are only females. The being you describe is not a male angel, but rather the creator of Earth, our progenitor, and the creator of both Polaris and myself." At this revelation, both Hong Tai and the sandstorm were left speechless. Observing this exchange, Jin Tian was momentarily taken aback as well. Chapter 240. The progenitor was the being he desired to assist. After a brief pause, Yinglong continued, her tone light. "It appears you were unaware. But the creator of all life on Earth is the same individual who created all life on Mars. How curious that you were oblivious to this fact." The sandstorm gazed at Yinglong and spoke slowly. "Since the creator fashioned the first generation of automatons and departed from Mars, over 2 millennia have elapsed. The progenitors have long since perished in the tumult of war. The only remnants of knowledge we possess are the ancient tales of a winged male creator. Yet no one knows his true visage." This matter bore great significance for the mechanical race, compelling the sandstorm to tread carefully. The maiden Yinglong flashed a playful smile and jested, "Look at you, so suspicious. What reason do we have to deceive you? This is simply the truth." After speaking, she directed her gaze towards Polaris, asking, "Isn't that so?" The sandstorm and the others turned their attention to Polaris, emerging from contemplation. Polaris nodded slightly and addressed the sandstorm. "As far as I am aware, this is indeed the case. However," Polaris added, "the progenitor has always favored allowing their creations to develop independently, rarely intervening unless compelled by other matters." He then inquired of Hong Tai, "Did the progenitor convey anything else?" Listening intently to Polaris's analysis, all eyes fell upon Hong Tai. Hong Tai replied, "Indeed, he mentioned that his current essence resides on Earth." The sandstorm shuddered involuntarily and instinctively glanced at Hong Tai. "Earth?" he murmured, casting his gaze downward at the ground. He raised his hand, his metallic palm resting upon the surface, and instinctively grasped a handful of sand. "Is Earth alive?" he whispered to himself. He also expressed his discontent with our habitation within his body, yet he is aware that, with our current technology, we cannot yet depart the solar system. Therefore, he instructed us to seek the angels on the moon, to acquire advanced technology that would enable us to embark on true space travel, Hong Tai continued. The sandstorm's metallic pupils shimmered with intrigue as he looked at Hong Tai. Seek the angels? He inquired. Yes, that is what he said, Hong Tai affirmed. The sandstorm remarked. We alone understand the extent of our technological advancement. If he is aware of so much about us, it indicates that he is indeed our creator. Since this is the creator's command, we shall comply. The sandstorm rose slowly and mused, to the moon to seek the angels. Then, he turned to Hong Tai, asking, which angel shall we seek? Did the creator specify? Hong Tai shook his head. Since this is the progenitor's will, allow us to assist you in this endeavor. Came the voice of Polaris. The sandstorm was taken aback, gazing at Polaris in astonishment. He had never anticipated that, after invading Earth, these two deities from the planet would not only refrain from attacking him, but also offer their assistance. This revelation left him utterly astounded. Polaris continued. I know whom you must seek. Follow me. As he spoke, a golden light enveloped Polaris, transforming his form into a colossal, winged eastern dragon, measuring over 600 meters in length and towering 100 meters high. Even as the leader of the mechanical race, the sandstorm felt diminutive before this magnificent creature. Beside him, Yinglong also assumed the form of a great dragon. Come, follow me, Polaris urged, and with a powerful leap and a flap of his wings, he soared into the sky. Yinglong followed suit, and the sandstorm prepared to pursue. Leader. A thunderous sound erupted from the side, interrupting the sandstorm. The sandstorm turned its gaze toward Thunder. Thunder spoke. The opposing force is a deity of Earth, and we are the invaders. As the leader of our mechanical race, following them is bound to lead to complications. Allow me to guide us. Even if trouble arises, the impact will be minimal. Upon hearing this, the sandstorm replied. If they intend to strike, no one will be able to stop them. I trust their words. At this, Thunder fell silent. The sandstorm declared, continue constructing the energy matrix. I shall return shortly. With that, flames erupted from behind the sandstorm as it soared into the sky, pursuing Polaris and Yinglong. The sandstorm caught up to the two colossal dragons and glanced at Polaris before looking ahead. Mr. Polaris, that does not appear to be the moon. Polaris responded. I shall lead you to Qinglong. He can instantly transport you to the moon. Moreover, Qinglong is connected to the angels, and he is aware of recent happenings among them. Once you reach Qinglong, you will know which angel to seek. The name Qinglong was familiar to the sandstorm, as Thunder had mentioned it as one of the three leaders of the Eastern Divine Dragons. Once more, the sandstorm regarded Polaris and inquired. Why do you wish to assist me? Polaris's pupils shifted slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at the sandstorm before slowly retracting his gaze. How old are you? He posed, evading the question. The sandstorm replied, by Earth's calculations, I have lived for 367 years. Polaris remarked, you are still quite young. If you were to live as I have, for 3,000 years, witnessing the cataclysm of biological extinction followed by the resurgence of life, observing the growth of all beings, only to see them kill one another for the sake of their interests, you would understand that no matter how you guide them, life inexorably pushes itself toward its own demise. In time, you will realize how complex, greedy, and fragile existence truly is. Ultimately, these sentient beings will meet their end, and even if you assist them, you will be left powerless as you watch their conclusion unfold. In the end, you may choose to stand by, allowing them to thrive or perish on their own. The sandstorm fell into contemplation. Then why do you choose to help me? Polaris clarified, you misunderstand. It is merely the will of the ancestor that you meet the angels. The ancestor's intent aligns with our own. Since the ancestor desires this meeting and I am aware of it, we are naturally inclined to assist. This indicated that Polaris was acting out of respect for the ancestor. And under normal circumstances, he would not have bothered with the sandstorm. The sandstorm recalled Polaris's youthful visage, pondering, he appears youthful, yet is he actually older than I? Suddenly, the sandstorm's pupils contracted slightly as a voice reached his ears. Polaris turned his gaze forward, and the sight before him caused a momentary tightening in his pupils, filling him with a sense of awe. In the sky loomed an immense sphere, enveloping half of the earth. The colors of orange, yellow, and white mingled upon this terrifying, gigantic orb, which dominated half the heavens, as if it were poised to descend and obliterate all life within the planet, projecting an overwhelming sense of dread. The sandstorm recognized the identity of that planet, Jupiter. Chapter 241. Jupiter stands in the way, let us pass through. Meanwhile, Chunmu, representing Earth, found himself before the colossal Jupiter. Gazing at this immense planet, he was engulfed by an inexplicable sense of awe. With a diameter 11 times that of Earth and a volume 321 times greater, Jupiter was a magnificent sight. Although Chunmu had consumed Mercury, Venus, and Mars, the disparity in size compared to Jupiter was undeniable. Jupiter's mass is second only to that of the Sun within the solar system. If the Sun is regarded as the sovereign, then Jupiter is its mighty second. The mass of Jupiter is equivalent to 25 times that of all other planets combined, requiring 318 Earth masses to match its grandeur. This illustrates the sheer enormity of Jupiter's mass. In terms of mass, Chunmu could not compete with Jupiter, and the difference in size was even more pronounced. The planet displayed a striking blend of orange, yellow, and white hues, and upon its surface lay a colossal spot. This spot was not merely a blemish but an immense storm system, a cyclone that had persisted for over 3,000 years. If such a tempest were to manifest on Earth, it would be akin to an apocalyptic hurricane, one that would ravage for centuries, perhaps even millennia. However, it is likely that such a cyclone would not endure as long on Earth, as its longevity is primarily attributed to Jupiter's gaseous nature. Before Chunmu, Jupiter spun gracefully on its axis, when he directed his consciousness beyond Earth, observing it. He found it difficult to perceive the planet's rotation due to the extended duration it takes for Earth to complete a full turn. In contrast, Jupiter's rapid rotation was unmistakable. From his vantage point, he could clearly observe the clouds swirling with remarkable speed. Faced with this monumental entity, Chun Mu experienced a moment of wonder. Yet he was also confronted with a pressing dilemma. How could he possibly consume this magnificent Jupiter? At present, Chun Mu was Earth, a planet in its own right. Although he had absorbed other terrestrial planets, resulting in an increase in both size and mass, comparing himself to Jupiter was akin to jesting. Attempting to consume Jupiter as he had with the terrestrial planets, relying on his physical advantage, seemed a futile endeavor. What, then, was the next course of action? After a brief reflection, he realized the solution was not insurmountable. In the past, when his size and mass were inferior to those of Earth, he had successfully drilled into the planet, extracting its materials to assimilate into his own evolutionary energy. Since this method had proven effective before, it was reasonable to believe it would work again. He could traverse around the periphery of Jupiter, separating its outer materials for consumption, transforming them into his own energy. Yet, would this approach be too slow? Chun Mu detested wasting time. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Mu conceived a new idea. Given the immense size and mass of Jupiter, it would be prudent to first consume other planets to augment his own mass and stature, and once he had devoured the surrounding celestial bodies, he could then confront this formidable giant. This strategy would undoubtedly expedite his progress. Resolute in his decision, Chun Mu resolved to temporarily forsake Jupiter and instead seek out smaller planets to engage with before turning his attention back to the gas giant. With this thought in mind, he directed his colossal form toward Jupiter. Possessing an innate ability to adapt instantaneously, Chun Mu was impervious to any harm that Jupiter might inflict. His immediate goal was to advance and locate other gaseous giants. To circumvent the imposing figure of Jupiter would undoubtedly consume valuable time, though the duration required at his current velocity. Approaching the speed of light would be short. Any delay was still a waste. True to his meticulous nature, Chun Mu chose not to squander those precious minutes. Thus, he opted to penetrate directly through Jupiter's body, forging ahead. According to the knowledge he had gleaned from Earth, Jupiter was classified as a gas giant, meaning it was entirely composed of gaseous matter. Therefore, traversing through it should pose no insurmountable issues. Meanwhile, within the Earth's interior, it was nighttime. Yet the sky shone exceptionally bright. Jupiter's reflective surface illuminated the surroundings, allowing people to see clearly. At this moment, anyone who gazed upward would behold the silhouette of Jupiter, which loomed over the entire sky. In a valley, the sword god Tang Jian and Wu Xian raised their heads to witness the terrifying spectacle above. Tang Jian's pupils trembled. The invincible sword god, who had felt unparalleled in the mortal realm just the day before, now found himself unsettled only by the divine beings and angels of the celestial realm. However, on this fateful day, having experienced death and rebirth, and witnessed various terrifying phenomena, he was engulfed in an unprecedented sense of dread by the scene before him. This realization profoundly impacted Tang Jian's pride, illuminating the truth that there were greater powers beyond his comprehension. Suddenly, Wu Xian exclaimed. Tang Jian focused intently, observing that the image of Jupiter was expanding at a visible rate. The sky was awash in hues of orange, yellow, and white, creating an overwhelming sensation as if the heavens themselves were descending upon them. All of humanity on Earth gazed in horror at the rapidly enlarging sky, filled only with despair and fear. The sky was falling. A voice cried out in panic. The sky was indeed collapsing. This moment could not be overstated in its gravity. The orange, yellow, and white hues of the sky pressed down relentlessly, spreading an all-encompassing dread across the planet. Just as the vibrant sky plummeted, a sudden burst of golden light enveloped the entirety of Earth. The entirety of life on Earth has been engulfed by a golden radiance. From an external perspective, the entity known as Chun Mu, representing Earth, has transformed into a golden sphere. He plunges into the depths of Jupiter, consuming its energy. This is the atmosphere of Jupiter, primarily composed of transparent hydrogen. Hydrogen, as a form of matter, exists in a gaseous state. Chun Mu absorbs this hydrogen, embracing Jupiter's essence, and propels himself further inward. With a resounding crash, Chun Mu collides heavily with a solid object. The impact resonates across Jupiter's surface, generating turbulent waves in the atmosphere, causing the orange and white clouds to disperse in response. Chun Mu, however, is taken aback. Is this a solid? As the embodiment of Earth, he hovers above Jupiter, questioning the previously established notion of Jupiter as a gas giant. How could there be solid matter? Chapter 242. Earth's collision with Jupiter. Jupiter is indeed classified as a gas giant, yet it is not entirely composed of gas. Primarily, it consists of hydrogen, which under normal conditions is gaseous. However, due to Jupiter's immense gravitational pull, the density of hydrogen increases as one descends deeper into its atmosphere. Once a certain density threshold is reached, hydrogen transitions into a liquid state. Further compression results in the formation of solid hydrogen. This exemplifies the natural transformation of matter. From the outer layers inward, Jupiter's structure primarily consists of hydrogen and trace amounts of other gases in its atmosphere. Deeper still lies liquid hydrogen, followed by solid hydrogen, and ultimately, metallic hydrogen. Beyond this lies Jupiter's core. Aside from gaseous and liquid hydrogen, the majority of the interior is solid. Chun Mu's own knowledge reservoir does not contain extensive information regarding Jupiter's internal structure. His astronomical understanding is limited, and he remains unaware of these intricacies. Chun Mu must contemplate his next move. Should he navigate around? With a scoff, he dismisses this notion as impossible. If there's an obstruction, he will confront it. Utilizing his control abilities, he retreats at the speed of light, instantaneously distancing himself from Jupiter. He halts at a distance of 1 million kilometers from the planet. At this moment, Chunmu has transformed into a golden sphere, enveloped in a radiant glow. He gazes upon the colossal Jupiter before him. Suddenly, this golden entity comes to life. In an instant, it morphs into a beam of golden light, shooting towards Jupiter. The impact zone on Jupiter ignites with brilliance, transitioning from crimson to yellow, then to a blinding white, with these three colors emanating from the collision site. The white glow expands at a visible pace, revealing terrifying fissures across the immense body of the planet. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, the faster a material object's velocity, the greater its mass. Should a mass-bearing entity reach the speed of light, its mass would become infinitely large. The existence of matter with infinite mass is a fallacy. Thus, only matter with mass cannot attain the speed of light. However, velocity can be interpreted in another manner. Humanity perceives a three-dimensional world. Yet reality is not confined to merely 3 dimensions. One of these dimensions is termed space, which is capable of folding. The simplest analogy is that normal space resembles a blank sheet of paper, with distance defined as the span from one edge of the paper to the opposite edge. Yet, when the paper is folded, both edges converge, rendering the distance between them nearly negligible. This phenomenon facilitates an acceleration toward our destination. When we can manipulate the folds of space, not only can we reach the speed of light, but we may even surpass it. The principle by which Chunmu achieved light speed remains unexplained by the system. Nevertheless, this speed aligns with the initial theorem, which posits that as velocity increases, mass also increases. Chunmu's mass did not attain infinity, implying that his light speed involved the folding of space. Even so, his velocity was exceedingly rapid. This swiftness, though not infinite in mass, generated a weight that even Jupiter could not withstand. Chunmu's intent was to pierce through the core of Jupiter utilizing his light speed. However, the outcome manifested as a cataclysmic collision of a planet, imbued with terrifying mass derived from speed, striking Jupiter. The result was a series of horrific fissures spreading forth. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Jupiter erupted. A brilliant light illuminated the entire solar system, as countless fragments were violently expelled. In the blink of an eye, Jupiter disintegrated into myriad debris scattered throughout the solar system. A golden planet emerged in the location where Jupiter once resided. Chunmu beheld this spectacle. Jupiter shattered? As the fragments of Jupiter surged outward, Chunmu's heart tightened. This was untenable. In an instant, he harnessed his control ability. All the ejected debris from Jupiter was seized by his mastery, and subsequently, he drew them back. Countless fragments of Jupiter, under the influence of Chunmu's control, surged into the golden planet, where they were absorbed by him. The sheer volume of Jupiter's remnants was staggering, and their mass immense. Chunmu's entire being became enveloped by these fragments. As innumerable pieces entered his body, Chunmu expanded at a visibly rapid pace, assimilating evolutionary energy. Currently, at 1% completion. Halfway through the absorption, a familiar voice echoed in Chunmu's ear. The absorption continued, with the evolutionary energy progress now at 2%. The absorption advanced further, reaching 3%. Upon achieving 3%, the fragmentation absorption neared completion. Once Chunmu had consumed all the fragments of Jupiter, his form had transformed entirely from what it once was. At this moment, Chunmu's physique bore no resemblance to his former self. Although Chunmu's composition is solid, resulting in a slight contraction of his form, he remains formidable enough to overshadow the other planets in the solar system. As Chunmu completed his consumption, the golden radiance enveloping him gradually dissipated, restoring him to his previous azure hue. Life within the Earth was reshaped anew. Soon, Chunmu transformed back into his former appearance, albeit with a significantly augmented size and mass. What captivated Chunmu's attention was the moon beside him, which had also undergone a reformation. However, this new moon was now larger than the Earth itself. Upon witnessing this, Chunmu experienced an epiphany. He realized that he had not merely become the Earth, but rather the entire Earth system. His essence encompassed the entire Earth system, which included the planet Earth and its satellite, the moon. This revelation elucidated why the moon had always accompanied him without being consumed. What lay ahead? Should he consume Saturn? Currently, the remaining planets in the solar system consisted of Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, his 3 remaining brethren. Chunmu mused to himself. Saturn's mass pales in comparison to Jupiter's. It would take 33 Saturns to equal a single Jupiter. As for Uranus and Neptune, they were scarcely worth mentioning in relation to Jupiter. With his mass now comparable to that of Jupiter, it was only natural for Chunmu to regard Saturn as a younger sibling. His interest waned as he turned his gaze towards the distant sun. With my current mass, what would happen if I collided with the sun at the speed of light? Inspired by prior successes, Chunmu conceived a new idea. Chapter 243, Penetrating the Sun. Without hesitation, Chunmu resolved that if he could directly shatter Jupiter with a body approaching 2 Earth masses, then a collision with the sun, given Jupiter's mass, might very well obliterate it. Chunmu possessed the ability to adapt instantaneously, rendering him impervious to the gravitational forces and temperatures of other celestial bodies. Thus, the sun's temperature posed no threat to him. With that understanding, he would proceed to collide without reservation. Under normal circumstances, even with a mass nearing 2 Earths, shattering Jupiter would be a near impossibility, given that Jupiter is 318 times the mass of Earth. Even with a mass of 2 Earths, there remains a disparity of over 100 times. When 2 celestial bodies interact, the larger will typically consume the smaller. However, Shunmu's ability to instantaneously adapt allowed him to evade Jupiter's gravitational pull. Coupled with his acceleration, which increased both his mass and formidable power, he was able to shatter Jupiter without being torn apart. At this moment, Shunmu focused his gaze upon the sun, intending to collide with it just as he had with Jupiter, shattering it into fragments and absorbing its mass to gain evolutionary energy. Thus, Shunmu comprehended the enormity of the Earth, which transformed once again into a golden sphere of light. With a sudden surge, he lunged towards the sun, his velocity escalating to a terrifying magnitude. From the position of Jupiter to that of the sun, the journey is not long. At this very moment, if one were to linger in the vastness of space, they would witness a golden beam piercing through the cosmos, directly entering the sun's core. In less than a second, Shunmu regained his senses. A golden sphere hovered beside the sun. Through his conscious vision, he cast a glance at the sun behind him, and a multitude of questions flooded his mind. What is happening? Furrowing his brow, Shunmu once again lunged toward the radiant sun. Not even a second had passed. Shunmu's form traversed the sun's body, re-emerging on the opposite side. Bewildered, he pondered, why is this occurring? Driven by this confusion, he charged once more towards the sun. Yet, like before, his body once again passed through the sun, appearing on the other side. After countless attempts, Shunmu finally confirmed a hypothesis. There is no solid matter within the sun. Upon realizing this, he stood frozen in astonishment. System, is there truly no solid matter within the sun? Shunmu instinctively inquired. The system responded, there is neither solid, liquid, nor gas within the sun. It exists as plasma. The matter we are familiar with, regardless of its form, transitions from solid to liquid under high temperatures, and if the temperature rises further, it transforms from liquid to gas. But what if the temperature escalates even higher? Indeed, gas transitions into plasma. A star, in its entirety, is a colossal mass of plasma. For Earth, such terrifying temperatures are exceedingly rare, making plasma difficult to elucidate. If one were to attempt an explanation, flames could serve as an analogy for plasma. However, true plasma requires even higher temperatures. One might liken the sun to a spherical flame of extraordinarily high temperature. At such terrifying temperatures, no matter can become gas, let alone solid. The hydrogen and helium atoms necessary for the sun's nuclear fusion reactions reside within its core, existing in a plasma state. The notion of shattering a flame is, of course, impossible. Shunmu murmured that his ambition to consume the sun had fallen flat. In that case, he would have to choose another path. First devour the 3 other planets, then return to gradually feast upon the sun. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. But for now, this was the only course of action. With this thought, Shunmu directed his immense form towards Saturn, utilizing his powers of control. After ceasing his consumption, his body naturally morphed into the shape of Earth. A cerulean planet, accompanied by its moon, traversed the vastness of space, heading towards Saturn. The creatures within Earth resumed their normal appearances and forms, all maintaining their gaze toward the sky. Is it over? Has the sky not collapsed? Various advanced beings, witnessing the sky that had once seemed to fall, now saw it vanish once more. And a collective sigh of relief echoed within their hearts. Only a select few are privy to the unfolding events. What we have just witnessed is Jupiter. As the leader of the mechanical race, Sandstorm could naturally identify Jupiter by its distinct appearance. Ying Long remarked, it certainly bears a resemblance. If that is the case, Earth must have just reached Jupiter's position. It's peculiar, though. It seemed as if Jupiter was about to collide with Earth, yet it vanished suddenly. She appeared somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing Ying Long's words, Sandstorm's pupils glimmered with a hint of light. Polaris then slowly articulated, it was not a collision, it was consumed. Consumed? Ying Long turned to Polaris. The ancestor was devoured by Jupiter? Polaris replied, that is impossible. Rather, it was Jupiter that was consumed by the ancestor. Just as the ancestor previously devoured Mars, the life forms on Earth remained entirely oblivious, and then Mars simply vanished. Only those life forms from the outside world grasped the true nature of the situation. The mechanical beings stated that Earth had consumed Mars. Thus it was now plausible that Earth had indeed consumed Mars. What? How is that possible? Ying Long expressed disbelief. I recall that Jupiter is significantly larger than Earth. How could Earth possibly consume such a colossal Jupiter? Polaris's demeanor remained unchanged as he stated, the ancestor is omnipotent. At this, Sandstorm instinctively glanced at Polaris. The 2 deities of Earth before her, one playful and endearing, the other composed and serene, both held a profound reverence for their ancestor. Sandstorm averted her gaze. They have no need to deceive me, which implies that their ancestor is very likely the creator of Martian life, a celestial being capable of consuming various planets, even devouring Jupiter. Such an existence is truly terrifying. Polaris announced, we have arrived. Sandstorm's eyes brightened slightly, and upon looking ahead, she beheld an aged azure dragon lifting its head, gazing in their direction. That dragon was none other than the Azure Dragon. Is that the mechanical race? Ying Long and Polaris inquired. Hearing the voices nearby, the Azure Dragon responded affirmatively. Indeed, they are the mechanical race. Fascinating. I have heard of you before. But this is my first encounter with a genuine mechanical being. In response, the Azure Dragon instinctively lowered its head to observe the small creature speaking beside it. It was a black and white creature, a killer whale. The Azure Dragon suggested, later on, I could have greenery assist you in acquiring a new body, allowing you to venture onto land and witness more of the world. Upon hearing this, the killer whale replied, no, I rather enjoy my current form. If I were to change, I worry that someone might not recognize me. The Azure Dragon nodded slightly. That is acceptable. It then lifted its head, gazing at the 3 entities descending from the sky. Chapter 244. The benevolent angel Ing Long and Polaris descended into the ocean, creating a ripple across the water's surface as they landed. Sandstorm hovered in midair. Emerging from the ocean, Ing Long raised his head and, with a playful smile, greeted the Azure Dragon. Old Azure, it has been a while. The Azure Dragon twitched its mouth upon hearing this. The Ing Long and the Polaris are significantly older than him. The Qing Long remarked, Sister Ing Long, you jest. Oh, how vexing. Just call me Ing Long, she replied with displeasure. You've made me sound ancient. Very well, very well. Qing Long responded with a wry smile. At that moment, Ing Long noticed the orca beside Qing Long. Upon seeing the orca, she remarked, Orca, it has been quite a while since we last met. Oh, is that really you, Sister Orca? You are still alive? She expressed with a hint of astonishment. I recall that during the last mass extinction, you had perished. The orca affirmed, indeed, but I only recently awakened, and I am uncertain as to why. It is the green essence, Qing Long elucidated. Ing Long and Polaris turned their attention to Qing Long. The ancestor has awakened and granted the green essence the power of creation, instructing it to conduct research. When the ancestor departed, I was entrusted with the protection of the orca. During that last mass extinction, the orca died, and I safeguarded its bones with my own body, but I never had the opportunity to inform the ancestor. Later, upon hearing that the green essence had acquired abilities from the ancestor, I suggested it explore the possibility of reviving the orca, resulting in the present circumstance. The power of creation? Ing Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ancestor can bestow such abilities upon anyone? This cannot stand. I must request one for myself. She appeared invigorated. Qing Long observed Ing Long's fervent enthusiasm but chose not to comment further, shifting his gaze toward the nearby sandstorm. This must be a member of the mechanical clan, he mused. Upon hearing this, the sandstorm felt compelled to speak. He gazed at Qing Long and declared, I am Sandstorm, the leader of the mechanical clan from Mars. Qing Long replied, We are all creations of the same creator. There is no need to distinguish between Mars and Earth. We are all friends. Sandstorm was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Qing Long in surprise at his words. Did Qing Long possess knowledge of his creator? Polaris interjected. The ancestor has instructed him to seek out an angel for knowledge and technology. Previously, I was uncertain about which angel to direct him to, but now, with your statement, I have a clearer idea. Whom shall we seek? Ing Long inquired with curiosity. Observing Ing Long's reaction, Qing Long fell silent. However, Polaris, accustomed to Ing Long's lack of subtlety, continued. Seek the green essence. The ancestor's endowment of abilities to the green essence signifies that it is no longer like the other angels. Finding her is undoubtedly the right course. Ah, indeed, Ing Long chuckled. Polaris then turned to Qing Long, stating, Among the three of us, you alone possess the means to reach the moon instantaneously. You shall escort him to meet the green essence. Qing Long nodded slightly. Since it is the ancestor's directive, I shall not hesitate. He looked at Sandstorm and said, Let us proceed. Proceed? Sandstorm was still processing the situation. Suddenly, he felt the environment around him shift dramatically. The surroundings became brilliantly illuminated. As the light faded, Sandstorm regained his senses, only to find himself stunned. He instinctively glanced around, realizing that he was no longer in the oceans of Earth. He now finds himself suspended in midair, gazing at a cerulean celestial body, Earth. Astonishingly, he has already arrived on the moon. How is this possible? Sha Bao is somewhat incredulous. The distance from Earth to the moon is no trifling matter, yet in this fleeting moment, he has been transported from Earth to the moon. The velocity is simply astounding. Could this be the speed of light? Suddenly, a voice breaks through Sha Bao's astonishment. He regains his senses and notices the immense form of the Azure Dragon, which, despite lacking wings, is soaring gracefully in the air, gazing ahead. Sha Bao follows the dragon's gaze and is astonished to discover a multitude of architectural marvels on the moon's surface. Above these edifices, ethereal angels are flapping their wings, curiously observing the phenomena unfolding in the sky. One angel approaches. As she nears, her eyes alight upon the Azure Dragon, and a friendly smile graces her visage. What brings you to the moon? She inquires. The Azure Dragon responds. Angel Vicky, this is Sha Bao, the leader of the mechanical clan. The ancestor has sent him to seek the angels for knowledge and technology. You may inquire further with him. Upon hearing this, Angel Vicky turns her attention to Sha Bao. He explains, the ancestor believes our mechanical clan's technology is still quite rudimentary. Our speed in space is insufficient for genuine interstellar travel, and he has instructed us to seek the angels for technological insights. A smile spreads across Angel Vicky's face. Ah, I see. Indeed. The current technology of the mechanical clan does not support true space travel. While you may traverse the solar system at your current speed, venturing beyond it remains unattainable. If you wish to achieve authentic space travel, I recommend studying the technology of warp drives. Angel Vicky adds with a smile. With warp speed at your disposal, you would be able to engage in true interstellar journeys. Sha Bao is momentarily taken aback. Warp speed? Warp drives? This is knowledge that eludes him. Angel Vicky nods. Her smile warm. I am currently researching this technology as well. Although I have acquired considerable knowledge from the repository, some concepts remain elusive. It seems your understanding of technology is quite profound. I believe we can collaborate and grow together. Sha Bao is momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that an angel could be so approachable. Beside him, the Azure Dragon observes the exchange, turning to Angel Vicky with a puzzled expression. Vicky, what is the meaning of this? He inquires, somewhat bewildered. The Azure Dragon often communicates with the angels, as one oversees the western continent while the other manages the eastern. This frequent correspondence is essential for effective governance. The relationship between the angels and the eastern dragons is indeed amicable. While the Azure Dragon is relatively familiar with the angels, Angel Vicky's words leave him in a state of confusion. The angel, Wei Wei, turned her gaze towards the azure dragon and remarked with a smile, "It is thus. The progenitor has shared a repository of knowledge with all angels, allowing us to seek answers to the myriad unknowns we encounter. Currently, the progenitor has tasked us with utilizing this repository to delve into the realm of technology and disseminate this knowledge among all life forms on Earth, enabling them to explore the wonders of technology." Understanding dawned upon the azure dragon, though he remained somewhat perplexed. To continue questioning would seem rather foolish, so he simply replied, "Ah, I see now. Then my task is complete. I entrust the sandstorm to you." The azure dragon spoke slowly, as Wei Wei nodded in acknowledgement. Transforming into a beam of light, he shot towards the direction of Earth. The sandstorm watched as the azure dragon departed, bidding him farewell. "Well, I look forward to your guidance in the future," a voice resonated. Upon hearing this, the sandstorm regained his focus and glanced at the amiably smiling angel, Wei Wei. Nodding in agreement, "Thank you for your guidance." Chapter 245. What materials comprise the beautiful rings of Saturn? The sandstorm could hardly believe the simplicity with which events unfolded. Observing the reactions of the Eastern Dragon and the angel, he simultaneously recognized a profound truth. Both the Eastern Dragon and the angel held immense respect for their creator. Upon hearing the mention of the creator, they readily chose to offer unconditional support, contemplating that this creator was also the architect of the mechanical race. The sandstorm found himself filled with curiosity about this entity. If possible, he wished to meet the creator. At that moment, the sandstorm noticed Wei Wei's attention directed towards a particular location. Following her gaze, he too looked in that direction. To his astonishment, he beheld a colossal planet standing before Earth. This planet, he realized, was none other than Saturn. Is that Saturn? The sandstorm's voice tinged with uncertainty. Indeed, it was Saturn, yet peculiarly. This version of Saturn appeared smaller in size compared to Earth. Meanwhile, within the depths of Earth, the Orca raised its head to the sky. There, an immensely grand Saturn, along with its magnificent rings, dominated the heavens, casting a shadow over half the sky. "Azure Dragon, look over there. It has arrived again," the Orca suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon lifted its head, gazing at Saturn in the sky, remaining silent. The inhabitants of Earth also caught sight of Saturn's appearance in the sky. Their curiosity piqued. What is this once more? They wondered. Yet, dismissing their inquiries, they acknowledged the pressing need to continue their lives. The spiritual essence of this world had diminished. Without spiritual power, if they did not seek sustenance, they would face starvation. The highly intelligent beings of Earth seemed to have developed a form of immunity to these celestial phenomena. They began to prioritize their own matters. Indeed, while such extraordinary events would initially evoke awe and shock, with each occurrence, the populace gradually adapted. Although occasional glances upwards still stirred a sense of unease, their immediate concerns took precedence over any fleeting anxiety. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chunmu, a resident of Earth, observed the Saturn before him. Through the lens of consciousness, Chunmu distinctly perceived that Saturn was a size smaller than himself. The mass of Saturn was significantly lesser than that of Jupiter. Having devoured the entirety of Jupiter, his own form had naturally expanded considerably, now slightly surpassing that of Saturn. This sensation was peculiar. He never anticipated that Earth could possess a size greater than that of Saturn, as he mused internally. He did not rush to consume Saturn, but rather chose to observe the planet before him. At this moment, Chunmu had come to a halt. Through the realm of his consciousness, he beheld the vibrant hues encircling Saturn. Saturn ranks as the second largest planet among the 8, following Jupiter in mass. It is classified as a gas giant, with its most remarkable feature being its rings. The rings of Saturn appeared extraordinarily beautiful. As he gazed at these rings, a golden light gently illuminated the Earth. This golden radiance detached from the Earth, transforming into an angelic figure, with a swift unfurling of wings. Chunmu soared towards the rings of Saturn. Upon closer inspection, what initially appeared as a thin layer from afar revealed itself to be quite substantial. As Chunmu approached, he discovered that the rings were indeed thick, with the densest sections exceeding 100 kilometers and the thinnest around 10 meters. In his angelic form, standing at a height of merely 1 meter and 80 centimeters, he was struck by the impressive thickness of the rings. Naturally, in comparison to the width of the rings, this thickness seemed rather trivial. The rings encircling Saturn comprised a total of 7 distinct bands, varying in width, with the broadest stretching over 300,000 kilometers. Chunmu, in his angelic guise, ventured directly into the rings. Extending his hand, he grasped a small object and upon opening his palm, he realized it was an ice fragment. However, this ice was mixed with dust, resembling a droplet frozen upon parched earth. Examining the materials swirling around Saturn, Chunmu noted that they were all yellow ice blocks imbued with impurities. These ice blocks varied in size, from nearly dust-like particles to those several meters in diameter. They formed the rings of Saturn, orbiting the planet like satellites. While within the rings, Chunmu remained stationary, consequently becoming subject to the bombardment of these ice fragments. Yet, he paid little heed to this. Upon striking him, the ice blocks transformed into golden light, which he then absorbed. Indeed, among the 8 planets, all 4 gas giants possess rings. Jupiter also has rings. However, they are not easily visible from Earth due to their composition lacking the icy structure found in Saturn's rings, which refracts sunlight, making them difficult for humanity to observe. In contrast, Saturn's rings consist of over 90% ice, explaining their brilliant luminosity. Chunmu mused to himself, dismissing further thoughts as his form transformed into golden light, and he soared back to Earth, merging seamlessly into its core. Terrestrial planets are devoid of rings. a phenomenon attributed to the existence of the Roche limit. While planets possess gravitational forces, smaller celestial bodies, when drawn near to a massive planet beyond a certain distance, are torn apart by these forces. This critical distance is known as the Roche limit. In the past, a satellite composed predominantly of ice orbited near Saturn. But due to gravitational influences, it gradually approached Saturn and was ultimately disintegrated. The fragments, propelled by sufficient velocity, escaped being consumed by Saturn, leading to the formation of its magnificent rings. The greater the mass of a planet, the larger the radius of its Roche limit. In contrast, the Roche limit radius for terrestrial planets is exceedingly small, resulting in celestial bodies being captured and consumed by Earth's gravity, making the formation of rings impossible. As Chunmu's consciousness returned to Earth, his form transformed into a golden sphere, propelling him towards Saturn. Approaching Saturn swiftly, upon contact, the rings transformed into golden light, merging into Chunmu's being and augmenting his mass. Upon colliding with Saturn, the entire planet also morphed into a golden sphere. The golden essence gradually integrated into Chunmu, who relished the sensation of energy flowing into him, absorbing it piece by piece. Given Saturn's vastness, this process required ample time, yet Chunmu remained unhurried, steadily consuming until Saturn was wholly integrated. Chapter 246, Tonight's Dinner. Uranus and Neptune. With the assimilation of Saturn, Chunmu's form expanded considerably. After completing the consumption of Saturn, he reverted to his original blue planetary form. His gaze shifted to Uranus, positioned beyond Saturn, and he soared towards it. Concurrently, once Chunmu ceased consuming, his body resumed its azure appearance. The angels upon the moon returned to their prior states. For Chunmu, he had traversed the entire process of devouring Saturn. However, for the angels within the moon, they merely glimpsed Saturn's visage. Upon regaining their focus, they discovered Saturn had vanished. Meanwhile, Earth's size and mass had notably increased. Angel Vivi, having just regained her form, gazed at the seemingly vanished Saturn and then at the significantly enlarged Earth. Instinctively, she inquired of the knowledge repository, knowledge base, did the ancestor consume Saturn? Indeed, came the response. Has the ancestor's mass increased? After Earth devoured Saturn, Saturn's mass was equivalently converted into proportional Earth material, becoming part of Earth, which now possesses a mass approximately 1.3 times that of Jupiter. Upon hearing this, Angel Vivi furrowed her brow slightly. For the angels, this was not a favorable development. What troubles you? Sandstorm observed Vivi's expression. Upon hearing this, Angel Vivi glanced at the sandstorm and remarked, the ancestor has devoured Saturn as well. The sandstorm responded, is that so peculiar? Why the furrowed brow? You must remember, he has previously consumed Venus and Mercury. Angel Vivi continued, are you familiar with the concept of instantaneous adaptability? The sandstorm, intrigued, inquired, what is that? Angel Vivi slowly elucidated. Instantaneous adaptability is merely a term. Its essence lies in altering the density and state of matter to harmonize with the surrounding environment. Through this adaptation, Earth and all its inhabitants can remain unaffected by external environmental influences. However, while terrestrial beings may be shielded from external impacts, they are still susceptible to the influences arising from within the Earth itself. She further stated, at present, the ancestor's planetary mass has reached 13 times that of Jupiter. Should its mass surpass a certain threshold, a collapse will ensue, transforming Earth from a planet into a brown dwarf. At that juncture, Earth will cease to be habitable, and all life therein will perish. The sandstorm's expression shifted slightly. So, we must vacate Earth before it becomes a brown dwarf in search of a new abode? Angel Vivi nodded. It appears that this is our only course of action. She then addressed the sandstorm. In matters of technology, there is still much I do not comprehend. With your assistance, I believe we can accelerate our understanding. Therefore, please follow me. I shall take you to meet Sister Greenery, who currently oversees the operations of the entire angelic race. Only by meeting her can we discern our next steps. The sandstorm responded with a slight nod, very well. As he watched Angel Vivi move away, he instinctively turned back to gaze upon the azure planet behind him, then retracted his gaze to follow her. Meanwhile, Chunmu's consciousness swiftly enveloped Uranus. Through this consciousness, he beheld the true visage of Uranus. The sight of this planet sparked a sense of curiosity within him. Before him lay Uranus, exhibiting a remarkably pale green hue. A glance revealed that the entire planet was bathed in this delicate shade of green. The term green planet had previously conjured images of Earth in Chunmu's mind. Now he discovered that within the solar system, there existed this pale green planet. The reason for Uranus's coloration lies in its atmosphere, predominantly composed of methane, which scatters sunlight and results in the visually perceived pale green hue. Uranus is known to be the planet with the coldest atmospheric temperatures in the solar system, with surface temperatures plummeting to as low as -197 degrees Celsius, rendering human survival virtually impossible in such an environment. What intrigued Chunmu further was that this Uranus possessed planetary rings akin to those of Saturn. However, the rings of Uranus differed somewhat from those of Saturn. Saturn and its rings resembled a straw hat placed on a table, with the rings serving as the brim. As Saturn rotates, its rings follow suit. In contrast, Uranus's rings resemble a hat hung upon a wall, formed from above in a most peculiar manner. As Uranus rotates, it appears to roll as if lying on its side, a sight most intriguing. What a fascinating planet, Chunmu murmured. Yet, what does fascination matter? Channeling his power, he summoned an invisible force that drew Uranus closer. Simultaneously, he exerted control over his own body, propelling himself forward. The two celestial bodies transformed into golden spheres, colliding gracefully in the vastness of space. In an instant, Chunmu enveloped Uranus with his form. This process was swift, for at this moment, Chunmu's size had far surpassed that of Uranus, allowing him to consume the smaller planet with remarkable speed. After devouring Uranus, his gaze shifted to the final planet in the distance, Neptune. He propelled his immense body through space at light speed, advancing toward Neptune. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness enveloped Neptune. While Uranus exuded a cold beauty, Neptune, true to its name, resembled a planet formed entirely of ocean. Its hue was a deep, resplendent blue. When contemplating the blue planets of the solar system, most would immediately think of Earth. However, upon beholding Neptune, Chunmu's singular thought was that the term blue planet was undoubtedly meant to describe Neptune. Both Uranus and Neptune are primarily composed of hydrogen, helium, and methane. Due to their considerable distance from the Sun, these materials have crystallized into ice. Thus, both planets are classified as gas giants, yet their densities are remarkably high, resembling the core of Jupiter devoid of its atmosphere. Yet for Chunmu, this was merely a passing curiosity, for his mind was consumed by one thought: to feast. Neptune was the next delicacy to savor after Uranus. Rather than approaching directly, he utilized his control to draw Neptune towards him after perceiving it within his consciousness. Chunmu transformed into a golden sphere of light, and Neptune, too, shifted into a golden hue before plunging into his being, consumed by him. As the golden radiance of Neptune enveloped Chunmu, he felt a profound sense of euphoria. His gaze then gradually turned toward the last remaining celestial body in the solar system, the Sun. Now, the only option left was to slowly consume this radiant star. Chapter 247. Where lies the end of the solar system? Chunmu sprang into motion, soaring toward the sun. Light speed is an extraordinarily swift velocity, yet the solar system is vast. Even at such speed, it took Chunmu half a day on Earth to traverse the distance from Uranus and Neptune to the Sun. Nevertheless, he arrived before the colossal Sun, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged toward it. To consume, his body transformed into a radiant golden light. He plunged into the heart of the Sun, swiftly penetrating its depths and emerging from its side. Yet, he came away empty-handed. A sense of foreboding washed over Chunmu. Once more, he soared to the Sun's periphery, gliding alongside its fiery surface, his massive form skimming over it. Still, no rewards awaited him. He began to absorb energy, skimming the Sun's edges, attempting to gradually consume its essence. However, after 2 successive forays, he realized the futility of his endeavor. He simply could not separate the Sun's matter from its core. What was the reason behind this? He inquired of the system. The system responded, the Sun is composed of plasma, and the distance for plasma connectivity is considerably greater, rendering absorption impossible. Upon hearing this, Chunmu understood. Plasma is not a solid. It exists in a state even more diffuse than gas. The range covered by gas of equivalent mass is vast, and plasma extends even further. Separating solid from solid is a simple task, but the challenge of dividing plasma is immense. Furthermore, although Chunmu was unaffected by the Sun's gravity, the matter within the Sun was still under its influence, making it exceedingly difficult to compete for that matter through gravitational means.